Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Tricky Jim, and thank you so much for tuning in on this lovely Saturday. We have got an exciting day of Pokemon TCG action ahead, featuring the newest cards from Journey Together, and I am joined by one of my very best friends, Riley Hulbert. How you doing, Riley?
I am so excited to be here, Andrew. Like you said, we have an awesome day ahead of us here at Full Group Games in Akron, Ohio. We are in the first days of our post-rotation format. We got all the new cards from Journey Together, those awesome new trainers Pokemon and trainer supporter cards. I am really interested to see how this plays out and what this means for the future of our meta.
For sure. I mean, this is a very first look at the newest cards in action, and not just the newest set, but also, like you said, our post-rotation format. I know the Sword and Shield block really felt like it dragged on forever, didn't it?
It did. Yeah. It did. Those V Pokemon stayed around for a really long time. So I'm personally excited to see those out the door, see those V-Star Pokemon.
Oh, yeah.
They had their time in the spotlight. It's time for the EX Pokemon to really shine in Journey Together.
I agree, Riley. And we have got a very full house here. Check this out. I mean, my goodness. We have over 140 players registered. We had a line wrapping all the way around the parking lot this morning. An hour before the shop even opened, we had a line of people that were getting ready to try and snag a couple of extra walk-in spots available. That's because right. The event sold out. So a very hype event. These players are really excited to play with these new cards and play in the new format, and for a chance to win some of that $3,000 prize pool that's up for grabs today.
I mean, how can you not be, right? That's an amazing prize pool as well. Shout out to Full Grip Games for sponsoring this event and making this all possible. And you can see out there, look at that awesome new space we have as well, all the players. I wish I had a chance to play in it myself, to be honest. It's been a long time since we had one of these large tournaments at Full Grip Games. We're on 3-4 years now since the last one we had with Astral Radiance.
Yes, it has been a long time since the last release weekend doubleheader. Astral Radiance was the last one. Riley, you yourself won one of our standard ones that we hosted, right?
Not to toot my own horn, I did completely dominate the Brilliant Stars release weekend tournament with Arceus, Archaludon, not yet a thing at the time, but I'm sure there will be a crop of new faces who will impress us equally as much.
I know. Gonna be tough.
It's gonna be really challenging, but I think the players are gonna rise to the occasion this weekend.
I think so. And then for our last one that we hosted, the Astral Radiance doubleheader, we had Grant Manley sweep both days, the standard event with Mew VMAX, and then the Gym Leader Challenge event with Control. One of the most dominant performances that we've ever seen here at Full Grip Games. So that is the event that we're following here. We took some years off of doing the release weekend events because if you attended or viewed any of those release weekend events that we did, we were kind of making the most of the space that we had. The tournament we were hosting like in a crammed corner of our warehouse. We didn't really have the space to be doing it, but we were kind of just like making it happen regardless. But now we have undergone so many renovations here at Full Grip, and we've got this huge, beautiful new tournament hall now that we can host massive events with. And we've got this feature match stage, which I am just so thrilled about. I mean, look at this beautiful Pokeball table. I mean, Riley, this thing impresses. I mean, am I wrong?
It does impress. It does impress. And I know if I was out there, I would be really excited at the opportunity to play on the stage. You know, it's not the experience you get to necessarily have at every single local. So Full Grip having that opportunity for players is just so fun, right? It's so fun to have the opportunity to be streamed.
It is. And something else that I'm really excited about, I spent the last 24 hours really working on the overlay. Look at this. I've got a pro overlay set back up. We're going to have a round timer. I'm going to be able to show off featured cards while we're playing. I mean, I pulled out all the stops here. We've got records up there. I know. I never give you guys this much information at League. I just make you guys kind of figure it out as we go. But I really have put all of the effort and work into making the overlay look good for today. So I'm very excited to show that off as well. Should help people follow along with all the action at home, and that's what I really was aiming to do. So there we go.
Yeah, I think so. It'll be a lot of fun. It's probably not super sustainable to have that kind of setup for every single local tournament, every single league challenge, or Full Grip Wednesday nights. But we got to blow out all the stops for the release weekend, of course.
Yes, and this is such an exciting event, because this is the first major cash event to be held with the newest cards from Journey Together in our new post-rotation format, held in the West. I mean, in Japan, they've played some large tournaments with the post-rotation format, but this is the release weekend for Journey Together. I mean, the set has just come out. We have over 140 players here with their Journey Together decks. They've got the newest cards already, whether in Japanese or pre-ordered and then got their singles really quick. I mean, over 140 players were able to get their cards together. No proxies allowed. So, like, this is just 100% legit. These players have all the cards and are excited to play with them.
And I think, that speaks to like the dedication and excitement of these players, right? The fact that these folks went out of their way to acquire these cards for this release weekend tournament shows that they are invested in this meta. They're invested into showing off their top decks and lay out all their cards on the table for this first weekend.
Literally and figuratively, right?
Literally and figuratively.
Both.
I agree.
Yes, both. Now, if you haven't met Riley before, Riley is a consistent, or I should say, is a historic figure in the Tricky Gym lore. He's been featured on the channel many times, but lives in Madison. So we don't get to see him all the time, but always a pleasure when we do get to see Riley come through. In the very early days of Tricky Gym, Riley would offer his tribute to play as a tabletop guest on my channel, and sometimes also we would stream together, and then obviously we would test for regional championships and world championships and all that. But we also do the tag team podcast together, which we record on most Monday nights. Riley, how long's tag team podcast been going on? I mean,
It's been going on ever since I moved, so it's a little over 6 years now. 6 and some change, a couple months. So yeah, actually pretty substantially long period of my life we've been doing tag team. So that's awesome. JW, of course, our co-host as well. Not able to make it out this weekend, but sending love to him in New Jersey. And yeah, it's been awesome just to see Tricky Gym evolve over the years, and it's really cool seeing the current state that we're at, right? With this awesome new studio. I'm really excited about that. I was like texting my girlfriend back home as soon as I walked in, like, check this out. This is so cool. And she's like, yeah, it's cool. I probably don't agree like to the same extent as you. Like, I don't understand what you're talking about. But I was so excited just to see the new stuff we got going on, the new layout with Full Grip. And from our roots, right? That very first live stream in your apartment,
good God,
which was now like 7 or 8 years ago.
I know, right?
How far things have come since then,
It's crazy to think about it. It really is. I almost get, I mean, just thinking about those humble beginnings in the apartment. Yeah, and now we've got this massive tournament hall. Even like Full Grip. I mean, when I started working with Full Grip Games, to see how far the card shop has come in the like 7 years that Full Grip's been open as well.
Absolutely, man.
It's been really cool to see, and also I'm just so excited for all the players that made the trip out. I feel like this event has had a pretty solid regional pull. I've seen lots of players from the Michigan area made the trip out. A lot of players from the East Coast made the trip out. A lot of people drove. I've got some friends here from Buffalo. There's someone here from the Netherlands. So shout out to Abtin, who is here from the Netherlands to visit Full Grip Games this weekend. I think Abtin probably is the furthest traveled for the event, but
I'd have to guess.
Yeah, lots of Chicago as well. We've got some players from Chicago here, I know. So yeah, the events has a great regional pull. So shout out to everybody who made the trip out with friends and teammates and stuff. It's really cool to see so many players here excited to play in the new format.
Absolutely, Andrew. And I'll tell you what, if you see this and it excites you, Full Grip is no stranger to running tournaments as well. So make sure to check out their website and see if there's one that you're excited about that you'd love to come to as well.
Exactly. As soon as this event concludes, we're going to start preparing for the Destined Rivals release weekend event. So, like, the grind never stops. And then we also just got on our schedule a handful of retro events that we're going to be hosting throughout the rest of the year. You could check out our post on fullgripgames.com, but we've also posted about it on the X app at Full Grip Games Official. You can find our post for the upcoming retro events. Speaking of retro events, Riley,
I was trying to give you the layup into that.
Speaking of retro events, we did have a retro event here at Full Grip last night. It was pretty poppin' here yesterday, actually, for a Friday before the doubleheader. Yeah, I mean, there was probably 50 people in the shop just hanging out, playing cards. We had a league challenge going on. But also, shout out to Gwen, Noah, and Brandon for putting on the 2006 retro event. I attended and played in the retro event, as did you. We actually got to play together at the event. And I did take the win 4-0 with my broken Dragtrode deck. Many are calling me the Dragtrode Whisperer. I don't know what it is. 2 retro event wins. I mean, can anybody stop me, Riley?
I mean, let's just look at the numbers, Andrew. In the modern era, how many people have won paper 06 tournaments with the level of dominance and frequency that you have?
I mean, batting average is crazy.
It speaks for something, right? It speaks for something. And if anything, the formats are more solved now than they were back then. So really, you're fighting harder battles than anyone ever would have in 2006.
I'm saying, because literally everybody's got a card-for-card copy of the World Championship winning list for that year.
That's right. That's right. So really, perhaps allegedly the most dominant 06 player of all time.
Allegedly, I mean, I'm just saying, this is what the streets are saying, is that Andrew Mahone may have solved 2006 with Chuck Brousseau's Dragtrode deck plus the cast form. The cast form is huge. Chuck did not have the cast form in his original build, but with the cast form, BDIF, I'm saying.
Absolutely, Andrews. Just take another glance out at the field here. Looks like we're getting about set up for the first round. Andrew, what are you predicting that we'll see out in the field today? Maybe not necessarily specifically this round, but in general, as we're looking at Journey Together.
Ooh, I mean, it's just, oh boy. I mean, we have the results from the Fukuoka Champions League, right? And that's something to go off of. There's a lot of wall decks that did well at the Fukuoka Champions League. I think that we're going to see a response to the wall decks. I think we're going to see a lot of decks that feel like they have a comfortable matchup against walls. I'm expecting to see a lot of Tera box. I'm expecting to see a lot of big basic decks that just kind of like are consistent and perform well, like Raging Bolts. But then I'm also thinking that we'll see a healthy amount of Dragapult, Golden Go, and stuff like that. I don't really think that we're going to see any one deck be truly dominant today. That's my suspicion, is that we'll see a little mix of everything. But let me know what you think while I get the overlay set up here, as we've got our first round hitting the feature match table right now.
Absolutely. I mean, I think your assessment is more or less spot on. The walls were super dominant. Almost the entirety of the top 8 comprised of walls sorts of decks in Champions League. But I think we've had the chance to now sit on that, simmer on it, and respond in the metas. So I don't anticipate walls to be as dominant, though I do expect they will be a non-zero force at this tournament. I'm expecting Tera box to show up big time. I think a lot of people are really excited about that. I expect Noctowl in general to show up big time. That card is so good as our main consistency engine in the post-rotation format.
Sounds good, Riley. Let's get down to the table. Let's get some hype going in the chat for round 1 of our Journey Together $3,000 cash events. Let's go.
All right, looking down at the table, we have Brandon Davis on the left and Jesse Lynch on the right. And this is round 1. Just about to get started here. Players are set up. And again, I am so excited to see what is to come.
Yeah, I mean, I think Brandon was telling me that he was trying out the Zacian V, the Hops box,
yeah.
You know?
Not Zacian V. We put the V's behind us.
Oh, sorry, Riley. Yeah, Zacian EX. I think Zacian V is just like ingrained into my brain at this point.
Scarred into your memory.
Yes, Hop Zacian EX. Excuse me. But yes, I think he was trying that deck out. I don't know if he actually ended up committing to it, but I know he was at least curious about it. Cramorant is one of Brandon's favorite Pokemon, and of course, you get to play the Hops Cramorant, which is a very strong card from the set. I mean, Hops Cramorant's just crazy, being able to do 120 damage for just 1 energy if your opponent's on 3 or 4 prize cards. But there are a whole bunch of ways to buff the Hops Pokemon. We've got the Hops Choice Band, which boosts your damage by 30 and makes it so that you can attack for 1 colorless less. We've got the Hops Snorlax, which has an ability which can buff your damage by 30. And then there's the Postwick Stadium, which boosts your damage by 30 even still. So you can boost all the Hops Pokemon damage by 90, which is just crazy. So Hops Cramorant can actually do 210 damage for free for a third of the game.
It is pretty impressive, yeah, and definitely in the pre-release format especially, did not want to see that Hops Cramorant on the opposite side of the field.
Oh my goodness, no.
But putting on that much pressure with a 1-prizer for effectively free is absolutely insane, and that's one of the big sells of the Hops deck in my mind.
And here we go. There's the fist bump. We are getting this game underway, and I predicted correctly. Brandon has got that Hops Cramorant in the active spot as his opener. And it looks like Jesse has got Fan Rotom's going to start off with a Fan Call, and we'll see what kind of deck it is that Jesse is playing today.
It looks to me, I saw a couple different colors of energy. We got the Rotom for the Noctowl lines. We got a Ogerpon. I'm guessing this is Tera Box, Andrew.
Tera Box, yeah. Tera Box, I think it's going to be the deck to beat today.
Yeah, it's just so versatile, right? There's so many different options that the Tera Box has access to, and being able to switch between all these different attackers and keep the pressure up while utilizing that Noctowl engine just to make sure you're always hitting those complex combos. It's pretty tried and true strategy in the Pokemon TCG, right? Big basics plus consistency.
Exactly. So we see Jesse is checking his prizes now and just seeing what he's going to have access to throughout the game. I do think that this is going to be a 50-minute best-of-3 Swiss event. So that's not something that we've done before here at Full Grip Games. We're big believers in the single-game Swiss, but with such a large amount of cash on the on the line today, and with players traveling, I think 50-minute best-of-3 in our standard format now, which is pretty fast-paced standard format, just makes the most sense.
Yeah, really, a lot of these decks are playing these 2-prize basic Pokemon as their attackers as well, so we're not as worried about like long game ones that are dragging out as we might have been in prior formats.
Right.
And here we go, Jesse now grabbing that Hoot and Noctowl line and passing the turn. Not a phenomenal turn one, lacking that Ogerpon to accelerate energy onto the board and draw some more cards, but he has the Noctowl in hand, so pretty much fully set up for the next turn. And unlikely that Brandon's going to be able to eliminate both Hoot, but not impossible, technically. He hits the Zacian EX and a couple of extra damage buffs and damage placement cards. He might be able to do a double knockout, but again, super unlikely. And especially after seeing that Iono hand, I don't think that's happening.
Here's a Hop Zacian EX right here. Hop Snorlax.
Yep, benching those Hops Pokemon. Snorlax does boost the damage, like Andrew was referencing earlier, of Hop's other Pokemon, Hop's Pokemon, including Snorlax, rather, by 30. So pretty similar to that Diancie in days past used by Buzzwole decks. And here we see Brandon going in with that Earthen Vessel, going to pull some energy out and do some prize searching. I see a Latias in the deck. I actually don't see that Iron Valiant engine, at least immediately, so I don't know if he's playing that. Got the Dark Energies as well. Interested to see how Brandon's build actually pans out.
Yeah, there are a couple different ways you can play the Hops Zacian deck. I mean, I've played it a little bit with the Iron Valiant, which is fun. You're trying to like switch in and out of the Iron Valiant. Some versions of the deck play Archaludon so that you can actually build up to Hop Zacian EX's big second attack, the Brave Slash. which can end up doing over 300 damage if you've got all the buffs. Some decks are playing Monkey Dory, as we see, which is what yes, and the Archaludon. So here we go. Brandon is playing Archaludon. Brandon is playing Monkey Dory. So the idea with this particular build is that you can use Archaludon EX's Assemble Alloy ability, which says when you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve one of your, or when you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon, you get to attach up to 2 basic Metal Energy cards from your discard pile to your Metal Pokemon in any way you like. So you can use Archaludon not only to attack with Metal Defender, I mean, it's just a big Pokemon with 300 hit points, but you can use it to juice up that Hops Zacian EX as well.
And Monkey Dory, of course, is just such an iconic and powerful card in the format right now. Being able to move that damage. Not a lot of one-hit KOs happening on those larger Pokemon EX. Things like Archaludon can take a hit, and Monkey Dory can manipulate the damage on the board in your favor, especially when you're playing like a spread type of strategy with Hops. You know, you have access to that Zacian who can spread 30 damage onto the bench. You can really create some creative knockout sort of plays, or at least set up knockouts for yourself for your one prize Pokemon to claim.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit of a slow start here for Brandon. This is not what you want with the Hops deck. I mean, ideally you want to be swinging early and consistently, but it looks like, I mean, so Brandon had the option, could have potentially swung with Zacian there to maybe do some damage, but it looks like decided to hold back and instead attach to the Hop Snorlax.
Yeah, the Zacian probably, it wouldn't be taking a knockout. We know that. It wouldn't take a knockout. It'd do 60 to the active and 30 to the bench. It would pressure some of those Hoots, so that way he could take a future knockout, but it does leave a 2-prizer in the active. So if Jesse does have a pop-off turn, that would put Brandon in somewhat of a compromised position where now he's giving up 2 prizes instead of 1.
Right.
So I get the logic if he feels like the Zacian wasn't making enough of an impact, but he did have that opportunity and decided against it.
For sure. And we see that Jesse is playing Crispin as the supportive return, grabs a Psychic and a Grass Energy. And we'll see who he's starting to charge up. We've got the Psychic Energy going on to the Fan Rotom there. And Fan Rotom is just a really powerful card in this post-rotation format. I mean, Fan Rotom was already good, I mean, with the Noctowl engine, but now with less options available in Standard, less consistency options, no Radiant Greninja to draw cards, no Rotom V, no Lumineon V, a lot of our kind of previous engines, no Bibarel, right, or all that stuff's gone now. So as far as your consistency engines go, the Fan Rotom Noctowl engine is like one of the most serious engines we've got.
Yeah, it really is, and at least especially in terms of the Pokemon and the searching. That said, Jesse losing that Noctowl to the Iona went to the bottom of his deck, and it doesn't look like he was able to hit too much besides that Crispin. And Brandon now smelling a potential opportunity and choosing to go in with the Zacian this turn as opposed to leaving that damage crammer in the active.
Yeah, I do love to see this. I mean, Brandon doesn't have a supporter either. So, like, just saying, like, I'm going to bring my dog out and just start getting after it. If you're not going to do anything, then, you know, let's see what we can do. 60 damage to the active, 30 to the bench. Hoot. Does Hoot have 60 or 70 hit points?
I think it depends on the Hoot that you're playing. I believe these ones have 70. I also do like that this preserves some damage counters on Brandon's bench. The Tera box deck is trying to take one-hit KOs wherever it can. And so by preserving those damage counters, you have access to them for your Monkey Dory. I'm thinking of that Pikachu EX in particular, right? That ability on the Pikachu prevents it from being knocked out in one hit, but Monkey Dory can kind of play around that a little bit. So I like that element of saving the damage too. Unfortunately, you can't spread onto it with the Insta Strike from Zacian because of that Tera rule. That's
right. Yeah, that is always a tough lesson to learn when you go to spread damage to something that cannot take it. That is a mistake that is very common in the Pokemon TCG. It's easy to forget about that Tera rule because it doesn't really necessarily have anything to do with Tera Pokemon thematically, which has been one of the biggest...
and it doesn't come up that much either.
No, it really doesn't. That's been one of the biggest criticisms of the Tera kind of thing, the Tera gimmick, is that it doesn't really have anything to do with bench barrier. Like, how is being a crystallized Pokemon that can have a different type have anything to do with bench barrier in the Pokemon TCG? I don't know. But here we are, and it looks like Jesse was able to find Noctowl, so now we've got that Jewel Seeker ability, allowing Jesse to go search his deck for 2 different trainer cards, and it looks like Crispin's going to be a choice again, as well as a Nest Ball.
Yeah, and it seems like the exact thing that Brandon was potentially worried about this last turn is happening just a turn later. So Brandon keeping that 1 prize in the active the previous turn. Now his Zacian is in harm's way, and Jesse has the pieces to successfully knock it out. So Brandon's probably going to be in a pretty compromised position. He can't attack with the Cramorant this next turn since Jesse will be at 2 prizes. But again, that Pikachu's ability, you need that Monkey Dory to get around it.
Wait. No, Cramorant will be able to attack, right?
It will.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will, but it won't be able to knock out the Pikachu without Monkey Dory.
Oh, yes. That is... But what if he does find Monkey Dory? He's got damage on the Cramorant.
Yeah, and in theory, you don't need the Monkey Dory specifically the turn you're trying to attack the Pikachu, right? You can take the knockout post-mortem.
Post-mortem.
and get rid of the Pikachu on a following turn.
Uh-huh.
Because I'm not suspecting that Jesse has a tremendous amount of ways to heal the Pikachu, especially if it's just now discarding all its energy. You have to get another attacker into the active and things like that.
We see a Teal Dance onto the bench, Teal Mask Ogerpon, and here comes Pikachu EX swinging in for 300 damage. Topaz Bolt, and that is a huge knockout. Jesse gonna take the first 2 prizes of this game. Wow. Big knockout. Does Brandon have anything to be able to respond?
Does he even have the energy, actually, to attack with the Cramorant? We were saying that he could attack with the Cramorant, but that's contingent on either the Hop's Choice Band or an energy attachment. I think if Jesse gets the opportunity to get a turn for free after this, he is more than likely going to run away with this game. But we do see Brandon does have that Night Stretcher. It's going to be stuck at maybe 150 on that Pikachu, which still puts it out of range for a Monkey Dory spread knockout. Does soften it up pretty substantially, though. So can't underestimate that with the Fickle Spitting.
And there we go. Fickle Spits for 150 damage. Yeah, this is a lackluster turn from Brandon. You really want to have a Nest Ball, go get a Pheasantipity, something like that. Draw some extra cards. Respond to that knockout in a way that gives you some... it makes your board look alive a little bit. I mean, just an attached pass. I mean, Brandon's only got a 2-card hand. He really hasn't been served well post-Iono.
And this is one of the challenges for decks that don't have a dedicated Pokemon engine. Pheasantipity is kind of the closest thing that most other decks are going to have, as opposed to Noctowl. But Pheasantipity, you're not going to necessarily bench it on the first turn of the game. You need to get your attackers going. Pheasantipity isn't useful until a knockout's taken. And he doesn't have access to any draw on board, so it's completely reliant on the cards you draw from your supporters and your draw for turn. So that can leave you a little bit stunned, whereas Jesse always has play on board with that Noctowl engine.
And we see him making full use of that right now with another Jewel Seeker coming down. So the one thing about using the Noctowl engine is that you have to make sure that you keep things moving. I mean, because once all of your Noctowl are evolved up, then you kind of lose the engine, right? So you kind of have to keep the engine moving. A lot of times if you get your Area 0 Underdepths countered, the Noctowl go to the discard pile, and then you can use Night Stretcher to bring them back and kind of reuse them in that way. We do see that Jesse selected a Turo off of the Jewel Seeker, so may use that to either reset the Pikachu or reset a Noctowl. We'll kind of have to see what direction he goes here. A Turo on the Pikachu and then take a knockout on this Cramorant with the Fan Rotom or something feels pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't even think about the Fan Rotom being the attacker here. I was thinking just the Teal Dance. But honestly, if I'm Brandon here and I see that Turo on the Pikachu followed by a knockout, I'm going to scoop up my cards just to maximize my time for games 2 and 3.
Yeah. I mean, if the Pikachu being damaged is like the only thing that Brandon's got going on right now. And if that goes, just save your time, because you only got 50 minutes to play a best of 3, and in order to come out victorious, you got to win 2. So, or win one really long one and prevent your opponent from winning a game 2. So, one of those 2 things has got to happen, and something tells me, Riley, that this is not going to be a very long game.
No, I don't think so. And again, if I'm Brandon here, I'm seeing the writing on the wall. Maybe see if you can top deck like an Archaludon and get an attack off, but
Sure.
I think that's the extent of what I would be looking for.
There's the Turo scenario, energy switch, and that Pikachu just completely healed. I got word from Natalie. There are 160 players signed up for this event.
That's serious.
Yes, that is serious. 160 players is quite a turnout for this release weekend Journey Together event. So amazing. 160 players competing for a piece of that $3,000 cash prize. And that's not just store credit. I mean, that is cash money. So cash you could take that home with you and spend it on whatever you want. Yeah. So $3,000 cash up for grabs today, and 160 players competing for that top spot.
Thank you for clarifying the concept of cash.
It is very important. Not everybody understands cash. Right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That's
it's not
right.
like a kind of core piece of society.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, so the thing about cash is that like you could take it and then you could spend it on whatever you trade it. It's like you could barter with it. Yeah, for goods and services. Yeah. And people put their faith in it so that like even though it's just a piece of paper, I mean, really you can it's good. It's good anywhere. Sometimes it's good even in other countries.
It's crazy, right?
I
crazy.
know.
Absolutely crazy. Well, speaking of good, Brandon does not seem to have much good going on. He is just hitting with the hammer in from that Archaludon. Does take a knockout. Prize taken.
He does take the knockout, and I need to update the prize cam. I know I'm going to be forgetting the prize thing all weekend. This is going to be disastrous, isn't it? But
it's not.
Yes, here we go.
So Brandon taking that knockout, going down to 5. Jesse down to 3. I still don't really see the route for Brandon, and if I'm him, I'm thinking we've burned about a third of the timer.
Scoop it up.
I want to move on to my next game, especially without that Archaludon. I think the one saving grace is for Brandon is that Jesse has no energy on board right now. He burned an energy switch to attack with the Rotom, which kind of signaled he didn't have any further outs to energy in hand. So maybe you get a free turn, and if you get that free turn, maybe you get the Archaludon, but you only have so much wiggle room before the Tera Box deck just starts attacking again and wipes you clean.
Now, how does Jesse close this game out? We've got 3 prizes left. Doesn't look like Brandon's scooping. So what attackers could we see Jesse use to take these final 3 prize cards? It looks like Boss's Orders is the supporter for turn.
Yeah, and he played it kind of hesitantly, which makes me think his hand might actually be dead. Perhaps doesn't have an out to the Noctowl. You got the Hoot on board, but no Noctowl outs, no Earthen Vessels, it looks like. So yeah, going to go for the Saw block, which is powerful, and it's a kind of underrated element of the Tera Box deck. So Sob on that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon locks the opponent into the active. You have to do a switch card of some sort. You can't retreat. Does a little bit of damage as well, so potentially saying to Brandon, hey, I'm going to lock this in the active until I can figure out something better to do.
When in doubt, sob it out. Yeah, this is tough. I mean, what's really tough about this is that if Brandon had just promoted the Snorlax, he's kind of like in a much stronger position because the Hops Snorlax can actually attack with only 2 energy attached to it.
Well, Jesse did boss, right?
Oh, he bossed. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah, so Brandon going for the reverse boss, probably hoping to lock something active. Again, seeing that Jesse isn't playing a lot of energy turn by turn. So
escape rope's not even legal, bro. What am I thinking?
Yeah, no escape rope. No escape rope whatsoever. There is the Iron Bundle, which is a very similar.
All right, here we go. Yes.
Yeah, that's seeing that Latias, there's nothing to lock in the active anymore.
No.
If I'm Brandon, I probably would have actually gone for the Noctowl lock in the active since it's not affected by the Latias, but again, it's kind of a narrow margin to win anyway, so I don't think that really would have been the difference maker.
There we go, and it looks like Jesse is going to take game 1. And Barlow doing a quick little deck check there. I don't know, something going on.
Maybe a little Nick sleeve.
Potentially. We'll see. Hopefully nothing too serious, as Jesse was able to get the game 1 win there.
Meanwhile, Brandon shuffling up. Yeah, it looks like maybe there's a sleeve nicked or something in there. Gonna get those cleaned up and fixed. If you're Brandon and you're playing the Hops deck, what is your route, do you think, against the Tera Box matchup?
There we got a Close look at Brandon here.
And he's thinking these same thoughts, I'm sure, right? He's thinking these same thoughts.
Contemplative. Yes.
What is the route?
What is the route? It does seem tough. You got to go fast. I mean, I think that for me, that's why I really like the version of the Hops deck that just plays as fast and aggressive of a deck as possible and is not playing the Archaludon stuff, because you really want to be able to go in and get like a quick turn 1, turn 2 attack and get things, you know, kind of going explosively. You really want to be able to take out those Hoot Hoot, the Noctowl. I mean, you want to be able to target those down and knock them out as quickly as possible. Deny the engine is kind of what the game plan would be in my mind. And then you like to lead a 2-prize Pokemon, and then you also want to then transition into Hops Cramorant. Ideally, you want to be taking 2 prizes with the Hops Cramorant, right, to help you skip ahead in the prize trade.
Yep.
So that's what I'm thinking. Is this like a deck check? Is this like a
maybe mid-round deck check?
A mid-round deck check?
Yeah, so I guess that's what's going on here. Yeah, I think I agree with you. The trade-offs, right? So Brandon is playing that Archaludon version, which has the ability to use Zacian's second attack for 240 plus all the Hops damage buffs applied to it. It can take pretty much any knockout in the game. So it has a higher late-game stopping power, but at the expense of losing some of that early game pressure, right? And we saw that in this past game where Brandon didn't necessarily have a ton of pressure to knock out those Hoot Hoot on the first couple turns in the game. And those Hoot Hoot were pretty critical to Jesse actually drawing into playable cards after he got Iono'd into pretty much nothing.
Now, apparently, we have a little bit of trouble here on the stream table, as Jesse only submitted a 59-card deck list. So this could shake up our round 1 quite a bit, as Jesse only submitted a 59-card deck and may get a game loss for that.
Yeah.
And then have to just put a basic energy in. So that sucks, because that truncates our stream content. Jesse, well, you guys got to be careful. Be careful, okay, when submitting your deck list. Don't make Andrew Barlow have to audit you in front of everybody on stream. You got to be careful. I mean, everybody makes mistakes, so I get it. But now we have to deal with that. So we've got some very professional judging staff here today. The lovely folks from round 3 do a great job judging. The judging squad is helmed by AJ Schumacher today, who you may know is one of the most experienced and most decorated judges in the Pokemon TCG, having judged Worlds Finals, National Finals, and everything in between. So definitely a very experienced judging crew that we got here to handle everything that pops up when you have a paper tournament, and that's just what happens, isn't it?
Yeah, mistakes happen, right? It's easy to count and be off by 1. I personally, I always get really nervous about that kind of stuff. I'm triple, quadruple counting my deck. And here we go with the basic energy.
Getting the live shot of the basic energy being delivered to the table with our remote control camera is actually like, this is content, bro.
This is content.
This is content. You know, I chastised Jesse for actually denying us content, but now I take it back. We're actually gaining more content, because now we're getting the full judge explanation of what's happening. We saw the energy get delivered.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly what card. Was it Pheasantipity or was it a Noctowl? Some card. For those who are unfamiliar, when you submit a deck list with an error on it, particularly if it's incomplete like this, we have to identify the card that doesn't match the deck list. Then you have to either match the deck list exactly, or you have to replace it with a basic energy card. So yeah, it looks like that Pheasantipity had to be removed, which actually is a pretty important card in the deck. I don't know if that's the one I would pick if I had to.
I don't think that. Yeah, no, Jesse doesn't get to pick. It's just the card that was.
No, I know. Yeah, it's like if I had the opportunity to cut a card from my deck, Pheasantipity would be low on that list. So unfortunate.
About as low as it gets.
Forgot to put on his deck list.
Horrible. That's the last thing that you want. Yes. No, that is really tough. Which is kind of ironic, actually, because I am realizing that I forgot to put Pheasantipity on the overlay.
Wow, Andrew.
I know, dude. Pheasantipity, one of the most impactful cards in our format.
Yeah.
I went through yesterday and I attempted to program into the overlay every single card that I would possibly encounter today.
And Iono's Bellybolt made the cut before Pheasantipity.
Dude, what if someone did play the Iono's Bellybolt deck? Okay, what if someone did?
Well, unfortunately, we also have since removed them from the overlay, so we'd still be caught a little flat-footed.
This is true. No
Pheasantipity.
I'll get the Pheasantipity added in, okay? But as it is right now, everybody knows what Pheasantipity EX does. I don't have to show it off on the overlay, all right? Pheasantipity EX, one of the most impactful cards in standard format right now because it allows you to draw 3 cards if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn. I mean, just like a draw engine all by itself.
Yeah, it draws you so many cards over the course of a game, right? Especially if you're feeding single prize knockouts here and there. So many cards from that Pheasantipity, and really powerful when your opponent is trying to disrupt you. But disruption, if they're not knocking out your attacker, how effective is it really? So they're not taking a knockout, and then you just draw more cards off your Pheasantipity when you get Iono to low.
Yeah, and the results of that illegal deck list is that Jesse gets a game loss for game 2. Illegal deck has to replace that Pheasantipity EX with a basic energy. We saw that grass energy get put in instead. That is really unfortunate. I mean, and Brandon's got to be saying like, okay, the game didn't start how I wanted to, but we brush it off. We're here now. It's all tied up at 1-1. Let's see. Now we've got a full 30 minutes to play out, as long of a game 3 as we want.
Yeah, and Brandon getting that mulligan as well. And I think Jesse started the Cornerstone Mask, which probably isn't the card he's wanting to use in this matchup. So Brandon going second, being able to put that pressure on immediately on his first turn. I'm sure he's feeling about as good as he could after that game 1.
And we've got the Cornerstone Mask retreat into Ditto. Ditto can use the transformative start ability, allowing you to search your deck for a basic Pokemon, swap out with the Ditto. That's a very strong way to start off the game, and is going to allow Jesse to go pick whichever starter he wants.
And I have a feeling I know the Pokemon that Jesse's going to pick even before he lays it out. It's going to be that Fan Rotom, of course. Fan Rotom, being able to get that fan call off on the first turn of the game is so valuable for these Noctowl-focused decks. And really, the Ditto just offers you another out to that Fan Rotom. Or if you have a Fan Rotom already, it can give you whatever else you want on the first turn of the game. So super powerful in these sorts of basic focused decks that have a really explosive engine with the Fan Rotom.
And it looks like the Fan Rotom is exactly who Jesse's going to grab. Fan Call, and after Jesse does a little bit of prize searching, looks like we're going to land on 2 Hoot and a Noctowl. And then the Cornerstone Mask is a Tera Pokemon, so that will satisfy the Jewel Seeker requirement that a Tera Pokemon is in play. And it looks like Jesse will be able to get things moving as soon as next turn with that Jewel Seeker ability. So strong turn 1. I mean, it's really all you want. Ideally, you don't have to retreat that energy, but paying an energy, small cost to pay to get strong starts with Fan Rotom, and Jesse should be able to move along starting next turn. I mean, really, I'm curious to see what Brandon's hand looks like, though, with no kind of consistency engine like the Fan Rotom, like the Noctowl. It's really just up to what you draw off your draw supporters.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we'll see what he's drawing off those draw supporters and that mulligan. The Hop's Choice Band, Earthen Vessel, allow him to get a couple energies out quickly. I don't know if I saw too crazy much going on outside of the Earthen Vessel and the Choice Band. So we'll see if he has a draw supporter to keep moving this turn. The Dragapult not really putting on the pressure that we're talking about here. We really want to get that Zacian attacking as soon as possible.
No, yeah, Duraludon can do 30 damage. Not really that great. So would prefer to switch into a stronger attacker for sure. Earthen Vessel going to allow Brandon to go get to Metal Energy, which we see getting pulled out of the deck. But where do we go from here? It looks like Ultra Ball. You could Ultra Ball away some of those Metal Energy.
Okay. Yeah. Setting up that discard pile for the Archaludon in future turns.
That's right.
With the Metal Defender. And here we go with that Zacian. So having that choice band as well will allow the Zacian to use Insta Strike for 0 energy, which is a really powerful effect, and do 30 more damage. I mean, that's a really loaded tool card, in my opinion.
It's ridiculous.
So putting on that pressure really hard, that Rotom will be ready to knock out on a future turn with either a Monkey Dory or another Insta Strike. And I mean, if he can put the pressure on the Hoot Hoots, if he can hit like a Prime Catcher, for example, and hit both Hoot Hoots, that would be the kind of pressure that I think that we're really looking for this game.
Definitely. Yep. There's the Hops choice band right there, making it so that Hops Zacian EX does 30 more damage, and its attacks cost 1 colorless less. And is this a
Is that the Prime Catcher? Oh my gosh. Yeah, his hand was actually loaded.
Oh.
Yeah, so taking that first turn knockout on the Hoot Hoot for 0 energy and doing 30 more damage. And the Iono. The Noctowl's going to the bottom of the deck. This is exactly the kind of pressure we were looking for from Brandon in that first game. And I'm sure he is stoked to be hitting these pieces all at once in game 2. Jesse also lacking now that Pheasantipity to continue to draw after losing a Hoot Hoot. So
it's true.
He has access to 1 Noctowl to put together his response next turn.
This is the dream. Here we go. We've got turn 1, Prime Catcher, Insta Strike, Hops Choice Band, Post Wick, Hops Snorlax. That's turn 1, Gust 120, Snipe 30. You're go, bud. That's what we got. The Pokemon that's got 230 hit points. This is the exact hand that you want to draw if you're playing the Hops Zacian deck. And for Brandon to show up with this hand in a game 3 situation, kind of, cheekily getting himself through a game 2 because of a deck list error on his opponent's part. And here we are in game 3, and he's popping off.
Now, it looks like Jesse does have some useful pieces in hand as he's starting his turn. So he might actually be able to put together a response here. But you have to think as well, like, what's the next turn and the following turn? Losing that Hoot Hoot means he has to get another one, more than likely, to continue down the next couple of turns. And if Brandon's able to take out another Hoot Hoot, for example, Jesse might be stunted for his future turns.
And it looks like Brandon decided to place 3 damage counters on the benched Hoot Hoot. I don't know if I like... Do you like Fan Rotom better there as the choice?
I was actually going to ask you the same question, and I think I do like the Fan Rotom better, because you have to imagine either the Hoot Hoot is evolving or another 30 doesn't knock it out.
Right.
And so you have to gust it anyway. So I agree. I actually kind of like the Fan Rotom because the damage there stays more stagnant, so to speak. We'll see if it ends up mattering one way or another. Or if Jesse even has the evolution for the Noctowl. He does have an Ultra Ball in hand, so he does have the evolution, but maybe he decides to hold it for a turn. Who knows?
Is there one Jewel Seeker? Does one Jewel Seeker get you what you need here, though? That's my question. I think
he has Sparkling Crystal in hand, so he should have access to most of his attackers with a Jewel Seeker plus a Crispin.
Yeah.
Or to get a Crispin, rather, and some sort of, like, switching out.
Because we're looking for the Pikachu here, right? I mean, just, like, instantly respond to the Zacian, Crispin, the Crystal, send the Pikachu up. I mean, you need a few pieces in order to pull this off. You need Latias EX in order to retreat for free. You need, and there's the Latias, right? You need the Pikachu EX. You actually need to get that sucker out of the deck and into play.
Well, the thing is, with the Noctowl not used yet, he should be able to hit Crispin plus Nest Ball, and that should be enough.
And that should be enough. Yeah.
So he just needed one of the pieces in addition to the Noctowl, and he did with that Latias. And there we go. We see him grabbing that Nest Ball, and probably a Crispin would be my guess. Looking at double Nest Ball as well. Maybe has a Crispin in hand. If he is able to get like another Hoot Hoot down, that would be ideal as well. So that way he can continue to turn his engine forward. The one major downside with the Pikachu is it does discard all that energy. So it forces you to kind of keep accelerating on those turns after you use that Topaz Bolt attack.
And you got a pair of balls there, and looks like one of them is going to be searching out Pikachu. The other one for Hoot Hoot, and that is exactly what we'd expect.
Yeah, and being able to afford that extra Hoot Hoot is a big deal for Jesse. So, yeah, signaling he has that Crispin in hand. Every state hit the board. And as long as he has enough energy in deck, which he almost certainly does because he's played a mere one, he should be good to go.
Yep, there's the grass and the metal energy. Grass and metal energy will go to Pikachu EX, and then with the Sparkling Crystal Ace Spec card, makes it so that when it's attached to a Tera Pokemon, that attack costs 1 energy less. And it looks like Jesse will probably be choosing the Lightning Energy.
That's right.
So then Pikachu will be able to attack for 300 damage for just 2 energy.
Yeah, with that one Crispin being able to fully power it up. I gotta say, Andrew, I underestimated Crispin when it was first revealed. The fact it didn't really draw you any cards really underwhelmed me, but when you combine it with things like Noctowl and Pheasantipity, you're still able to get those combos together every turn.
Oh, yeah. It's a card that has certainly impressed me. It doesn't read the best. I mean, just search your deck for, you have to have 2 different energy in your deck in order to accelerate an energy. But there are so many other draw cards in the format. You've got Mew EX, Pheasantipity, the Noctowl engine. I mean, you've got other ways to seek out the cards that you need. So your support for turn doesn't always necessarily have to draw you cards. And we've got those 2 different styles of deck kind of on display here. As we see that Brandon has a deck that's more like I'm drawing cards and trying to find the combo pieces that I need naturally by drawing into them. And then Jesse's got more of a deck that's like, okay, I'm going to hand select every single combo piece that I need by tutoring out of the deck with Noctowl.
Yeah, and we'll see how Brandon responds. Again, he won't be able to knock out this Pikachu in 1 turn without access to damage counters for his Monkey Dory. More than likely, he's just going to go for the 2-hit KO with a Cramorant, which I think is acceptable so long as Jesse has to take a 1-prize knockout. Unfortunately, that Pheasantipity is hitting the board, which is a target that Jesse could chase after. But he's not actually got a wealth of attackers, and Pikachu would require a Crispin or an Energy Switch combo to attack again this next turn. So Pheasantipity probably relatively safe on the bench here unless Jesse really pops off.
Right, and we do see that Jesse's got a Hoot Hoot on the bench. I mean, as long as there's a Hoot Hoot unevolved, it feels like anything can happen. I mean, technically, Pikachu EX could fire off again with the Gust. If you go Energy Switch, you Teal Dance to an Ogerpon, Energy Switch it up, attach from hand, boss's orders, bada boom, bada bing, there we go. But that is asking quite a bit. On Brandon's side of the board, we do see Archaludon EX come into play. It's got the Assemble Alloy ability, allowing Brandon to accelerate those 2 extra metal energy from the discard pile to it. And Archaludon is tough to knock out. I mean, 300 HP turns off its weakness with the Metal Defender attack, but Pikachu does a perfect 300 damage with its Topaz Bolt attack. So we could see Pikachu take a return knockout on this Archaludon, unless maybe Brandon's going to go get a Rigid Band or something. I don't know if the deck plays that.
Yeah, I would not suspect so. If Brandon's not playing an Iono, I almost would opt to keep that Archaludon in my hand, mostly because now it's an extremely captivating Gust target. And if he's Gusting, I would rather Jesse Gust my Pheasantipity than my fully evolved, multiple resources of Archaludon.
It looks like Brandon with the Arven, though, is going to choose Counter Catcher, so that's going to allow him to target down any Pokemon he wants on Jesse's side of the board. Counter Catcher can only be played if you're behind on prizes, and it's an item card that chooses one of your opponent's bench Pokemon, brings it into the active spot. Now, Brandon's got his pick of the litter here, and who do you think he's going to go for? He's got the Hop's Choice Band as well, going to allow that Hop's Cramorant to do a boosted 60 boosted damage between the Snorlax and the band. Looks like actually going to forego it.
It looks like he's going for that Ogerpon, which does wall his Archaludon, so I can see the logic there.
Uh-oh.
Archaludon does have an ability.
This Archaludon cannot... No, Brandon. Do you want to read it? Oh, no. Oh, this is horrible, Brandon. No.
Yeah, attacking with the Cramorant there, I think, would have been reasonable into the Ogerpon. I actually really liked going for the Hoot Hoot, personally.
I would have really liked to see Brandon just take the knockout on that Hoot Hoot. Yeah, this is tough. You really don't want to see that. I mean, Brandon just kind of, I think, thinking like, oh, well, there's a 2-prizer I can take, and Oh, that stings. Yes. The Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon has an ability. Cornerstone Stance prevents all damage from attacks done to this Pokemon by your opponent's Pokemon that have an ability. And yeah, Archaludon has an ability, so can't actually damage it. Really unfortunate there. I wish I could say that I've never made that mistake, Riley, but just the other day on stream, I did make that exact mistake.
Yeah. It comes for us all, man. It comes for us all. And let's give good graces as well. There are so many different Ogerpons. You can get them mixed up, especially when there's these fancy full art ones. So everybody makes these kinds of mistakes. It happens. Unfortunately for Brandon, that is a pretty big tempo swing, I feel like. Losing access to that Gust, potentially having his Archaludon knocked out now if the Pikachu comes forward. And Jesse does still have access to Noctowl when he wants to.
Oh, yeah, man. I'm feeling like I make an error like that. I want to pick up my cards. I want to go find, my friends and just forget about the match as soon as possible.
And there it is. Yep, there's that lightning already in hand. So Pikachu is going to attack the Sparkling Crystal, now taking the place of the Metal Energy. And Topaz Bolt doing an exact 300 damage to knock out the Archaludon EX.
God, yeah. I really would have preferred to have seen Brandon attack with a Hops Cramorant last turn. Knock out Jesse's Hoot Hoot or something. Take it to 4 prizes. Now, I mean, it's just Jesse's running away with it. Just 2 prizes left. And yeah, there's the scoop. Yeah, nothing really to show for it. Really unfortunate game there from Brandon, even with the game loss on Jesse's part. Just unable to make this deck sing.
Yeah, just not really having the route to deal with the Pikachu is really tough. You have to either continually gust around it or find some creative way to deal with it. And so Brandon was always a little bit on the back foot with how easily Jesse was able to attack with that Pikachu. Still, you hate to see that Archaludon swinging in to Cornerstone for 0.
Well, never a dull day here at Full Grip Games. We can see even from our very first stream match, complete with drama, a deck list error, some misplays, and some good plays, and it was a treat to get to watch. But that's just round 1. We've got 8 rounds here today, Riley. So it is going to be a full day of Pokemon TCG action here at Full Grip Games. That's round 1 of 8. I got word from Natalie. There's 160 players here competing for that top spot. So as the rounds wear on, we are going to see that pool start to narrow and narrow and narrow until we finally get to a top 8.
Yeah, and we're going to see what kind of things are coalescing at the top. Is the Tera box the dominant deck that everyone anticipated it to be?
Yeah.
Does Gardy come out of nowhere and surprise us after a challenge in your conquest, making that deck work? What kind of things are out there? What kind of things are people exploring? Is Ends really good? Is Ionos? Are we going to regret removing it from the overlay? Only one way to find out.
Yeah, speaking of overlay, I have to do some updating to the overlay. I gotta add Pheasantipity into that. But let's talk. All right. Prediction time. Round 1 just concluded. I think it's a great time to get some predictions in. Riley, do you think... Let's pick out some decks and say, do we think if they're going to make top 8 or not?
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Do you think that Gardevoir will top 8 today?
No.
Okay,
I don't
and
think
why?
So. I think the deck... Unfortunately, it lost too much with the rotation, and people are trying to make it work. Guardy's ceiling is really high, but it's just too inconsistent. It feels like a new iteration of a Lugia, right? Where if you get the perfect setup, it's amazing, but you don't that often.
All right. I am going to agree. I think Guardy gets no top 8 today. I'm not a believer in that deck. I mean, I only played it a couple of times. The Blender, you have to play the Blender in order to get the energy into the discard pile. That's really tough. You don't have Curlia to refinement and draw and thin out the deck. That's really tough. You just kind of have to... You're just a slow deck, but then the upside's not as high as it used to be before. And part of what made your comeback potential so high was that you were drawing infinite cards while you're Ionoing your opponent to a low hand, and they're drawing none, right? So that kind of dynamic doesn't really exist anymore. So I personally am not a big Gardevoir believer. So I'm writing down our predictions here so we can bring them bring them back by the time top 8 comes around. All right. Riley, do you think that a wall deck will make top 8? I'll say blanket wall deck. And when I say wall deck, I mean any kind of deck that's playing Melodic EX or Farigiraf. If it plays either of those, I'm saying it's probably pretty much a wall deck.
Yeah, or it's got wall tendencies.
If you got a wall, it's got wall-like tendencies. Yeah, you know a wall if you see one.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like maybe one will make top 8, but I don't think it's going to win the tournament, is my extension of the guess. I feel like people have come prepared, but I think there's enough people who are going to either assume the field will be prepared or just ignore it altogether, and walls will be able to slip through that kind of field.
I think 1 is a really good prediction. I was a really big wall believer a couple weeks ago when I smacked Jesse around on stream with the wall deck and made him look foolish. But then Chase came in, and Chase made me look silly with the wall deck. So now I don't know. Now I'm having a crisis of faith with the wall deck. So I feel like 1 is very fair, so I think I'll co-sign on 1. I don't want to say 0 because I do still think that the walls in a very capable wall player's hand. If you were dedicated to the wall craft and you've been thinking about walls for the last few weeks, then you should be able to put together a deck that like adequately. I think walls off the things you need to wall off. I do think that maybe the non-blissy version of walls is the superior version, just with the Pokevital A, and you're just like trying to rush your walls out. Natalie Miller from Buffalo is actually showing me some really cool tech. She has a wall deck that uses Farigiraf EX, and then it's got the who's the baby Farigiraf? Girafarig?
Yeah, the original.
Yeah. Whatever, dude. Anyways. It's got this Girafarig, the colorless one, and it's only got 100 hit points. So you can use Fan Rotom to go get
that's cool.
multiple Girafarig into play turn 1.
Yeah.
So you could go Fan Rotom, Fan Call, multiple Girafarig, and then TM Evo and get multiple Farigiraf EX instantaneously, which I think is pretty cool. That's
pretty cool. You're just an Arvin away from basically a full board.
That's what I'm saying, right? So. Yeah. So I'm thinking, one wall deck seems fair. All right, Tera Box.
Tera Box, I mean, I think that's an obvious contender for top 8 and potentially the tournament, at least. I mean, we saw just now on stream how powerful that deck is, all the creative routes it can build turn after turn, and that it's able to piece them together thanks to that Noctowl engine. So, yeah, I think you got to bet with Tera Box for this first post-rotation
And
tournament.
how many? Because we're both going to say yes. So predict on how many, and we'll see which one of us is correct.
I think it could be as high as 3, but I'm gonna say 2.
Dang it, dude! You keep taking my
then
bets.
I'll say 3. I'll say 3. I'll commit to 3 if you want to.
No, you take 2. I'm taking 1.
1? Okay.
Yes.
1 is ambitious. I think.
1 is ambitious, but I'll go there. That's fine because I ain't going 3, but I will happily go 1 because I think that, I mean, Tera Box is ridiculous. It is very strong. You've got a lot of options. But I don't know. We think 2 is probably correct, but I'll go 1. I'll be a little bit of a hater. Yeah.
Okay. I'd be
that
willing
plays
to land on 3.
Crispin every turn. What the heck is that, dude?
Right. And when we did see it, like if you don't have like the exact kind of right combo, especially on those first 2 turns, you can stumble. And unfortunately, Brandon wasn't able to like totally capitalize on that because his deck was also stumbling a little bit.
Yeah.
But if you're playing against another like aggressive and fast deck or even a slower deck that builds up just really powerful attackers, the Tera Box can falter there.
All right. Are we going to see a Hops Pokemon in top 8?
So you're saying that with the intention of including the Dubwool as like a tech?
Sure.
I don't think so. Still,
I tried to loosen it as much as possible.
Yeah, I don't think so. Unfortunately, I don't think.
You don't even think of Hops Cramorant anywhere?
No, I don't think so. Although you could, I guess, play that as a tech, but I think most decks like kind of have their route of attackers they want to play, and I just don't know if the Cramorant like makes sense in a lot of decks. But you don't have those modifiers, the full engine.
I'm saying we're gonna see a Hops Pokemon in top 8. Yeah.
for extra credit, do you think it's Cramorant or like?
I'm not gonna commit.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's extra credit. It's extra credit.
Extra credit. I could see it. I feel like Cramorant is so good that I could see that card making top 8. So yeah, I'll say yeah, and I'll say yeah. I think a Cramorant makes top 8.
Okay. See, I respect that.
And then if it doesn't happen, I'll just be like, I was thinking about tomorrow. I was thinking about
That's
tomorrow.
right. We're colorless.
Colorless GLC. Yeah, it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. I think the Cramorant's insane. I think the hop stuff's really cool. I'm gonna say that I think that the hop stuff could make one spot in top 8 just because I like it. Just because I like it. All right. Yeah. I just want to see it succeed. I'm trying to like.
That's okay.
I'm trying to bring it to fruition. I'm trying to speak it into existence.
I hear you, man. I hear it. It's okay to have a deck that you like. There's nothing wrong with that. No, and Cramorant, I feel like proportionally to like the Pokemon itself and how popular it is, it's gotten like really good run of cards over the years. You know, it had, the VMAX was even played for that one expanded regional.
I know.
And then we had the Lost Box Cramorant, of course, that is now rotated, and then now the Hops Cramorant, which is pretty good as a single prize attacker.
Man, it stays spitting.
It is constantly spitting.
Constantly spitting. Yes, fickle spits is what we got now. The spit innocently is now gone. Spit innocently is over. All right, Hops Pokemon on top 8. Now, I see some shouts on YouTube. Now, we already asked about walls, okay, and each of us said 1.
Yeah.
So then this is going to kind of be like a subcategory of that. Do we think, is Feraligatr real? Will like Feraligatr sneak into top 8, do you think? Do you think the best wall deck is Feraligatr, basically?
I feel like the best variant has to be like the simplest variant when it comes to these walls decks. So like something more like you were describing with Natalie, or the Pokevital A sort of variants that we saw in Champions League and top 8. I just feel like the Feraligator's got a lot going on, and its ceiling is like super, super high. You can do really impressive things with it, but it's just implicitly less consistent. I think it's just less appealing as well to a lot of players to have that like additional moving part in their deck.
Yeah. So I think Riley and I both saying 1 wall deck in top 8. I'm saying no Gator.
No Gator
in top 8. Yeah, we're both on the same page there.
Yeah.
All right, Dragapult. Is a Dragapult going to make top 8s?
I think so, personally. I actually think Dragapult's still pretty good. The biggest L for Dragapult, of
I'm
course.
taking 2. All right, you can't take 2. You can't take 2.
I'm fine with 1.
All right.
I'm fine with 1.
I'm just going to put that out. I'm taking 2.
I wouldn't have taken 2.
I'm taking 2, bro. I'm taking 2. I'm not getting snaked again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, but what were you saying about Dragapult?
I'm on the 1. I'm on the 1 personally. I think the deck is still really good. It did obviously take a significant, beating with the Lily's Clefairy. That's not something it had to think about before. It had no weakness, which is kind of crazy. Let's be honest. Up to this point, the Dragapult had no weakness. But Lily's Clefairy puts a lot of pressure on those decks, right? So
it does.
Not everyone's going to be playing it, right? And I think that's why 1 will still creep through. And it's not like Dragapult's completely DOA if a deck plays Clefairy, but it is harder. So, yeah, I think it's good. I think 1 will make top 8. I think it'll struggle to consistently put it away versus the Tera box decks, but it'll pick up a lot of wins in the field.
Goldengo. Well, that's the thing. Goldengo, kind of a Dragapult deck, kind of also could exist without the Dragapult. Do you have to play Dragapult with Goldengo? Is Goldengo good? What are we thinking about Goldengo?
That's a good question. I don't know. I feel like if I were to see it, it would probably be in that like Dragapult Goldengo variant, which I actually kind of like conceptually, the idea of I can either take the big one-hit knockout or I can do the spread strategy, depending on what my matchup is and what my needs are. So, and you draw cards a lot, which is fun. So,
all right, I'm counting how many decks I've committed to being in top 8 at this point. I'm at 5, so I need to be a little bit careful.
I'm probably at about 5 too, right?
Yeah, let's see. Riley's got 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, you're only at 4.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you said no Gardevoir, you said 1 wall, you said 2 Tera box, and you said no Hops Poke, and then you said 1 Dragapult.
Okay, so you fully committed to the Hops deck making top 8.
Sure, I guess.
Okay.
Well, something with the Hops got to be in there.
Because the Hop could just make its way. Hops Grammar could make its way anywhere, right?
Yeah,
so it's not really committing a deck.
No.
Unless you're committing Hops deck making top 8.
Yeah, I'll commit to a Hops deck in top 8.
Sick.
Yeah, but let it be known that even if just a Hops Pokemon's in top 8, I still win that one.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
I'm casting a wider net than you, but
yeah, like the the word commitment feels loosely defined here, but sure. Okay. Well,
so what else do you think is going to round out top 8 then? Let's just kind of go to that question.
Well, let's look at the other players in the format. We have Raging Bolt, which I think probably will squeak all the way through top 8, just so aggressive.
I think Raging Bolt.
Very similar strategy in some ways to the Tera Box deck in the sense that you have 2 prize attackers that you're trying to go ham with. But the Raging Bolt is just that uncapped damage ceiling. Yeah. Eliminates Pokemon like crazy. I think you'll see 1 or 2 Raging Bolts in top 8. Looking at the rest of the meta out there, we have Archaludon variants outside of just the Zacian EX with the hops. You have the poison variant of Archaludon with the Root Bonnet. Get that Binding Mochi, extra damage boost, which is really nice. Get up to those higher damage numbers. And you also have the lower to the ground variants as well, a little more traditional, a little more streamlined without that poison. I actually think Archaludon's good enough to make top 8 personally.
Me too.
Play those rigid bands as well to dodge the knockouts with the Pikachu. And really, if Pikachu's not taking that one-hit KO, Archaludon is likely taking multiple 2 prize knockouts in a row against Tera Box, which is super good.
Let's see. So Dragapult. I think we've got that talked about. Ooh, Enzorark. That's what we haven't talked about. Ooh. I'm gonna say 1 Enzorark in top 8.
Yeah, I guess I could commit to 1 Enzorark as well. I don't think the deck is that good, to be honest. I feel like it's just missing something, you know.
I hear you, but I mean, it also draws so many cards.
It does. At what cost?
At the cost of having a 280 hit point Pokemon that can do infinite damage once it gets hit and can do 90-90 in a format with no bench barrier. 90-90, no bench barrier.
Yeah.
It's got the thing. All right, here's the deal, is that Enzorark has the feel that Gardy used to have. I mean, Gardy used to be able to one-hit KO things and Iona to low, but like Enzorark can, I mean, in a way, Enzorark could do it. If you hit the Enzorark without one-hit KOing it, then it can one-hit KO something. Yeah. Or it can go 90-90 spread and Iona to low. I just think that the Enzorark deck kind of has the capability of drawing a bunch of cards, limiting your opponent's hand, and kind of playing that aggressive control angle that Gardy kind of used to take. I feel like that's more of like a Zoroark angle now.
Yeah, there's definitely some of that with Zoroark. I don't know if I feel like maybe the element that makes it tough for me is the fact that you have to also evolve your Darmanitan, and so it's not like as streamlined as you would hope. You know, you have to evolve all these stage 1s into play to get your attacks off, and otherwise you're doing 170 with the Reshiram's attack. So I don't know. I think the deck is fine. I think I could see it making top 8. I just don't think it's that impressive. I don't think it's a tournament winner. What I do think actually has a lot of potential is something that we're seeing here in the chat, and that's the Flareon deck, the Flareon EX Evolutions deck.
Flareon?
Yeah, I mean, really, the Flareon deck.
What rock have I been living under, man? What?
Okay. So
talk to me about it.
The Flareon deck is, in a lot of ways, it's very similar to Tera Box. It's got a handful of attackers that is looking to leverage and heavily utilize that Noctowl engine. You have the Eevee that lets you evolve the first turn it's in play. So you have that lets you get into Flareon very quickly. And you can power it up with 1 Crispin. And the Flareon's first attack, Burning Charge, does 130, and you can accelerate energy onto your board. So you can power up your other Flareons. You can power up your Sylveons to have access to that. For either of its attacks, you can use its first attack with the Sylveon to reduce your opponent's Pokemon's damage. Or you can use Sylveon's like Shuffle in the Bench attack as well to disrupt your opponent.
You play a Sylveon?
Yeah. Yeah, you play this, primarily Flareon to Sylveon are like the two that get played. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and well, think about it too. With the Sylveon, you can use Lily's Clefairy to hit for weakness on Dragapult with the Sylveon. And that's a clean one-hit KO. The Magical Charm does 160. With Lily's Clefairy, that's 320. Knock out a Dragapult. So I think actually the deck has a lot of the pieces. You do 280 as your high end with the Flareon as well. I don't know. There's a lot of good text. And one thing that's nice in the Tera Box matchup is the Flareon is a fire type that does an exact one-hit KO for 2 energy on the grass Ogerpon.
Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Which is pretty important for that Pokemon to hit play for the Tera Box deck to power up its attackers.
Dude, all right. Well, now I'm rooting for the Flareon deck.
I think it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, now I want to see a Flareon deck. Now this is like the one deck. I haven't seen this deck played. I haven't heard about this deck. This is the deck. I'm hearing this now for the first time. This is the I did not know that. This is what I want. Cool. Yeah, this is what I want to win the event now. I hope Flareon wins. Do you think? I
actually would be okay with Flareon winning. I think Flareon's really cool. I think Flareon's cool. And yeah, I could see 1 or 2 of them. So I'll commit 2. I'll say 2 Flareons.
2 Flareons.
Yeah, because I needed to round out my top 8.
Yeah, you did. You needed to get 2.
And I have 1 Archaludon in there too. You write that down.
All right. Yeah. The 1 Arc. I know you got 1 Archaludon. I wrote it down. All right. Let me see. Riley on 2 Flareon, and then I'll say 1 on Flareon, and then let's see. So Riley's got 2 Flareon in top 8. I've got 1. And Zoroark, I got 1 in top 8. Riley, you said 1.
Yeah.
Okay, 1. Yeah.
And let's do some counting too.
Yeah. Archaludon, I'll have to say 0 on this one.
Okay, I believe in the 1.
Yeah, and then you got the 1. So you're at 1, 2, 3, 4, and then Riley, you said 1 to 2 bolts.
Well, let's go 1.
1 bolt, that's 5, and then Dragapult, you got 1, that's 6, and then you got 2 Tera box, that's 7, 8.
Perfect.
Yep.
Perfect.
And then for my top 8, I've got 1 Flareon, I've got 1 Zoroark, I've got 0 Archaludon, I've got 1 Raging Bolt, I've got 2 Dragapult, boom, boom, up to 5. I've got 1 Hopstack, and then I've got 1 Tera box. That puts me at 7. So then let's also bump me up on the bolts.
2 bolts.
2 bolts. That would differentiate.
2 bolts. I could
that'd
see 2
differentiate myself from you. So sure,
yeah.
I'll go on 2 bolts. Yes. So, are there any decks? While we've got a minute here, while round 1 is kind of wrapping up, it looks like maybe we've got a couple players in turns. The 50-minute best of 3 situation. Are there any decks that we didn't mention during our summation here that you, the chatters on Twitch and YouTube, think that we might see in top 8 of our 160 player $3,000 cash release weekend events? What do we got? What are we thinking in the chat? I see at least 1 Guardy fan in the Twitch chat says no Guardy. What?
We see some Future Hands believers as well.
Future Hands, Cheese Stick, Goldengo.
Kind of lumped Goldengo in with the Dragapult on our end. See Mamoswine in the chat as well.
Charizard, we did not. I didn't think that a Charizard necessarily make top 8. I'm not a bit with Tera box, dude. That thing's weak to grass.
I think Charizard needs to like rethink its strategy a little bit to handle the current meta. Because it's not super good into Dragapult either. You know, it's just not really got the matchups lined out for it.
Exactly. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break before we get to round 2, as I need to use the restroom. So we will be right back after this. Make sure to check out the sponsors, FullGripGames.com, for all the best Pokemon trading card game singles and sealed product, as well as DragonShield.com for all the best sleeves and accessories. You can use code TrickyJim at checkouts on DragonShield.com for 5% off your order. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll be right back with round 2 after this quick break. All right, folks, we are getting ready for round 2 here at the Full Grip Games Journey Together $3,000 cash release weekend event. I'm stoked to see what these players have got in store for us, Riley, so let's get right down to the table and see.
Absolutely. We got 2 of our 1-0s here in round number 2. Players getting set up at the moment. We'll get those names and updates on the overlay as soon as we get those in.
Looks like we've got John Patterson on the left versus Nicholas Legg on the right. John Patterson is one of our locals here, plays in Gym Leader Challenge League week in and week out, and is quite good at Gym Leader Challenge. So it'll be fun to watch him take on standard format. I don't get to see him play standard a whole lot, so this will be fun to see. And then Nicholas Legg, a new player from my perspective, not someone I've seen play before. So excited to see what Nicholas brings to the table.
Absolutely, and you know that even for those GLC players, they would love to get that doubleheader win, replicating Grant Manley's success
from a couple
of years ago. So you got to imagine that many of the Full Grip locals have that on their mind, keeping it on their home turf this weekend.
Absolutely.
Heading over to the table now. Players are finishing their setup. John with a very heavy Metal Energy hand, potentially playing the Archaludon deck himself that we were just talking about. And Nicholas with our favorite Fan Rotom in the active.
Yes, looks like we've got another look at Archaludon. That's a real treat. I was not expecting a ton of Archaludon. But I guess it is just one of those kind of good, old, faithful, consistent decks. It just accelerates energy and does a lot of damage. He's a really big guy.
Yeah, it's a classic strategy, right? Do a lot of damage with a big guy. And John is actually going for that Dunsparce variant, having both the Dunsparce to draw 3 cards, and you can utilize that turn after turn by repeatedly benching the Dunsparce. And you have the Dunsparce EX, which has 2 very useful attacks. Tenacious Tail can quickly reach very high damage numbers, and Destructive Drill allows you to get through those wall matchups.
And it looks like, yeah, we might be seeing a repeat matchup, actually, which is funny. Another Tera box versus another Archaludon deck. This is a very different take on Archaludon, though, as this does not seem like this is an Archaludon deck that features the hop stuff at all. So really an entirely different deck because John is going to be looking to just attack with Archaludon EX as his main attacker without anything else.
And dare I say, is that Flareon in Nicholas's hand?
Oh, so not a repeat matchup. This is a Flareon deck.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to see the Flareon in action. Unfortunately, though, John is having to start with just a lone Pokemon EX. So if Nicholas is able to piece together with his Fan Rotom the Evolution EV that allows you to evolve the first turn it's in play, the Crispin, and set up some Hoothoots and Noctows. I mean, he could take a first turn knockout since he has that Flareon already in hand. I don't know if that's necessarily likely, but it is possible for him. And this is one of the weaknesses of that Archaludon deck into the Flareon, is you can hit for pretty high numbers while also getting that acceleration into play. Thankfully not a one-hit KO on the Flareon, even with that first attack, because it only does 130, but still pretty substantial and can knock out the Duraludons very easily. And we see Nicholas doing exactly as I'm describing, getting that Eevee and the 2 Hoothoots. Let's see if he can piece it all together. I don't think he has it. Yeah, we're just going to see that Fan Rotom swing in more than likely. So John, I'm sure, wiping the sweat off his brow a little bit and gets his hand reset by that Iono. So hopefully gets a little more fresh hand of cards that he can potentially bench some Dunsparce and get a Duraludon onto his bench as well for future turns.
This is a really relevant hit with Iono, assuming that Nicholas can find a stadium off of this Iono, because you do need a stadium in order to use Assault Landing for 70 damage. Getting that 70 damage put onto the Duraludon would be really impactful, though, because the Flareon does 280 damage, notably short of the one-hit KO on Archaludon. You might be saying, well, Andrew, Archaludon is weak to fire. Yes, but when it uses the Metal Defender attack, it actually turns off its weakness. So Archaludon does have some capability to withstand a one-hit KO from that Flareon, but this 70 damage from the Assault Landing could make a difference, but whiffs the stadium, so that's just a pass.
Oof. Yeah, so John actually getting bailed out pretty hard. He was at risk of potentially getting donked, and now has a chance to come back into this game. He does have 1 energy that he can discard, or in the discard already, sorry, so he can accelerate onto that Archaludon into the active. Is he able to turn that over into an attack? It looks like he'll have to draw another energy off the Iono. More than likely, he's going to hit it. They do play pretty heavy Earthen Vessels, plus all the metal energies that they're playing as well in the Archaludon deck. So I'm expecting John to sling an attack off this turn and put a lot of pressure on Nicholas. And thankfully, as well, getting that Metal Defender weakness removal effect that Andrew was referencing before Nicholas starts swinging with his Flareons. So overall, if I'm John, I'm feeling pretty good as long as I can hit that energy and ideally a Dunsparce, which this Nest Ball will more than likely be grabbing. Yep, getting those multiple Dunsparce into play. So yeah, ball's really in Nicholas's court to respond. He needs a Crispin plus an evolution. One of the weaknesses with the Flareon in comparison to some of these other Tera box focused decks is Flareon does need to evolve. So you either need to have evolved your Eevee, or you need to have some other basic Tera Pokemon in play to fully utilize your Noctowl line. Noctowl does need the Tera Pokemon to be in play to use its Jewel Seeker ability. Not something that comes up all the time, but it is a relevant factor for Noctowl's usage. So Nicholas going in with that Nest Ball. Getting Pheasantipity, going to draw some cards. I saw that Tera Orb in hand as well, so we have a Flareon guaranteed if he wants it. Can he hit the pieces to at least get the Burning Charge off with the Flareon? I'm guessing so. I'm guessing so with what we're seeing in his hand. We'll see what he draws off the Pheasantipity. It looks like he's opting not to play the Tera Orb. Potentially wants to hit multiple Tera Pokemon, in which case it makes more sense to wait on the Pheasantipity and use the Tera Orb after your draw. Here we go. Yep, that Flareon right to hand. And Noctowl as well. I mean, abundance of riches on Nicholas's part right now. What kind of things is he going to piece together here is the question. Looks like he's contemplating not using Flareon. I'm surprised we haven't seen it evolve yet. The Tera Orb. Now, I do hope that Nicholas does evolve his Eevee into something before he goes in, and looks like, yeah, grabbing that Flareon. Maybe there's another evolution that was in his hand. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Okay, we're okay. So grabbing that Eevee, Tera Eevee, EX. So Eevee actually has two Pokemon that can evolve into its evolutions. You have the base one prize Eevee, and the benefit of that is you can evolve it the first turn it's in play. And then you have the Eevee EX, which is a Tera Pokemon, so you can use Tera effects on it, like the Glass Trumpet, like the Noctowl, and you can still evolve it. So the downside of that being, of course, that it's a two prizer with pretty low HP.
That's true. That's true. Let's see. So we've got, is that a Crispin and an Ultra Ball we find off of the Jewel Seeker? Crispin going to accelerate some energy into play. Riley, I'm reading this attack for the first time. What does Carnelian mean?
I think they're all gemstones. Okay. I think all of the stellar Teras are some sort of gemstone. Because you have Pikachu with the Topaz Bolt. You have... to be honest, I don't remember a lot of the stellar Teras off the top of my head, but they're all like some sort of gemstone.
Yeah, it's like a brownish red mineral.
Yeah.
That's cool. Okay, I got it now. Yeah, okay, that's so yes, they're all kind of gemstones or minerals. That's neat.
Yeah, it's only the stellars, I think, that have that, even amongst the Tera Pokemon. But you know, some kind of fun little lore, I guess, you know, because you got the rock hats on your Stellar Teras.
Yes, you do. All right, here we go. We've got a loaded Flareon EX.
Wow, that's a pretty nice setup for Nicholas. You got the Flareon fully powered up. He's going to get a couple energy on to presumably that Eevee EX on the bench. He's got multiple Hoot Hoot.
Wow.
So even if John tries to gust around the Flareon, for example, and take a knockout to try and hit the engine, Nicholas always has another one. It's pretty much exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, that's a big burning charge, 130 damage, softening up that Archaludon. Again, the Archaludon you would think is weak to fire, and it is, but did not have that fire weakness last turn because of the Metal Defender attack, which turns off its own weakness after that attack is used. So that is why the Flareon was not swinging for 260 damage. And now the ball is back in John's court. We've got ourselves a close game here. I mean, John's taken the first prize of the match, but Nicholas's board is looking really intimidating with multiple Flareon getting built up. So what's John's best course of action from here?
It's tough. I think that, so this is realistically, it's going to be some sort of two-hit KOs going on over the course of this matchup. John's advantage in that prize scenario is that Nicholas does have that Pheasantipity in play, and Metal Defender does perfect numbers to knock out a Pheasantipede in one hit. So if I'm John here, I want to at some point hit a boss on the Pheasantipede, ideally on the Eevee as well before it evolves, and then I can 2-hit KO with the Flareon. Unfortunately, the 130 damage is kind of inconvenient for Archaludon because it does set up the 2-hit KO, but it doesn't do so much damage that like a Relicanth Retaliate type of combo. The Duraludon does have an outrage sort of attack, but it's 80 plus the damage as opposed to doubling the damage. And we do see that boss on the Eevee, so this is actually perfect for John. He has exactly what he's looking for this turn. I'm going to remove that Eevee from play for one. Going to remove the energy that we're accelerated onto it and take the 2 prize knockout for 1 attack. So even though the weakness might put you thinking that like Archaludon is at major risk from the Flareon, this is a favorable exchange right now for John.
Oh yeah, that was huge. I mean, this is exactly what you want the Archaludon deck to do, is just get the big guy up and going and target down exactly who you want to knock out with Boss's Orders. These decks are usually playing 4 Boss's Orders because that is the name of the game. Chase down those Pheasantipede, chase down those pre-evolutions, get things knocked out with precision. And that's exactly what we're seeing here from John. It's just a deck that just moves. It just works, right? You've got a draw engine. We saw the downside of having no draw engine in that first round with Brandon's deck, right? He just had the hops package, and where Brandon's deck had a higher end potential because of the ability to swing with Hops Zacian EX, it didn't have the consistency to set up. So then what's the potential even matter if you're not consistently getting into the game? Whereas John's deck does have that Dunsparce, which he can use with the runaway draw ability, and then also having the built-in answer to the wall Pokemon with the Dunsparce EX, which we also saw Brandon run into that issue. So I think that I'm really liking this take on Archaludon, where you're just focusing on Archaludon being the main attacker.
I generally agree, though it is funny because John actually hasn't really utilized the fact his deck has an engine at all. None of those Dunsparce have evolved to this point. And he's actually had kind of an awkward couple of turns where he was really scraping by just attaching individual energy, accelerating just one. So I still kind of ran into those same awkward draw issues. But yes, I generally agree that over the course of many games, this is a more consistent variant.
To my point, though, this version needs less.
Yes.
I mean, you just attaching to the big guy and saying boom, right?
Yeah,
so,
that's definitely true.
So let's see, if John doesn't really have to worry unless he's got absolutely nothing to respond after this Flareon knockout. We are about to see Flareon take this big KO. Carnelian is fully powered up and ready to go.
Yeah, I think John might have needed to hit some sort of draw off the prizes.
I think there's a Fez in his hand. I think so.
Okay, yeah.
I think there's a Fez.
This is a good turn to Fez, I think.
And he's just holding it.
Yeah.
Because he knows what's up.
No reason to have benched it before a knockout was taken.
Exactly.
And, it actually does have an Archaludon in hand as well, so all he needs is 1 energy to attack.
That's what I'm saying.
Which is the benefit.
And he's got the vessel right there.
Yep.
Yeah, so he's got it all.
Okay, yeah. So actually moving pretty comfortably here. That's another regular Dunsparce, no Dunsparce to this point.
I think that's a research in hand.
Is it a research as well? Okay, yeah, he's cooking.
Yeah. Here we go. Archaludon, assemble alloy.
Now, it'll be interesting to see if he decides to... It looks like he has another Archaludon in hand. I say don't evolve the bench Duraludon at this point. Like, why give the Flareon the opportunity?
Yeah.
And I think he's contemplating that right now. I would personally just go for the vessel.
We'll see. Flip the script happening first.
Okay.
Because if you find a boss, then you just
you
take
basically
it.
win.
Yeah,
with a boss here.
Ooh, and then here we go. We've got a Dunsparce in play.
Evolving the correct Dunsparce.
Yep.
One of those did come into play this turn. And the nice thing about the Dunsparce as well is that you draw before you shuffle the Dunsparce back in. So it's not like clogging up your deck at the moment that you're drawing.
Right.
So doing a little thinning with that Earthen Vessel and getting those 3 extra cards, I mean, that could pretty easily, he's gone pretty deep into his deck this turn. That could easily be Boss's Orders.
Yes, definitely could find boss. It is also nice to have the Dunsparce just kind of evolved up on the bench in case your opponent plays Iono or something too. And now that John is looking like he might be going down to 3 prizes or below, it might be a good time to start thinking about, and there is boss in the hand.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. This is.
And then here comes the Eevee
crazy.
again, right? You agree with the Eevee take here over the Fez?
I actually kind of like the Fez better this turn, just because, like, you're probably you're gonna either have to Gust again or to a KO Flareon anyway, and the Fez denies them draw.
Yeah.
So I don't think it'll truly probably matter that much. Nicholas does have access to plenty of Noctowls if he wants them with the Ultra Balls he has in hand. But I like the Fez a little bit better, or marginally better.
I think that this is, either way, it's fair, because taking out the Eevee, you're making it harder for your opponent to attack with two different Flareon, and that's kind of how Nicholas gets out of this, right? Is by attacking with this Flareon, it takes a hit, then moving into a fresh Flareon, maybe with some hand disruption, and saying you couldn't finish the game off, right? So I kind of see the line from John, and I think either way, you're in a brilliant spot. Yeah. Having the Dunsparce evolved up on the bench is really good for your board stability as well, because then if your hand does get disrupted, then you've got that runaway draw ability, which you can use to draw 3 more cards. You've got Pheasantipity on the bench as well, which you can use to draw 3 more cards if a knockout gets taken. So really, John, and you see how easily John was able to transform an awkward start into a dominant game.
Yeah.
Just with the power of Archaludon being a big guy, doing a lot of damage, and using boss's orders.
Yeah, and the fact it's so self-sustaining, too. It accelerates the energy to itself, and that basically fulfills the attack requirement just by evolving it. It's just really easy, which allows you to fill your deck with more of the consistency stuff, like the Dunsparce, like the boss's orders, like the Earthen Vessels, that the more complicated variants, like the Poison variant and the Hops variant, don't have as much access to. So Nicholas looks like he's likely bringing back a fallen Eevee. I think that makes sense. Generally speaking, also unlocks that Glass Trumpet to accelerate to the Eevee, as opposed to potentially going for like a Nest Ball for another basic Eevee. No, yeah, seems reasonable. I think realistically, John's in a pretty favorable spot here. If I'm Nicholas, I'm considering conceding, but I think he can play one more turn.
There's like a route, because you're getting this Eevee built back up. That's step one, right? Because you got to attack with the 2 different Eevees. And then you've got Counter Catcher Fez. So you're
Carnelian that.
You Carnelian that. You go down to 2 prizes remaining. And then so long as John doesn't have boss for game, and he's already used 2. So like at max has 2 more boss in the deck. I don't think that the Archaludon deck is playing Prime Catcher, but if it is, that's just nasty. I mean, I think it's got to be a Max Belt or like
really?
What do you think it plays? Or Secret
Prime
Box?
Catcher actually seems kind of reasonable.
It might play Prime Catcher. I mean, but it plays 4 boss.
Yeah, and a Prime Catcher.
And a Prime. I love 4 boss and a Prime Catcher. If it's me, I'm probably playing Prime Catcher, but I feel like most people are putting something else in there. But maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. I think it actually might be the
Scoop Up Cyclone sees a lot of play.
I could see Scoop Up Cyclone, but Scoop Up Cyclone actually is a similarly good hit though, right? Because you undo the damage that the Flareon would have done to you for the 2-hit KO.
Right. So Scoop Up Cyclone like similarly has a potential to win this game.
Yeah.
Because if the Archaludon soaks a hit, you Scoop Up Cyclone, you go with the new Archaludon, that's just game over.
And this is where I really like not evolving the current bench Duraludon as well, because now the Pheasantipity is the only target, so John can fill the rest of his bench with 1 prizers, and he's complete control over that.
Yep.
Whereas the Archaludon in the active that's attacking with Metal Defender is not weak and can't be 1-hit KO'd.
Yeah, I really like that that decision making from John, just kind of limiting the liabilities on the bench. I mean, you can see how difficult it's going to be for Nicholas to close this game out. The Night Stretcher off the prize, or off the top of the deck, though, getting limited to just 1 card. Night Stretcher's not a bad one, because you do have the option to go get an energy or maybe a Pokemon. Pheasantipity could come back. Not that you would want to, because it gives Nicholas an opportunity to actually win the game this next turn. But that is not a bad draw. And then John, of course, does have the Dunsparce as well, to be able to draw more cards with the runaway draw ability.
Okay. One thing that's nice about the Dunsparce as well is you can use that ability into the active. So you can promote it if you would like as a sort of pseudo free retreat pivot, but realistically you're probably just putting your Archaludon back in the active anyway when all that's said and done, so it doesn't truly matter that much.
Here we go, runaway draw for 3. What's it going to be? What's the ace spec, Riley? It is Prime Catcher.
I knew it. I knew it was Prime Catcher. And he drew the Turo as well, so he does have a full like Gust combo right now. See what he decides to go for here.
Doesn't he just win with Prime Catcher?
I guess he's going for the energy to retreat instead.
Yeah.
He needed some out to retreat.
Right.
The Turo is also an effective out there, but energy does the trick too. And that is game one, going over to John, fighting through that weakness.
That was really, really exciting to watch, Riley. Like, wow, what a game. What a game. That was crazy. The fact that Archaludon was able to just consistently gust, that was why John was able to take the win there, is the consistent gust.
I mean, literally, though, he never hit into that Flareon EX a single time. He gusted for all 6 of his prizes, which is exactly what the Archaludon deck is going for game to game. So John's looking to hit that basically every single game the rest of the tournament. And if he's feeling it, that's exactly the kind of path that gets Archaludon into top 8.
I agree. I mean, I'm really liking this build that I'm seeing from John right now. That's a feel-good Archaludon deck. I personally, like, I would play Prime Catcher, but I'm always thinking, like, people, I feel like with a tanky card, people always are like, oh, let me play a tanky, like, A-spec. That's kind of what I'm thinking. But, like, for me, 300 hit points is already tanky. And you've got the Rigid Band. So, like, if you're trying to turn a 1-hit KO into a 2-hit KO, the Rigid Band basically does that. There's not a lot of Pokemon that are hitting for 330 base damage. Yeah. Other than like your Raging Bolts.
340 even, right?
Yeah. Is it 340? How'd I get 340?
Isn't Rigid Band 40?
I think it's minus 30. Am I tripping though?
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But regardless, yeah, it's outside the range of most attacks with that Rigid Band.
So Prime Catcher, I mean, being able to just chase down and switch, it's such a good effect.
And to be honest, I kind of feel like the Scoop Up Cyclone can be a little bit of a win more card too, whereas if your opponent is trying to 2-hit KO you, like denying them the 2-hit KO can be a little bit of a win more situation where you could have just knocked them out and allowed them to 2-hit KO you and then bring another attacker forward. Whereas the Prime Catcher allows you to take some of those knockouts that maybe you wouldn't be able to hit otherwise.
All right, looks like these players are getting ready for game 2. Let's head down to the table and see what they've got in store for us.
And confirming Rigid Band is that 30. So Nicholas looks like opting to go first here. Actually can't tell. Both of them contemplating their opening hands.
Much to think about.
And it looks like it is Nicholas.
Yeah, Nicholas is on the play. Here we go. Starting off with the Nest Ball. Riley, any predictions? What do you think this Nest Ball is fetching?
I have to say it's probably the most frequently turn 1 search Pokemon in this format. It's got to be the Fan Rotom. And yep, here we see that coming into the front of the deck. And I'm guessing it's probably going to be a Hoot Hoot, a Noctowl, and an Eevee. That's my bet.
I got to say, it's so cool seeing a deck that has different guys that evolve into the same attacker guy.
Yeah.
Having like the 2 different Eevee is like really funny. I mean, there's some situations where Eevee EX is better and Eevee EX can evolve into Flareon EX, but then there's some situations where the non-EX Eevee is better. For instance, getting searched out by Fan Rotom. And so then, you know, there's opportunities to grab that Eevee and then evolve into Flareon. It's really neat. I think that it's just something that we don't usually get to see in the Pokemon TCG. So that's some fun decision making and deck building that gets to happen all because of the different EVs that exist.
Yeah, and I feel like Eevee is that one Pokemon that they make these really creative basics for.
There was really
Eevee GX back in the day as well, which had a very similar effect that allowed you to evolve it into another evolution. So kind of cool that Eevee gets those like interesting evolving basics, you know, taking advantage of mechanics that typically don't evolve. And here we go. Yeah, we see actually 2 Hoot Hoot grabbed from that Fan Rotom and an Eevee. So pretty well set up. If you could get an energy attachment this turn, that would be very valuable. And that's looking like it's coming with that Earthen Vessel. Discarding the Noctowl you hate to see, but that's the difference between the turn 1 energy attachment here onto that Eevee, which will allow you to attack next turn without any intervention from Crispin.
What do you think are the odds that the Flareon deck is capable of popping off with a turn 1 attack going second? Not very high, right? Like
it can't be very high, but it is possible. It is possible. And I think ideally, like, you start the EV in that situation and in the active, that makes it a lot easier. Otherwise, you're looking at having to hit like a rescue board.
Right.
Which I did see rescue board in Nicholas's deck when he was shuffling, I think. So that would be his out to hit that if he doesn't start the EV.
Ooh, this hand. Oh, this hand is atrocious, Riley.
Yeah, this is the weakness of playing all these like boss's orders and gusting cards.
Oh, no.
Clog up your hand a little bit. And unfortunately, that Dunsparce engine doesn't even unlock until the second turn. So even if he had a Dunsparce
Ultra Ball Crispin showing that's literally game. Oh, my goodness.
So it kind of echoes back to game one. We saw the risk of this happening, but now because Nicholas was going first and John still had that first turn stumble, it was a lot easier to piece together that knockout on the second turn.
Dude, oh, that was such a dud hand. You hate to see it. Boss's orders and night stretchers. That was it. That's all I saw in John's hand. I mean, he had a Dunsparce, I think, but nothing that draws cards, nothing that searches out basics, nothing that helps to set up. And that is just one of the bummers about the Pokemon TCG. Other trading card games have a mulligan rule. The Pokemon TCG does not, Riley.
Yeah, I don't think every TCG, but Magic the Gathering does have that mulligan rule. But other TCGs kind of have their own mechanics as well, like life, and or life points that might make it a little bit harder to plow through on that first turn. I mean, to be fair, not every game you're going to start a single lone basic, and that is the risk you take as well when you're playing a relatively thin line of basic Pokemon. So we're hoping for a better game in this game 3. I'm hoping to see something more like game 1. That was a good exciting and fun game.
I agree.
Oh, Nicholas does start the Eevee though. So if he has like an Arven in hand, for example,
you think John chose to go first? Okay, John chose to go first. So hopefully he's got a backup Pokemon.
Yeah, this is the risk in this matchup with going first is if Nicholas is able to piece together like a Sparkling Crystal or a Crispin and get a Flareon up, that's going to be a pretty big momentum swing for him. Potentially taking the win or at least taking a knockout and then accelerating to the bench.
Oh, man, that'd be crazy.
So we'll see what John's eyeing up. I think is that the Squawk to the front, so he must have access to something.
Yeah, it looks like Squawk is being considered, so gonna have an option to maybe discard some energy, draw some more cards. Squawkabilly EX, yeah, there's a nest ball right there. Squawkabilly EX is quite the liability, unfortunately. It's only got 160 hit points, but its Squawk and Seize ability is the perfect bailout plan for a dead hand. It says once during your first turn, you may discard your hand and draw 6 cards. So great for getting the game started. Can help John to shuttle some energy into the discard pile so that he can then use the Assemble Alloy ability to charge them later. And we see that this hand also just full of recovery cards.
And a Dunsparce.
And a Dunsparce, yes. 2 Night Stretcher, Dunsparce, and Palpad. Yui.
And of course, naysayers to Squawkabilly may say it is that liability on the bench, but in a situation like that, if that's the difference between you being in this game and not, of course you're going to play it, right? Like it doesn't matter if you have a liability in play if you would have lost altogether without playing it.
Exactly. This hand that John has squawked into though is not looking great, Riley. It's not looking very squawkalicious, I gotta say.
And we were just talking, squawkalicious, I like that.
Yeah, thanks.
We were just talking in game 1 about how John was really, pushing forward.
Okay, there is momentum. One more Duraludon. Okay. Still not great, but
yeah, he does get an attack off if he top decks an Archaludon.
Yeah.
So that's nice, but otherwise his hand is pretty stinky.
It's cool. There's still time for Nicholas to play an Iono.
That's right.
There's still time. Yes.
That's right. And Andrew, I think he's coming.
Oh, baby. Turn 1 nest ball for Fan Rotom. No way.
I feel like this is going to be something we say a lot over the course of the weekend.
It's almost like this card is good or something.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And, you can only use it that first turn of the game, but searching out 3 Pokemon for 1 ability is, that's just like unparalleled setup.
It's incredible. Yeah. It turns 1 nest ball into 3. It turns a nest ball into a Buddy Poffin and 1. It allows you to go get Noctowl. The fact that Noctowl has 100 hit points as well is just ridiculous. Not only are you going and setting up your whole board, you're also going and getting the Pokemon that evolves for next turn.
Oh my gosh, is that the Sparkling Crystal in hand?
Is it happening, dude?
I don't know if he has access to the Flareon, but he does have the Crystal, so he theoretically only needs one energy and the Flareon to be able to pull off that attack.
The turn 1 Flareon? All right, if he gets the turn 1 Flareon...
And you were hating on the turn 1 Flareon mere moments ago.
I just was curious as to how often it might happen is all.
I was triple Hoot as well.
So it can't even be curious anymore?
Oh, no. The triple Hoot. Oh my goodness. Does he have the final piece of the puzzle here? Might not.
Nah, I'm saying nah.
Oh, that's a Prime Catcher.
That's a Prime Catcher. No Crystal,
okay,
dude.
No Crystal. So actually doesn't have access to that turn 1 attack option. So just looking for a fully set up board here. Pretty comfortable. And to be honest, like with what we know about John's hand, I don't know if John's going to be able to do much in response.
No, certainly not. I think I saw the Prime Catcher is in John's hand. So I mean, if John just top decks an Archaludon.
Oh, the research.
Ooh, research. Oh, Prime gone.
I see. You would love that to be the Crystal there.
You
though.
would, right? Because then you just evolve up. Yeah. You evolve up into Flareon. Is that a Flareon EX on the bench turn 1 there?
No,
Is that
that's an EV.
That's
an
EV. Okay.
Yeah, the Flareon is jumping the other way, I think.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
The Flareon and Eevee actually do look pretty similar. There.
They do. Yes, they do. They're both like kind of orange-brown little critters.
That's right. Yeah, it doesn't look like too much on Nicholas's end here. Attaching to the bench, Eevee. That can be a Flareon for a future turn and pass over. So, yeah, John.
Top deck?
Like
The Dunsparce?
There,
no.
Oh.
Are we motivating?
Oh, wait, what does motivate?
Motivate does nothing. Yeah, no.
Yeah, this is tough.
This is horrible Turo scenario. Like all the cards you don't want to see. Where are the nest balls, John?
Do you even bother playing the Prime Catcher?
No.
Like, there's nothing to stall.
I would put 1 metal on my benched Duraludon and say whatever, Metal Sharpener or whatever that is for 30 damage.
Isn't it Hammer In or something?
It's probably Hammer In. Metal Sharpener is a different Duraludon.
I feel like Hammer In's like a classic Duraludon attack for 30.
It is Hammer In.
Okay, yep.
But there is one that knows Metal Sharpener.
Yeah, there is. There is.
It's just old. Like me.
Well.
From Rebel Clash. Rebel Clash.
Well, time comes for us all, folks.
That's so true.
And the clock is ticking for John right now, since Nicholas does have that immaculate setup. Does have the Noctowl in hand, too. So
now, did John pass, or did he just...
I think he might have passed.
Oh, what a resignation, John. At least hit him with the Hammer In.
I feel like his expression maybe says that he knew that.
Yeah.
And just realized post-mortem.
Like,
so it goes.
Oh, I should have gotten my 30 damage.
To be fair, it probably wouldn't have mattered tremendously. But it is nice to optimize your damage output. And it could matter.
It could. All right, what if Nicholas's only supporter is Iono?
Well, he does have Noctowl, so he can actually get whatever supporter he wants.
Dang it.
And another card.
Okay, all right, fine.
And if I'm Nicholas, I don't think I'm grabbing Iono here.
No, Iono not the top of the options, that's for sure. It's probably not what we want to do.
I'm probably thinking Tera Orb Crispin is like maybe not what I grab off the Noctowl specifically, but like I want to evolve my Flareon and I want to Crispin onto it and use the attack.
Ooh, that Stadium brings stage 2 Pokemon's hit points down into range potentially. I mean, but what are you really bringing into range?
So what you're trying to do there is you bring Dragapult down to 290, and then you play the Victini that increases your damage by 10, and that's exact math with Carnelian.
Wow. Okay. And then we got Switch, a Flareon EX online. Looks like it's going to be a burning charge for knockout. And Nicholas will take the first prize of this game 3.
Yeah, I like as well that he doesn't have the EVX on the bench anymore.
Yeah.
So choosing to evolve the EVX instead of the active EV, thanks to that switch, allows him to remove that 2-prize liability from play. So now John actually has no route to take a 2-prize KO, even with a Gust this turn, which is exactly the problem that Nicholas had in the first game.
Ultra Ball off the top of the deck.
Is it too little too late?
Yes, so John does get to play, right? But like, oh, you really wish that Ultra Ball had popped last turn, right?
Yeah.
It would make all the difference.
Yeah, so he'll be able to get the attack off. He will, if he chooses to search for Archaludon, he will be able to get Metal Defender off, hit for 220. But now you're kind of in an awkward situation where Nicholas can just accelerate again with Burning Charge, and then Carnelian the following turn with a new Flareon that's fresh.
I really want to save the Turo here. I don't want to discard the Turo. I'm also feeling like I kind of you have to get Fez.
You have to get Fez and hit like another Duraludon plus.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I
see that.
I feel like you kind of have to get Fez here. You kind of have to draw some cards. You have to say, I'm going to find a supporter. I'm going to draw into my Archaludon. Like, I think that this route here from John is a little conservative and that it just ends up losing the game anyway.
Yeah, so let's project out a few turns, right? So at some point to win this game, John needs to deny a knockout.
Yes, 100%.
Right? He need and not only just deny a knockout, but like deny the 2-hit KO. So you do that with the Turo scenario, one of your Turo scenarios.
So that's why I got to keep that.
So that either has to be this Archaludon right now, or it has to be your next one. And I think the problem I have with the future Archaludon theory is that you have now a bench that's like full liabilities. Like you have the Squawk ability still on your bench.
Yep.
And it was only more and more likely turn after turn that Nicholas has access to Gust.
It's true. You could have used Turo scenario on the Squawk this turn.
I don't know if
tough.
I love that unless you have access to more Turos. He did also discard his Pal Pad, John did.
Yes.
On turn 1 with the Squawk. So can't recover those Turos.
It's true. There's a little bit of pressure in play now though. So John is attacking. And Nicholas will not be able to take the clean 1-hit KO on this Archaludon because of that Metal Defender attack, which removes weakness. We do see Tera Ball going for a second Flareon EX, though, so getting more established. And then is that a Jewel Seeker? Yes, we have also got an Octow coming down. So Jewel Seeker just going to be able to further establish this board.
Yeah, I guess you can switch into the other Flareon and force a Gust. I don't know if it's like totally necessary, actually, to use a Jewel Seeker here. You could probably just Burning Charge again, and that's a fine turn.
Yeah, exactly, right. Burning Charge is really good. I think I underestimated how good this Flareon EX deck can be. I mean, being able to just kind of tempo into your attacks, 280 damage is some good math. Especially with that being able to bring the stage 2 Pokemon's hit points down into a manageable range thanks to that Victini. And then, the Tera Pokemon jiving with the Noctowl engine. I mean, it's got a lot of pieces here to be a successful deck. And it's funny how we're seeing kind of pre-rotation decks like the Flareon deck. It wasn't really as favored as even a deck like Ceruledge would have been more favored than Flareon because you had explosive draw cards like Radiant Greninja. But now without that, it's like, okay, well, we're kind of just thinking like, well, what works best with the Noctowl engine? Because that's what we have, right?
Yeah, totally agree. And Flareon synergizes pretty well with that Noctowl engine thanks to that EVEX in particular that allows it to have that basic EX. Tera EX in play, which I think is really key for the Noctowl success, is you need to have something you can put immediately onto the board that allows you to Jewel Seeker.
Right.
Now, what I don't want to see from Nicholas here is I would like him to avoid using Carnelian this attack, because then that does open up the door for if John plays Relicanth to take a 1-hit KO, which could get him back into this game.
Yeah, you gust the other one.
Yeah, so I either want to see a Carnelian onto the Squawk ability or a Burning Charge in the active. And it looks like that is the Burning Charge. So, well played by Nicholas, playing around.
I'm just going to fail it. It's got enough energy in play. Ooh,
that's
not
another
great.
Top deck. Yeah, it feels like the Fez last turn would have potentially given you more of some lifeblood. Because really, you have to top deck again.
Yes.
If you go for the Archaludon here.
You're kind of just like Yeah, because you're saying like, all right, over the course, I think the reason why the Fez is correct is because you're saying over the course of the next 2 turns, I need more than just Archaludon to happen, right? So you're just delaying the fact that you need to draw well, like and you get to draw more cards with the Fez. So you're saying over the course of the next 2 turns, I need not only a Archaludon, I also need a backup Duraludon. I also would like to find a draw supporter. I would like to be able to use this Turo scenario this next turn. And really, the highest chance of any of that being able to happen is that if you find a draw supporter off that Pheasantipity, to be able to refresh your hand again. Because, like, honestly, the good cards, John hasn't seen the good cards that he needs yet. So odds are the good cards are somewhere on the top few cards of the deck. Like, the stuff he wants to see is probably close by because he hasn't seen it yet. That's just how it works.
Yeah, right. And so, yeah, Nicholas is now set up to take the knockout on John's only attacker in play. And that's just a really rough spot to be in if you're John. Thankfully, Nicholas is at odd prizes, so it's not like he wins next turn by knocking out Squawkabilly, right? He does have to piece together 2 more knockouts after this Archaludon. But you just have to imagine his route is simpler. You know, it's easier for Nicholas to win the game than John.
Oh, yeah. Here's a huge Flareon Carnelian for the knockout. It's going to take Nicholas down to 3 prizes remaining, and John top decks Iono. I mean, but like,
yeah, he does have Ultra Ball in hand too. Or no, is that Rigid Band? Gosh, Rigid Band's clogging up the hand a little bit here.
I mean, John's not totally out of it though. You Iono, you hope your opponent doesn't see another Noctowl for the rest of the game, right?
Yeah, and what's interesting about Ionoing Nicholas to low after Carnelian too is you can't attack the turn after using Carnelian, and so. Oh, actually, I kind of like keeping the Flareon on the active here.
Right, because now you're giving it the chance to attack back-to-back.
Yeah, and you just keep your Prime Catcher as well.
Yeah.
If you do that. So.
I really would have liked to save the Prime Catcher, I think.
I don't know if John maybe realized, because it hasn't come up yet, that Carnelian blocks you from attacking twice in a row.
Right.
Because it's already a stall target.
Yeah, an Ultra Ball off of the Iono for Nicholas.
So that's just enough.
Yep.
It's just enough. You can get a Duraludon in play. You could go for Fez.
Ooh, and here's, okay.
Oh, a double boss.
Ultra Ball. And there's an Ultra Ball and a Research. So you just have to say, and this is this feels really bad, because if Nicholas is able to get, boss, knock out John's benched Duraludon, then this is game over. And John actually made it easier for Nicholas to make this play by playing that Prime Catcher.
Exactly. And so now it just takes 1 use of Noctowl.
Switch boss,
and you have it. I believe Nick does have another switch in his deck. I believe it was in his hand prior to the Iono here. So just a Noctowl away.
And again, this is like where, like, if the Fez had been put into play earlier, then it makes all of this a lot easier.
Yeah, it's tough though, right? Because if you don't draw the Archaludon off the Fez, then you basically lose.
You gotta believe, Riley. You gotta believe.
No, I agree with you, but I can understand like why that's a difficult play to make in the moment too.
Yeah, you gotta believe.
You have the play that like lets you do something that turn, and you have the play that could whiff. That, and I'm sure that's the logic that John was going through.
For sure. But that to me is the mark of like a great Pokemon TCG player, is knowing like really, like, when do you have to take that risk?
Yeah.
Right. Like, when do you know, like, you can't just always play conservatively. I like conservative play. I do. I like conservative, consistent play. But then sometimes you need to know, like, okay, well, when's the time to bet it all? Because, like, and kind of thinking about your deck in a way that's like, okay, well, what kind of cards are likely to proc on the top 3 cards of my deck? Like, I haven't seen a supporter yet. I haven't seen one. Like, so there's like the odds of me procking a supporter off the top 3 cards of my deck are very high, and then the odds of me finding an Archaludon off of a supporter +3 is like also quite high.
Yeah.
So you're saying like, okay, yeah, it's a risk, but it's a calculated risk, and you're saying, I'm losing the game slower by not making it.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I think Pokemon TCG, when it comes down to it, is all about measured risk. It's about measured risk and probability, and routing is really the core skills of Pokemon TCG. And there we go. We see that boss knockout. And that's it. That really is it. Like,
that is it. Yeah.
John would have to gust stall, but you're just an energy away from retreating back into this Flareon. And you have to like retreat into a 1-prizer and sack it, I guess.
100%. That's what you got to do.
And did he whiff the energy?
I think he whiffed a Duraludon. Nope. Here's the Duraludon.
But without the energy to retreat the Squawk ability, it's still over.
For sure. Yeah, this is tough.
Flareon just used Burning Charge to knock out the Duraludon, so still has access to Carnelian.
Ooh, that's true. That's true. So if this Squawk ability doesn't move, that is a roast chicken, Riley.
That is a roast chicken, for sure. I don't think Squawk ability is a chicken. Maybe it tastes like one. I don't know. Is eating Pokemon allowed? They eat the Slowpoke tails.
You can eat Pokemon. Yeah. Pokemon eat Pokemon.
Yeah,
I
am
sure.
like positive that people in the Pokemon world eat Pokemon.
I think they eat Pokemon too. They definitely eat like Magikarp and stuff, don't they?
Without a doubt.
I'm pretty sure Magikarp are like a dish. Yeah, people eat Magikarp.
Yeah. As sad as it may be.
It's a little bit. It is definitely like a little ambiguous. But then like when you see some card art, like there's with the Weavile are hunting the Swinub.
We don't know what happened to that Swinub.
That Swinub is dead.
Oh, that's unfortunate for the Swinub.
Yes.
Well, we do see the vessel, so he gets to pay that dark energy to get into the. But no Duraludon. Does John have the rest of his Duraludon prized?
Oh man.
Or were there weren't all 4 knocked out, so there must be something prized. And yeah, that's just it.
The Dunsparce EX streams
for 120.
Yeah, dude.
I don't know. I guess you could Turo it.
Yup.
Oh gosh.
Runaway draw. Give me the Dunsparce EX.
Oh, I don't think he hit it, and you do need to. Well, does the Dunsparce even have enough HP to survive Carnelian?
No.
Oh.
But with the Rigid Band, it does.
Oh yeah, it does. Okay. Yeah, so you need to Dunsparce and Rigid Band, and it doesn't look like actually either of those things are in John's hand. So, I don't know. Maybe he draws a Turo here and can go out on his own terms. I think this is...
Oh, all we have left is Squawk. One prize remaining for Nicholas.
I'm thinking ideal route here is a self-Turo, and we do hit it.
Woohoo!
So John getting the personal victory of going out on his own terms, but Nicholas taking the tournament dub with his Flareon deck.
Yeah, that's a huge win there for Nicholas. So congrats to Nicholas Legg, advancing to 2-0 here at the Full Grip Games Journey Together $3,000 cash release weekend event. John, unfortunately, was not able to get that deck to perform like it did in game number 1. In game 1, I mean, things were looking immaculate for John's Duraludon deck, or Archaludon deck. I guess it's technically both. But then in game 3, we got to see that Flareon EX's strength and the consistency of the Noctowl engine, while John was just stuck using Squawk and trying to draw cards and just not finding the pieces that he needed. Back-to-back games of just finding all my recovery cards, none of the stuff I want, just some tough beats for John.
Yeah, and we were singing the deck's praises in game 1 for how smoothly it was flowing, but unfortunately that momentum was not able to continue into game 2 and 3. I was really impressed by the Flareon deck, though. It worked very well. And the way I like to think of the Flareon deck is it's kind of like a Tera box archetype that trades a little bit of the explosive speed for having a tankier attack that can take a hit. You know, not a lot of things are dealing that much damage that consistently.
No, we think about the format, right? And that is, like, to me, one of the weaknesses of Tera box is that you are putting all the pressure on yourself to do that 2-4-6 gameplay or to go knockout game. And if you miss a beat, your guys only have about 200 hit points. So you're just like not really surviving an attack unless it's Pikachu EX. Pikachu EX is like your one guy that might survive an attack because it's got that Resolute Heart. Is it Resolute Heart? Sure. Yeah, Resolute Heart ability. But yeah, with Flareon much bigger. It's got some sustainability with the way that it accelerates energy to itself, so you don't have to hit Crispin every turn. That's nice, right? Whereas like the Terapox deck, you're trying to crisp in every turn or like energy switch shenanigans and do funky stuff like that. You've got also just more liabilities on your board playing the Tera box deck.
Yeah,
we saw the Flareon deck is able to kind of just keep its board as like Flareons and Noctowls, which I think is just the dream, because then you you even close off things like Blood Moon from being able to take 2 prizes at the end of the game if you've just got Flareons and your Noctowls there.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like the Archaludon with a Rigid Band actually would have survived a Pikachu, right?
Yeah.
And it would have played pretty favorably into that 2-hit KO scenario. And it could even, like, it does play the Monkey Dory as well. We saw the Dark Energy at the tail end of that game. So we could have seen creative plays from John to even deal with Pikachu in 1 turn. So that specific matchup actually seems vastly improved with the Flareon deck versus the traditional Tera box archetype.
Yeah, so the Flareon deck was cool. It's nice to get to see a new deck. That's not something that I'd really like put a lot of thought into. Again, this is release weekend. This is the first like tournament we're really seeing in our post-rotation event, major cash event in our post-rotation format. So, I didn't even know that a lot of these decks, unless they were at the Fukuoka Champions League, then I pretty much haven't seen them.
And that's one of the really fun parts about the post-rotation first set release sort of formats is it's like the most creatively invigorating periods of the Pokemon TCG every single year, because you kind of work from scratch. You know, what kind of things are still good, what kind of new things emerge from the rubble, and what kind of new things are introduced with the new set coming out. And it's all happening at once, which is I just really love that as a deck builder.
Now, Riley, looking forward, I know we're here. It's Journey Together. Obviously, we've got a lot of Journey Together stuff to talk about. But while we've got some time, I mean, one of the biggest news items lately has been the revealing of the Team Rocket stuff. So, do you have any initial takes or thoughts on the Team Rocket stuff that we've seen so far, and what are your kind of initial impressions about it?
My initial impressions is they're cooking with the Team Rocket stuff. There's something coming out of this set that's going to be a very impressive, like kind of self-contained package deck. You have access to the Guzma effect, something we haven't seen in years outside of Prime Catcher as an ace spec, and you can search it out with an item for free with the Team Rockets deck. That's really impressive. You have the Mewtwo EX, which has 280 hit points on a basic 2-prize Pokemon. I mean, that's crossing new territory for an attacker. You have the Rockets Energy, which is just a double energy. There's a lot of good stuff going on there. I think what I'm really waiting to see and what I'm really excited to see is the Rockets Energy does say it fulfills Psychic and Dark. And we still, to my knowledge, have yet to see a Dark Rocket Pokemon as part of the Destined Rivals set. And I think that's going to be like that final piece of the puzzle, because you'll have this like interesting dynamic where the deck has the Psychic attacker that's weak to Dark, a Dark attacker that's weak to Grass, and the Spidops as a Grass attacker that's weak to nothing really, but it's a single prize, like easy to knock out type of Pokemon. So there's something cool going on. I think it's interesting.
It is really interesting, right? You've got this engine that you can hand select the supporter you want, because you've got the Team Rockets receiver, which allows you to search your deck for a supporter card with Rocket in its name. And then you've got these different Rocket supporters. Rockets Giovanni is like the return of Guzma for the Rocket deck. You've got Rockets Ariana, which can fill your hand to 8 if all your Pokemon are Rocket type or Rocket themed or whatever. I don't know. Rocket owned. And then you've got Rockets Archer, which both players shuffle their hands into their deck. You get 5, your opponent gets 3. So it's like a little unfair stamp kind of deal there. And I agree. I think it is going to be interesting to see the Rockets dynamic. I mean, 280 hit point basic Pokemon, weak to Dark, Dark weak to Grass. So you've got the Rocket Spidops, you've got the Rockets Mewtwo, and then the Rockets Energy provides Dark. Who is the Dark? All right. Any predictions? Who do you think that our Dark Pokemon? Who is Rocket going to have that's going to be Dark type, that's going to be able to take advantage of this Team Rockets energy?
Gosh, it feels like it's asking for like another basic EX, to be honest. So, but I don't think it's going to be like a Darkrai. But I would love it just for the throwback's sake, I would love it to be like a Sneasel Weavile line. Would be really fun, I think.
That'd be so sick.
You know, Sneasel historically, obviously back in 06, we were just talking about the 2006 tournament earlier.
Heck, yes, we were.
The Rocket Sneasel was an iconic part of that deck. Did so much damage for a pretty efficient energy cost in that format. You have the original Sneasel from Neo as well, which kind of had a similar vibe of like an evil, you know, there's only a handful of dark Pokemon that existed back then. So evil, aggressive Pokemon. I just think that would be a really fun reference.
Did you see this guy, the Team Rocket's Ampharos? It's got the Darkest Impulse ability. When your opponent plays a Pokemon from their hand to evolve one of their Pokemon, you put 4 damage counters on it. That's kind of fun. Reminds me a little bit of the Rocklock deck from 06, and we see that yes, this is a direct callback to Dark Ampharos from EX Rocket Returns. The Dark Ampharos had the Darkest Impulse Pokebody, which plays 2 damage counters. So nice to see that has been, and how funny is that? We see the ability has been doubled. The HP has been increased by 20 over the course of 10 years. Is it 10? Am I tripped? 20. Over the course of 20 years. God,
more than 20 years.
Yeah, over the course of 21 years, the HP has increased 20, and then the ability is increased too. But then like the EX Pokemon, because there were EX Pokemon during this time, in 2004, and the biggest EX Pokemon had about 150 hit points at the time, 160 maybe.
Blastoise had 150.
Yeah, maybe 160 or so. But now the EX Pokemon have 330, if not 360, if you're talking about the new Megas that are coming out.
Yeah, the multi-prize Pokemon, their rate of creep on their HP has just outpaced the non rule box Pokemon.
You can just see it right here.
I mean, very practical impact of that there. The Darkest Impulse is a cool ability. On a stage 2, it feels tough to justify. Honestly, though, that Mewtwo deck almost wishes it had the ability to reach a little bit harder on evolutions. But I don't know if you can realistically squeeze like a stage 2 into this Mewtwo deck.
I think that another card that's been revealed is the Wobbuffet. Now, we were talking a little bit about the artwork on the podcast. We do the Tag Team podcast, which we record on Monday nights. So if you like podcasts, make sure to check it out. You can find it on all podcasting platforms. And we do it with JW as well. We were talking about the art, and you know, they're cuting it up, dude. Look, this is the vibe they're going for. They've got the cutesy villain vibe. I mean, because here's the Wobbuffet. Though I am a huge Sneasel fan, and seeing that Sneasel down there is pretty cool.
There's more to dig in there, right? Like, okay, Wobbuffet is one of the sillier Pokemon in the Rockets arsenal, so I think we still have to see the alternate arts for things like the Mewtwo.
Yeah,
I imagine that could go pretty hard. But I am excited to see a Sneasel in there. Maybe that's a sign of things to come. You never know.
Yes, dude. Give me a Rocket Sneasel. Give me another Rocket Sneasel. You know?
Or, hey, we got a Drowsy over there, too. Maybe a fun Hypno of some sort could be cool.
That would be cool. That would be cool. Rocket Sneasel EX, one of my favorite cards from Rockets Returns. So, yeah, that would certainly be very hyped. Oh, but yes, this attack is also crazy, though. Team Rocket's Wobbuffet has the Rocket Mirror attack for Psychic and a Colorless. Move all damage counters from one of your bench Team Rocket's Pokemon to your active Pokemon. So if your Rocket's Mewtwo EX takes a hit, you could just go back to a Wobbuffet, R energy, boom, right? And you're just like reversing all those damage counters. Rocket's Mewtwo has base 280 hit points. If you were to put something like a Bravery Charm on it, I mean, that's just 330 HP right there. So not necessarily
that's
easy
true.
to knock out.
That's true. Yeah, 280 feels like the Mewtwo itself does 280, so you can end up in a little bit of Mewtwo War situation. But with HP buffs, you get to get around that.
And we've also got the Titan EX. This is my first time seeing this. I haven't seen this before.
Yeah, Titan EX is actually very similar to another card of years past, and that is Primal Groudon.
Really?
So Titan has the Snow Cover ability that prevents item and supporter cards from affecting Titan EX. So can't be bossed up, can't be Pokemon captured while it's on the bench, can't be like crushing hammered or anything like that either. So you can kind of slowly build it up and eventually get to that Crush Press that does 140 and you discard a Stadium to do 280. So actually very, very similar to the Primal Groudon. The ability is basically the same. It's an ability instead of a like special rule. And the attack is actually pretty similar too. So interesting to see that effect come back. I thought Primal Groudon was a very interesting archetype back in the day, since it was a very just kind of slow build. I think what we might be lacking today in comparison is some of that like disruptive. Wobbuffet was huge for Primal Groudon, sit behind Wobbuffets and Robo substitutes.
Right.
We don't have any of those to that level at least. Wobbuffet is so disruptive. So I'll be curious to see like what a Titan EX deck would put together.
No Frostlass to like, really just flood the energy onto that thing. This is definitely a card that would have liked Frostlass, especially with your ability that makes it so that your opponent can't boss it up. Can Prime Catcher though? It's worth noting.
Well, it said items as well, didn't it?
Oh, did it say items as well? Am I tripping?
Prime Catcher is an item.
Oh, it said items too? All right.
Yeah, it's full on Primal Groudon mode.
Man, I did not read, dude. Yeah. Item or supporter.
Yeah.
Stay in school, kids. Yeah. Read your books. And then Zamazenta just got revealed as well. Strong Bash, 70 damage during your opponent's next turn. If this Pokemon is damaged by an attack, put damage counters on the attacking Pokemon equal to the damage done. I don't think these kinds of attacks are usually very good.
It does work even if it's knocked out, but yeah, it's pretty underwhelming. What's interesting is, if I'm reading it right, it still should do more damage than 130. If it gets hit for like 200, for example, it should reflect back a full 200. So that's kind of cool.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't really see that being a particularly impactful card.
It's a beautiful Zamazenta, though.
It is a cool Zamazenta.
Yeah, that thing's sick.
Zamazenta, I feel like, needs some more love. Like, Zacian has had so much time in the sun.
Yes, that's true. Zacian gets everything, man. Zamazenta gets nothing. Were you able to pre-order any Destined Rival stuff, Riley?
Oh, no, man. I was like position 1 million or something in line.
Yeah, I was position 1,000,005. Yeah.
And I had this like annoying problem at work where when I undocked my computer, I like reset my position in line. So I went back down to like 5 million or something after that. It was not fun.
This is like the one piece of merch that I really want from the Rocket
drop. I figured you would really want that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I have a Team Rocket themed cube. Okay. And my Team Rocket themed cube has all dark Pokemon. It's only dark Pokemon from the original Team Rocket set, and then the return of dark Pokemon for Neo Destiny. There were some in Neo Destiny. I think the cube would look really slick, like in these sleeves. Like specifically, put the whole cube in these sleeves. Carry the cube around in this box.
The briefcase is awesome.
I mean, that's as cool as it gets, right?
It is as cool as it gets, I think.
But yeah, fun. All right, that's Destined Rivals. Are there any like cards or Pokemon that you would love to see Team Rocket get a hold of in the Destined Rivals set? It hasn't been fully revealed yet. We've got Ampharos out there for your Ampharos Ampharos fans. For all you Spidops lovers out there, you're eating good.
I know you're out there.
You're eating good with the Rocket Spidops EX. Obviously, we were always going to get Mewtwo. Who else do we want to see Team Rocket get in this set? Because, I mean, God knows it might be another, 20 years before we get another Team Rocket set. So,
I mean, I've laid my piece. I would really love to see a Weavile line in the new set. I think that would be a lot of fun as the dark featured Pokemon. Yeah, I think that's the one I'm really rooting for the dark slot, personally, more than anyone else. Yeah.
For me, one of my favorite cards ever is Rocket Zapdos from the Gym Challenge set. And then I like Rocket Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno from the Rockets Return sets. The Rockets Zapdos EX, Articuno EX, and Moltres EX. Back from the Rocket Return set, a lot of the EXs from Rocket Returns have like this very funny kind of like CGI artwork that like makes them look like they're from a GameCube game or an N64 game or something, which I think, like, looking back is very cool because it's just like very reminiscent of the era. Reminds you of the video games that were out. Reminds you of like Pokemon Stadium and stuff like that. For now, like, I almost think like the ugly CG stuff is like cooler than the CG stuff that looks more refined now, in my opinion. It's like I like seeing the polygon edges. I think that's cool.
There's a charm to it.
There is a charm to
retro charm.
But you look at like the original Rocket Zapdos from Gym Challenge, the original Rockets Moltres as well. There was never a Rockets Articuno printed, I don't think. Maybe there was in the VS series. I think maybe there's a VS series Rockets Articuno that I'm missing, because I think there's Rockets Entei, Rockets Raikou, and Rockets Suicune from the VS series. Maybe there's an Articuno there. I'm not exactly sure. But I would like to see Rocket take some legendary trio. That's what I want to see, because there's the Rocket Zapdos, Articuno, and Moltres. They've done Rocket's legendary beasts in the VS series. I want to see Rocket take over another set of legendary trio. I don't care which trio it is.
I'm not sure. Would you care if it was like Tornadus and Thundurus?
That'd be hype.
If it was Virizion and Terrakion and stuff?
Virizion and Terrakion? I think the thing is...
Mesprit and Uxie.
I think the Reggies are the ones I want.
Yeah.
Rockets Reggies, I think, will go crazy.
What if they did like the Virizion, the Terrakion, and the Cobalion,
and they're all their darkness type.
And so instead of being the Swords of Justice, they're like the Swords of Injustice. The swords
true, dude. They're the Swords of Injustice. I still feel like I want to see an evil Regirock or like an evil Regice. But there's more than three.
Regirock kind of just gives evil anyway.
Is there more than three? I guess there's more than three.
There's Regigigas and now
Regidrago, Regieleki. There's way more than three now. Yeah.
You could separate the original trio from those, I feel like.
Yeah. What about there's never been Rockets Evolutions.
No, but I think that's unlikely.
I do think it's unlikely, but that would be like, there has been Dark Jolteon and Dark Flareon and Dark Vaporeon from, so like not Rockets, but they're dark.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't the original lore the dark Pokemon that the Team Rocket corrupted them or something?
Yes.
So kind of Rockets.
They're Rockets. Yeah. All the dark Pokemon are Team Rocket's Pokemon as far as I'm concerned. And then they just kind of like, I don't know, they kind of flip back and forth. They had the dark Pokemon, they had the Team Rocket's Pokemon. And then even in like the original Rockets Return set in 2004, they had both. They had dark Pokemon and they had Rocket-owned Pokemon. So, like, funny to kind of see both of those mechanics in the same set.
Ooh, I see an idea in chat that's actually pretty interesting. A Rocket version of the Galarian bird trio. So, like, the original Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno, but their new forms as Rockets. Cool. That'd actually be a fun twist. I like that idea.
I like that idea, too. Yeah. Because to me, like, in my headcanon, like, the Rockets, they have legendary birds, right? Like, because they kind of have throughout the game's history. And the legendary birds kind of like, and this is something I really like about them too, because they kind of have like an evil kind of streak. Like they have been easily corrupted because Team Plasma had them too.
Oh man!
So Team Plasma has the legendary birds. They had like
someone's got to keep an eye on these birds.
Team Plasma's Zapdos EX, Team Plasma's Moltres EX, and Team Plasma's Articuno EX. So Team Plasma's had them all. Rockets had them multiple times, right? They had them in the manga. The manga? How do you say it? Manga?
Manga.
They had them in the manga? I know. Sorry. Take my weeb card, okay? I don't have one. They had them in the manga. Well, that's cool. That's news to me. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's kind of interesting. I could vibe with that. What about like Rocket's Tapus, like Tapu Koko and Tapu Lele and stuff?
No, I just want it to be the birds, if I'm being honest.
I figured.
Think it again. Like now that I'm actually thinking through all the trios, I'm like, there's a reason why I have the bird trio tattooed on my arm. It's because they're the freaking coolest, man. They're the coolest.
You wouldn't be happy with like the legendary dogs or beasts?
I'd be cool with the beasts, because the beasts they did those in Rocket's Returns as well. They had the Suicune, they had Entei, and they had Raikou. They did have as like Rocket's Pokemon EX.
Yeah.
So they had the birds and they had the beasts. So historically, I think there's been There's been multiple runs of birds and beasts.
And it does feel like they're making intentional callbacks.
They are.
So
that's really exciting, because I know I'm like I know. I'm like a Gen 1er. Okay.
Yeah, you are.
I'm a Gen 1er, but I'm also a Gen 2er and a Gen 3er. Okay. I'm like the first 3 gens are peak Pokemon in my mind. It's like
Game Boy. Yeah.
The Game Boy era Pokemon is as good as it gets. And that's not just nostalgia talking, okay, because I never played Gen 3 as a kid. I have only introduced to Gen 3 as an adult. I've only played Emerald as an adult. I completely was doing other things in my life when Emerald came out. In like 2003, 2004, I never played it. So like I never had a Game Boy Advance as a kid. But to me, those are like the peak Pokemon gens. Like to me, like the Virizion in them are just not as cool as like the legendary beasts and the legendary.
Okay, Virizion is a low blow to like every legendary trio. You know, you can't put every trio at Virizion level.
Well, and Keldeo. My horn is my sword.
Well, Keldeo is the 4th.
My horn is my sword.
He's special. You catch him different in the game. So Keldeo's like not really the part of the trio.
Battle me, Cabalion.
Okay. The movie really harmed Keldeo's image, I think.
Keldeo.
Not good PR.
No. That movie did not make Keldeo look cool. Okay. I remember seeing the movie one time when I was like, I don't know, probably when I was like 22. I remember, hanging out with some friends. We put on the movie, because Black and White had come out not too long ago.
Yeah.
And my horn is my sword. And then he's clip, clop, clip, clop, clip, clop. He's like, he's galloping alongside Cabalion. Battle me, Cabalion. I know, just begging, Cabalion to battle him. And
that's tough.
And Cabalion's like, no. We'll like not battle him
because he's just a little pest. Even though he saves the day in the end. He saves the day.
I know. Of course he does.
I mean, to me, nothing really beats the very first Pokemon movie to this day. I think that one just hits so good. It's got all the right elements and the beats to it, Yeah. So emotionally impactful too when Mewtwo realizes that it's not who you're born as, it's who you are.
What you do with the gift of life.
That's
yes,
right.
I know that matters.
I
know, dude. The first one's crazy.
Yeah, so good.
I know. So good. It's so freaking good, dude. Man, do you remember seeing the movie as a kid? Did you go see them?
I did see them, and I had the cards for going to see them. I don't really remember the experience that distinctly of like being at the theater and seeing it, but we did see it.
Yeah.
And I've watched it a bunch of times throughout my life over the years. Back when I was like a camp counselor in high school, I actually used that like gift of life quote.
As like a motivational quote. It's so true too.
Yeah,
Mewtwo's kind of deep.
Yeah, it was kind of deep. So.
I know, right? Because Mewtwo's created in a lab, and like doesn't necessarily have a lot of positive things going on, but he has the chance to do something positive.
Yeah,
with the life
exactly.
Right?
I think all of us can learn from that. Though we probably weren't born in a lab, and maybe you were.
Some people are.
Yeah,
that's okay.
By taking Mew's DNA.
Yeah, and
creating something all new.
Right.
Enhanced and new.
Yeah, if we ever bring the woolly mammoths back, that they'll feel that way.
Well, we're up to the woolly mice now.
I've heard that. I have heard that, yes.
So we're getting close.
Yeah, I brought woolly mice back. In a way, the woolly mice are kind of like Mew, if you think about it, or Mewtwo, I guess.
Yeah, no, they're kind of like Mew. Mew's like a small little furry creature. I think Mew's be more cat-like, but we're getting closer. Now, I don't fully understand why we want the woolly mammoths back.
No, I don't understand either. Yeah.
I'll leave that to the scientists, I guess.
I think they're just trying to flex, just to say that we did. Yeah, just to say that we did. Right.
Yeah. That is kind of legendary. If you're the guy that brought the woolly mammoth back.
Yeah. For science, that's the reason. To look at it.
But like, where would it go? Like, what would it do?
I just want to look at it. I just want to study it. I want to pet one.
Oh, man. Yeah. Presumably, you would have studied it quite a bit to have gotten to the point that you could bring it to life.
What's it sound like, dude?
That gets you thinking. Yeah. And same with the dinosaurs, right? Like, what do they sound like? We should make a park where there's a lot. Where put these creatures.
All right. Hold on. Yeah. Now you're onto something. Okay, we can charge admission. Scientists can live on the island. They'll study it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Got to keep it clear of big giant gorillas. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
We got to make sure there's no other creatures.
Yeah.
I'm thinking lots of different ones though. Ideally, they are blended with frog DNA, which will allow them to change genders and breed unexpectedly. So that would be good.
It looks like we're going to be getting ready for round 2 here. Apparently there was a extension match going on that is just starting to wrap up. So we're going to be getting started with round 2 here momentarily as this
3.
Yeah. Thank you, Riley. We're going to be getting started with this round 3 as soon as this match with the time extension ends. It is almost wrapping up now. So we'll be right back with round 3 after this quick break. Make sure to check out FullGripGames.com for all the best Pokemon trading card game singles and sealed product, as well as DragonShield.com for all the best sleeves and accessories. You can use code TrickyJim at DragonShield.com for 5% off. Huge thank you to the sponsors for supporting the content, and thank you all so much for watching. We'll be right back with round 3 after this quick break. All right, folks, we have got round 3 getting staged and ready to go, and we have got 2 players anxious to notch another win under their belt. And if you've been watching the Full Grip Games League nights on Wednesday or Thursday nights, then you may recognize these players. We have got 2 of our Full Grip Games locals sitting at 2-0 so far. And let's see what they have got in store for us. This is going to be Ben Peacock versus Austin Charles.
Yeah, awesome to see the hometown representation here at the Journey Together 3K. So hopefully one of these players can continue to make a deep run, though unfortunately one of them will have to take a loss here, or a tie here in this round number 3. Andrew, do you have any sense for what these folks might be rolling up with as Full Grip locals?
Oh, well, I did some testing with Ben Peacock for Gym Leader Challenge this other weekend. Ben Peacock is one of the players who plays both formats at our local leagues. We have 2 league nights here at Full Grip every week. We have Gym Leader Challenge on Thursdays, and we have Standard on Wednesdays. And Austin, more of a Standard player. But Ben is one of those players who plays both. So I always get really excited to see what the players who play both Gym Leader Challenge and Standard end up doing for Standard, because I feel like they kind of have a different way of thinking about the game sometimes.
Yeah.
Being informed by Gym Leader Challenge format. A lot of our Gym Leader Challenge locals are Gym Leader Challenge first players, in that that's kind of how they got into the game, right? It was through GLC, and they kind of play Standard as an add-on, right?
Yeah, that's their side format.
That's their side format, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like Ben is one of the players who's consistently invested into both. He really liked Charizard pre-rotation, so I know Charizard EX was one of his fortes. I've seen Austin play a little bit of everything. I feel like Austin's always kind of hip on whatever the most recent meta spice is. Austin's kind of dialed in, so I would expect Tera box from Austin. That would be my guess.
Awesome. It looks like players are starting off now, so we'll switch to the table cam in just a second. And I'm really excited to see what these players have here. It looks like Ben's starting with a Dreepy, so
could be
another
Dragapult.
Stage 2 deck. Not the Charizard, but another infamous Stage 2 deck entering the fray here.
Ah!
Hello. All right. So Austin starting off with that Genesect that disables Ace Specs, a really cool addition to any deck for disruption, and looks like actually another Archaludon deck on the stream here. Archaludon really making waves here at the Full Grip 3K. And yeah, Ben rocking that Dreepy, the TM Devolution. Looks like probably a relatively standard Dragapult deck.
I'm excited to see Dragapult on stream, honestly. Dragapult is one of my top picks for this event. I think Dragapult has a lot of potential. I know Ben is friends with Chase. Chase is a player who we had on stream to play the Standard Conquest this past week. And Chase is a big Dragapult player. So with Ben and Chase being friends, I think it makes sense that Ben also landed on Dragapult. And Ben also did enjoy the Stage 2 Charizard decks pre-rotation. So to see him make the jump over to Dragapult, I think makes a lot of sense. Austin being on Archaludon is a little bit of a surprise to me. This is not what I would have expected from him, but I'm excited to watch him pilot the deck nonetheless, because I do think that Archaludon has a lot of potential, as we saw in that first game from John last round. Now, we've seen a lot of Archaludon on stream so far. Every round actually is featured in an Archaludon.
We've seen a lot of Archaludon, not a lot of success from Archaludon, unfortunately. But Austin might be the first one to turn that around. That Genesect actually is pretty impactful in this specific matchup. If Ben is playing the Sparkling Crystal variant of Dragapult, then not having access to that key tool to accelerate energy is a bit of a bummer. We'll see if Ben is playing the Sparkling Crystal or the Unfair Stamp with that like slower Dragapult variant. Either way, not having access to that A-Spec is pretty critical, and there's no tool disruption in this format to remove that tool.
Right. So that's that Genesect has the something canceller, Ace Canceller. What is it?
I think Ace sounds right to me. It does cancel the Ace-Specs. Yeah.
Ace Nullifier.
Nullifier. Yeah, that sounds cooler than Canceller.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. No cancel culture here. We're nullifying.
Yeah, we just got rid of that actually with the rotation.
Yeah, so true. Yeah. So that's what we got. Ace Nullifier ability. Makes it so that if this Pokemon has a tool attached, your opponent can't play an Ace-Spec from their hand. Very cool.
Yeah, kind of similar to Spiritomb back during the Black and White era. That also deactivated Ace-Specs. And Austin does have their own Ace-Spec already in play as well. So let's take full advantage of that. And Badoo for 0. Metal Pokemon are resistant to grass in this format. So Itchy Pollen still preventing those item cards, still disrupting, but not putting any damage pressure on.
And here's a big research from Austin. Gets to discard his hand, draw 7. And we'll see if he's able to find an Archaludon. Really just Archaludon, and then if there's an energy in the discard pile, then he can go. But I think I'm seeing maybe the Ace-Spec, the Max Belts, and I don't think I see an Archaludon.
Well, the Ace-Specs are already down. Yeah, the Max Belt's already down.
Oh, the Max Belt's already down. What is that I see in his hand? I thought it was pink.
I don't know. We do see the retreat of the... I'm thinking if we're retreating the Genesect, we probably... Well, actually, you can hammer in.
You're just going to hammer in. Yeah.
And that's always a pretty solid option. Be kind of unfortunate if you have to lose your Max Belt here, but I don't know if Max Belt matters a ton in this matchup.
Right.
Probably taking 2 at KOs most of the time anyway, unless there's another damage modifier. And Ben actually swooping.
Oh, wow. Dang.
Really
nothing
to buy a
in
turn.
the hand.
Yeah, Ben was clearly looking to get an extra turn or 2 under their belt with that Badoo, and didn't find what they needed off the top deck. So Austin taking that quick game 1. We've seen a lot of quick games in these first couple rounds, but those have usually been paired with some very interesting games alongside them.
Yeah. It makes me really excited that we're doing the 50-minute best of 3 here, because, like, dude, we would have so many non-rounds if we weren't. So I am thankful that we're doing 50-minute best of 3, because, goodness, I mean, some of these games are just like, brick, your go, whatever, and scoop it up. So hopefully we could get a better game here in our next game. As the Dragapult player, are you choosing to go first or second here?
I think probably either's relatively fine. I mean, Archaludon doesn't put a ton of pressure on turn 1, so you're not really punished if you have a weak start going first. So, it's not like Tera Box that's going to instantly use like a Wellspring Mask, for example, to take 2 prizes. So you do have some of that insurance, and in that situation, maybe first is just fine. Though second is nice too. You get the Badoo instantly, and you get access to Arven on your first turn. So now this matchup historically has been favored, at least slightly, for Archaludon, being able to Turos off the damage and being high enough HP. And it's really difficult for Dragapult to build up to those knockouts. That said, there's always a route. Dragapult's a really good deck for finding creative routes to win games.
It's true. It's true. And it looks like Ben did choose to go second, so we'll be able to get a turn 1 Itchy Pollen. But, I mean, look at this. Austin
immediately.
I'm really liking this decision to put the Ace Nullifier Genesect in this deck.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly what a deck like Archaludon wants to do, is just slow the opponent down just enough, have just enough disruption to be able to make it so that you bludgeoning your opponent for 220 damage turn after turn with the guy that has 300 hit points is just enough to win a game, right?
Yeah, and he plays the Bravery Charms too, which puts it out of range of something like a Dusknoir, for example, or 2 turns of damage counter placement from Dragapult. So pretty interesting deck building. And this is actually the 3rd different variant of Archaludon that we've seen in 3 rounds. We saw the Hops variant, we saw the Dunsparce variant, and now we're seeing a more straightforward variant with the Genesect as a bench sitter. And look at that. Get the Bravery Charm on the Genesect turn 1 and Squawk and Seize.
Dang, a smooth Squawk and Seize for 6 with a 0-card hand. Feels good. Feels powerful.
It does feel good, yeah.
The tool already on the Genesect. Yup, turning off the Ace spec, saying, Ben, yeah, good luck using that Sparkling Crystal. It's not happening.
And so now the debate for Austin is just how many items do they play prior to getting item locked?
Right.
Is the Ultra Ball worth it? I think so. I think so.
Yeah, go get an Archaludon out of the deck. That is something that's really nice. If you could play a deck that likes going first, and you have players like Ben choosing to go second, right? I mean, that's just a win for a deck like Archaludon. If Archaludon can go first, set up its Duraludon, and get some energy in the discard pile, then you have no setback with your opponent getting to go second as they prefer to. I mean, you just prefer to go first. You like to get set up. You like to get a turn 2 attack going first. That's ideal.
Yeah, it's like you're pseudo winning more coin flips than you're actually winning, right?
Right.
'Cause your opponents might choose second for you and allow you to get the position that you want.
Exactly. So it's always interesting to see that dynamic, because I do think that Austin would probably choose to go first in most of his matchups, unless there's like a deck that specifically is trying to, I don't know, maybe do some sort of pop off going second that he's trying to deny. But like strategically, his deck probably wants to go first almost every game.
Here we go, over to Ben. Austin did get a Pokemon to his hand, and Ben gets the turn 1 Arven. Fortunately, Sparkling Crystal will not be a factor of this or any future Arvens for Ben.
No, but at least Ben is going to set up.
Yes.
And we're going to see a game.
Yeah. At least getting those couple of basics into play. Eyeing up a Dreepy and a Duskull. Could be a little safer to go for the double Dreepy in this situation. And I like that, I think.
Yeah.
It doesn't take too much for Austin to be able to take a Gust KO, even under item lock. So I think that seems appropriate. We'll want to make sure that Popping hit the discard, I believe. Yeah, just the rescue board in the hand. So getting the Monkey Dory down. Monkey Dory, iconic staple in this format.
It looks like Ben might be playing Stamp.
Okay, yeah, but still that Stamp is still completely deactivated.
Yeah.
So I think deactivating the Stamp is a little less disruptive to Ben's strategy than deactivating the Crystal would be, though, if he's playing the Crystal variant.
Yeah.
So, because Ben's already planning to attach multiple times, whereas the Crystal variants are kind of expecting to be able to get those pop-off turns.
For sure. So it looks like off of Earthen Vessel, Ben's going to select a Psychic and a Fire Energy. Got those nice League Hollows. You can tell Ben's a league goer. Got the beautiful promo energies. Love to see that. And Monkey Dory established and online.
Well, online is maybe a stretch.
Established on the bench. All right,
present.
No dark energy yet. Maybe dark energy to be online. Fine.
He made it to class.
All right. Not logged in yet.
Yeah.
Sure. I'll give you that.
All right, so Austin guaranteed has a knockout. This is one of actually the really nice things about Duraludon as an evolving basic is you have the 1 energy knockout on Badoo. So even if Badoo prevents you from evolving for whatever reason, you can respond. And he does have a spare Duraludon on the bench as well. So even in a world where he knocks out the Badoo and is stuck, but then Ben has to knock him out, like he has the other one. Right?
Hey, yo, what am I seeing?
Is
that a punching glove thing?
Oh, punching glove is gone.
That's not legal, is it?
It
What
like,
is
does
this?
look a lot like punching glove. I don't know. We'll have to get our best scientists on this one.
Enhance. What is? I did not come prepared for this.
It's the vengeful punch.
I told you it was a punch thing.
Yeah, but it's not the justice punch or the other one that we were thinking of.
Yeah, dude, it's vengeful punch. If the Pokemon this card's attached to is knocked out by an attack, put 4 damage counters on the attacking Pokemon.
I knew this looked familiar. Yeah, this is the thing we played in Mew that one time. For Charizard.
Uh-huh. Yeah, this is crazy, dude. Yeah, the punch is crazy.
All right, so I'm going to do some punching. And it softens up slightly. I don't think the math even still works out, though. It'll soften up a Dragapult, and then the max spell still does 270, so 310 total. So I don't know if this is really for this matchup in particular, or if he has, again, some other damage modifier. But here we go.
Dragapult online. Let's go.
Yeah, new Buddy popping in hand as well, so able to get the Duskull down to threaten that for future turns. I mean, Ben's looking pretty solid in terms of their setup this game. Much better than the first one.
Oh, I mean, that's for sure. Not a high bar to clear, but
yeah, I suppose that's true.
Okay, so max spell. So max spell with the Archaludon, we could hit 270.
270, yeah.
Plus 4. Yeah, it's not doing it, is it?
Not without some other way to modify damage.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that would be.
Because that gets you to 310. It doesn't actually knock out the Dragapult. Dragapult's got 320 HP.
Yeah, maybe if he's playing the Gravity Mountain Stadium.
I mean, that would be sauce, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy.
That's like a lot to go for, so I don't know if that's realistic. We do see the damage being spread out onto evenly on Austin's Pokemon. I don't know if it's tremendously going to matter for the Archaludon, but this does put the Genesect in a situation where Dusknoir knocks it out.
The max belts and the punch could end up working with like the retaliate style attack that Archaludon can do, I guess, if it gets damaged with the Relicanth.
I see. Yeah, so you get the 80 base on that plus 200. So even without the max spell, if you get either the Vengeful Punch or the max spell, you get to respond with Relicanth. So actually, yeah, okay, I see that.
So it actually kind of fits perfectly for this matchup.
And just lean a little bit harder, into the anti-Dragapult technology on Archaludon.
Yeah.
So, and really, it seems like a lot of cards in this deck are pretty good against Dragapult because the Genesect is pretty impactful in the matchup. You have the Relicanth, which is good in the matchup. You're playing the max spell to supplement the Relicanth and the Vengeful Punch to supplement the Relicanth. And not to say they're useless elsewhere, but a lot of anti-Dragapult technology going on.
Here we go. Assemble the Alloy Archaludon. Yes, here we are. Man, I'm excited we're seeing a lot of Archaludon today. I'm going to be honest. I think Archaludon is really cool, and I vibe with this deck.
Yeah, it has kind of an old school flavor to it almost.
It does have an old school flavor to it.
You play your hand.
You research, you play your hand. You're not comboing off like, oh, I'm going to tutor my deck 6 times a turn. And yeah, dude, no. This thing rules. 300 hit points. I'm doing 220 damage. I'm slugging. I can scoop my guy up with Turo scenario. I'm pinpointing, dealing the damage exactly where I want to deal. It's a good, consistent deck. Unfazed by the item lock, really, since you've got the hammer in, can just do 30 and bop the Badoo, as we've seen. This is cool. It's cool to see Archaludon doing so well, and I think it just makes sense at the beginning of a format to have like a very consistent card like Archaludon with a consistent and easy to navigate game plan. Being a choice for players this early in a format.
Yeah, it puts less pressure on you to like solve a deck, right? Because Archaludon is such a self-sufficient engine that you can kind of just build around it however you want. We've seen multiple successful variants over the course of the stream, or at least played variants, maybe not successful. Both of them lost, but we saw multiple variants of Archaludon. I think that shows its like independence and flexibility as a card too.
Yeah, Austin's Austin's setup has been the best out of any Archaludon player that we've seen so far. I mean,
and his deck is the simplest.
Yes,
too.
Yes. John's right, because it doesn't have the extra draw engine that John was trying to fit in. It doesn't have the hop stuff that Brandon was trying to fit in. This is just Archaludon boiled down to its essentials.
Yep, basically that. And here we go. We're going to see that Dusknoir more than likely knocking out the Genesect. You could go for the active too. Yep, that's fine. I think I like knocking out the active here. And put more pressure on Austin that way. And you can spread to the Genesect as well and just have that as an option for another prize down the line. Or Relicanth. Ooh. And I like... Okay, yeah, just building up the math on multiple Pokemon. I like that too. Overall, solid play by Ben. Pretty straightforward turn. Just evolve the Dusknoir, take multiple prizes, set up your knockouts for the future turn. And Austin's in kind of a compromised spot. He can take the knockout here, and then what?
Right. Like, where are we going? There's one Duraludon in play. Ben's got 3 prizes left. I mean, what? So this would take Austin down to 2 prizes remaining.
Well, we do have the max belt, so... Okay, so actually, no, I like Austin's spot here now that he has the max belt in play, because what that's threatening is the retaliation, you know? And even if Ben is to knock out the Relicanth, it's just a Night Stretcher away.
Right. Let's see, can Austin actually take this knockout just with a hammer in?
I think he can, right? Because the Dragapult's at 260 right now.
Oh, yeah. That's doing an 80 damage hammer in. I mean, so you could do that. I don't know if that's what you want. You probably want to protect your max belt. Yeah, I like this.
See that. So I agree with protecting the max belt here. But you could have hammered in, and it would have been awesome.
It's true. So there was no whiffing there.
No whiffing,
it was
which
happening.
is nice.
Yeah,
which is nice to have that insurance. I also don't see an energy on bench for Ben, I don't think. And they have one in hand. Was that off the prizes? It's one of the flaws of the slow Dragapult is that you do need to attach the energy continuously because you don't have the crystal to jump ahead. So you either need a Crispin or to attach every single turn.
Right. And we can see that maybe Ben is kind of falling behind an attachment. Gonna have to be Crispin, right? You know, Recon Directive into Crispin, and then if you're using Crispin, you can't play a card like Iono. Yep. So
now Austin using another Night Stretcher. I think I actually would have liked that to be kept in hand potentially, just in case Ben pulls off a play to knock out the Relicanth and swing into the active, because then you just have the immediate response with the Relicanth. But choosing to spread out his bench a little bit more. Also grabbing a tool card off the town store. Bravery Charm is the choice.
Town store really focusing on tools.
Okay, well, the Bravery Charm, it could also protect the Relicanth in another way.
Yeah.
So there we go. Yeah, I really like this build from Austin. It's uses all these tools super well. It has a very clear strategy, pretty simple setup. It seems just like the most consistent of the variants we've seen so far.
And that at the beginning of a format, I mean, you cannot overestimate the power of consistency, really. In the beginning of a format, you experienced that yourself playing Arceus Duraludon at our Brilliant Stars release weekend event eons ago, right? And we're seeing it again. What is it about these bridge Pokemon and their consistent game plan?
I don't know. That's just their thing. And doing around 220 damage seems to be their thing too.
So true.
So just a staple. Although Archaludon is the evolved form of Duraludon. So
it's true.
Cool.
Duraludon's not a bridge yet. No. Archaludon. It's just a
building.
Yeah, just a building. So
and
true.
Is a bridge really superior to being a building? I guess so. By Pokemon logic, it is.
I mean, I don't know, man. Are bridges superior to buildings? That's a loaded question. They probably take a lot more engineering, if I had to guess. Buildings take a lot of engineering, but if you see like a bridge like the Bay Bridge and stuff like that, I'm thinking, I say Bay Bridge because I'm from Maryland, but or like the Golden Gate Bridge, like, dude, those bridges are nuts. I don't know, man.
I guess I never really thought about it. I was never like a civil engineer. You know, I studied studied other engineering in school.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like Ben's got a Jacques this turn.
Yep, jocking for the Dragapult, which pretty much confirms that we will not be seeing the Phantom Dive this turn. So just building up his hand. I think that's probably acceptable for the most part. What this does open up the door for, though, is for Austin just to go Gust game.
Oh, yeah.
And that is generally his preferred game plan anyway with an Archaludon deck.
Just 2 prizes remaining. If Ben were to put a liability out like a Pheasantipity or something, like things could get really hairy. Looks like Ben is playing the Blood Moon Ursaluna, so something to keep an eye out for.
The Blood Moon can't be safe here, though, right? Because you
Not
have the Max
here.
Belt in play.
No, not here. No. But maybe to finish off this Archaludon eventually.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, what you could do is use Jet Headbutt for 70 and then clean it up with a Blood Moon.
True.
That's an option. And then you can just Gust to take that final KO. I think that is a semi-reasonable route. And what I like about that route, too, is it puts a hard to KO Pokemon in front of the Archaludon, but doesn't also feed it the immediate retaliation.
Okay, the Psychic Energy is going down. Does that mean that Dragapults will soon follow? Yes, here's Dragapults. You don't want to put that energy down without evolving it, or else that energy could just get chased off the board. So
I think we're going to see exactly this route. Where you Jet Headbutt, follow it up with a Blood Moon, and hope that's enough. You could also, if Austin doesn't Gust, you could evolve up that Duskull, even into a Dusclops is enough to KO the active with a Phantom Dive.
I see a Tero scenario in Austin's hand.
Oh, that would be a heartbreaker, I think, for Ben. He really needs this damage on board.
Oh, yeah, that's a backbreaker, most definitely.
We'll see. It's really, since he has that attachment already, too, it's like a really good turn, it feels like, for that Turo.
It is, and I think that Turo scenario gets played. I mean, that's exactly what this Archaludon deck wants to do, is just like soak damage, bounce your Archaludon around, Turo scenario, pick it up, put it back down, use Assemble Alloy again. Just gets really difficult to deal with as a deck like Dragapult trying to stack up damage on your opponent's board. If they could just pick up their big guy and just heal it over and over again. It's kind of like the...
Actually opting against it.
Okay.
Which is interesting. How much HP does Wingull have? Is it 60 or less?
Dude, Wingull. Let's
that's
go.
that basic on the edge there for Austin. Because if Wingull does have a low enough HP...
Wingull has 70.
Okay, so he's safe in this moment then. Because what I was thinking is, I mean, even then, like a Radiant Alakazam actually wins from here.
That is no longer legal.
Oh, you're right. Radiants are gone. Thank goodness.
God, it feels so good to finally be able to correct you.
Halucha, though. Halucha does win, and he does have Halucha.
Halucha!
So here it goes. Dusclops onto the active, softens up the Archaludon.
What?
And then he'll take the win. 3-prize turn.
Yo, 3-prize turn and he wins?
Yes.
Holy dude, that just... The Wingull lost him the game.
Yes, the Wingull bench lost and not using the Turo that previous turn.
Oh my gosh, he had the Turo, and that's it.
Wow.
And Ben Peacock steals the win to move on to, oh my gosh, each player has won a game. This is a tied set. Game 3, dude. Game 3.
Very impressive stuff from Ben. And this is exactly what I was saying with the Dragapult deck being able to carve out those routes, and come back in those critical situations to win games that you wouldn't expect.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that's so crazy. And the Wingull is not exactly a card that we see all the time, but I do like this technology from Austin. The Wingull evolves into Pelipper. Pelipper has an ability... I wish I knew how to spell Pelipper because I'm trying to look the card up right now.
It's hearsay, though, and it allows you to get a supporter from your discard pile or your deck and add it to your hand. So actually very powerful supporter searching ability It's a little more versatile than like a Lumineon V would have been, but you have to evolve it. So, there's trade-offs, of course.
Pelipper's got 3 Ps in it. Who could have guessed this? Yes, I'm looking at the Pelipper now. 120 hit points. Yep, hearsay, exactly as Riley described it. So yeah, being able to just get those Turos back. And, we said that Austin's deck didn't have any support Pokemon in it, but I guess we were wrong. It does have a thin Pelipper. It's probably a 1/1 if I had to guess.
Yeah, and the Pelipper's nice for exactly that, like getting those niche supporters at the moment you need them, like a Black Belts or a Turos.
Yeah.
And it's flexible in that it can get them from the discard pile. So even if you discarded it off a Squawk or a Research, you can get it back.
Yep. It is a retreat cost of 2 Pokemon, Pelipper, but you're playing a bunch of Turo scenarios and stuff, so who cares?
Yeah.
If you have to, just Turo it up, put it back down.
And now I'm assuming that at the end of last game, Austin had ran out of Bravery Charms, but that could have been a way to safeguard the Wingull as well. Again, I'm assuming they probably ran out. I can't imagine they're playing much more than 2 in this deck.
Right.
Because they're only really useful for the Genesect.
All right, so Austin choosing to go first after losing game 2. And this is the exact scenario that we were just talking about, where Austin wants to go first, Ben wants to go second. Each player kind of getting what they want out of this opening. And with Ben choosing to Ultra Ball away an Artisan and an Iono, that's telling me that Ben's hand has got to have some fire stuff in it.
Yeah, that's pretty true. We'll see what they're targeting off this Ultra Ball here to complement whatever fire stuff they have in their hand. We're seeing the Budew at the front of the deck, maybe just going for that item lock. You do sack that prize, though, unfortunately.
Item lock, great way to start off any game, especially when your opponent only has 1 Pokemon in play. Was Austin able to get a Metal Energy into the discard pile with that Earthen Vessel?
I think so.
Because that's huge. Because if that's the case, then, Austin could evolve it up and use Assemble Alloy. Not that Austin needs to in order to knock out a Budew, because the Hammer In, as we've seen multiple times today, does knock it out.
Yeah, the threat, though, is if Ben is able to attach an energy, then they're just a Rare Candy energy away from being able to then respond. So the nice thing about the Budew is even if you sack the prize, if you disrupt them from further setup, it still is worth it.
So what does Ben find off this Iono? Does Austin find more non-item cards to help him continue establishing a board? I mean, that's really the big thing here. You get Iono to 6 fresh cards, but you can't play items. Badew's Itchy is about to put this pressure on Austin and say, like, all right, no items. I'm setting up all of the nasty behind this Budew with all my items right now, putting you on the clock. I could go turn 2 Rare Candy Dragapult or turn 2 Rare Candy Dusknoir, and this Duraludon is just dead. So it's gonna put Austin on a huge clock. It's gonna put him on the timer, and he's gonna have to draw something, a supporter or another Pokemon or something, or this game could end quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ben is a really nice wide setup. Unfortunately, I think they whiffed a fire or psychic energy. I believe they drew the darkness energy as their only energy for turns. So they won't make any energy attachment progress effectively, right? Like you're not getting closer to a Phantom Dive is maybe the more appropriate way to say that. But maybe that's okay, right? You do have the Dusknoir threat. You do have the item lock. And if that sticks for a turn, that could be quite valuable. And you do have the Fez ready as well to draw more cards when this Budew inevitably gets knocked out.
Gotta say, I'm feeling like Ben has got it going on right here. Does Austin have anything playable in this hand?
Well, it's a Vengeful Punch.
That's not gonna do it.
It's playable though.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Not Town Store. Not Turo.
Oh, Turo's not going to be it.
There's
here.
an Iono. Okay. There's an Iono. There's an Iono. Yes.
Yes, that was a mildly scary moment here for Austin.
Right.
But we do have that Iono, so we'll be able to draw more cards. Still needs to hit more, though. Like, particularly Pokemon. Needs to hit another Duraludon as a minimum, in my opinion.
And cannot use an item to, fetch it out.
Correct.
So just needs to get a little lucky.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You're not drawing that many cards to try and hit your remaining Duraludons. Just got 6.
What do we got? I think is that an Arc? Yeah, that's an Arc.
Okay, Arc is also a pretty acceptable hit here.
But I think there's just one energy in the discard pile and none in hand. So I think it is a whiffed attack, but you have to evolve up just to avoid losing.
You're right. That's probably, it is worth it to avoid
losing.
Loss.
Yeah. You could still lose if your opponent, if Ben, pops off and goes Dusknoir Drag.
Either Dusknoir or Dragapult Crispin would win. They do need to hit Rare Candy for that, but there is a Rare Candy in hand, as we can see for Ben, so not that unlikely from here, especially with the Fez draw. It's also kind of nice that evolving denies the Fez draw, forces stuff to happen.
Right.
I think it's pretty unlikely that Ben hits a Crispin double candy.
Not happening. It's not without Fez. Even with Fez, it's not happening, but still, if you're Ben here after that tough game 1 loss, to rally back, get the 3 prize turn to win and clutch out game 2, and then be in a dominant position in game 3 early on, it's gotta feel good. That is quite a turn of the tides that we're seeing. It is definitely, Austin's not out of it, but this is not the dream start for Austin that you want.
Yeah, so what's nice for Austin is it's pretty unlikely that Ben Phantom Dives this turn. So he's probably going to use Itchy Pollen again, which gives Austin a little more wiggle room to find the setup. If he can get another energy and some more basics into play through the use of another supporter, for example, then it basically what that does is just makes it as if the previous turn Ben had hit a Psychic Energy.
Is that an EXP share?
It is an EXP share.
Ooh, sauce, dude. Sauce.
Yeah, with the low amount of tool disruption in the format, cards like EXP share get a lot better.
Well, it's just item lock pass. I think kind of just relying on that Fez to...
Here's the Relicanth too, which guarantees a knockout.
It does. That's true. But then I think, does Austin have a boss in hand, it looks like? Yeah, it's going to use Relicanth, copy Hammer in, boom, knockout, takes first prize. Okay, here we are.
And Ben still feels a little far away from really pushing this game forward. Needs to hit a Dragapult so they can candy.
There's a Dragapult, right? Yep, there's a Dragapult and a Dusknoir.
The interesting thing with the candy attack is it does potentially set Ben up to be KO'd by the Vengeful Punch. Though he could play around that by taking the knockout with the Dusknoir instead of...
And it looks like he's actually using that Rare Candy to get Dusknoir going.
Oh, and he has Arven in hand, so what he could do is just get the second Rare Candy here if he has Dragapult. I don't know.
He does have Dragapult.
I thought he did.
He does.
Yeah.
And his Ace Spec is also not turned off this game.
That's true. That's true. So he could Unfair Stamp this turn as well if he wanted to. I think he'll probably prioritize the Rare Candy over the Unfair Stamp at this point. But if you're Austin, what can you really do at that point?
Here's Arven. Okay, a tool and an item card. Is it the unfair?
Okay. Does he already have a Rare Candy in hand, or does he need to? Is he hoping to dig into it?
I don't know what the game plan is here. Let's see.
Interesting.
Unfair Stamp. Oh man, I don't like using Unfair Stamp before the Dusknoir. I feel like you want a Dusknoir first.
That's true. Although you might not use the Dusknoir this turn.
I guess.
The other thing is that you can now whiff your attack and just basically sack another Badoo.
That's basically what I'm imagining happening here, right?
And I think it's actually pretty unlikely for Ben to get both Rare Candy and Dragapult off of this.
Off of 5? No.
Yeah, that's a lot to hit. It's not impossible.
No, I'd be happy with a couple Dracloak though, and it looks like that's what we got. So,
yeah,
that's not terrible.
It's not. But you're going down 2 prizes, I think is the main thing.
Yeah.
So you had a really big opportunity to come up on this game, and now you're down 2.
It's true, but Dragapult plays best from behind, so I'm not sweating.
It's true, but on the flip side, Archaludon's already kind of a deck that I mean, you saw Austin's build. It has a lot of tools to deal with Dragapult. And so if Austin's able to get access to those tools thanks to the additional turns that he's had, that could, allow things to skew in his favor.
I don't think Ben... Yeah, I was going to say, Ben was like looking at sacking the Dusknoir. I don't think Ben should sack the Dusknoir here.
Well, what's interesting now is Austin could gust it.
And he does have Boss in hand. Yeah,
I really like that play, actually.
Yeah. Does have Boss in hand. Are you really going to boss the Dusknoir over the
I
2 energy Dracloak?
Well, the EXP share is on the other Dracloak, so it still is going to be able to attack. And that denies the one-hit KO'd situation.
Yeah.
So I actually really do like the Gust KO here. It's not necessarily what you might think of. You might be tempted to go for like the Fez, for example, or the Dracloak with the energy. But the Dusknoir is a really tempting target to me.
Wait, hold up. This Arc doesn't have 3 energy, dude.
Oh, does he not have another one in hand?
No, dude.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, dude. No.
Okay, well.
Oh, yeah. Ben's chilling.
So it goes.
So the only option he has is to knock out this Badoo again and give Ben 3 more cards with Fez.
Well, that's still better than nothing, right? But you still don't have the Duraludon on the bench. Man, that's tough.
Yep, and here he goes. Okay, Hammer In, using Relicanth's ability to copy the Hammer In attack from Duraludon, 30 damage and the knockout. Austin taking his second prize. But now Ben has got an opportunity to really start mounting this comeback. I mean, if Ben can just go Dusknoir and then swing.
And he has it in hand.
Then boom. Yeah, this Archaludon is dead, dude.
It is. Yeah, and to be honest, I think if you get to this point with Slowpoke where you're a little behind on prizes, but you have healthy Dragapults, you have Dracloaks in play. I mean, that's a game-winning scenario for a slow Dragapult archetype.
Oh, yeah. Like, you got to look at the board. And that's the thing about Dragapult is like, Dragapult could be losing on prizes. Doesn't mean it's losing the game. You got to look at the board state. Ben's board state was looking really good, especially with that EXP share on the second Dracloak. I'm feeling really confident about this board because it means even if your energy gets chased, you're passing some of it back. The Dusknoir already established. The hand disruption with the unfair stamp. While Austin has no support Pokemon in his deck, really. I mean, and we've seen that is the difference between Austin's deck and some of the other Archaludon decks that we've seen, is that Austin was foregoing the consistency Pokemon. So not having a Dunsparce set up or something like that to be able to draw out of an unfair stamp, Austin hasn't even been able to get 3 energy on this Archaludon because of the Badoo's Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, and this really just showcases the power of Itchy Pollen. Even though you're giving up prizes 2 turns in a row, it stunted Austin's setup to the point where it didn't really matter. Right. He had enough of a slowdown that Ben was able to now respond to this Archaludon in 1 turn, and Austin wasn't able to fill his bench, nor even get the 3rd energy.
No, because you choose to go first, you can't play the supporter, and then you get item locked in your opponent's first turn. And it's like one of the weaknesses of choosing to go first is you see less cards, and then you might get item locked, and then you're just bodied.
Yeah. I think Ben's in a pretty good spot here. That's kind of what it comes down to. It's just I don't really see a way they lose this game at this point.
I'm really liking this build of Dragapult. This seems solid for sure.
Now, if Austin was able to get a bench Duraludon, I think they would have a clearer route, especially now getting an extra prize from the Dusknoir.
Oh, yeah. But
without having access to that additional Duraludon, I mean, I think it's unlikely that they even come into play at this point. Ben has a counter catcher in hand. They'll still be behind in prizes after this knockout, thanks to
crazy.
The Dusknoir putting them to 3. So they still have access to counter catcher for 1 more turn. So Austin actually needs to get 2 Duraludons into play.
Now, Austin does have items in hand that he can finally play.
So.
Isn't that crazy? This is like the first turn where Austin can play an item and a supporter in the same turn.
Yeah.
The only turn he's been able to play items so far is his first turn going first.
Yeah, so getting that nest ball finally. Wish had access to that earlier. Does have the double Duraludon, which is what we were talking about.
For sure.
But Ben is going to go down to... I mean, if we don't get a Bravery Charm, presumably you're going to Bravery Charm the Relicanth. So Ben will go down to 3 prizes, but with a very heavily damaged Relicanth, more than likely. And the route just seems super clear for Ben at this point. Oh, especially if Fez enters the equation, the route feels clear.
Oh, yeah, with a Fez. I mean, Fez is like the card that's going to help Austin draw out of this. It's kind of like the 1-card board state that he needs in order to keep momentum. But, yeah, it's only got 210 hit points. It is very easily capable of getting knocked out by the Dragapult deck. So, could be his downfall as well.
Get those couple extra cards. What are they? Boss's Orders and a Vessel. I mean, Vessel, I mean, with the energy drought Austin's been on, the Vessel's not a terrible pickup. But does he have another way to get a basic Pokemon? Because I can't see.
There's a Night Stretcher in hand.
There is? Okay.
Oh, yeah. So he can bring back the other Dura, which he needs to do. I mean, but like it's also possible that Ben could go
Candy Dusknoir.
Yeah, blow them both up again. Which would be horrible.
That would be tragic. That would be tragic. I mean, he could take a 3-prize turn.
Oh, yeah. Things are getting hectic. It's crazy how fast everything ramps. I mean, Ben truly caught me off guard with the 3-prize turn and win in game 2. I was not expecting that.
I'll tell you what, Andrew, we might be on the cusp of seeing 3 different Archaludon variants lose 3 times in a row. So maybe our prediction to have Archaludon in top 8 was a bit of an oversight. We'll see.
I think one Archaludon in top 8 makes sense just through attrition, okay? Like, there are so many of them being played. One of them is going to wiggle their way in.
You think so?
I think so.
It's kind of like a cicada, right? Where they have so many of them that it doesn't matter if they get eaten and stuff.
Right, yeah. It's just like that.
All right, Iono's pretty good here. Does also remove that counter catcher, which was a very nice resource for Ben.
The fact that Ben can counter catcher at this point in the game is absurd.
All right, that's not fair. Counter catcher should be on board state, right? Triple Duraludon. We're definitely evolving next turn.
Okay.
That's without doubt at this point. I also do like the Bravery Charm on the Fez. Prevents like a Hawlucha Gust to knock it out.
Yeah, all right. So Austin resetting. I mean, really taking this opportunity to play those items in his deck and running with it. Finally getting to establish a board. And this is what a board looks like when you actually get to play your items. Yeah.
Yep.
You get some Pokemon into play. You get established for next turn. Yeah, I mean, obviously we're missing the attack, which is not great. You would like to even just get a hammer in on this Dragapult because I feel like 30 does make a little bit of a difference.
It does for the max belt.
Yeah.
Metal Defender combo.
Austin doesn't really care to let this. I mean, if the Relicanth goes down, he can just Night Stretcher it back at full health and be fine with it, right? So it's better. It's better for it to stay in the active and kind of take the brunt of the 200 damage Phantom Dive.
Yeah, you want them to waste damage.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Austin's route is to just evolve up as much as possible next turn, I think, and make it as hard as possible for Ben to take a knockout. If Austin as well is able to gust the Fez, it completely denies the Dusknoir because Ben will no longer be able to pop it without losing.
Yeah, this is actually shaping up to be a really interesting game because even though Ben kind of took the initial board state lead, I mean, we see that now that Austin is kind of like resetting, there's definitely a route for Austin. I mean, you soak a couple of hits with some Archaludon, hit a couple of Turo, and boom, there we go. Like that's it, right?
That's going to be it. Yeah, this is taking hits and potentially Turoing as well. You can honestly get away without Turo if you are able to get gusts subsequently.
Yeah.
Here we see that Ben does have Boss's Orders in hand, I believe, but I like the choice to use Counter Catcher here.
Yeah, while you're down, right?
While you're still down. So it maximizes your gust options for future turns.
Right. Yeah, some heads up baseball right there. I like to see it.
So Ben more than likely taking 2 prizes here. if he decides to chase that Duraludon with the energy and the Relicanth.
Yeah, that's quite good.
It's quite good.
That will, that'll mean that it's like Fez in game. But the Fez having the Bravery Charm on it does make it a little bit tougher to knock out.
Yeah, you could place your damage on the Fez instead if you want to set it up for a future turn. The Bravery Charm actually is pretty impactful on the Fez relative to Dragapult math. We'll see though. Yep, that Duraludon as expected being gusted up. I'm really curious how he places these damage counters.
Nice stretcher. Getting a Duskull back. We saw that Ben decided not to buddy for another Dreepy earlier, so opted to use this bench space for another Duskull. And here's a Phantom Dive. It looks like spreading some damage. Yep, knocking out the Relicanth, right?
And there's whatever's left is going on the Fez.
Whatever's left is going on the Fez, yep.
Okay, so Ben still has 2 prizes to take. And I think this is Austin's window of opportunity, is to capitalize on that. The best way he could do that would be by double gusting. I don't think that's particularly likely with what I'm seeing in his hand. You got to remember he Iono'd last turn, but he had taken a bunch of prizes at that point too. So I do see your research, I believe, but I don't think Austin's going to be able to get that gust.
And time is winding down, so...
Yeah, though you got to consider with the +3 turns that probably this game is reaching a conclusion.
Definitely.
Unless there's some crazy stalling type of stuff going on.
No, I would think so. I mean, it's looking like each player will probably get 2 more turns here. It depends if Austin ends up finishing the turn before or after the timer hits 0. I'm not 100% linked up with the time the round starts because they're downstairs and I'm up here and I don't, have a way to get that synced up 100% yet. So this is a rough estimation of the time. So it is. We'll know time has been hit when the judge puts the time dice on the center of the table. But we should be very close to that. So we are coming down to the wire. Flip the script, draw 3.
Can he hit the boss and energy and Archaludon required to hit the full combo on the Fez?
We've got Archaludon in hand. I see that off the draw.
I don't see an energy. So even if he does have the boss, I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, Ben taking the energy off the Duraludon last turn, actually, that's a combo piece. I mean, so that is makes it so your opponent has to find just one more thing in order to get the attack going.
A second Archaludon actually would do it too, because you can accelerate twice. But yeah, I only really see the one, I think.
Bundle Ruski.
Okay, bundle. I'm hoping maybe Fez comes up. What is the route here? What is the route here?
Gear. I mean, Austin's got research in hand. But
he does.
It looks like he's like trying to not play it. And here's turn 0, so that is time.
Okay, just about a minute off on that timer, but pretty close.
I was close. Yeah, I feel pretty good about that. All right. So we'll set that timer to 0.
I guess you could maybe go for your own Iono here, try and reduce Ben's hand size a little bit, take this knockout, and then go for a boss the following turn. Would be a viable route. What I'm worried about if I'm Austin here is that Ben could potentially just swing for game this next turn.
Oh, yeah.
Without hand disruption. Because really he only needs a Dusclops and a boss.
Okay, here's Arc. Assemble Alloy. Right, to win this game, doesn't Austin just need to go knockout here and then next turn Gus Fez game?
Yeah, the problem is by taking a knockout on a single prizer that it leaves Dusknoir as an available option for Ben to either set up Dusclops on the Fez or Dusknoir on the Archaludon.
Yeah, so with no hand disruption, it's sketch, right?
Yeah, I mean,
So
Ben
that's
has
what
a pretty
Austin was
large
digging
hand.
for, you think?
I think so. You still would have to hit an energy off the Iono to 3, which is not ideal.
Yeah.
Do hit it off the research. It is possible that Ben whiffs, though.
It is.
He has boss in hand, though, I believe.
He does.
So the only piece that I think he needs is a Dusclops.
Like a single clops, and it's over. All right, and here is the knockouts. Turn 1 of time. Each player is going to have 2 more turns. Austin just played his
Rare
first
Candy
of
should do
time.
it too.
Flip the script.
Flip the script plus 2 of the Dracloaks. Oh, and
There's
there it is.
Clops,
There
and
it
that
is.
should
I
do
think
it.
that's game.
Clops, boss, Fez. Blow it up. Curse Blast. 5 damage counters.
Bring in Austin all the way down to 1 prize card. But unfortunately, that's not enough to win the game.
And that is it, with Ben Peacock emerging victorious with the Dragapult EX deck. Wow, I mean, hard fought by Austin. The Archaludon deck, that's 3 Archaludon up, 3 Archaludon down, Riley. How messed up is that?
It's pretty messed up, man. Yeah, if you're an Archaludon believer, the stream must have been a really rough last couple hours for you. But who knows? By attrition, they might make it through.
I'm telling you, there's some Archaludon player out there that's winning. For all these Archaludon players that we see losing, there's one out there that's still winning.
And hey, Austin had won his prior 2 rounds.
He had, right.
So maybe he'll continue to win from here. You know, maybe this is his 1 loss.
It
right?
might be. I mean, 8 rounds, right? We're cutting to a top 8, so 1 loss certainly is not going to get you out of the mix. But that's all you're going to want if you want a shot to make top 8. I think you might have to go 7-1 or 7-1 or 6-1-1. How close is 6-1-1? 160 players?
I don't know. Yeah, I feel like you definitely don't want more than a loss.
No,
you know?
no. No 6-2s are making it. I'm like pretty confident about that, because your 6-0s will go and then probably go 6-0-2 and try to ID in, right?
Yep. Yeah, I think you'll probably see 6-1-1s, but not 6-2s.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's probably. But I'm curious as to what the bubble is going to be, though.
Yeah. We're probably about a round away from being able to really get a good sense of that.
Yeah.
But my gut tells me that probably 6-1-1 is that cutoff.
Yeah, and it's intense. I mean, it's cool to have a tournament of this size that's going to conclude in one day. I think that's really neat. Getting to kind of watch 160 players duke it out and play some good sets. You know, best of 3, 50-minute best of 3 series. You know, every single Swiss round, and then cutting to a top 8, getting to see the top 8 come to a conclusion. I saw someone in the chat say it's like a small regional or like the world's biggest league cup, right? Like,
yeah, it is.
And it actually, what it feels like is a state championship. That is what it feels like here. Because back in the day, state championships were that step between a city championship and a regional championship. And they had about 100 players. I mean, a lot of them would have over 100 players at them. Your smaller states would have maybe 50. But your bigger states like Ohio, Indianapolis, I mean, your bigger, I say your bigger Indianapolis, Indiana, whatever. Indianapolis is where all the tournaments get held. Yes. Indiana, and Michigan, you know, stuff like that. Your big Pokemon states.
The Midwest
Pokemon states, would have pretty big state championships. So it does feel like that. And state championships were, similarly, they would run all day and then conclude with the top 8 one-day events. You know, they weren't 2 days. So there's something that's cool about that. This is a double-header weekend, so we do have 2 events running, but they're 2 separate events.
Yeah, and those states were really, really popular back in the day. A lot of folks were really upset when they ended up being cut from the schedule with the introduction of League Cups. So it's cool to see like that kind of format that was so beloved return with this sort of tournament here.
It is cool. Now, you never got to play in a state championship, right?
No, they had concluded in the year that I had started playing Pokemon. So they had just finished. When I was first like exploring the game was around the time the final state championships were happening.
Okay.
I don't think we knew at the time they were going to be the final ones, but I was looking at states results to like make my first steps.
That's crazy.
It is crazy, right? Like, I wish I got to do states because then I could have proven myself as Ohio's GOAT.
It's true.
Yeah,
it's true.
Yep.
I got second. I got second at a state championship once, and I got top 8 at another. It's funny. I don't think about them much because they're not regionals. They're not like the records. Your state championship like accomplishments aren't like recorded anywhere online. They're not like on.
They're not on Limitless.
They're not on Limitless.
Yeah.
They're not on PTCG Legends. Like
kind of a lost history.
They're kind of lost to history. But yeah, I played this. I played this crazy land bats deck.
I'm sure you did.
Yeah, it was I played land bats. Got second place at a state championship with it, and it was after my regional win with land bats earlier. So it was the fall, like the spring of 2015. Spring of 2015. Yeah, I had this land bats deck that had Miltank in it.
Yeah,
and there was this Miltank that did like more damage.
Powerful friends.
If you had a stage 2 Pokemon in play, it did more damage for 1 energy. So I was playing Miltank, and I ended up I lost to Toad Bats.
No,
I know, dude. The Superior Bats deck won. No.
Yeah, really tough matchup for you in particular.
Oh, horrible in the finals. Yeah,
Toads.
Horrible. And then I had another state championship that I top 8'd with a Virizion Seismitoad Mewtwo EX deck. It was like this anti-meta. I think I was mad that I lost to Toad Bats, so I was playing a deck where I was like, "Oh, this thing will dominate Toad Bats because it's got Virizion and Mewtwo in it."
Little did you know. Yeah, I'd always wished that states had come back because I really it's like a niche that feels a little bit missing right now in the official circuit of like a mid-sized tournament. We have our smaller tournaments with our League Cups, and granted, League Cups can be variable depending on where you're at.
Yeah.
But like smaller in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
And then you have your big tournaments with your regionals and onwards. But we're missing that like middle ground. And I feel like states is the perfect place for that. And it's also just fun. You know, I think it's fun to build up kind of the lore of the state a little bit and the players within it. And that started to fade away over time, I feel like.
I really like that. It did feel like regions used to be more defined. Like in the games past, right? Where you had like, and then regions didn't really ever get together until nationals or like worlds, because like regionals used to be regional.
Yeah.
And now they're like, regionals feel like what nationals used to feel like. Nationals now feel like what worlds used to feel like, and worlds now feel like the biggest convention thing that you've ever seen, right?
Yeah, worlds is like a whole other thing.
Yeah, worlds like this whole other animal.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been cool to see the game's evolution over years. But I mean, it is true that the regional championships are so big now, with just thousands of players at them. It is really cool to be able to like have this kind of mid-size event where players can show off their skills, compete for prizes, and visit lovely Akron, Ohio.
That's right. That's right.
I'm excited about the fact that we're going to be doing more of these as the sets continue to get released. This one is going really well so far. I mean, great attendance, 160 players for standard. We've got over 120 players signed up for Gym Leader Challenge tomorrow. So just a huge amount of interest. We've got great staff on board as well running the events. We've got the team from Full Grip Games downstairs vending the event. I mean, it's cool because we've actually gotten like less opportunities to vend regionals this year just because Gaming Gen, who runs all the regionals, hasn't like invited us out, which has been kind of lame and cringe. But like we've we're very happy to be able to do this. So
yeah, no, this is
cool
awesome.
Opportunity.
I've really kind of missed this over the last couple of years. I really enjoyed coming to the Brilliant Stars one. I enjoyed watching the other ones that y'all had put on prior to the remodeling, and I'm super excited that Full Grip's like fully back on the radar with tournaments. Yeah,
it's definitely fun. And as we go forward, we'll keep doing them for every set. That's the plan so far. And then we also have a retro series that is getting started this year. I believe that you can find the information for that on Full Grip Games.
Yeah, it's right on the front page of FullGripGames.com. The first retro tournament that's coming up is going to be the Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder format, a beloved format by many retro players. It's a more recent retro format in the grand scheme of the universe. It's newer than 2006, but still has that kind of like older school feel. Prior to tag teams is kind of the GXs prior to tag teams is the era being encompassed there. Super fun.
There we go. We're at fullgripgames.com now, and as you can see, if we click on the retro series, then that'll take you to the news page. Yes, it's a blast to the past. Retro Pokemon format tournaments are coming to Full Grip Games. We're excited to support a community favorite way to collect and play with old cards. We plan to hold multiple events every year and to have each tournament's format advertised in advance so the players have plenty of time to build their decks. April 26th, 2025, we're doing a Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder. A lot of people got fond memories of that format. So I know you've gotten to play through that yourself, Riley. That was like some of our peak poke time.
It was.
Yes,
it was.
during that Sun and Moon era. And then we've got Base to Neo happening in July 26th. And then we don't have the exact weekends pinned down yet, but in October of this year, we're doing an RSPK event for all those RSPK fans out there. That is the EX block format that I know Jason Klasinski and Tord really like to play. And then in December, at the end of the year, we're going to do the 2010 World Championship format. So definitely, if you are into retro Pokemon TCG formats and looking for an excuse to come out here to Akron, Ohio, play on stream potentially, and experience Full Grip Games in all of its glory, definitely make sure to mark your calendars and check it out. It's been really cool to watch the shop evolve over the course of the last couple of years. I mean, we've got the huge tournament hall now. We've also got the Green Dragon Inn, which is a board game bar and cafe, fully operational, fully decked out board game bar and cafe.
It's very impressive. It is.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean,
yeah, it is. It is awesome.
Last night, Riley and I got a drink from the Green Dragon Inn and then went downstairs and played 2006 retro format. I had a fantastic time, and I work here.
Yeah. It was it was lovely.
I mean, how many of you guys are hanging out at your workplace like after hours by choice? Yeah. So it was sick, and having the Green Dragon Inn here. The Green Dragon Inn is actually going to be expanding in its size too. So if you have seen it, that's something that we've got coming up in the years to come. Is that the Green Dragon Inn will be expanding into this back warehouse area, and then we also are just opening a board game store in the old Full Grip space downstairs, and we're opening a candy store downstairs in the old play area. So there's just so many ambitious things happening here.
That's right.
At Full Grip. It's really cool to be a part of it, and I'd like to welcome you all to to check it out if you're within driving distance, and ever feel like making a trip out to Full Grip Games. We've got a lot of events scheduled now with the retro events coming up, which are going to be streamed and produced by myself. And then all of the set release weekend doubleheaders are going to be planned going forward as well. And we'll start announcing plans for the Destined Rivals one as soon as this weekend is complete. So really looking forward to that. It's so much fun to get to actually use the production stuff that we got going on to produce these events. Speaking of that, Riley, it looks like round number 4 is getting underway now.
Very exciting, Andrew. Yeah. Let's go over to the tournament hall and check out what's going on while we get set up here.
Yes, indeed. Let's see. Both these players are 3-0. We've got Connor on the left and Brian on the right. Maybe? No? Let's see. Connor and Brian. I'll figure it out here in a second. Oh, the white side. I see. Natalie's telling me the white side of the table. Okay. We've got Connor on the right and Brian on the left. I know Natalie labeled them white and red. I was like, neither of them are wearing white or red, Riley. I don't know. Yeah.
It took me a second, too. I was looking for the white shirt.
I think I'm stupid. All right. We've got it. Yes. So both these players are 3-0. We've got Connor on the right and Brian on the left. No idea what these guys are playing, but
we'll find out together, folks.
Excited to see how they have gotten here to the 3-0 spot. What decks they are piloting. to this position.
Do you think we got a Archaludon in our future here?
Bro, we should start doing predictions in the Twitch chat.
We should do some predictions, I think. Oh, dice down. Flip dice gone rogue. We'll take care of that real quick. All the players are setting up. I'm hoping... I'm rooting for an Archaludon to maybe succeed, but I'm hoping we get to see a little bit of variety here today. I would love to see like a Gardevoir deck. Has a Gardevoir clawed its way to 3-0 against the odds that we placed for it? Is there a new surprise archetype that we haven't even thought of waiting in the midst here? Only time will tell.
Oh yeah, I want to see some new stuff.
I will say, I think I saw Fan Rotom. So...
Yeah, Fan Rotom, that's pretgoing a lot of decks gonna have Fan Rotom.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I'm just saying he's a key player
for sure
in this tournament for us, and we're gonna be announcing quite a few times, I think. Still, Nest Ball for Fan Rotom on turn 1.
I suspect so. Let's get down to the table. See what these guys got for us.
Okay, finishing up that setup. Got our prizes locked and loaded, and we're about ready to begin.
Crispin looks like Tera box.
Is that a Sylveon or is that a some other Tera? Might be another Eevee deck.
Could be another Eevee deck. That's exciting. I wouldn't mind seeing another Flareon.
I wouldn't either. The skeleton of the Eevee deck looks pretty similar to the skeleton of the Tera box deck, so it might be hard to tell until you really get the full picture here. Brian, of course, be happy to get a mulligan. Never going to complain about an extra card in your opening hand.
I love getting bonus cards at my opponent's expense.
Yeah. It's like you draw for turn twice.
I know. So sick.
And here we go.
All right, round 4 getting underway. Wow. Let's see. We've got a Raging Bolt. Okay, is that a Raging Bolt on the left?
Raging Bolt was one of the decks we had mentioned in our predictions. This baby Raging Bolt also nice to be able to snipe off some evolving basics off opponents' benches. And I think I do see that Sylveon, so this might be...
That's Miraidon. That's Future Box.
Oh,
yeah, dude.
That's cooler.
That's like a promo Miraidon. I thought it was the Raging Bolt. No. That is Miraidon, dude. Holy smokes. Future Box?
You're right.
All right, I need to go get some scans. Riley, you got the floor, dude.
All right, so... Looks like we're playing with a Turbo Iron Hands deck. Now, one of the benefits of this deck...
Bro, you made fun of me for trying to get Iron Hands on the overlay yesterday.
I did.
And guess who I've got here? Okay. Iron Hands.
Well, you still prioritize Belly Bolt against my wishes, but you didn't add the Iron Hands.
Okay, fine.
For the record. So... Yeah, the goal of this Future Box deck is to power up Iron Hands aggressively and to do extra damage with the Iron Crown EX. So getting Arm Press and Ampy very much up to 1-hit KO thresholds, even on multi-prize Pokemon, using that Miraidon to accelerate energy into play. So very powerful archetype here. And we'll see how Connor's able to respond. Looks like it is the Eeveelutions deck, getting that basic Eevee into play, as well as a couple of Hoot Hoot. More than likely, off that fan call. Yeah, nice mix of EVs. So, see 2 different evolving EVs, non-EX EVs. And more than likely the EVEX as well. So lots of different ways to route into these evolutions for Connor here. We'll see how his deck varies compared to the one we saw earlier today from Nicholas. You just get the energy attachment down and pass over to Brian. He's going to start his turn. All right, so peak acceleration on that Miraidon. It's just the obvious first turn attack, and that damage does get boosted, let's not forget, by those Iron Crowns. So even though it says 40 on the card, for each Iron Crown, you're going to do an additional 20 damage. which easily will let you cross that 70 damage threshold for these Hoot Hoots, take a one prize knockout to start the game, and then power up an Iron Hands to potentially take multi-prize knockouts. So Brian is in a pretty comfortable spot, I think, here with the Arven. It's pretty easy to set up your board with a Techno Radar. As a minimum, you can get an Iron Crown and an Iron Hands, though you are looking for 2 Iron Crowns this turn to get up to that 70-80 damage threshold. We'll see. He grabs at this Arven. Yep, Techno Radar as expected. And what tool? Probably a Future Booster Energy Capsule. Is he playing other creative tool options though, like a Bravery Charm or a Baton, for example? Yeah, just gonna be that Energy Capsule. So actually not even needing that second Iron Crown, because the Future Booster Energy Capsule will let you get up to additional 20 damage. And yeah, quick and easy setup for Brian. The Arven gets you. If you start the Miraidon, Arven just is instantly setting you up to do a single prize knockout on an evolving basic, which you love to see if you're in Brian's spot. Now Connor will have a relatively clear path to a response. All he needs to do is get a Flareon with an energy, and you can use Burning Charge to knock out that Miraidon for a clean 1 hit. And it's pretty difficult for the Iron Hands to get all the way up to KOing a Flareon. Flareon has that 270 HP, and even with 4 damage modifiers, that Arm Press is doing 40, yeah, and 5 with the Booster Capsule is 60, so you're still a little short. You need like a black belt or something. Black belt's training. All that to say, here comes Brian with his first attack in that Peak Acceleration.
Peak Acceleration for the KO, Future Booster Energy Capsule, Iron Crown, and Iron Hands is getting powered up. Boy, Riley, I'm excited to see this deck in action. This is really cool. Future Box is a deck that hasn't really gotten any great results
No.
like since its inception, right? I mean, like, it's done okay. There has been little pockets in the meta where like the Future Toolbox, Miraidon, Iron Hands thing was fine. Pretty much the Miraidon deck was just better. Like a Miraidon EX focused deck, I should say, because this deck plays Miraidon too. But like Miraidon EX, pure lightning, electric generator kind of build was just the superior way to play it. What do you think that this deck gains in our post-rotation format? Is it viable? Like, obviously, if you ask Brian right now, Brian's probably saying, heck yes, it is. Look at me go. What has this deck gained that makes it a more attractive option now than you think maybe in the month previous?
I think a lot of the core principles around the deck remain the same, to be honest. It's still good at applying fast, aggressive pressure on as early as turn 1. It's able to use Iron Hands to sneak a lot of prizes. But a lot of the things about the deck and how it works are going to remain the same. It's really just the decks around it that are changing. I will say the prevalence of the Noctowl engine is probably a nice win for this deck, being able to take easy knockouts on Hoot Hoots and Fan Rotoms to start the game, and then having those Pokemon on the bench that can easily be amped over the course of the game to just accumulate a lot of bonus prizes.
Looks like Connor is responding just fine with an Unfair Stamp and a loaded Flareon. It's got 2 energy on it right now, which is enough to take the knockout on the Miraidon, so that's totally fine. I do expect we'll probably see a Burning Charge this turn from Connor to start building up energy, maybe on a backup EV that we see placed on the bench. Unfair Stamp to 2. I mean, with no on-board stability, like Pheasantipity, this reset stamp or this Unfair Stamp could be absolutely devastating.
Yeah, and the Iron Hands EX is not fully powered up. Still needs at least 1 more energy to Arm Press, and 2 more if you want to use Ampy very much. So the Flareon is surging ahead in terms of board position, and we'll see what Brian can cook up with.
It's a research.
Okay, research off the Unfair Stamp is pretty nice here.
That's what you want to see.
Now, can he hit a generator for Amp? Is he going to soften up with the Miraidon?
God, there's no double turbo anymore.
No. Yeah, this deck didn't really play double turbo very much. Typically relied on a combination of generators and the Miraidon anyway. And it looks like he's eyeing up the soften up play. So if you can do 80 damage here,
Right.
ideally a little more, if you can get another crown down, get 100 on board, that would be pretty good. That could set you up for an Amp for 3. Which is probably Brian's route here, is soften up, hope your Iron Hands does not get gusted, and then take a 3 prize turn with Ampy very much.
All right, how realistic is it that the Iron Hands is not getting gusted up and annihilated?
Well, the thing is, with the Hoot on the bench, ready to go, and having not disrupted Connor's massive hand, you just got to assume he either has the boss already, or he has a Noctowl out.
Right. Yeah, so it almost feels good to, like, if it was possible for Brian to get a second hands and start charging that up.
Yeah.
The hands just getting
You could
devoured
baton.
by these Flareon that's brutal.
Yeah, I mean, you can baton. You can heavy baton the Iron Hands, which will preserve that energy and send them to another Iron Hands potentially on your bench. And that allows you to, like, guarantee that one hands is all the way powered up. So I kind of like that route if he has it, which maybe is an if here. It's an Iron Bundle, I believe. The
Bundle Rooski.
Yep, get that bundle. Okay, so the bundle here is interesting. It does let you take a knockout with the double Iron Crown that Brian has in play, but it also doesn't advance this Flareon. So Brian might be saying that I am not planning to address this Flareon at any point. I am planning to gust around you, to bundle around you, and win alternatively by then knocking out this Flareon. I kind of like stuffing it up personally. See the other Eevee coming to the active. Has a smorgasbord of energy on Connor's board. It's a fire, psychic, a water, like a lightning as well. Lots of different stuff going on with Connor's board of energy. And the acceleration of the crown is interesting as well. I guess Brian is concerned that his hands will be gusted, but he does have the baton on it anyway. So I'm kind of partial, I think, to just powering up the hands fully. We'll see. And I think there's a boss already in Connor's hand. That's the Cyrus art of boss's orders. So we can take a gust. A crown knockout, I think, is actually pretty good too. It just prevents you from hitting those numbers on the big Tera EX Pokemon. So it just forces Brian to gust turn after turn. We'll see what Connor goes for in terms of his gust targets. I would be surprised if he didn't gust something this turn.
Yeah, taking another single prize on the active Miraidon. It does leave you at just 4 prizes remaining, so it's not the worst thing in the world. It would tie the game up at 4-4. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of there are more tasty targets on the bench that you'd prefer to knock out, and I, in particular, am thinking that the Iron Hands would be a great take, even with the baton on it. Just kind of, there's no backup hands on the bench, so the Iron Hands cannot pass the energy back. So,
I mean, honestly, without backup hands, the baton is not that impactful.
Right.
Are you going to pass the energy to an Iron Crown? You know, and attack with 2 different Iron Crowns? That doesn't seem quite right. No, we'll see. Connor going for that Hoot off the Ultra Ball. Just make sure he has continued access to the Jewel Seeker. And using his own Jewel Seeker this turn. And Counter Catcher potentially getting played, saving the boss's orders. I do like this. So Connor confirming he does want to gust this turn.
oh yeah,
But he doesn't care to use one of his boss's orders to do it. He'd rather use this item-based Gust while he has access to it. More than likely searching ahead in prizes after this 2-prize turn. And Crispin to get more energy into play.
I'm wondering to myself, like, what is the hands deck like favored against?
I mean, this has been the thing with the hands deck the whole time, right? You're either running your opponent off the board, or if they stabilize, the hands deck historically struggles.
Yeah.
And I think we're seeing that this game where Brian did what he wanted to do. Like, he accelerated energy onto his hands and got a turn 1 knockout and a turn 2 knockout, but he just doesn't have the ongoing pressure to win when your opponent is evolving up, getting these high HP Pokemon into play that knock out your Iron Hands in one hit.
It does seem like the one of the trends that I'm noticing so far is that Unfair Stamp is back and is like seems very good right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of combo heavy decks in the format right now, so reducing hand size with Unfair Stamp is pretty good. Obviously, Pheasantipity exists, but it puts a little more pressure on the opponent to draw into all their pieces. You know, and you're thinking of like Tera Box, for example, has to hit Crispin or energy switches and attackers in sequence with each other. And if you're at a low enough hand size, Noctowl still might not be enough to put that all together.
All right, here comes the Flareon EX. I suspect we're... was there a counter catcher was going to happen? No. All right.
Oh, so he actually was forced to commit, I think, to the burning charge.
Yeah.
I don't think that was on purpose. I think he declared the attack before he played the counter catcher and was stuck in that attack phase. So using that burning charge does take the knockout. Even then, I think he's probably fine, to be honest. The hands is not taking a knockout on this Flareon. That's for sure.
No, right? I mean, you can't do that much damage. You could do base 140. I mean, you could boost by 80 if you had 4 crown in play, right? So you could boost by 100 total. 4 crown plus the future booster, but the hands can't even wear a future booster because it's got a baton on it. So at most we're doing 200 damage. So
yeah, I mean, you could do a little more than that with arm press, right? But even then, that's not enough for a knockout.
So what's the best play for Brian this turn?
Is that another Unfair Stamp?
This is an Unfair Stamp coming back, dude. You did not expect to see this. Here is the Unfair Stamp to counter your Unfair Stamp.
Interesting.
Let's see how unfair it is when you get stamped.
The thing is, Connor has a pretty reasonable board, and his Flareon also just used Burning Charge, so it still has access to Carnelian. Connor doesn't have a second Flareon set up yet, so I guess that's the saving grace for Brian. And to be fair, with multiple Noctowl used, an Unfair Stamp can be pretty disruptive.
Are we just going to see an arm press?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And this does set up a 2-hit KO still, right? Not quite the situation I anticipated the previous turn, but does still set up a 2-hit KO where you arm press and then amp you very much, draw 3 prize cards, and then you just have to figure out how to navigate that last one.
Or, get this, you arm press, right? And then Connor takes 2 more prizes. And then Brian sends up a Miraidon to finish it off and juice the hands, right?
Yeah, that's
and then
pretty
you
good
got to
too.
go Gust hands game, right?
That's pretty good too.
On whoever. So like that I think is the other potential route.
Yeah, we'll see what he's able to hit. I think no matter what, he needs to get another hands down here.
Yeah, definitely.
So he can take advantage of that wishful or heavy baton, sorry.
There are generators in here. Okay, yeah, we see, but I don't see another hands. Oh, this is devastating. See another crown. Uh-oh.
So that's 220. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty easy to knock this out next turn with pretty much anything. But what can Brian do after this? So Connor will take this knockout with Carnelian.
Oh, yeah.
The energies will go to presumably one of the Iron Crowns.
That's what it looks like.
Which isn't super useful. The other Iron Crown should be able to take a knockout on the Flareon.
Iron Crown also does not boost itself.
It does not, but I think it still does enough damage. And then as long as Connor gets a new Flareon out, I don't think Brian will be able to power up a new hands quickly enough unless he goes crazy with generators. Which is possible. Always possible.
Yeah. Iron Crown has the Twin Shuttles attack. Does 50 damage to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. It could get boosted by Future Booster Energy Capsule, so it could do 70 max to the active, which would actually take the knockout.
Well, the Flareon has 220, so the 50 actually is enough by itself.
Oh, 50 is enough. Oh, you're right, because it's 270, not 280.
That said, Connor just grabbed a Turo Scenario off this Jewel Seeker, so using that final Jewel Seeker to deny the prizes, potentially. Maybe rethinking that. I don't know if he doesn't have a Fire Energy, does he?
I don't see a Fire Energy. You see a Fire Energy?
I don't.
Oh, we see the... Not the face palm, dude. No.
Oh. Is that a critical error? And he doesn't have actually anything else in hand. He burned all his resources to use that Jewel Seeker.
Oh.
That's interesting. He did have a Fire Energy the previous turn.
It is going to Turo the Noctowl instead.
Oh, wow. That is a major blunder.
Yes. All right. Still gets the Carnelian. What?
Well, I think he Burning Charge. I think his energy is like totally out of whack, right? Because there's a Darkness energy and not a Water on this Flareon.
Oh, that's a Dark, not a Water.
Yeah, so his energies are like just wrong, right? He lacked the Fire on the Eevee on the bench, so it denied him the Turo. The Dark on the active, I think it's a Dark.
Denied
no,
you're right. That's not a Water. That is a Darkness energy. They're hard to tell because they're hollow.
Yeah. Because you have to imagine your Carnelian here if you have access to it.
Well, that was the thought.
It might be a Psychic,
or it might be a Hollow Psychic. Either one, it is not Water.
It's not the one he needs.
It's not the one he needs to perform Carnelian.
It's like neither of his Eevees
can
has
actually
the right
attack.
Energy.
Yeah. Neither of Connor's Eevees actually have the correct energy in order to use Carnelian.
Yeah, and well, even the Eevee on the bench couldn't use Burning Charge because it didn't have a Fire.
Oh my god!
So it completely denied him the Turo, which forced him to re-Turo the Noctowl that he previously. Yeah, just tough situation.
This is how hands wins.
It might just be. So he is. Looks like Brian is going for the Ampy very much play.
Oh yeah, take 3 on this thing.
Yeah, it makes you weaker to Iono.
It does
in theory, but I think you're okay with that. The one thing is just getting another attacker down. Can Brian get a better attacker than an Iron Crown?
Hopefully.
Where are his other Iron Hands?
Yeah, where's the other hands? Oh, here we go. Techno Radar.
Hopefully they're not prized. Techno Radar to just get another hands down, I think puts him in a pretty comfortable place. But does he have one? I feel like I'm not seeing it. Or no, that was his hand. Okay, that was his hand. Miraidon.
Well, he's taken 3 prizes, so he might be able to just win with Miraidon.
Maybe.
And then he still gets to pass his energy back with the baton.
Now this is a board that feels pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, getting that Techno Radar and being able to get those extra Pokemon was pretty important, I think. But now Brian is well set up. He has the heavy baton to be able to pass his energy back if this hands gets knocked out. All he needs is a Gust at this point. Really.
That's it?
Connor can Jewel Seeker for like an Iono, potentially. Put him to 1 card. Which could put some pressure on. All it takes, though, is a Gust.
Oh, how the tables have turned.
It really comes down just to that Jewel Seeker blunder, I think.
Dang, Pokemon is fascinating, Riley.
Pokemon is fascinating. It really is.
Yes, Pokemon is fascinating. I love watching live Pokemon TCG get played. I love.
And he can't play the Nest Ball even.
Can't play the Nest Ball. He just went into the deck.
Yeah, because I think
he illegally went into the deck.
0. Oh no.
He's asking, can I play the Pal Pad real quick to amend this? Yeah,
Yeah, to be fair, he probably knows the contents of his deck at this point, but it is an illegal deck search.
It is, and there are thousands of dollars on the line, so I think he's just going to concede, yes. Because you're not allowed to Nest Ball there And that's just going to give the game to Brian. So I think Connor just realizing, like, okay, things really aren't going my way this game. Let's scoop this up. There's only 27 minutes left in the round. So Connor just deciding to scoop it up and go to the next game, I think is absolutely the correct call there. You ever done that, Riley? Accidentally made an illegal gameplay error, and then you just roll it into a scoop?
Yeah, I have over the years. It happens. Unfortunate to happen when so much money's on the line.
It does.
In a tournament like this.
For sure.
But man, we were really trashing the Iron Hands deck in the middle of that game. And obviously there was that Jewel Seeker, which was really impactful. But
yeah,
Brian was able to piece together a win there.
Yes, he was.
Against the odds.
Yes, he was. It all came down to like somehow the Flareon not knocking it out that turn. I'm not gonna lie, the whole game hinged on like that Iron Hands getting knocked out that turn.
Well, what's interesting is even if he did the Turo, he probably still wouldn't have knocked it out, right? Because he would have had to Burning Charge probably. So yeah, just tough beats. I
think that with Connor's Flareon deck, what we're seeing is that there's a lot more going on. There's Psychic energy for the Sylveon. There's Darkness energy maybe for a Monkey Dory. Is that like...
I don't know if there was Dark.
All right, so maybe it's just Psychic for the Flareon. But like not being able to get your energy correct, that is one of the toughest things about the Flareon deck is that your attack costs 3 different energy.
Yeah,
right?
Your big attack does at least.
And you know, some of the Flareon lists are not playing Sparkling Crystal in order to like...
Such as Connor's,
right? To be able to like cheapen that a little bit. I think the Sparkling Crystal fixes everything because like just being able to Crispin Crystal, all right, good, you know, but like forcing that third energy type to like get into play, as we saw, can actually be really tough sometimes.
Yeah, I think ultimately Connor just kind of overcooked a little bit. He was trying to go for that heal play plus the Glass Trumpet, and the Trumpet wouldn't have quite worked because he didn't have a way to get out of the active. The heal wouldn't work without the Trumpet because the energy wasn't lined up right. So yeah, just the pieces weren't lining up quite right. And here we are, game 2. So I'm sure Connor feels the weight of game 1 heavy. He's going to be very careful with the sequencing of his energy. And that's an Iron Thorns star, Andrew. Another card that we had trashed leading up to the stream.
Thorns! Oh, man, Riley. Iron Thorns. What a card. World Championship winning card, am I right?
World Championship winning card, that's right. Iron Thorns, of course, denying the abilities of any rule box Pokemon while it's in the active position. So Connor not being able to leverage cards like his Mew EX in the active. He plays Latios, won't be able to use cards like that. Those are, I think, his main rule box abilities. So not the end of the world for Connor, but it is a disruptive ability in general to have access to.
That's cool. Iron Thorns is a nice counter to the wall Pokemon. It does shut off your Cornerstone Mask, Ogerpon's ability. It shuts off your Farigiraf EX's ability. So that's pretty cool. A nice little way for this Turbo Hands deck to be able to get around the wall Pokemon while also just being a disruptive card. And wow, look at what we got here. That's a turn 1 Flareon.
No Crispin, I don't think.
No, but still a turn 1 Flareon. Pretty cool. I think that's the first turn 1 Flareon we've seen today.
Yeah, that is it is cool. And having that Mew to be able to retreat for free is very nice. Unfortunately, whipping that Crispin, which would have put a ton of pressure onto Brian, but I think it's okay. Just having that Flareon in general is very nice. And Iron Thorns, probably just a one-of in this deck, but it's nice to have as a inclusion for those moments where that disruption can be really valuable. Brian probably was wishing that he had started a Miraidon instead, but he has one on the bench, and you can retreat for free if you get that future booster energy capsule, which we see off the research here.
Yeah, with the Town Store in play, it's guaranteed. Future booster energy capsule, this is something I've noticed about the way that Pokemon is printing their cards lately, is that in some ways the power level of cards has... In some ways, the power level of the trainers has decreased in that a card like Muscle Band isn't getting printed anymore, which just is like a blanket buff 20 to any attack, right? A card like Floatstone is not getting printed anymore. Instead, we've got situational free retreat tool cards, like your balloon thing that makes it so your stage 2 Pokemon is free retreat, or even air balloon from the Sword and Shield era, which decreases your retreat cost by 2. They're not just printing Floatstone anymore, but then they'll go and do something for future Pokemon. It's like, here's a Muscle Band and a Floatstone all in one, but only the future Pokemon can use it.
Yeah, the modern design philosophy seems to be like you can up the power as long as there's restrictions around it. I mean, I even think back to when Choice Band was first printed, and that was plus 30 as opposed to the plus 20 that we had been seeing with Muscle Band, but it only worked on the GXs and EXs. So
that's just an echo of Silver Bengal.
Yeah, exactly.
Which kind of came before it.
But we see them leaning into that more over time. We saw really powerful generic items and tools back in X and Y and Black and White in particular.
For sure.
Here you go with the generator, potentially landing onto that Iron Thorns, but looks like no. Generator does not smile upon Brian today, but that's okay because he'll still have that peak acceleration.
Absolutely, and this is something that's nice about these decks. I mean, I was saying just the other day, for standard, I like a big basic deck. Now I love evolving. I love playing a nice tempoed game of the Pokemon TCG. I like methodical gameplay, but like lately when I'm playing standard, just give me the big basic deck. Like I'm kind of into that. It's consistent, works every time. Don't have to worry about trying to make the most insane combos with your stage 2 Pokemon. Just be the most consistent deck in the room, run your opponent off the table, put pressure on with your basic guys. I think there's something certainly valid about that kind of take to the Pokemon TCG in 2025, and we're seeing that right here with the Miraidon Hands deck. It's not the most impressive deck on paper. You're kind of looking at it and you're like, I don't really know, what's the most appealing thing about this deck in this format? Probably that it's all basics and that they just can attack very quickly and easily.
Oh, so we do see Connor grab the unfair stamp. Now, nothing was knocked out last turn, so hopefully he does not try and go in with that unfair stamp, because that would be a game loss.
That would not be great.
Looks like maybe holding it, though. Using Crispin to fully accelerate. Just accelerate the one. I think that makes more sense. Now, one interesting thing with the Iron Thorns that we didn't talk about earlier is the EVEX can only evolve thanks to its ability. And it is a rule box Pokemon. So if Connor takes this knockout and Brian responds by getting some Iron Crowns into play and using his Iron Thorns, then the EVEX on the bench cannot evolve.
Sheesh.
That could be mitigated with a Gust. But that is the potential we're looking at here, which would actually be very, very disruptive to Connor.
That would certainly mess with the flow of things, wouldn't it? All right, third energy onto Crown. Looks like an Iono is the supporter for turn. And here we go. Iono will set Connor to just a 5-card hand. And Brian will get to draw 6 fresh cards off the top of the deck.
Also notably putting that unfair stamp at the bottom of the deck.
Right.
Brian knew that Connor had it since it was searched with a Jewel Seeker.
I do see 1 crown and a radar. So
that should be it.
That's 3 crown. Yup.
Yeah, and I think you only need, or you do need 3. Yeah, you need 3 in the booster to take the KO here. So Brian working through that math right now. He should have access to all that. And Connor needs to counter Catcher basically to respond.
Dude, that Eevee on the bench getting stuck is going to be crazy.
I wonder if Connor had access to any of his other non-EX EVs. That would have been really nice here. Regardless, the board's as it lies right now. He'll need a counter catcher or a boss to evolve his EVX. Brian working through the play here. Playing that Techno Radar. Imagine we're eyeing up, getting some Iron Crowns into play to further boost that damage to that KO threshold to set up exactly the play we're just talking about. And discarding a boss here. Boss would have been a nice keep. That Iron Thorns can also knock out EVEX without softening it up. So if you're denying it the evolution and then subsequently knocking it out with a boss, that is pretty powerful. And actually, Brian only goes for the second Iron Crown, which is currently not enough damage. So you have another one available to him. I think that would be a pretty big deal here. Well, we'll see. Regardless, having the Thorns in the active does deny the Eevee evolution. Flareon does still require another energy to use Carnelian. Oh, that's another generator whiff. You hate to see that if you're Brian, fully relying on that Miraidon to accelerate energy. Iron Thorns kind of pseudo accelerates energy too, since it passes them backwards. So you can build up some energies onto an Iron Hands or an Iron Crown or the Miraidon. I almost wonder if he miscalculated it. He was expecting the player to be knocked out. Oh, that's a bummer. Also,
it's just a miscalc.
Maybe it's hard to tell without being at the table. I feel like though if you
pass with the Thorns active.
Well, he hit it.
Oh, he hit it. Okay.
But it wasn't enough damage.
Goodness, sorry guys. I was working on getting that Thorns overlay up.
Yeah.
We got him here. He's looking fantastic. All right, I'll pop it back.
That 140. It's relatively speaking, it's not that much damage. So you do require a decent amount of modifiers to get to those one-hit KO thresholds.
Dang, that's crazy. There's only 15 minutes left of this set, and Brian's up game 1. So, yeah.
We might see a tie.
Connor's got to cook here.
Well, the thing is, Connor is going to go pretty far ahead from this state. Brian can use Miraidon to KO the Flareon, but then it just gets responded to by a clean Flareon, which feels kind of not good.
And it looks like we got legend Grant Manley in the chat right now. Welcome, Trick Roar, the only player to have won both the Standard and the Gym Leader Challenge events for any of our set release tournaments. So happy to see you there, Grant. Shout out to Grant Manley. Very, very strong player in the Pokemon TCG. Connor going to take that knockout and go to just a few prizes remaining. Let's see if Brian can respond.
Okay, so Brian probably can respond. He can always take the KO with the Miraidon that has the energies on it at this point. So that's always an option available to him. The question is, like, what from here, right? So he has to accelerate onto the Iron Hands. He'll be at 4 prizes left. Connor now can evolve the EVX since Iron Thorns is not preventing it anymore. And I think the route is just clearer for Connor here, which potentially sets these players up for a tie if there's not a very quick game 3.
So almost, I feel like with that misplay, it's almost like scoop it up.
Maybe, yeah, try and just like run them off the board in a game 3.
In a game 3 situation, because it feels like now Connor's board is too established. I felt like with the Thorns active, if you take that knockout on this Flareon with the Thorns, deny Fez, deny Eevee evolving, like that's kind of crazy.
It is.
I mean that's everything you could possibly want.
Yeah, that's tough. I agree. We will see if Brian sees a route that we're not privy to here.
Brian's got all 6 prizes left.
I know, it's just so far from winning.
I know.
Right? And sometimes this is one of those things we talked about, weighing the odds in the Pokemon TCG.
Oh, yeah.
Like, maybe there's a route where you win this, but are the odds high enough that it's worth spending the time doing this?
Exactly. And that is, to the dismay of many Pokemon players, routing the 3 games within 50 minutes is actually a very substantial part of playing the Pokemon TCG in 2025. trying to figure out when do you scoop, when do you play it out. At this point, I feel like Brian has a shot to win a game 3 if he scooped with 12 minutes left. But if he scoops with 8 minutes left, that he might not.
I mean, frankly, there was the opportunity to scoop potentially as soon as you whiffed that KO with Iron Thorns.
I agree.
And that would have left you with substantially more time even than you have now.
And you could see Connor is really starting to kind of pick up the pace of play, understanding that, like, okay, time's wearing on. I need to hustle in order to secure a win and then potentially have a chance to win the set.
And if I'm Connor, I'm probably still reeling from that game 1 Noctowl Turo scenario. So I'm trying to at least get a tie, solid tie.
Oh,
but a win would be preferable, and it's got to hurt too, right? Because if he had managed to route a game 1 win, potentially using that Noctowl more effectively, then this would be a game winning or a series winning.
I know, right?
Game.
All right, Connor gonna take that knockout. Connor gonna take that knockout. Go down to just 2 prizes remaining. And then let's see how Brian responds.
2 Iron Crowns.
Yeah, 2 crown, fully healthy Flareon EX in the active, fully loaded with energy as well. The correct ones.
The correct ones, yes. Notably the correct ones.
Yes, notably. No psychic there. Just the good ones.
So Brian, I mean, he has to respond at this point with an Iron Hands, but with 5 modifiers, you're doing 260 with Arm Press, which is just a little bit short of the 270 required to knock out Flareon. And I think Brian's walking through that now and scooping the game as a result. But the thing is, what changed between now and 5 minutes ago, 6 minutes ago?
Nothing.
Nothing really. So if I'm Brian here, I would have preferred to have scooped at that time and still had those 5-6 minutes going into this game 3.
And that's the kind of thing that just comes with experience.
Yeah.
It just comes with experience. I mean, 5 minutes ago, Brian should have scooped that game as soon as he realized that the game had kind of fallen out of his grasp, which arguably was the second that that knockout was whiffed with the with the Iron Thorns. So now you have this opportunity, all right, game 3, I'm going second. I've got about 10 minutes on the clock. You really only, and this is another big thing about playing 50-minute best of 3, is for game 3, you don't need to finish game 3 in the time. You have +3. So really, when you're thinking and conceptualizing, your games in the 50-minute time span, you only need to get to 1 win plus 3 or 4 prizes.
I mean, you could
or
you
2
could win
plus
it
2
with
prizes.
You could win with as few as 2 prizes.
Yes, 1 win plus 2 prizes. Especially if you're playing a deck that goes 2, 4, 6, then 1 win plus 2 prizes, and then that's all you need to do in 50 minutes.
Yeah,
because you've got 2 more turns. You could go boom, boom, and we're in. Right. So these guys are wasting no time. Let's get into game 3 and see how this one ends up. It looks like Brian opened Thorns to Connor's Fan Rotom.
I think that's a Hands, actually.
That's what I meant. Hands.
Full art Hands.
It is Hands. Whoopsies.
I got a fan call, though. Classic. Classic fan call. And we'll see what Connor decides to search out. Probably some combination of Hoot Hoots, Noctowls, and Eevees, if I had to guess. And looks like double Hoot Hoot and an Eevee. Okay.
So there's still enough time to finish the set. I mean, Connor, you could tell, realizes the gravity of the situation and is playing very quickly. We'll see if Brian matches that same energy. He's got a turn 1 Arvin, can search for a tool and an item card. We'll see which ones he selects out of his deck. You see the unfair stamp right there at the edge of the deck, so he's got that available to him, which is nice.
You got to imagine it's going to be Techno Radar and Future Booster Capsule.
Those seem like the two, don't they?
Those seem like some pretty good options to take here. What's actually kind of nice for Connor is if you're going to give a turn 1 prize of a basic Pokemon, the Fan Rotom's exactly the one that you would prefer to give up. So you keep all your Hoot Hoots, all your Eevees ready to go, and can immediately start putting on the pressure the next turn, and actually just remove that bench occupying Rotom from play. Here we go with that Techno Radar, getting the Iron Crown and the Miraidon. Brian just needs an energy now to go in with that peak acceleration and take a knockout on the Rotom. Well, actually, he needs another modifier in addition to the capsule he added with Arven.
Psychic Energy to Miraidon, Capsule to the active. This is 60. Ooh, feels
honestly, though,
bad.
like for Brian, like maybe that's fine too, because Connor would have been okay with Rotom being knocked out, and it would have unlocked Pheasantipede, Unfair Stamp, Counter Catcher, like all those really powerful cards. Now Connor can't use because the knockout wasn't taken. So if I'm Brian, I imagine he would have taken the knockout if he had the opportunity to. But it's not the end of the world that he didn't either.
It's true, and we see the Pheasantipede EX right there on the end of Connor's hand. Like, I mean, he would have been popping off, drawing cards, doing all that. Not to mention, just getting the free pivot into the active spot makes a big difference, right? Like, saying, okay, I don't have to find a switch. Now, if Connor wants to attack with the Flareon, you know, he's got to find a switch to get it into the active.
It's true. It's always an Octal away if he plays that rescue board.
He doesn't have a Tera in play yet.
Oh, he does not. But I think he plays a Terapagos in addition to the EVEX. So Nest Ball does unlock the Noctowl, but I don't think I see a Noctowl.
Well, no, I do not. I don't see a Tera or a Noctowl. I think that's a fat pass.
I think there's a Sylveon in hand, but yeah, no Noctowl.
You don't want to evolve that Eevee into the Sylveon.
No, Sylveon's not really the best opening attacker here. Really, you want the Sylveon primarily for Dragapult. All right. Oh, here we go. Paying off for the multiple complete whiffs on the generators. Now getting the double. Iron Hand's ready to go. Now, the peak turn for Brian would be to get the Gust on that Eevee and amp you very much for knockout. Seems unlikely, but is possible. Well, I don't, maybe I'm speaking too fast. But it's just a boss away at this point.
Energy to the Thorns. I like thinking about the Thorns. I don't know why the baton would go to the Thorns here though. And I guess
think baton on hand's probably a little bit safer. This might be Brian declaring, I don't think you're gonna knock out this Iron Hands next turn.
I think the hands has the future booster on it.
Oh, it does. It does. It's hard to see with all the cards.
Yep.
Kind of.
And this is just another
there.
boss swing for 60 with Miraidon.
Interesting.
I don't think because the Miraidon's got a retreat cost of 2, so I don't think that like going in with hands there was necessarily an option. But this is still great. Softening up the Flareon with the or not the Flareon, but softening up the Eevee with the energy on it means that it's much more likely that Brian's going to be able to take a KO on it once it evolves up.
Yeah, I like the concept of softening up the Eevee. And on the face of it, I think it's good. It allows you to potentially amp it in a future turn, and it keeps the Unfair Stamp, the Pheasantipede, the Counter Catcher off play for Connor.
I do like that. I mean, when you're just like, you know, kind of feeding your opponent those knockouts, you know, feeding them the powerful draw options, and it looks like Sylveon does need to actually evolve. I probably for a Noctowl to like happen. Or no! Oh my god, dude, here it comes! Holy smokes, it's happening, man!
I think it's just the first attack, but yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, the magical shot, I think it is, or something along
all right,
those
so
lines.
we're not getting both those thorns and the... Are they getting shuffled in, dude?
No.
Okay.
Just the magical shot. Because he has 2 fire on it.
Okay. I was gonna say, that'd be crazy, though.
That would be crazy.
I think Brian would just lose on the spot.
That would be crazy. Yeah. Unfortunately, Connor does not have access to that this turn, and really is just evolving to the Sylveon out of desperation.
Right.
This does give Brian the opportunity. If he gets all the modifiers, he could amp for a knockout. And he does have the Stamp. Oh my goodness. His Stamp is fine. Like, you play Stamp, I think, largely so Brian can draw cards himself. But ironically, like, Connor's hand was kind of dead. So you might be filling up Connor with 2 cards. Might be better than whatever he had going on with that 5-6 card hand.
Now the Sylveon, all right, the Sylveon used an attack. The attack has an effect. It makes it so the defending Pokemon does 100 damage less. So it's not actually good here. It doesn't decrease any damage done to itself.
Yeah.
It would be much better if it did that.
Yes.
But that first attack actually kind of sucks.
Yeah, the attack on the Sylveon, I mean, you're really just playing it for the exact math on the Dragapult, I feel like, with the Lily Clefairy. You have access to its fancy attack for the shuffle in if you really need to use it, but...
Dude, this is an arm press for knockout.
It is, yeah. So I wasn't able to amp for knockout, but did get the arm press math. So we'll take that. And here we go. Eevee into the active. No Tera's in play. So Noctowl is not active this turn, even if he has it in hand.
2 minutes left, but Brian is in that winning realm that we talked about. Really just needs to be here by the time time's called.
Yeah, and especially if you can get another turn off before time, that would be incredible.
If this hands were... I don't think the hands can go down this turn because Connor's not playing the crystal. So
no, it would need some energy acceleration to go down this turn.
Exactly, and that's not happening because Brian or Connor is not playing the crystal, so you can't go Flareon energy knockout. So then that means the hand is sticking around for another turn. So long as the hands can take 2 prizes and like amp something, then I'm thinking that Brian has a very strong chance of just winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, he has the Thorns fully powered up too, and you have a multitude of Iron Crowns in play. So only need 1 more crown to reach for that Fez. Or if there's any other like ancillary Pokemon, like a Mew benched, for example, you'll be able to easily knock that out. Terra Orb, probably going to grab that Flareon. I don't think Connor even has a Noctowl out.
All right, so what happened? Looks like the Flareon players shuffle the water energy pick with Crispin back into the deck instead of what? I guess I'm not understanding what happened. Yeah, there's a table judge, so hopefully the table judge catching that, but apparently not. I think was a Crispin played or something like that, and then
I think this must have been on the previous turn because he played Crispin that turn to get the water and the psychic, I believe.
I don't think it's going to matter here, but
shuffled it into the deck instead of putting it into his hand. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Obviously, it's a gameplay error. I suspect that will not
impact the outcome of
this game.
I do suspect that, but yes, no, that's true. We're just going to play ball from here, folks. That's where we're at. Because you have to get both. If you attach one with the effect of Crispin, you have to get both to hand.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to fail the second one.
You're not.
If you use Crispin to accelerate the energy, fortunately, I don't think it's going to matter here. There's like we are at time in the round. I'm not going to like. I'm frankly not going to radio down to the judge and try to explain to them over the walkie what's happening. I'm just going to let this play out and see what's up. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like, what is the?
Yeah, like what are we doing here?
Like, what is the end result of all that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Doesn't really change anything.
No, I'm just gonna let him play ball from here. Yeah, yeah, I'm not gonna radio down and try to upend this entire thing. Yeah, we're gonna let the players play. All right. You ever watch a game of football and there's like very obviously pass interference and the ref doesn't call it? Like, yeah. Sometimes you just gotta let them play.
I don't know about that entirely.
Sometimes you just gotta let them play, Riley. Yeah, yeah. Let the gamers game, dude. Yeah.
And we gotta. I mean, Connor's whole goal is to not lose.
That's right.
So how does Brian win? He needs to take 2 knockouts.
Bundle Ruski.
Bundle is actually amazing here because it allows him to take 2 prizes, I think, on anything that Connor promotes.
Yep.
Yep, so here comes the Rotom, and that can be amped. He does need to retreat. Does he have a booster energy capsule? I mean, maybe we're just going to tie.
Gear.
Arvin would
research. Boss. Gotta. research for it, right?
And what a bizarre game state.
Fail it? I feel like, what do you have in your hand that makes you want to fail a bundle?
A research.
Or fail a research. Research, you should probably, I feel like if you have a research in hand, you still pick the research and thin it out of your deck because it's probably not part of your win con.
Yeah, because the next turn you have the boss.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I guess you could try and bundle twice.
I guess, yeah.
With that Super Rod.
Okay, Super Rod gonna chuck some sauce back into the deck.
I still think I agree that like grabbing the research is probably fine. Unless you're like about to Iono.
Energy to Thorns, research.
Oh, okay, yeah. So he wanted to be able to double research here. Will he draw a switch out?
No, instead he gets the bundle Rooski that he put back in.
And the research, I think.
And the research that he didn't thin. I'm telling you, dude. Has to pass. That's going to be game. This is going to be a tie.
Yeah, I pretty much think that guarantees a tie here. Because even if Connor takes a 2-prize knockout at this point, which could arguably not even happen. Like, he has this Rotom in the active. He has to retreat that. Get the Crispin energy onto the Flareon. Oh, no, he's Latios in play. So, yeah, you have to retreat for sure.
Yeah, no, there's still more that Brian needed. Like, Brian didn't seem like he was concerned enough about thinning the deck before that research. I mean, it's not a guaranteed hit to find the future booster energy capsule to remove that crown. And I feel like when you're fighting for game, you kind of have to just do everything you can do in your power to thin that deck.
Yeah, and you almost can't be thinking about like too long of a game here. Like,
no,
the research bundle route is starting to get a little creative with how you're going to win this game. When you to win this game, you have to take 2 prizes that turn.
You have to, right?
It's a requirement.
You're almost thinking too far ahead, right? Like,
exactly.
Like, you need to get to that next stage first before we can even start thinking about the fact.
Like, you don't need to worry about the research being available to you for next turn or the bundle being available for next turn. Just research. You probably need to draw capsule boss, and that's just the way it is.
It looks like these players have realized, yes, it is going to be a tie. Neither of them is going to be able to secure the win in this game 3. So both Connor and Brian will advance to 3-0-1, which is not a bad record to be at for this 8-round event with 160 players at it.
No.
That's fine. I mean, you can certainly work with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked earlier about 6-1-1 being the potential top cut threshold there. And so at 3-0-1, you can still take a loss. And realistically, you're going to have to win out regardless. So, yeah, I think it's a pretty okay spot for these players. I wouldn't be upset if I was 3-0-1.
Nah, 3-0-1 is fine. You can work with the ties in this situation. You know, so long as you don't tie again. I mean, if you tie again, then you're like, all right, well, I have to win out. And if you lose one, then you're like, all right, I got to win out. But that's not bad. That's pretty flexible from here. After round 4, I mean, you're halfway done. 3-0-1 is about as good as it gets, almost as good as it gets. And it looks like a lot of the other players in the hall are pretty much wrapped up here for round 4, which means we're going to be getting started with round 5 relatively soon. It's exciting, Riley.
It is exciting. It is. And yeah, seeing another Flareon deck that has potential to go all the way.
Man, I'm realizing how ill-prepared I was with my overlay and the cards that I thought I was going to see. I have so many cards that I've downloaded that I have not seen yet. Charizard EX I have downloaded on my overlay. Pidgeot EX I have downloaded on my overlay.
Oof.
For Alligator I have downloaded on my overlay. Yeah. Gardevoir EX I have downloaded. You know what I don't have? I did not have Flareon. I did not have Iron Thorns. I did not have that future Miraidon. I know. But this is part of what's so exciting about the release weekend event.
That's
is
right.
that like now I am understanding the meta. Now I'm getting an idea of the decks that players are showing up with in this in this post-rotation format. I mean, really, we had very limited results to go off of before this. The Fukuoka Champions League is like primarily where I'm getting my information from, or also the city leagues from Japan. I'm kind of like going off of those too.
Where it's like all Raging Bolt and Dragapult.
Right. Yeah. And I had those cards downloaded for sure. So yeah, it's been interesting to see the decks that players are gravitating towards. Haven't seen a single Ends Pokemon yet or anything like that. I guess we saw Hops briefly.
Yeah.
No Iono's Belly Bolt. Crazy. I can't believe it.
Yeah, man. I mean, you were kind of doing your own thing with prepping the overlay. I could have told you Flareon was a deck.
You could have told me Flareon was a deck. Dang, dude.
Yeah.
So that's your fault.
My bad. I was really trusting you to nail that overlay.
Oh, I'm not a very detail-oriented person, Riley. And when it comes to specifics and knowing things.
I don't know. You oriented yourself to preparing all the details of this beautiful overlay in general.
The overlay looks good, okay? Yeah. And now, as we go through the event, it will slowly start to have all of the most pertinent Pokemon.
That's right.
Programmed into it.
That's right.
That is the point of the event, is it?
We'll see how much more Pokemon we have yet to learn.
That is true.
I feel like at a certain point we'll have learned the things that are
be learned. I think so. So far, taking a halfway through Swiss, kind of like look at things. So that's where we're at right now. We just finished round 4, 8 rounds today, and then we're going to cut to a top 8. So far, it just seemed like we've seen a lot more Archaludon and a lot more Flareon than I was expecting coming into this event.
Well, you didn't even know Flareon was a thing.
So a lot more than I was expecting, which was
0. Yeah, Archaludon showed up big in those first couple rounds. Did lose all over the first 3 rounds that it was on stream. So unfortunate for the Archaludon players or the Archaludon fans in the crowd to see that happen. But yeah, Archaludon showed up a little more than I was really expecting. I think one of the pros for like a player picking up Archaludon is it's basically the same deck that you had played prior to rotation.
It's true.
In terms of like its general flow and structure. So that's kind of nice. Otherwise, I've seen less Tera box. It's kind of been... I expected more Tera box than Flareon, and we've seen more Flareon so far.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to message down to the tournament hall, see if we can get some data on the decks that have shown up today, if we have those kinds of numbers available. I would certainly like to see what the meta breakdown percentage is for this event. So I'm going to get cracking on that as we get geared up for round number 5. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break. Make sure to check out the sponsors, FullGripGames.com, for all the best Pokemon trading card game singles and sealed products. Full Grip's also always buying bulk and singles. You can submit a buy list right on FullGripGames.com. And Dragon Shield for all the best sleeves and accessories. Riley and I will be right back with round number 5 here at Full Grip Games right after this quick break. Thanks for being here. All right, looks like we are all set up and ready to roll for round number 5 of the Full Grip Games Journey Together Release Weekend $3,000 cash event. We've got Nicholas Robertson on the left versus Carlos Garcia on the right. Both players 4-0 so far. Fantastic starts to this event. I mean, really starting to feel like, at 4-0, you've got a great shot at making a run for top 8 at the event. All you need is a couple more wins, and you'll be able to lock up that spot. So,
just need to accrue 2 more wins before you get 2 losses. And if you're starting 4-0, you're probably feeling pretty good about those odds.
For sure. I mean, both these players have defeated everyone they've come across so far. And, for one of these players, they will be served up their first loss of the day.
Or both a tie.
Or a tie, So, neither of these players have tied yet. Neither of these players have lost yet.
All right, so starting off.
Yes, dude. It's a dragon battle.
We got the Dragapult DX versus Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt was one of those decks that we had talked about in our predictions that we have yet to see in this tournament. So I'm really excited to see what kind of crazy things Raging Bolt is going to piece together against this Dragapult deck. And starting off by, got that Fan Rotom, always ideal. You got that Hoot Hoot on bench already. and Squawkabilly potentially entering the fray, getting some energy into the discard pile, getting deeper into your deck to hit those Sadas, those Earthen Vessels. I mean, that's pretty much exactly what you want to see going first as a Raging Bolt player.
Raging Bolt, it's one of the decks that to me seemed like it was going to be a front runner of this format post rotation, and unfortunately, we do see the ace spec has to get squawked away there. But this deck seems like it doesn't lose a whole lot with rotation. It loses Radiant Greninja, so that's tough. We've kind of like restructured the way that the Raging Bolt decks look now. I mean, they're almost all Noctowl focused builds with Area Zero. Under Depths as a stadium. I mean, pre-rotation, you could play Pokestop as a stadium out. But now we're using Area Zero Under Depths, really spreading the bench, filling that bench up to 8 with the Teal Mask Ogerpon in play. And then Raging Bolt is just the guy who can one-hit KO everything in the format. That's just what the card does. Bellowing Thunder, 70 damage times the amount of basic energy you discard from your Pokemon in play. This deck ramps energy into play very quickly with Sada's Vitality, accelerating 2 energy from the discard pile. And then Teal Mask Ogerpon also accelerating energy into play with its Teal Dance ability. I mean, there's just a lot of ways to ramp energy into play. And Raging Bolt with like a massive 240 hit points isn't even getting one-hit KO'd by Dragapult. Or the Archaludon we've seen so much of. So, I mean, there's a lot to love about a Raging Bolt deck post-rotation.
Yeah, it's very threatening. It's very threatening. And even having that Fan Rotom access now as well to take those single prize knockouts on things like Dreepy in the early game. And we see Carlos preemptively retreating into that Fan Rotom as well, anticipating being able to take that knockout. That said, Nicholas isn't going to just let his Dreepy fall without putting up a fight, and so searching with his Nest Ball, trying to get as many basics into play as possible with his Dusknoir Dragapult deck. That's the variant we've seen the most of on stream, at least, so far, in terms of Dragapult. So, makes sense we're seeing that continue here.
Dusknoir just gives you so much control over the pace of the game, the order the prizes get taken, gives you control over the board state, being able to sack a Pokemon that you don't care about, Dusknoir, for a Pokemon your opponent might really care about. Makes a huge difference, allowing Dragapult to break past that 200 damage barrier. I mean, essentially, and we saw this already on stream, it can allow you to one-hit KO, essentially one-hit KO, a Pokemon with up to 330 hit points, because you can blow up a Dusknoir, place 13 damage counters, then go in and swing with Dragapult, 200 damage, and then you're just clearing that Pokemon from play that otherwise would be out of range. So I do really love what the Dusknoir brings to the Dragapult deck, and I feel like that would certainly be my favorite way to play it in this format.
Yeah, agreed. And Nicholas does get that energy attachment down onto his bench Dreepy, so prepared to Phantom Dive if he can hit a rare candy on the following turn. Actually opting to potentially sack the Duskull here as opposed to his Dreepy. Maybe he needs access to his Dracloaks in addition to be able to hit that Dragapult combo, and not valuing the Dusknoir options as heavily.
2 Dreepy on the bench. We've got Duskull in the active. Iono is the supporter for turn from Nicholas. So Carlos just wants to lead a single prizer, or lead the Fan Rotom, and then just as soon as a Dragapult comes into play, just blast it to smithereens with a Raging Bolt. Like I think that is just what this Raging Bolt deck wants to do. And you can see a deck like this just doesn't really care about the spread damage, doesn't really care about 200 damage to the active. This is going to be a very scary deck for the Dragapult deck to face off against.
It is. It definitely is. At the same time, I think the spread can add up quickly for the Dragapult against decks like this Raging Bolt. For example, you have that Squawkabilly on the bench, right? That's only a handful of damage counter placements away from being knocked out for example, a Dusclops plus 2 hits of Phantom Dive allows you to get that extra 2 prizes. So we'll see what kind of game plan Nicholas is able to put together. Meanwhile, though, Carlos accelerating more and more energy into play progressively with Earthen Vessels, with his Teal Dances, and also a Crispin, kind of like a pseudo Sada option with the Crispin, and lets him take advantage of other things like the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, for example.
All right, I'm going to make a bold prediction here, Riley. I could see Raging Bolt winning this whole thing today.
You can see Raging Bolt winning.
And the reason why is because when this post-rotation format dropped in Japan, Raging Bolt was all the rage. It was everywhere. And it was the deck that was being played the most. And then Japan corrected that by favoring walls, right? So then the wall format is what showed up at the Fukuoka Champions League. Everybody played walls, right? But now everybody thinks walls are fake and that walls are bad and that they lose to the good decks, right? So now nobody's playing walls, which then what? Opens the door back up for Raging Bolt to just absolutely dominate this event, right? So I think Raging Bolt could absolutely win today.
Yeah, and it looks like Carlos is playing some creative options too, like having access to the Wellspring through the Crispin option allows him to get that snipe ability plus the Sob that we saw earlier today as a trapping effect. We have the just endless damage output on top of that to knock out whatever's in front of you. It's definitely a powerful deck, and it's very consistent too, right? Like it does what it wants to do pretty much every game.
Think about Bolt less like, forget the old Bolt that you knew. Forget the old Raging Bolt, okay? This is no longer a meathead deck, okay? This is no longer just your grandfather's Raging Bolt. This is more like think of it like a Tera box with a big guy in it that does infinite damage. Think of it more like that, right? So we've got it's got more finesse now. You've got the ability to tutor whatever you want out of your deck. You've got Crispin to accelerate energy to anybody. It doesn't just have to be ancient Pokemon with Sada. You could do whatever you want.
I'm with you. And the Badoo, I mean, if you're not attacking with Phantom Dive, Badoo is acceptable because better to item lock and give up a prize than to just give up a prize.
Right.
But it doesn't feel phenomenal here either, right? Like Carlos has so many energy in play. He's going to take another knockout with the Phanrotom. Phanrotom now vulnerable to a Phantom Dive on the bench, which is a nice ancillary effect of that Badoo. But we'll see what the Dragapult's able to piece together here. I will say as well, another kind of impacting factor of the Raging Bolt is Clefairy does add weakness to Raging Bolt as well, which reduces Raging Bolt's ability to tank as easily in matchups that play it, such as Tera Box.
That's true. Sure. But still, base 240 does infinite damage. I'm a believer. I've seen more flexibility out of this Raging Bolt deck here in these 3 minutes than I had in the entire time Raging Bolt had been played previously. I mean, look, you're attacking with a Phanrotom. You've got a cool single prize option that searches out your entire engine, pokes for 70. The fact that Raging Bolt can even just like force lead a single prizer to me is impressive.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the weaknesses that Raging Bolt had in prior formats is that you pretty much always had to have a 2-prizer in the active dealing damage.
Right.
The Phanrotom is such a good card, not only for the fan call, but Assault Landing is like a really good attack, actually. 70 for 1 on a single prizer.
I know.
70 is like the key threshold for most evolving basics, as well as other Phanrotoms. And so you just put so much pressure on. All you need is a stadium and 1 energy to do that.
Yeah, just so little, and it's crazy. I mean, there's just so much you could do here from this Raging Bolt angle. Like I'm really liking the way the format is kind of like is kind of leaning towards Raging Bolt's strengths right now. That's kind of what we've seen so far from the tournament. That's why I feel like Raging Bolt could win it all, because I'm not seeing anything so far that I feel like really challenges Raging Bolt's dominance. And dominance is exactly what we saw in like the early days of the format coming out of Japan. So I'm wondering if that's just what we're going to kind of see here unfold today.
Now we do see a Dusclops blow up, giving Carlos another prize down to 3 remaining. And I don't know if I see the route fully here, because you're not going to be able to wipe all of the Hoot-Hoots off of play with this turn. And so, yeah, you get to take an extra prize, but there's plenty of Noctowls left to use, right? And the rest of Carlos's Pokemon are just ready to go. Like, there's a knockout waiting to happen, and if Carlos takes that knockout, Nicholas can no longer use the second Dusknoir. So I don't know if I fully agree with that Dusclops pop.
All right, and now this Dragapult is about to pay.
Oh, yes.
Here we are. It's happening right now, folks. We have got a Dragapult in the active with 320 HP. You want to see this Dragapult disappear? Well, stay glued to your screen, okay? Raging Bolt is about to absolutely eviscerate this thing with its Bellowing Thunder attack.
Oh, wow. And actually bumps his own stadium with Jamming Tower, which allows him to get rid of his liability in Squawkabilly.
Yep.
I don't see any way where Nicholas can even creatively come up with a route here, because he won't be able to use Dusknoir next turn.
Right. Carlos will be at 1 prize remaining, no Dusknoir available. All of the liabilities, you know, the low hanging fruit just got cleared from the bench. Jamming Tower in play, not even allowing you to have a free pivots with the rescue board. Yeah, just phenomenal, right? Here's a big Bellowing Thunder. Going to be able to crank out 350 damage, take that knockout. And now Carlos has just 1 prize remaining.
Now, I guess the out for Nicholas here is Carlos is bench locked right now and does not have Vesendipity in play, nor really any directly drawing cards. He needs to hit a Noctowl or Grass Energies to start powering through his deck again. So if Nicholas is... But how is he going to take the knockout? I guess he doesn't need to. There's no energy in play.
Right. Doesn't have to take a knockout. That's fine. You just have to disrupt and hit.
Yeah. Iono or Unfair Stamp feels obligatory here, and Phantom Dive. And if you can get a free turn, you might be able to win this game.
My Counter Catcher.
I don't think Counter Catcher is actually that useful here.
No.
If you're Counter Catching anything, I guess it's the Hoot-Hoot.
Right.
But I think at this point you're just going for the 2-turn win with an Iono.
So. Yeah. With Iono and no Fez in play, anything's impossible. Anything is possible, so...
It's true.
Make it happen.
Third Dracloak coming down.
Yeah, we're reconning lots of directives here.
Lots of directives, but are they the right ones? Double Rare Candy is not what Nicholas wants to see here.
No. Ultra Ball, and we're going to discard one.
and the Dusknoir,
right? Because you can't use that.
The whole package in one go.
No more Dusknoir. One more Curse Blast, and this game is over.
Yeah, and this is where it would be really nice to have still access to Dusknoir, because then you could potentially knock this out, this Raging Bolt out.
Oh, yeah.
Clear the board out, or knock the Hoot-Hoot out, for example. Clear the board. Fez used. I just don't think I see the Iono option, though.
Ooh, that would be tough. Iono to 1, I mean, yeah, getting set to one card. Any game can flip on its head if you get set to 1 card with no draw on board.
And I think he redrew the Counter Catcher. So what Nicholas could do is just Counter Catcher the Hoot-Hoot. Or even Boss the Hoot-Hoot, since he's not going to be playing another supporter.
Or it looks like Boss, Ogerpon.
Ogerpon's probably a fine option too. Now, Carlos's bench is honestly a little awkward. This is one of the problems with playing the Noctowl variant when you don't have Area 0 in play, is if you go too wide with your Noctowl line and your support Pokemon like that Latias, well, now all of a sudden you don't have the ability to get multiple Teal Masks plus the Sada onto 2 ancient Pokemon.
Right. Like Carlos needs a lot of energy in play to take this win and doesn't have any on board to work with yet. So, right, like has to ramp to a full 5 to discard, right?
Yeah, so if he plays a Glass Trumpet, that would be able to get him there.
A Trombone, dude? No way is packing a Trombone.
You don't think a one-off Trumpet maybe made its way into you?
I guess with Noctowl you can get whatever you want, so why not, right? We've got a tight game though, 2-1. I mean, this is what it is, folks. Two players, both 4-0. Coming down to the wire, we've got Asada's Vitality. Is that Energy Retrieval? Yes. Here's the Area 0 Under Depths. Here's Energy Retrieval. There's an Ultra Ball in hand. This should do it. I'm feeling good about this. Ultra Ball away to Sada.
So there's Teal Mask. He needs 3 more energy in play.
3 more energy, gets to draw. But he didn't get Noctowl there, but he has Noctowl in hand, so it should just be over. Yeah.
So, yeah, just double energy
double retrieval and that's it. And there's a Superior right there at the end of the hand. That's going to do it.
Or Night Stretcher in addition to his retrieval. So, yeah, Carlos does put it all together. A little bit awkward getting there, but was able to do it.
Yes, and just like that, back-to-back Pult knockouts. I mean, that is the power of this deck. Undisrupted hand, and Carlos just able to piece it all together thanks to Jewel Seeker, Energy Retrieval, Teal Dance, pow, game. That's it. Carlos advancing within this set, winning game 1, and now just 1 win away from 5-0. We'll see if he can keep this momentum going after that round 1, after that game 1 win, while Nicholas surely wants to reverse the tempo in the series and is going to be thinking about how he can swing this series in his favor. What do you think we could see from Nicholas in order to correct course here, Riley?
I think ultimately Nicholas had to give up too much too quickly. You know, having to sack multiple prizes to the Rotom it's a lot, right? You have to come back from not only the prize deficit, but you have the Rotom in the active that now you have to deal with. He wasn't able to gust around it and had to hit Rotom twice for effectively 210 damage worth of damage to knock it out. So just so much damage was wasted there. And if he hit, for example, Counter Catcher plus Phantom Dive the Rotom for knockout, I think we might have seen a different story play out. But I think ultimately Nicholas needs to try and evolve more aggressively, or at least not let Rotom take as many prizes as it did.
Yeah, certainly that, right? And it looks like Nicholas has chosen to go second. But Carlos, I mean, opening Fan Rotom, Raging Bolt there, slamming down the Area 0 Under Depths. I mean, here we go, right?
Yeah, I think it's a good time to get a Ogerpon into play, activate your Tera-based effects, and then you can Fan Rotom for all your Hoot Hoots, and you're pretty much set to go for the next turn. Line up that Latias as well as a pivoting option. I think just a classic, like, get your Ogerpon seems reasonable to me. And here we go.
Fan Call.
Fan Call, getting the Hoot Hoots and 1 Noctowl to hand. And I kind of like that too. You know, if you're sitting across from a Dragapult that's opting to go second, they're probably looking to play an Arven.
Yep.
So you're likely to keep that Noctowl in hand.
For sure. Feels good. Tera Pokemon already established. Area 0 established. That's a feel-good turn from Carlos, especially being up game 1. I mean, that's about as powerful as it gets. Would like to get an energy drop if you had one, but whatever, it's fine. We'll see what Nick can do. Buddy Poffin is going to be the first card played on Nick's side. Allows Nick to search for 2 Pokemon with 70 hit points or less, 2 basic Pokemon, 70 HP or less, put them onto the bench, and we are probably going to end up seeing a Badoo to item lock. We do see Nicholas kind of shuffling that to the front of the deck. Also just doing some prize checking. It looks like he's done a full sort of the Pokemon to be able to make sense of which ones are prized and which ones are not. We do see Nicholas also choosing to take some notes. Pokemon players will do that sometimes in order to keep track of which Pokemon that they have prized in each game. But you do have to be careful because you only got 50 minutes to conclude a best of 3. So we do see Nicholas, especially being down game 1, is not wasting any time and playing at a good clip. Artisan going to go get the Duskull and then Ultra Ball as well to go get Badoo, and that is the final basic, and I suspect we'll see that Badoo make its way into the active spots for an Itchy Pollen.
And we do see actually that Nicholas does have Iono in hand. We were talking about him potentially wanting to play Arven, but if Iono's all you got, you're going to play it.
Yup.
And so that Noctowl will go to the bottom, forcing Carlos to hit a new one or an Ultra Ball if he wants to get that Jewel Seeker off. Does get the energy, though, that he was lacking the previous turn, as well as a couple of Crispin. So guaranteed attack with that Fan Rotom. Even though his Stadium was bumped, there is still a Stadium in play, which is all that's required to fulfill the Assault Landing requirement.
This is actually a really good draw for Nicholas off the Iono. I was able to find the rescue board, so it doesn't have to waste energy. Did miss the energy drop, which is a little bit
That's kind of either here nor there. You know?
Yeah, but did find the crystal off of the Iono. So Nicholas does have a crystal in hand, which could help with the turn 2 pop-off with a Dragapult or something like that.
Yeah, that can make up for whiffing that energy, though I'm not sure I see too much else in his hand. It's hard to see.
I think I see an Arven and a Dracloak. So that's solid.
Okay. Yeah, if that is an Arven in there, then that's pretty reasonable.
All right, Crispin going to accelerate an energy to the Fan Rotom, attach from hand to the Bolt on the bench. I mean, and there you go. That's why Fan Rotom is so nasty, right? Because not only does it help you set up, it also takes knockouts while only offering up a single prize. That is a very solid start here for Carlos in game 2. Taking the first prize of the match and only leading a Fan Rotom in the active, putting pressure on. Nicholas is going to have to whip up a response and is staring down a Raging Bolt on the bench while he does it.
Now, it's not totally necessary, but it would have been extremely powerful to hit that Jamming Tower that Carlos has in his deck this past turn, which would deny the Sparkling Crystal, deny the rescue board, and just put Nicholas in overall an awkward spot. Carlos didn't hit it, so Sparkling Crystal is live, and Nicholas has to be eyeing up. I want to Rare Candy a Dragapult, Sparkling Crystal, and start putting the pressure on.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening, Riley. I'm taking a look. I mean, we've got the Crystal, we've got a Fire Energy, we've got an Arven. But what Nicholas needed to find was he needed to find one of the pieces. He needed to find either Rare Candy or Dragapult EX in order to go Arven, Rare Candy, Knockout. But that's not what we're seeing here. So what do you do when you need a 2-piece combo, but you can only Arven for one of the pieces? It looks like you're going back for another Badoo item lock, right? We'll try again next turn.
Now, this is interesting. We see the Bravery Charm, which puts the Badoo outside of Assault Landing range.
It's true.
That's an interesting tech. And I think I actually like that combo because now Carlos is forced, with his current board state, to attack with the Multiprizer.
Yo, thick Badoo.
That's right.
A thick 80 hit point Badoo with the Bravery Charm. Carlos says, I'll Noctowl.
And the thing is, though, Carlos does play the only
Jamming Tower.
the only major tool disruption card in this format in Jamming Tower. So if he wanted to, he could go for the Jamming Tower and Assault Landing. The Jamming Tower not as impactful from the perspective of disrupting the Sparkling Crystal, since Nicholas does have an energy on board. But it's an option. Going for Boss instead, though, in a Nest Ball. Does he have an Area 0 in hand to take advantage of that Nest Ball, or just preparing for a future turn?
Boston just taking out Dreepy.
All right, bye, Dreepy.
See you. Sure, just continuing to take prizes. Jamming Tower, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't available, or maybe just didn't like taking out the Badoo and was content to just save the Jamming Tower for later.
Yeah, it makes sense. And under Indo Block, there's only so much you can do outside of play a supporter or stadium anyway. So knocking out a Dreepy is probably more impactful in the long term to Carlos's game. So seems reasonable. Nicholas probably won't be doing Badoo for too much longer. And it feels kind of weak if you have to Badoo a third time.
Yeah, it gets to the point where your opponent is still kind of marching on towards victory, right? I mean, Carlos has taken 2 prizes. Nicholas can't let himself get too far behind in the prize trade. I mean, Dragapult Dusknoir is probably the best comeback deck in the format. So playing from behind is just what the deck does. And you just kind of sack Badoo while you do that. You just keep your opponent item locked. Try to keep them from establishing as good of a board as possible. Except that they're going to take some prizes, but like maybe they miss something along the way, and then you get to Iona them.
Right.
Maybe they didn't get that extra energy onto a bench attacker that they would have. Maybe they didn't start to set up that Pheasantipity like they would have liked to.
Oh, here's something interesting. Going for the Hawlucha play to knock out the only Hoot on board. And I think Nicholas has Counter Catcher in hand too, so he can knock out Pheasantipity the same turn.
Sheesh.
Does that put him at 0 cards in hand though?
Oh yeah,
I think it does. So do you have a Dracloak in play? A Whiffed and Energy Attachment, so not prepared to attack another turn in a row.
Look, Mom, no hand.
This is still a scary spot. I mean, I know you take out all the support Pokemon, but really Carlos just needs to hit Asada.
Oh yeah, I'm a bold believer. I think Carlos still got this game.
Oh,
Here we
and
go.
He's got the Night Stretcher.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah,
I'm bolt pilled.
This feels like a really good spot for Carlos, I think.
Yeah, flip the script. Regardless, it's happening. Teal Dance, Sada in hand. You'd like to find another. But look at the size of this hand.
I mean, you didn't even need Sada to hit that knockout, right? You just needed the Teal Dance and an attachment, or like a Crispin. Could get energy accelerated if you want to use that. Then that out of your deck and make it more Sada heavy for the future.
Oh yeah, Carlos got plays.
He does. Now I'm curious about the Rotom promotion. Maybe he's planning to bench at Latias. Otherwise, that will cost him an energy or a Prime Catcher.
Yeah, you'd like to find the area 0, extend the size of your bench, so that you're not so stuck with like the. Yeah, and then here's the Latias. So
Okay.
I like that. Sada for 1 feels bad. So hopefully there's a area 0 in that hand.
I don't think there is.
Yeah,
maybe
Carlos
there is.
gonna Ultra Ball for the Raging Bolt. We'll see. If not, you're using Sada for 1, and you're just saying like, okay, that's fine. But then if you're gonna use Sada for 1, then
You just play the Crispin.
you play the, or I think you don't Sada for 1, and you instead of having the Latias on the bench, you have the other Raging Bolt on the bench, and you get Sada for 2, and then if you have to retreat, you have to retreat, because like you're still netting the same amount of energy, except you have the potential to hit area 0, and then here you would have benched the Latias. So just a slight misoptimization there on Carlos's part, but you definitely want to bench the Bolt before the Latias there.
I think you also just promote the Bolt to start.
Yeah.
Right? Because then you don't have to even worry about the Latias one way or the other.
Yeah, who cares? Bellowing Thunder, knockout, your go, bud.
That's the Raging Bolt lifestyle.
Yeah, we're thinking too much. Yeah. Stop all that. Yeah. Cut that out. Yeah.
Now, one potential weakness, if a Raging Bolt player is not careful, is if they run out of energy, you can Badoo lock them out of getting their energy back. I don't think Carlos is quite in that spot. He hasn't burned too many. Remember that most of his attacks to this point have been with Fan Rotom. So I think he'll be okay. And you do see a wealth of energy in his hand. Just needs to accelerate 1 onto the board, and he can Bellowing Thunder for another knockout. Or just attach to Fan Rotom. Actually, Fan Rotom doesn't take the knockout thanks to that Bravery Charm that we were talking about earlier. But
Flip the script, draw 3. Gosh, Carlos being at just 2 prizes remaining already is so crazy. I mean,
I know, and he plays Prime Catcher too, so that Fez is looking really tempting.
Oh yeah. I mean, the Fez is on board, right?
and a Hoot Hoot. So and now Nicholas has already used the Hawlucha technology, so that Hoot Hoot on Carlos's bench is not easily disposed of. You could use a Dusclops, I guess. But then you're putting Carlos in a position where all he needs is Fan Rotom Prime game. So like that feels bad.
Yeah,
just a lot of feels bad right now if you're trying to take down this Raging Bolt deck with the Dragapult technology.
And bear in mind too that Phantom Dive is not a play this turn.
Yikes! Because the crystal's down and the energy was
whiffed.
Whiffed, yes.
Yeah. So Nicholas can Jet Headbutt potentially. You could Iono Carlos and Jet Headbutt. If you're gonna go for that play, I think I like to Dusknoir the Hoot Hoot.
Yeah, I would have liked to see that. Well, and then just Iono to 1, right?
Yeah, I guess that does unlock Fez though, so maybe Iono 2 is. It's tough because you have the Hoot Hoot.
It is tough, right?
Yeah, the Hoot Hoot still, and oh my gosh, those are
Sada rip off the Iono to 2. Oh baby.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough. The Sada rip, if he finds a Noctowl. Gosh, the energy switch in the Raging Bolt deck for the water pond, right?
You can Crispin energy switch to power up the water pond, I think. So, yeah, there's clearly the logic there. Though we have not seen the water pond do anything in this matchup, which feels like a matchup it actually would be useful in.
For sure. But having like the option is crazy. The water pond option, for sure.
Yeah, and there's always the Sob option, right? Like,
yeah,
you could gust that Fez and Sob.
Dude, this is Sada retrieval off the Iono to 2. This is crazy.
I mean, that's
about as good as it gets.
Not quite game by itself. There's the energy switch as well, so
yeah,
there's a little bit more control over his energy on board.
Yeah, okay, just committing to the active. Yep.
Yeah, sure. Teal Dance.
Teal Dance. Yep.
That's 2.
And then
Sada gets you to 4.
Need 5.
So you need one more Teal Dance, ideally.
Superior, but is there another? Is that a Noctowl? Oh, Jewel Seeker. Yeah, it's over.
Yep, that's it. Get that Prime Catcher, and Pheasantipity is a
Prime Catcher
right
Fez
there.
Game. Discard 3, 210. That's it.
Or
get another and blow up the active. I like this play.
Does he have the grass in deck? I think so.
I sure hope so. And that's it. Scooperoonie. Carlos 2-0 with the dub.
That was dominant. Yeah.
Yeah, that was dominant. I agree, Riley. I mean, Carlos really made that matchup look pretty free, and also made Raging Bolt look like the call for this tournament.
Yeah, Raging Bolt looking super powerful, just doing what it does best, wiping things off the face of the earth. But now you have access to that Fan Rotom, and I think it makes your like explosiveness sometimes a little lower, particularly on like that turn 1. But in exchange, you get a single price attacker. So
yeah, definitely. And Carlos advancing to 5-0 now is really a strong chance that we're gonna see Carlos again in top 8. I mean,
yeah.
5-0, one more win over the course of like the next 2 rounds, and then Carlos is probably in. Because if you win next round, then you're 6-0, and you just go, then you're just double ID in. Or if you lose next round and then you win the following one, then you're 6-1, and then you ID. Yeah. So if he wins one of the next 2 rounds, he's probably just locked. So
yep, yeah, you got to be. And if you're winning 5 in a row, you got to feel pretty good about your odds to win 1 out of 2.
I'd say so. So it's looking like, what were our predictions on Raging Bolt and Top Cuts?
I think I predicted 1.
Let's
you
see.
may have said 2.
Let's see. For the Bolts, I did say 2. All right.
You're a believer.
1. Yeah, I'm a Bolt believer for sure. Especially, it was fun getting to talk to the locals about how they kind of feel about the wall decks. Talking to Chase a little bit, talking to Ben Morse a little bit, talking to the locals. They're like, the wall is going to show up. Are they really that good? Are they, it's kind of the big story out of the Fukuoka Champions League, right? 5,000 player tournament in Japan, and like 5 out of the top 8 decks are all wall oriented. So kind of crazy, but you got to keep in mind the Fukuoka Champions League was a reaction to like
like a month of playing this format already. So like now that we're here, it's like, okay, maybe the walls didn't really make sense for us to be where, the walls are always like a reaction, right?
Right.
So like we don't really have the local results yet in our own meta. So like maybe we see walls somewhere down the line, but maybe walls aren't showing up today.
Maybe not. And yeah, Raging Bolt is just a powerhouse. It always has been.
Oh yeah,
right?
dude.
And when it hits the right meta and it just steamrolls its way through opponents, and that's exactly what Carlos did here, just running his opponent off the board by early fan Rotom pressure, followed up by the end game pressure that Raging Bolt provides with the uncapped damage.
I really like the look of this new Bolt deck. It's funny because the Noctowl engine is so valid in Raging Bolt that people were trying it pre-rotation as a way, but I think ultimately just kind of saying like, wow, we'll just do the Radiant Greninja stuff. That's like probably better and easier to do. Like when having the choice between basic Pokemon and evolutions, why evolve after all?
That's right.
But now, Noctowl is so good. It really does bring a lot to the Raging Bolt archetype, and now that you don't have the option to just like kind of turn 2 cards every turn with Radiant Greninja, I think the Noctowl just makes a lot more sense. But I think that the Noctowl engine makes the deck a lot more fun to watch, a lot more interesting as well.
Definitely more interesting, a lot more decision making too.
Oh yeah. Whereas
pre-rotation,
before
you just whatever
like,
you drew.
Yeah, before it's just like, all right, Pokestop, Trekking Shoes, Radiant Greninja. All right, turn 1, 280 damage. Like, okay. Now that it's like, okay, turn 170 with a fan Rotom while I'm building up a big guy in the background, that kind of is a little bit more interesting of a game plan to me. Having the options to one-hit KO things. Are there any other decks in the format that are taking massive one-hit KOs like Raging Bolt does?
Not really. No, the Tera box decks are trying to take 2 prizes every turn, but not really through massive one-hit KOs, more through like tricky plays and seeking out like specific targets on the bench and snipe with the Wellspring. So like they kind of have a similar strategy in that they're going 2-2-2, but Raging Bolt is much more on the damage side.
There's Goldango, I guess, is like the other one, right?
Yeah.
Goldango.
We haven't really seen much Goldango today, to be honest. So maybe they're lurking out there in the field and they haven't made its way over to our radar, but it doesn't seem like Goldango is thriving in the same way right now.
This is true. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break as we get prepared for round number 6. Thank you all so much for tuning in to the Full Grip Games Journey Together $3,000 cash release weekend event. We'll be right back after this. Yo, what's up, everybody? We are back. Thank you so much for the patience. We've got round number 6 coming up soon, but Riley and I are here to talk Pokemon cards between now and then. Riley, I did see that we've got the on fullgripgames.com. We've got the retro events coming up. Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder is one of the formats that we're going to be experiencing here before too long at Full Grip. I don't remember a lot about it. To me, it's like, I know it's like a fan favorite. There's a lot of people who like Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder. And for me, I just remember it as the format I played Blacephalon in. So like Blacephalon GX in. What do you think's the appeal of Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder? Why are people so enamored with the format? And what do you recall specifically about Sun and Moon to Lost format, your experience playing through it?
Yeah, Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder, it's one of those like block formats, right? It's a format that has the entirety of like that block encapsulated in it. So this is like the GX era prior to tag teams.
Yes.
They were introduced in Sun and Moon, and tag teams were introduced the following set. And so that's kind of the thematic of Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder. It's the largest card pool before they printed tag teams. There's a lot of different decks that are options in Lost Thunder, arguably at different levels of viability. You have like your Zoroark archetypes, your Buzzwole archetypes. Gardevoir GX was still a thing in Lost Thunder with like the Swampert engine. You had a lot of different control strategies. You had Blacephalon, iconically, was introduced as well. For me personally, my experiences with Lost Thunder were primarily when the set first released. Actually, I went to LAIC that year.
Oh yeah, dude!
Yeah,
you had a heck of a time at LAIC.
I actually had a really great time at LAIC. I really enjoyed it. But so I did a lot of testing leading up to that tournament because it was the first tournament where the set was legal.
Yeah.
As is kind of tradition with the ICs typically.
Yeah.
And so I tried all sorts of different things. I tried the Alona Executor deck. Do you remember that one?
Oh
with the
my
different color
goodness!
energies?
Yes.
I really liked that deck actually. There was the Sceptile deck that had the Grovyle that searched each other out.
Ew.
And I tried all sorts of different wacky stuff. What my own personal deck was, and it was one I was really proud of in the end for LAIC, was a Zoroark Control archetype. And I was proud of it in particular because I had gone to the tournament and I didn't really have like a big group that I was going with, but I hung out a lot with Jimmy Pendarvis, Danny Altavilla, like Caleb Gedemer, Azul, like that kind of group. I hung out with them quite a bit. But they wouldn't like let me in on their deck or anything.
Yeah.
And so I had landed on this Zoroark Control deck. They were being cagey about what they were playing. They were playing a Zoroark Control deck as well. But when I hit one of them, Carter Moosegrove, at round 3 or so, my variant was like an auto counter to that, like an auto loss for them, because I played Faba in my list, and I played the Mount Coronet Oranguru engine to like constantly have trade fodder. And so so it ended up being a super favorable matchup for me. I finished top 32 in that tournament. If I didn't have like one heartbreaking loss, I think I maybe could have made a top 8 run. But I was still happy with that tournament. And to me, like that kind of the control kind of defines that format for me, Lost Thunder. And you know, the format responded over time, but Danny ended up winning that tournament with that Zoroark Control archetype.
Yeah.
And like it feels like the months that were following while that was the tournament format were like all a response to that.
Yes. Zoroark was Zoroark at its peak during this time?
I actually don't know if it really was though.
What was as someone who won a regional championship with Zoroark, what was Zoroark GX's like peak?
I think like the strongest Zoroark ever probably was the regional that I won.
Oh.
And expanded.
I think so too.
And expanded. Before cards started getting banned, before people started realizing how to deal with it. So that was probably the strongest Zoroark ever was. And to be honest, like
it's probably true, yeah.
I have since improved tremendously as a player compared to that regional, but like my deck was so strong and I was so practiced with it that it was unfair. I was playing a different game than everyone else.
I know.
Like that was probably Zoroark's overall peak. In standard, I feel like the peak can't be post Puzzle of Time. So like I feel like in standard the peak would have been like 2017. Was it 2017 or 2018? 2018. 2018 NAIC and Worlds was probably Zoroark's true peak.
Yeah.
With Puzzle still, VS Seeker. You had both Garbodors for the Garbodor variants. Yeah, that was just crazy.
Is that the one? Did Robin Schulz win Worlds that year?
Yeah, he did with Zoroark Garbodor.
Yeah.
And Tord won. Or was it Stefan that won NAIC? Was Zoroark Garb, and Tord got second. Was Zoroark Control.
Yeah.
That to me was Zoroark's peak. I actually think Zoroark started to get a little overshadowed by Lost Thunder. Like Blacephalon was tough for Zoroark to deal with, and it felt like Zoroark had to be kept progressively like more creative for how to deal with the power creep that was forming around it.
It's true.
And eventually it just couldn't keep up anymore, in my opinion. And you had to get so creative that it didn't feel worth it, in my opinion. Like Zoro Desi Tails was a deck at that time, but there are so many moving parts. So many moving parts to the Zoro Desi Tails deck. I was never a huge fan of it, though I did play it at the following regional in Virginia. It was like a week after LAIC, and everyone who went was super sick and had terrible brain fog. Jimmy still ended up winning that tournament with Gardevoir, but I was feeling like crap that whole
Gardevoir. Is that the Gardevoir Swampert?
With the super boost energy.
Crazy deck, dude.
That was a crazy deck. I forget, but I'm pretty sure Jimmy said that was the worst deck he won a tournament with.
Definitely the worst deck he won a regional with, for sure, of which he had won multiple regionals. And then I'm reminded of, I think, Caleb actually won the Denver Regional Championships in 2018, I think, with a Zoroark. Like, it had some tool that like made it take less damage. It was still like a Zoroark kind of control-ish style deck, but like it was a team up. Like,
yeah, no, I remember it was Denver.
Yeah, I know, because I top 8'd it, and like I lost a Pikarom Mirror in top 8. So, and then Caleb went up to win with Zoroark. And Zoroark was definitely like the guy during most of the Sun and Moon.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of Zoroark was just the whole package. You know, it had a good enough attack. It drew cards. It was tanky enough. It just kind of did everything well enough to make any deck work.
Right.
And also the fact it was DCE as its attack requirement, like, made it generically good. You know, it could synergize with all the other multitudes of Pokemon that had DCE as their attack cost.
It's funny because you see, like, in some ways, you know, the game will power creep cards. The HP is the easiest. HP and attack damage is usually the easiest one to see. But then, like, you know, like Zoroark GX, you never use Trickster GX here.
No, almost never.
Almost never. It's like one of the worst things about the card is that Zoroark has this GX attack that you never use. For the most part, you just got a 210 hit point Pokemon. You're using Trade and you're using Ride as Beating to deal damage, while maybe pairing Zoroark with somebody who can like take some real nice one-hit KOs on select Pokemon, whether that's
2-hit KOs.
Or 2-hit KOs, you know.
Play a 2-hit KO game.
Pairing it with Lycanroc could like take one-hit KOs on things with its GX attack. Golisopod, you know, it was just a nice one-hit KO option, and you could heal it and stuff like that.
Yeah,
but,
I loved Golisopod so much. I loved that card. It was, by the time Lost Thunder rolled around, Golisopod had definitely had its heyday pass. Mm-hmm. You know, Golisopod really peaked earlier in Zoroark's life cycle, but that was such a fun deck, you know.
The thing about the owner's Pokemon is that the owner's Pokemon, very nostalgic mechanic for the Pokemon TCG. Anybody who's you know, been collecting since the beginning is going to recall the owner's Pokemon from Gym Heroes, Gym Challenge, the Rockets Pokemon from Rocket Returns. Very nostalgic, but the thing about the owner's Pokemon mechanic, and we haven't seen any owner's Pokemon succeeding here yet today. The thing about them is that they are very much contained to the package that they're dealt, right? Like the end stuff kind of has to be played with the end stuff. The Iono stuff has to be played with the Iono stuff. The Hop stuff has to be played with the Hop stuff. And to a point, like, I mean, the end Zoroark, I mean, you literally can only copy End's Pokemon's attacks. So, like, you have 2 or 3 Pokemon that, like, you can...
Yeah.
I mean, there are more, but, like, they're all really bad. So there's only a couple Pokemon that you're even going to ever consider attacking with the end Zoroark. So that is, like, the one thing that's, like, they very much have a firm grasp on how powerful they can make the owner's Pokemon, because they either make the packages broken or they make the packages suck, and it's just like and you can't like mishmash them together. So even from like a deck builder's perspective, sometimes it kind of like, I like being able to play whatever cards I want with whatever cards.
Yeah, I agree, and that's one of my beefs with the like owner's Pokemon mechanically. At least this current iteration of it is that it's very restrictive in how you play these cards. And like when I think of the old Zoroark, which clearly this card is referencing, old Zoroark's defining trait was versatility, in my opinion. And this card is anything but versatile. It can copy multiple things, but only in a very specific context.
It's true.
So,
all right, Riley. It appears as if our next round number 6, is starting to get underway. So
let's dive into it.
Let's head over to the table and see who we got. It looks like Joey Nawal has been doing well today. I've consistently seen him hovering around the top table. Joey is a very accomplished player from our local area up here in Northeast Ohio, and
super long-time friend.
Yeah, long-time friend, and his family's been involved in the game for a long time as well. So awesome to see Joey here, and he's sporting his Colts hat. I think he's a Colts fan, right? Yeah, it's just every event he wears the Colts hat. I'm pretty sure he's got the Colts hat on today. And then who do we got?
All right, on the white side of the table, we have Jeremy Wang. And on the left side, we have Sanjay. You might remember Sanjay from his heartbreaking control loss from a Tricky Gym local stream not that long ago.
That's right.
And both of these players are at 4-0-1. So very much in contention for that top 8 cut. But they're going to need to pick up probably 2 more wins to lock that in for themselves.
Yeah, 4-0-1. Right. It's a great record to be at. But again, not a shoe-in yet. So these two are really trying to wrap up another win so that they can punch that ticket to top 8.
We'll let those players get set up before we head on over to the table.
All right, let's get some hype going in the chat for round number 6. Oh, yes. I will adjust the records to be 4-0-1. Very good. Let's get some hype going for round number 6.
All right, here we are, getting set up for round number 6 here. And both these players are 4-0-1. Needing to pick up 2 more wins in the next couple of rounds to seal up a top 8 appearance. We see our beloved Noctowl on Sanjay's side.
So many Noctowl today, dude.
So many Noctowl. And it makes sense as the prime consistency Pokemon in this format. Didn't get a good look at Jeremy's hand before he set up. I think he has a secret box somewhere in there. So curious to see what he is showing us. And is that Gardy? Is that Gardy secret box?
Dude.
Oh my, the deck that I've been theory crafting for the last day is real. Gardy with secret box. I've been telling Andrew after all his hatred that he's been slinging towards Gardy that you just got to play with a secret box and that'll make things better. So we will check in with how Jeremy's doing, but first Sanjay going to be opening up with a Nest Ball. Now Sanjay has played Control before. Is he going for another Control archetype or going for a Tera box? Hard to say quite yet, but we got that fan call. Classic fan call. Get those Hoot Hoots and Noctowls into your hands. That way you're fully set up for the following turns.
Dude, Gardy. I can't believe it. Gardy, dude. Gardy, man. All the way at 4-0-1. It's happening, dude.
Dude. And maybe it's not. Maybe there's something else at play. Maybe it's some other engine. I do see a Crispin in hand. So could be like a Tera box type of thing. And we're being baited by the Monkey Dory and the Psychic Energy.
So true. We're probably getting baited, dude. There's no way. It's too good to be true. There's no way it's Gardy.
Ah, man, I would really love it to be Gardy, though, because that'd be sick. We'll see. Jeremy's hand really not giving too much away. He has a Crispin, which is our main clue, and a Psychic Energy.
What do we have? That ain't a Gardy deck.
Oh, is this for Alligator?
Is it for Alligator, dude? There's a Melodic. There's Crispin. There's for Giraffric. It's Walls.
It's Walls.
It's Walls. It's Walls. There's no Gardy. It's Walls.
All right.
Let's go.
So Sanjay starting that Cornerstone, obviously going to be a very valuable resource in a Walls matchup. Being able to pierce through that any wall attack by ignoring the effects of attacks with that Cornerstone. Jeremy does have a solid opener, though. Has access to the TM Evo with the Arven, has an energy in hand, will be able to bench multiple evolving wall Pokemon and get them all up and active in one turn. Secret Box is an interesting inclusion in the wall strategy.
It is. It is. Apparently, I'm hearing that Sanjay has a Monkey Dory tech in his own deck. So this could get interesting. We already see that Sanjay has the Cornerstone, which is what you need to like combat the walls, right? But then if you've got your own Monkey Dory, then you could heal your Cornerstone.
Yeah.
I don't know. This should be fascinating. I'm interested to see how this game goes. I mean, Jeremy has got the turn 1 Farigiraf in play. Oh, thank God I get to use my Farigiraf scan, dude. I knew I was valid for putting this thing in here.
That's right, man. That's right. And Jeremy opting to only go for 1 Farigiraf. I think he did have a Phoebus in hand, so potentially could have gone for a Melodic as well off that TM Evo, but deciding just the Farigiraf is all he'll need. And the Farigiraf does have kind of the most conclusive walling ability against these Tera Box decks, walking all basic Pokemon EX, which is all of the Pokemon that attack in this deck. See a Crispin from Sanjay, and that card we vastly underestimated on reveal, but being a formative piece of so many engines right now. And just another Crispin as well off the Noctowl, so likely playing one and just holding the other, assuming that the walls is likely not going to be disrupting his hand.
Right, like over the course of the next couple turns, I just want to juice some energy into play. Like maybe get energy onto the Cornerstone here. Maybe the next turn if you can get like Monkey Dory and then like throw a Dark on that, and then also an energy.
That is
the
benefit
active.
of the Crispin, is it can let you finish your attachments on the Cornerstone and then still get a Monkey Dory going. This is going to be an interesting one. The Cornerstone, honestly, is pretty disruptive to Jeremy, too, because most of his walls have some sort of ability. So the best answer to a Cornerstone is probably your own Cornerstone.
Right. I mean, it's kind of funny how that happens, right? Cornerstone Mask, Ogerpon EX, got that Cornerstone stance ability. You prevent all damage from attacks done to this Pokemon by your opponent's Pokemon that have an ability. Like Jeremy's main attacker, that we're seeing that he's working on is this Farigiraf EX, which prevents all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks from your opponent's basic Pokemon EX. Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, guess what? It's a basic Pokemon EX. However, it's got the attack Demolish, which goes through all effects on your opponent's active Pokemon. And Farigiraf's Armor Tail ability is an effect on Farigiraf. So the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon does not care about Farigiraf's ability because of the Demolish attack, which we can see that Sanjay is working towards right now. So Sanjay is going to be firing off a Demolish like next turn. So it's happening very quickly as we see Jeremy reaching for that TM Turbo Energize, as he needs to start juicing some energy into play himself. Also was able to go fetch a Cornerstone Mask of his own, and now we're going to start to see some Cornerstone on Cornerstone violence.
We are, and this is what these matchups start to devolve into with these decks that play Cornerstone. Is Cornerstone is not only a wall in of itself, but it's the only one that can really go through the wall effect for some of these decks. And Jeremy's splitting up the energy, which I like. He does have access to Crispin. And so next turn, he'll be able to get either of these attackers ready to go. Sanjay getting his Terapagos into play. Terapagos is a nice option. It is a much more efficient way to deal with the Cornerstone of your opponent for the decks that are playing it, since it has no abilities. So Cornerstone doesn't block it. And with an Area 0 in play, the Terapagos can swing for a one-hit KO on the Cornerstone. And this is exactly the style of a Tera Box deck that is very favorable into this wall matchup.
Oh, for sure, for
right?
sure.
Because you have the Cornerstone to pierce, but you can retaliate against their Cornerstone for a one-hit KO.
And we can see, Sanjay just favoring the Crispin back-to-back turns, knows exactly what he's going for as far as his board goes. The Terapagos, getting an energy on it. I mean, this is having the energy advantage in this matchup is going to be everything, because that's what the wall deck tries to do. The wall deck tries to slow the game down by putting out these Pokemon that are tough for the opponent to deal with, and then skip ahead in the energy attachment game by using cards like TM Turbo Energize. But as we could see with Sanjay taking that first knockout with the Cornerstone Mask, I mean, at this point now, Sanjay has the perfect two Pokemon to deal with the Pokemon that Jeremy's got in play. And it's going to be interesting to see how Jeremy is able to, potentially bring things back. Does Jeremy's deck have any sort of tricks or plays that he can make in order to swing this trade back into his favor? Because right now it's looking like, Sanjay's got all of these Noctowl available to him and like attackers that can deal with these walls. Jeremy doesn't have like anything. So there is the A spec. So there's the Pokevital A. I assume that's the A spec we're going to see.
Yeah, the Pokevital A for Jeremy. Oh, it is the Pokevital A and not the secret box, isn't it? So the Pokevital A could definitely come in clutch by basically undoing one of the cornerstone attacks, right? The unfortunate reality, though, is Jeremy requires his own cornerstone to do damage to Sanjay's cornerstone, and Sanjay has just that obvious and quick response, which he was only a Noctowl away from, and he's already got that Noctowl in play.
Oh, yeah.
So just needs to bench a couple more Pokemon, and that's a knockout.
Right, just like pivot into the Terapagos. Cornerstone only blocking Pokemon that have an ability. Terapagos does not have one. So an easy answer to Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. Now, Farigiraf can't be damaged by basic Pokemon EX. So like Cornerstone, right? But now here's the real nail in the coffin. Monkey Dory.
Yes. So Jeremy's hope in this situation would be that he can use his own Monkey Dory to undo the damage from the Cornerstone and progressively finish it off. But since Sanjay plays his own Monkey Dory himself, that's kind of out the window, right? Because he can just place the damage back over on Jeremy's side every time he moves it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Sanjay looks like he's got the game plan all written out for the Walls matchup, knows exactly what he's doing here. He's got the correct Pokemon in play. He's got the nice little tech with the Monkey Dory, and is going to retreat into the Terapagos, take a huge one-hit KO, and really swing the momentum of this game. I mean, a clean Ogerpon getting one shot. This is like the opposite of what you want when you're playing the wall deck. You want your walls to wall.
Yeah, we might see a quick set here with just how aggressive Sanjay has been putting the pressure on to Jeremy. Already down 3 prizes and doesn't really have an obvious route to deal with Sanjay's board. Get that Pokegear potentially looking for a little bit more. You need a Crispin to attack with this Farigiraf. I just think the writing's kind of already on the wall. Like, if you're this deep down in a Walls game and there's still a Cornerstone in play, there's still a Terapagos in play, there's a Monkey Dory on the bench, how do you realistically form a path here?
Oh, you got the Pokevital A. Gotta use that.
Well, you won't if you play Research as your supporter for turn.
Oh, no. That's for sure. Yeah, and this Farigiraf does not have enough energy to attack, so it's not even putting on pressure this turn. That's really
right.
bad.
That's right.
That's really bad. Yeah, I'm not going to lie, Riley. Things are looking kind of dark here for the wall deck.
Yeah, just going to be an attach for turn. The Rigid Band, unfortunately, still not contributing to defense against that Cornerstone. That's going to be a pass.
Yeah, and you can't afford to research away the Pokevital. You have to soak a hit, then research. So that's why we see Jeremy holding off. I mean, there's no point, right? Jeremy's got a counter catcher in hand. He's got a research in hand, and the A-Spec, the Pokevital A, all in hand. So you have to kind of hold for a turn and then go next turn.
Yeah, so I guess what Jeremy's route could be is soak a hit here and undo it.
Exactly.
Pokevital A.
Knock out the
counter catcher, probably the Monkey Dory, and then start working your own Monkey Dory magic. Right? So, because then you can progressively KO Sanjay's.
This is looking ugly, dude. The darkness energy. Oh, man.
And that's just so brutal. Putting it down to 110 also means you're 4 Monkey Dory pings away from a knockout, which I don't think that's happening.
So you have to take out this Monkey Dory this next turn.
You definitely have to take out the Monkey Dory. That's without question. The Monkey Dory completely invalidates your own Monkey Dory strategy. So, yeah, you have to get rid of the opposing Monkey Dory, but then you're not really putting a tremendous amount of pressure on. You're still a turn away from your own Monkey Dory being active, which Sanjay could use to get like a Night Stretcher, get his Monkey Dory back type of deal. It just feels a little doomed.
And why not Monkey Dory and Tera Box, you know? You play a bunch of Crispin, you play Energy Switch, you play Noctowl to go get it all. Monkey Dory is one of the best cards in the format. Why not?
I mean, this seems like a different take on Tera Box. It doesn't look like it's playing a Grass Energy Teal Mask engine and favoring instead primarily attacking with Terapagos. But thankfully, the Cornerstone is actually the ideal attacker in this specific matchup, so starting it was excellent.
Yeah, good call by Jeremy bringing up that Monkey Dory. I mean, that is the huge problem. And then Pokevital A heals 150 damage from your active Pokemon and a big research. Discard, draw 7. All right. Can Jeremy spark some life into this game? He's going to need a way to deal with the Cornerstone Mask. That's the thing. I mean, so like Jeremy kind of has to get another Cornerstone Mask going, because is that the only Pokemon that Jeremy plays that can deal with a Cornerstone Mask?
By attacking, I think so. All his other attackers do have abilities. So maybe something creative you can do with a Girafarig. Does Girafarig have a useful attack?
Yeah, what's that Girafarig do? Let's take a look. Can Girafarig
I don't know if Girafarig's likely to be your best answer, but it does not have an ability on it.
No, it does not. Girafarig's got the dual headbutt, 30 damage.
Well, I think this is the Psychic Assault one. Psychic Assault.
Dang it. All right, dual headbutt's kind of cool, though. All right, Psychic Assault, 20 damage plus 10 more damage for each damage counter on your opponent's extra Pokemon. That is quite relevant.
That is relevant, actually. It would cost you like 2 energy to retreat, but the Cornerstone is softened up enough that that would be like a knockout.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably what Jeremy's having to go for. Does he have the resources to pull that off in hand? He needs a Crispin and then the energy in deck to support the attack.
And that would finish it off, wouldn't it?
It would. It would. It's at 110, so it'd go to 130 extra damage because it's 20 plus. So that knocks out a Cornerstone.
Looks like Turo Scenario just being played to reset a Noctowl this turn. And no monkeys. Noctowl galore, though.
So this attack will put the Farigiraf at 160 after the Demolish, which sets it up for a 1 more Demolish KOing it, if that ever comes through. And that would be the game for Sanjay. Jeremy needs the Crispin. He needs 2 energy in deck. Reminder that you cannot attach with Crispin unless you grab both energy. The first one has to go to your hand.
Here's the rod.
And there we go. We get that rod, and I believe there's already Crispin in hand too. So we should be able, on Jeremy's side, to get that Psychic Assault off, knock out the Cornerstone. And that might be able to buy you some time, some much needed time.
Damn, this is kind of nasty, dude. The Girafarig knockout? I did not have this on my bingo card.
It was critical, though, to take out that Monkey Dory the previous turn, though, right? Because if the Monkey Dory survived for 1 more turn, then the Cornerstone would be out of range.
Right. Yeah. No, this is all like, you know, Jeremy's not totally out of it yet. There's a route.
He does have another Crispin in hand, too. So can get back up attacking with Farigiraf, assuming he has the energy. And 2 more prizes. Let's go.
All right, guess who I got, Riley?
We got Girafarig.
I got Girafarig on the overlay. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
So for those of you who are unsure about Girafarig's purpose and what it did there, Psychic Assault was able to take that knockout.
He had 3 prizes remaining. Man, I can't see anything. I think it's 3 prizes remaining. Jeremy?
Yeah, well, he knocked out the Cornerstone and the Monkey Dory.
Yeah. All right. It should be 3. Yeah. All right, cool. Got it.
Okay, so Sanjay filling back up. Now this Girafarig is an easy knockout, but he needs another Cornerstone or some other piercing effect to then subsequently deal with the Farigiraf.
This Girafarig's got some extremely handsome art. I say that's a nice looking horse.
Yeah, it's moving.
Yeah. That's a good looking rig right there, dude. Gotta say.
One thing we haven't talked about as well is the Assault Landing on Fanrotom can be used to hit into Farigiraf as well. It is not an EX Pokemon, and Farigiraf only shields from those EXs.
This is true. And Farigiraf is damaged already. It is taking 30 less damage from the Rigid Band, so the Assault Landing would only be doing 40, but that will add up for sure. A-Spec down. I mean, we are getting into the resource crunch part of the game now. So that's kind of exciting because it's this is where things get interesting. This is where we see what kind of metal these players have as resources get low and the lines get very unforgiving. You got to make the exact right decision in order to take the win.
Yeah, so I think for Sanjay here, you're looking to swing with your Terapagos, and then the next turn, of course, you want to swing with the Cornerstone, and that would be game just by itself.
The chat's giving me a hard time for calling Girafarig a horse. Bro,
what is a giraffe if not a horse with a really long neck?
This giraffe, to be fair, this Girafarig in this picture, the neck ain't even that long, bro.
No, that's very horse-like.
Yeah, he's giving huge horse vibes right there. I'm just saying. Yeah, that's not even a long neck. It's not even a particularly long neck.
Okay, Cornerstone being retrieved with Night Stretcher, looks like entering the fray once more. Oh, declining, actually, the Cornerstone. Grabbing that Dark Energy. Does Sanjay have a way to deal with this Farigiraf?
I mean, he's got Night Stretchers in hand, right? You just bring the Cornerstone back.
Well, he just used one.
He's got another one in hand. I see it. Yeah, he's got another one. He's chilling.
I mean, there's no reason to bench it before you need to.
Right.
Since you're not going to attach to it this turn.
Right.
Without some sort of energy switch type of play, though, he's still not able to attack with it the following turn.
Right.
Which gives Jeremy the opportunity to threaten with his Dirty Beam, I think it is.
The Dirty Beam, dude. Yes.
Just an insane name for an attack.
You give him the Dirty Beam, the old Dirty Beam.
What's so dirty about it?
The old Rusty Beam. Yep.
Oh, man. Your tetanus shot before
I know.
Deal with Farigiraf.
So Crispin gonna accelerate that extra energy needed to the Farigiraf. So then, we are gonna see a Dirty Beam this turn. Does 30 damage to the bench, which is cool. I mean, Jeremy's only got 3 prizes left. So Sanjay, in order to win though, if Sanjay can whip up, and this is what I suspect Sanjay's doing, it's just like holding with like the big hand, and then plans on going like Energy Switch, Crispin, Cornerstone Mask, GG's, right?
Definitely. Yeah. And one Cornerstone attack is all it takes right now. Farigiraf is at 160 damage, only has 100 hit points left.
Yep.
Not even a Monkey Dory is enough to save you. You need 2 Monkey Dory heals to get out of range right now.
Yeah, and that's not happening. No Iono. I think I would have liked to see an Iono from Jeremy first before a Crispin commit. Like at a certain point, and Jeremy's got the Iono in hand, but like you kind of know that like Sanjay's got like a dozen cards in that hand. It doesn't matter if you skip an attack, because it's not like Sanjay's board is like going to do anything to your Farigiraf, really.
Yeah, it is tough though, because if you're not attacking, then it's only a Noctowl away from like getting most of the pieces.
You gotta try. Look at this hand.
It's true. Jeremy's assumption might be he doesn't have another way to get a Cornerstone back. He just used the Night Stretcher to get an energy. Maybe he doesn't have access to more or like sufficient energy in deck to accelerate.
Yeah.
Sanjay going for the benching additional Fanrotom. Like, to me, almost looks like he's planning to attack with it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because there's only one fighting in the deck, I think, and one cornerstone. So, like, that actually might be the...
Right, like, you need to recycle it. It's probably pretty difficult.
That might be the crunch, right?
Yeah.
Is the fighting energy. Oh, there's 2 fighting in the deck. I don't know then.
Retreat.
I've got Jesse in the chat, who's friends with Sanjay, so Jesse's giving us intel.
So 160, doing 40 after the tool, the rigid band. That's not even a 2-hit KO. Can Sanjay actually deal with this without some sort of change to the flow that he has on the board right now?
Right, because and look at that deck. There's not a single energy in that deck, dude.
Yeah, I think the energy pressure.
It's dry.
Yeah, the charm doesn't really do a ton here.
Yo, things are drying up, dude.
They are.
The well is empty.
The well might be empty.
The walls are winning, Riley.
It's going to take 3 attacks to get through this Farigiraf at this point.
This is exactly the situation that the wall deck wants to put you in. Whereas, all right, you killed 1 giraffe. But the second giraffe, all right, you killed my cornerstone. But the third wall is the one that's going to stick. Fully damaged. It's damaged, but you don't have what it takes to deal with this third one.
Well, what's impressive is that this is still actually only that second wall. There was the cornerstone.
The cornerstone and 1 Farigiraf, right? Or no, is this the original Farigiraf?
Yeah, there was the 1 Farigiraf and the 2 Giraffarigs that have been knocked out, and the cornerstone.
That's right. So this is that original Farigiraf.
Yeah,
it got Pokevital,
which was obviously a huge difference maker here. It would be knocked out in the absence of that Pokevital.
So this was an Iono from Sanjay, kind of just saying I had a huge hand, but I didn't do anything with it. So I think you're correct. Actually, Ionoing the turn previous was wrong, and Jeremy made the correct line here and is now just continuing to put the pressure on, and that is exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah, and there's the boss. I potentially boss the Terapagos and put 30 more.
on this fan?
Yeah, because then there's nothing you can even stick up that can take a hit.
No. And then you have to Turo the fan in order to not lose. Or charm it. Scoop! That's it!
Wow, Jeremy seeing the route to turn around from what we had both thought the writing was on the wall, but Jeremy saw the precise combo. The difference maker, honestly, being that basic Girafarig.
It was
able to take the knockout.
It was. That was huge. The Girafarig, Crispin play, coming together, taking the knockout on... Wow, taking the knockout on that Cornerstone Mask. That was just brilliant. I mean, that was really a treat to watch. Who says that walls can't be exciting? I think this kind of game is really exciting to watch.
And it's so funny and interesting because I feel like people harp on specific evolving basics all the time, and almost never does it really matter. But this is a great instance of where that attack is actually very impactful, that Psychic Assault, for this situation specifically.
100%. I mean, being able to finish off a Pokemon that's taken damage, that's exactly what the wall deck does. Is it 2-hit KOs things, right? So
Yes.
The baby giraffe just being able to finish off a 2-hit KO, doesn't have an ability. That exact situation came into play. The exact situation as to why you play the Psychic Assault Girafarig came into play in this game and could be what catapults Jeremy into a top 8. So that's really cool to see.
Absolutely. Now Jeremy, going into game 2, over half the time in the round burn as well.
Oh, that is, yeah, you love to see that if you're Jeremy.
Now, starting his own Cornerstone, I think, is actually quite bad because it puts it immediately at risk of being knocked out by a Terapagos. And we saw how critical it was to get the hit off with his Cornerstone his previous game.
This is the crazy thing. I mean, this is the crazy thing about 50-minute best of 3, though, Riley, is that you could see. Look at the clip that Sanjay's playing at right now. He is motoring through this prize check. He's playing his cards with conviction, and he knows, right? 23 minutes left on the clock. This 50-minute best of 3 is over halfway over. But like Sanjay's got to win 2 wins. You got to get 2 wins if he wants to advance, right? At the very least, he needs to win 1 and try to force a tie out of this. But the tie's not great either. Going to 4-0-2, that actually gets really sketchy because then you have to win out.
Yeah, the tie and the loss are basically the same here as far as top 8 potential goes. So from Sanjay's perspective, he just has to move as quickly as possible. And if that means he like loses the game, that's no worse than if he like double donked and won.
Right. Jeremy's hand. Does he have any playables here? I don't think so. Oh, it's horrible. No.
Oh, yeah, we did see Jeremy huffing and puffing a little bit when he saw his opening hand and his basic. Starting the Cornerstone by itself is not very good, let alone the Cornerstone pass. So now, I mean, this is exactly what Sanjay wants to see. I'm sure he's excited.
Heck yeah.
You know, all it'll take is the Terapagos to knock this out, and we're going to game 3.
Yeah, Jeremy, way in the scoop. You're like, all right, do I scoop? I got to see what my top deck is. That's what if you're Jeremy here, you're like, I just have to see. It sucks that I have to sit here waiting to see what my top deck. Can't I just take a peek because I just need to know what the top deck is so that I know whether or not I need to scoop.
Yeah, and I think it's also fine to like force Sanjay to get a Crispin off or just do a little more than he has on board right now. Let him see if he has it. You'll more than likely have a substantial amount of time in game 3 anyway. So I will say I would favor Sanjay to win the set in a game 3 over Jeremy. Like just from a time management perspective.
Yeah, this short game too. It's crazy that this is such a short game too, or looking like it's shaping up to be because, man, I mean, Jeremy, how momentum changes so quickly, right? And this is it. Is this it?
That's it. Yeah.
Boom, done. Terapagos, knock. On to game 3, and just like that, Sanjay has made this a 1-1 game. Jeremy only got 1 turn. And here we are in a game 3 situation. Crazy, Riley.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally the situation you need as Sanjay to be able to win this set. So I'm sure he's going into game 3 with a lot of momentum behind him, a lot of excitement on his side. And meanwhile, on Jeremy, he's probably feeling a little defeated right now. He had a very successful game against what is built to be a challenging matchup and just had this awful game 2 that he couldn't do anything in.
It's fine. You shake it off. You get to choose whether or not you're going first, right? You get to execute. You say, I built my deck to operate better than this. You say, with confidence,
that's right.
I'm going to set up in this game 3 situation.
Now, I think I might have seen him start the Cornerstone again, which is still not optimal. Wasn't optimal last game and remains so this game. We'll see if that's true as Sanjay draws his opening hand here with that Latias as his starter, or potentially Terapagos.
Yeah, see a turtle, dude.
Either's probably fine to start. I'd imagine Latias is going to hit the board regardless. And if Latias gives itself free retreat, that's crazy to me.
Latias is a crazy card, dude. All right, we've got turtle versus rock.
So, I mean, that's exactly what the turtle is looking for. So
Turtle's probably licking his chops. Yeah.
Unfortunately, the rock doesn't even hit for weakness. So even if it had the chance to attack into this turtle, it would be a 2-hit knockout. And actually, we see that Latias hitting the bin with that earthen vessel. Jeremy deciding he does not need access to that free retreat. Didn't need it game 1. So feels confident he won't need it in this game number 3.
Apparently, this is a very turtle focused very turtle focused turtle deck. Very turtle focused Tera deck. There are 3 Terapagos EX in this list. So that is really unique. I mean, we've seen some Tera box decks so far, but not one that is as turtle heavy as this. So that's pretty cool to see.
All right, so grabbing a couple miscellaneous energy. And Tropico's ain't picky. It'll take any two.
That's right.
Which gives Sanjay the flexibility to pick the energies he thinks are going to be least useful on his other Pokemon. And in this case, he decided that keeping that fighting in deck for Crispin availability is what he wants the most. So that way he can power up that Cornerstone for sure if he runs into Crispin.
Yeah, I'm liking Sanjay's board. I mean, it seems great, right? You're threatening a turn 2 knock on the Cornerstone Mask. I mean, that's horrible for Jeremy. This is You're right. Opening the Cornerstone is like not what you want here against Sanjay's deck.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't think Jeremy plays a lot of ways to really move his Pokemon around besides retreating.
Yeah.
But if he retreats, then he doesn't get the opportunity to use either of his valuable TMs. So he has to make the call of whether he wants to retreat this Ogerpon out of harm's way, acknowledging that it's important for his game plan, or he'll have to effectively sacrifice it with the goal of using TM Evolution.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's TM Evo. Got to go get the rigs. What if Sanjay prized the Cornerstone Mask? Give yourself that route to win, right? Like, what if?
Yeah. I mean, that is certainly an option, and it seems like that's what he's going to pursue, eyeing up the Farigiraf and Giraffe Rig line.
Yeah, I think you just kind of got to go force Sanjay to do it, right? Like force Sanjay to do the thing that's power up the Cornerstone Mask. You're gonna get a turn 1 TM Evo. You're gonna get a turn 1 for Farigiraf. That seems pretty good. It's not guaranteed just because you're looking at a very scary board. It's not guaranteed that Sanjay is gonna pop off and get all the stuff he needs to get moving, right? It's easy to assume so with all the hoo-hoo there. Well, here's Noctowl.
As soon as you lay down a Jewel Seeker, it makes things seem all the more scary.
And you have to imagine that, since Sanjay did go get 3 hoo-hoo and no Noctowl, that he has one.
Yeah, that's probably a fair assumption.
Yeah.
Especially against Jeremy, who's almost certainly playing Arvin or Crispin on his first turn. Here we go. Let's get that Cornerstone into play. And if you can knock out this opposing Cornerstone while also starting to get his own prepared, that's pretty much all he's looking for. We got the Iono in hand as well. So what does Sanjay need to hit here? He needs to hit 2 more benched Pokemon to take that knockout.
Nest, Prime Catcher, Hoot Hoot. That should do it.
Yep, Nest Hoot Hoot is plenty.
Buddy Poffin, I see too. Yep.
I don't know how many Poffin targets he has left.
Maybe 1 Rotom tops.
He definitely has 1 more Rotom. So we saw the 2 in game 1. But I imagine you're looking for like Monkey Dory at this point, or Pheasantipity. Yeah, Monkey Dory seems good. Again, very disruptive to Jeremy's strategy to have that Monkey Dory in play as well. Just continually moving the damage back either from the Dirty Beam or from Demolish trying to set up clever 2-hit KOs.
The Dirty Beam. Yeah, this Turtle's taking a big knockout. Turn 2, Unified Beatdown. Does 30 damage, times the amount of bench Pokemon you have in play with Area 0 under depths. You can have up to 8. Big knockout there. 4 Terapagos. Sanjay going to advance to just 4 prizes remaining. But as it is right now, Sanjay does not have the Cornerstone powered up. That should be pretty easy, though. We see the Fighting Energy in hand. Crispin's an option. And Cornerstone Mask can hit into the Farigiraf that Jeremy's got. And Farigiraf is all Jeremy's got right now. So Jeremy's going to have to figure out a way to deal with this Cornerstone. The game 1 that we saw, Jeremy dealt with the Cornerstone by hitting it with his own Cornerstone Mask and then finishing it off with Giraffe Rig. That route is looking less like it's going to be a thing this game.
Yeah, I think so, Andrew. I mean, we're still a turn away from attacking with Farigiraf, let alone an Ogerpon.
Yikes. Yeah, it's true. That's true, Riley. Crispin can only accelerate 1 extra energy into play. And there we go. Energy switch. And then research, potentially. Ditching the A-Spec. I mean, why hold it, right?
Yeah, Prime Catcher hitting the bin. Unfortunate, but probably not the most impactful card in this matchup, where Jeremy's trying to have as lean of a board as possible. So I don't think it's a tremendously large deal. You could make the argument that it's not necessary to go this aggressive, because Sanjay can only attack if he gets another energy switch off at this point. So he could hold if he wanted to.
Big research, discard the hand, draw 7. So what's he looking for here? Needs a way to pivot this Tropicos out of the active. I mean, ditch the Latios early on, so it has to pass. That's it. Okay.
Yeah,
sure.
and it was not really possible without another energy switch to hit with Ogerpon. I guess if he plays multiple energy switch, he could get another Noctowl off that research and draw like Night Stretcher for the Latios and energy switch, which would honestly that would probably be enough to have game. We didn't see very many energy switches from Sanjay, so I don't know if he plays.
I think it's just one.
Yeah, just like a tech one off.
Right, because for the most part you're using Trumpet.
Yeah.
All right, Jeremy has Ultra Ball, discarding a Giraffe and a Phoebus. And we got Ogerpon number 2. Okay. And do you just use TM Turbo Energize if you have it, or Crispin or something?
Yeah, you're probably accelerating. Oh,
yeah. So that's good. Prime Catcher down.
Fighting Energy.
For Sanjay. This is scary, though. I mean, you're benching the Cornerstone. It's like, okay, well, what if Sanjay just goes Energy Gust, knocks out your Cornerstone again? That feels really bad.
It'd feel better if there was like a Stadium bump at least to get him back down to 5.
Right.
Maybe not even going for the Energize, just going.
No, I think just swing. Yeah. Yep.
And the nice thing about this too is if Sanjay does go for the Gust, then it forces this damage on the Terrapagos to stay in play.
That's true.
Now he could, in theory, Turo this and then just swing in with Demolish. That's probably a reasonable play, but not optimal, I don't think.
Turo would feel pretty bad.
Yeah, I think...
We see him eyeing up the boss. I mean,
I think the boss is a little more tempting to me, because if you can just eliminate all of Jeremy's Demolishers, then you have Monkey Dory in play. You can keep on like healing damage, and Jeremy's never gonna KO your own Cornerstone.
Yeah, seems that way, huh?
Plus, you're just going down to 2 prizes at that point. Like, you don't have to work that much harder to close out the game.
No. So yeah, Jeremy's Cornerstone is looking like it's gonna get demolished, and Night Stretcher are gonna bring back an energy. Sanjay's Turtle powered up. Turtle power. Let's go. Boss's orders. Gonna bring the Cornerstone Mask into the active spots. And Unified Beatdown will take it out. So Sanjay advances to just 2 prizes remaining, and Jeremy's got a Giraffe and a Dream.
It's gonna have to be something pretty creative, I think, for Jeremy to win from here. But he doesn't even really have anything in hand, just attaching and knocking out the Terrapagos.
Not too much creative here, unfortunately. Just an extra energy to the Giraffe.
Now, we did see Jeremy pull off some cool stuff thanks to Pokebottle A in the game 1. And there are some noteworthy differences in how this game's playing out, with no damage now on that Cornerstone. It's so far away from being knocked out.
And Crispin, dude, gonna allow Sanjay to get a double attach this turn. So Water gonna go to the active, Darkness Energy to the bench Monkey Dory, and then you just start moving the damage counters off your own Pokemon. The 3 damage counters, yup, from the Fan Rotom, and this is looking real scuff for Jeremy. I'm thinking that this is lights out right here.
Yeah, and that extra damage from the monkey matters a lot here, because even if Jeremy gets his own monkey, he's still in knockout range. So he has to basically hit Pokevital A plus a Gust, knock out the Monkey Dory, and heal, and re-threaten that Rotom. I think that's the only real route that I see. And probably Iono too, to be honest.
Yeah, and he didn't play anything last turn, so I don't know if he has all those cards right.
His hand's grown, right? He drew prize cards.
He did draw. Okay, he did draw 2 prize cards. It's true.
But,
all right, he's got a gear, so he's thinning before the gear. Here we go, and the gear says Arvin for Pokevital A or research for it all.
it might have to be research. I just don't see how you win without hitting all these pieces.
No, you have to research, right? Because you have to recover your cornerstones. You gotta hit your Pokevital A. Also, I don't even really know, to be honest. It's looking rough.
Yeah, it might be kind of like dodge around the cornerstone kind of situation. Like counter catcher that monkey, threaten the Rotom, gust something else. Now you have your own monkey, turn it into a couple hit KO.
That's a lot of energy.
Yeah,
this is the dirtiest beam.
This beam is very dirty. And there's
Pokevital.
Pokevital. Does he have counter catcher as well?
Is that a Pokevital? Did we see the Pokevital?
I'm pretty sure it was in there. But
I thought I saw the flash of pink, but maybe I'm tripping. Nope.
Oh, no.
We did not.
Maybe it was like a psychic Pokemon or something.
Yeah, it could have been a psychic Pokemon.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, I think that's it. Without Pokevital,
I think so.
you don't have the healing needed. Not even Monkidori, if you're able to power it up, is enough, because you're still at 140 damage.
Yeah.
So I think that's it. I think Sanjay turned around that heartbreaking Game 1 loss into a quick 2-0.
Crazy.
Absolutely crazy. Now, his deck was very well built to deal with this kind of wall stall archetype.
It's true.
And Jeremy, to be fair, Jeremy's not giving up.
Nope.
Giving up the one prize. You kind of have to. And maybe make that same play that we were hoping for this turn on your next turn if you make it that far.
Yeah, it's so hard here, right? Does Sanjay just have boss game?
Yeah, one Noctowl's game as well.
Noctowl game, boss game. There's a boss in the deck.
Just checking if he has that boss with the Nest Ball before he goes in.
And
with the
here we are, Noctowl. We'll use that Jewel Seeker ability for boss. Boss brings up the Farigiraf EX and Demolish for the knockout to end game. Sanjay will advance to 5-0-1 here at the Full Grip Games Journey Together 3K. What a great performance by both those players. Really a treat to get to watch these two play. Sanjay, one step closer to a top 8 finish now.
Yeah, 501 needs one more win in the next 2 rounds to seal up that top 8 spot. Pretty good spot overall, and I gotta say, if he hits another Walls matchup, he's probably feeling pretty good. Very interesting take. I feel like the more popular strategy in the initial post rotation has been that Tera box, where you're playing the Ogerpons and the Lily's Clefairy and all those sorts of different attackers, Pikachu. But Sanjay going for the little more straightforward, the Terapagos strategy, which affords him opportunities to play things like Prime Catcher and Briar, for example. Look at our players out here, still wrapping up this round. A couple minutes left, so folks aren't hitting time or anything.
Dang, yeah, Riley. That was a good one. It was a good set. Sanjay, very good player. Looked like he knew that deck very well, and that's something that we don't always see with the new format decks and players playing them. Is that a lot of times people are still in the learning phase of the new format. They're kind of like picking things up and figuring things out. But I got to say, Sanjay. And Jeremy, and they both look very confident with their decks, and I mean rightfully so, being at 4-0-1. But Sanjay looked like he knew exactly what he was doing with that Tera box deck.
Yeah, it was really cool to see, and I feel like not a lot of people were necessarily thinking about Terapagos. We lost the double turbo energy, which is a huge part of the pre-rotation Terapagos decks. But hey, Sanjay's saying you can make it work. You got Crispin, you got your attachment for turn, you got multiple turns over the course of a game where you'll be able to sneak attachments here and there. You'll be okay. You got Glass Trumpet as well if you need to accelerate those basics. And so
True.
Piecing together those combos, having the Monkey Dory access, having the Cornerstone access, just really kind of streamlined in comparison to the Tera box deck, very much more streamlined, which generally, we talked earlier about Raging Bolt and that having kind of a streamlined approach to getting through its deck and how powerful that is. And this is a similar idea, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Noctowl stuff has just been crazy to see. And I like that, Sanjay is kind of just focusing on the turtles, focusing on getting those guys going. They're really good attackers, and being able to utilize Briar really effectively when your opponent's at 2 prizes remaining. You take an extra prize when you take a knockout with your Tera Pokemon. So if you just focus on really being able to use the Noctowl engine optimally, you should be able to Briar quite a bit. There is no, like Dusknoir manipulating the prizes or anything like that. So that is a thing. Like, you don't have that to help manipulate your opponent to 2 prizes so that then you can take a bonus prize. So like, we're missing that component. But honestly, that's the kind of stuff that we expected from our like pre-rotation format, is that like you're just doing the most ridiculous plays you've imagined every single turn. Like, oh, I knocked out Charizard's only Charmander. They should be dead, right? No way. Here's Thornton, Rare Candy Charizard, Rare Candy Pidgeot, bada. Like with the 4 Seal Stones and the Pokemon V, it was just like any sort of play you could dream up, you could like make happen in pre-rotation standard. But now, without a lot of those consistency options, I think the format actually gets a lot more interesting. Focusing on consistency goes a long way. Trying to overcook and have too many combos in your deck can actually be like, kind of a downfall in your deck building. And I think that early on in formats, I mean, it's super easy to see that consistency really does end up meaning a whole lot. And decks that have like a unified strategy that they could just do every game really ends up going a long way.
And let's also not underestimate the being able to use Briar really well. That's something that Tera box can't really do because most of its attackers are going to require Crispin to activate them. That or energy switches. So it's hard to piece together those Briar combos. And they also play Sparkling Crystal, whereas the Terapagos deck is playing the Prime Catcher. So you have the Glass Trumpet to power up Terapagos, even sans Crispin. You have the Briar now. And you have Prime Catcher because you don't need Sparkling Crystal, so you can do the Briar Gust play without necessarily using a Counter Catcher. So all those factors combine to allow you to make those really creative like end game plays where you take a 2-prize knockout and a single prizer where your opponent doesn't expect it.
Are Stage 2 Pokemon cooked in the Pokemon TCG, Riley? I'm thinking about it. It's like, all right, there's Dusknoir and Dragapult. Those are the 2. Are there any other Stage 2 Pokemon? Are Stage 2 Pokemon a thing of the past in our Pokemon TCG? We've got Megas on the horizon, okay?
Well, let's admit Dragapult is a good deck in this format. We did see it perform quite well in one of our earlier rounds. Obviously, we saw a loss for Dragapult as well, but Dragapult is a force to be reckoned with. But some of the other Stage 2s in the format seem to have largely gone astray. We don't see any Charizards right now. We are not seeing the Gardevoirs really making numbers, unfortunately, despite my attempts to cook the deck. So are Stage 2s completely dead? No, but I think Dragapult, one of the things that's nice is it has its consistency engine built into the Stage 2, which Gardevoir used to have that, mind you, but it lost it with rotation.
And Charizard has that in a sense too, because it's got the energy acceleration built in. So you're like,
yeah,
a lot of the Stage 2s feel like they have to bring something else to the table in order to be. If you're just like modern Gardevoir, if you're just like saying like, I've got these Ralts, they're terrible. I've got these Curlia, they're terrible. But Gardevoir is really good, and I have to play all these bad cards in my deck in order to unlock Gardevoir. Right? Is the potential of that worth it? Why not just play basics that can do anything? Why not just play stage ones that can do anything?
Yeah. I mean, I think Gardevoir has potential in theory. It's just the consistency isn't all the way there, in part because of losing cards like Kirlia. So that said, one of the benefits of Gardevoir in general as a card is every psychic card in theory can synergize the Gardevoir, particularly basic psychic Pokemon. So there's always going to be something that you can figure out with that. And it makes it also like extensible as the format goes on. If there are more interesting psychic Pokemon, more powerful psychic Pokemon that get played, maybe Gardevoir becomes tempting again.
I don't know, man. And then we got Mewtwo EX right around the corner, dude, and that's an even bigger basic Pokemon. I'm just saying, I'm trying to play basics. That's what or stage 1 at the very least. Like that's, or at the max, I would say. Stage 1's at the max. Like stage 2 Pokemon, I could not see myself in a format with all these Noctowl and basic Pokemon and things like that. I can't see myself wanting to set up a stage 2 with no bench barrier. We haven't even really seen the Snipe stuff come out, but that Snipe stuff is also, the Tera box decks can usually do the Water Ogerpon thing.
And then kind of just keep doing it turn after turn.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean,
Dragapult's good. Dragapult is I'd say like a top 3 deck in standard, and it's got a bunch of stage 2s in it. So I feel like a bunch. It's got 2. It's got Dragapult and Dusknoir. I do think that those are probably the strongest 2 stage 2s in the format right now. And the fact that they can also utilize Badoo to kind of slow the game down to its pace, and the fact that you've got these, you've got the ability to kind of just like take out a bunch of your opponent's board all at once, I think makes a big difference.
Yeah, I'll be really interested to see if anyone's ever able to cook Charizard again in this format, because that card just reads so good. The weakness to grass is a bummer with all the Teal Mask Ogerpons running around, but the damage is so good. The typing isn't as good anymore, really, but it would be good if Mewtwo gets printed to be able to hit for Dark Weakness.
True.
Though then you have the grass Spidops that's just looking to eat you alive. I don't know.
Charizard is one of those decks that I would have told you the power level of the card is so high.
Too high. It can't go out of style.
It can't go out of style. Like, it is going to be good from the time that it is released until the time that it rotates. But it's crazy, right? And it's kind of interesting to see some of the cards that have been printed in the Scarlet and Violet block kind of come in and out of relevance throughout the format so far. And we've seen cards get better and worse, and Charizard right now is going through a valley, but it could easily pop back up. I think the power level is really high. Gardevoir was really good, and now without like some of those Sword and Shield, Kirlia, Gardevoir had to reinvent itself once already. Now Gardevoir is trying to reinvent itself again. Will Gardevoir be able to reinvent itself like Lugia did throughout? The power level of Lugia was so stupid high that it just couldn't help but reinvent itself.
I mean, the power level of Gardevoir EX is also stupid high.
It is very high.
Infinite energy acceleration, so long as you have the energy to do it. Like, that is completely crazy. There's very few other effects quite like that. So that's where I'm saying, like, if there's any sort of psychic Pokemon printed down the line, Gardevoir is always kind of like a player in the conversation.
It's true. It's true. And so you got to keep your eyes on which psychic Pokemon get revealed. Do they combo into the Gardevoir deck? What kind of consistency engines do we get that could get paired?
The Mega Gardevoir, you mentioned the Megas. Mega Gardevoir does synergize with regular Gardevoir.
Mega Gardevoir kind of crazy, yes, but are we gonna get some crazy dark Pokemon? Is Mega Gardevoir weak to? Are they weak to? They're weak to dark. They got to be weak to dark. I know some Gardevoir are weak to metal.
It depends on the era.
It does. Well, I guess so. But yeah, weak to dark. So and then we still haven't seen our Rocket, our Destined Rivals dark package yet. We're getting some cool dark Pokemon in Destined Rivals for sure that can use that R energy. Absolutely, has to be.
Yeah, we'll see. And I just don't want to write Guardy off. That's all I'm saying. It's such a powerful card. I would say arguably more powerful than Charizard.
I know. I tried to write Guardy off last rotation.
Right. Well, it's losing the baby Gardevoir. There's no way it keeps up.
That's what I was saying.
And people found a way.
I was like, the tool strategy is stupid. I was like, the bravery tower, like, Drifloon is your main attacker.
Right. And then Monkey Dory got printed and kind of everything changed too.
Yeah.
So you just never know. You just never know when you have a card as baseline strong as Gardevoir or Charizard. All it takes is one extra card being printed to warp the game for them.
It's true. All right, folks. Hang tight. We'll be right back after this quick break. We've got round 7 coming up. 2 more Swiss rounds before we cut to our top 8. I'm still continuing to get more information about the decks that we're seeing here today. Apparently, our moderator Lance has gotten back to me with some info regarding the meta breakdown. So, would love to get that information to you guys as well. We'll be right back after this. Make sure to check out the sponsors, FullGripGames.com for all the best Pokemon trading card game singles and sealed product, as well as DragonShield.com for all the best sleeves and accessories. You can use code TrickyJim at checkout on DragonShield.com for 5% off your order. We'll be right back after this quick break. Here we are getting ready for round number 7. And we've got a real treat for you all, dear viewers, as Ben Morse has climbed his way all the way to 5-0-1 with a Gardevoir EX deck. That's right, Gardevoir EX. Gardevoir EX, post-rotation. Gardevoir EX, you were not mistaken with your viewing there of that mulligan hand. You saw the blunder thing.
The blunder thing.
The blunder thing, yes. That was a blunder thing.
Now, Ben and I were chatting yesterday at the 2006 event, and after I whooped him, he was asking me about Gardevoir and my thoughts on it because he was excited to play it here today. So I'm really excited to see Ben here performing really well with Gardevoir. And gotta say, Andrew, it was not only 10 minutes ago that you were asking if stage 2s are cooked. And here we are with Gardevoir at 5-0-1.
I guess you're right, Riley. You're right. Maybe I was selling stage 2s a little short. Maybe I was doubting Gardevoir a little bit too much. I can't believe it.
So here we are, Ben going first, starting a Ralts.
And there's the blender.
And he's got the blender. So, yeah, 5 energy probably hitting the bin. I can't imagine there's much else that you're looking to discard with that thing.
Yes, all right. We've got round number 7 underway. Ben Morse on the left versus Bailey Clevenger on the right. And yeah, Ben, phenomenal start. This is exactly what you want to do. You want to hit the blender turn 1. You can actually blend a Pokemon if you want to, and then you can bring it back with Rescue Stretcher. I know the Guardy decks are playing, not Rescue Stretcher, Night Stretcher. The decks are playing a lot of Night Stretcher these days.
Yeah, and you actually see Ben eyeing up that Ralts as part of his selections here, so it looks like that will be his angle, especially going first, too. And you see your opponent start a Latias. Like, that kind of implies a deck that's going to potentially attack turn 1 with a basic Pokemon. So don't want to have just one Ralts in play. Want to get that second Ralts. Now, second Ralts could still be vulnerable, right? If Bailey's playing a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. But very solid start from Ben, honestly. I mean, what more could you ask than getting multiple Ralts into play and a blender?
I can't believe I'm still reeling, dude. I can't believe Ben Morse out here with the Guardy deck, just absolutely hosing people. 5-0-1. Yeah, I know that Ben very much wants one of our Full Grip locals to take the win this weekend. I mean, this event has definitely drawn quite a. The event has drawn quite a big crowd, so I mean, there's a lot of competition for our locals. There's probably a core of 25 locals, 30, 40. I guess you combine the GLC locals and the standard locals. We probably got a core 40-ish, 50 locals.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And Ben really Ben really wants to do well this weekend. I mean, he's been putting a ton of thought into Gym Leader Challenge, right? I mean, he's been dedicating so much time and effort to testing for Gym Leader Challenge, and here he is 501 in the standard event. Like, that is hysterical to me. He has put no thought. I don't want to say no thought, but he is like, for standard, he was just going to play Guardy because that's the deck he liked pre-rotation. He was kind of always going to play Guardy.
Yeah, I mean, when we were talking yesterday, it seemed like he put a decent amount of thought into how the deck should work and how it should be built. So I think it makes sense. Someone's doing well. Someone who both enjoyed the deck before and understands kind of the lines with Guardy, but also put enough effort into it to be familiar with how to play it in this new environment. So, he was telling me how, you don't even need to hit the blender because you'll research a couple turns in a row and all your energy will discard anyway. Stuff like that. So, and that comes with experience, though, right? That you've seen those lines develop over games and games of playing Guardian.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. No, he proved me wrong. I love that. That's great. I told him that this deck was stinky, and he didn't want to hear it. And he showed up with his conviction that Gardevoir is still a good, viable deck in our post-rotation format. He really liked the deck pre-rotation. He wanted to keep playing it. It's the one standard deck that he likes, right? Because he's a Gym Leader Challenge player. This is the one deck he likes. And then to show up in a sea of sweaty standard players and perform with his favorite deck in standard is really a sight to behold. So I'm happy for Ben that he's doing so well.
Yeah. So Bailey playing the Raging Bolt that we were singing the praises of earlier, and I like Ben's decision to retreat into that Monkey Dory. It helps safeguard against Wellspring Ogre Pond plays. Probably isn't totally necessary now that we're seeing that it's a Raging Bolt, though we did see the Wellspring in the Raging Bolt earlier today, so not completely out of the question. That said, see if Bailey can get that turn 1 knockout here. I don't know if they actually can. I don't see the second energy for that Raging Bolt after the Sada, so may just be a pass.
Yep. Yeah, into Fan Road and pass. All right. Ben, Rare Candy Guardy. Yep. Why not?
Oh, wow. Yeah, Dark Energy.
Yeah, I don't know. Sure, man. Sure.
Wow.
He's nuts.
This is crazy.
He's crazy.
So his opening hand, mind you, had Blender, Candy, Guardy.
Yep.
Very impressive opener.
Yeah, this is a very strong start from Mr. Morse over here. This is about as good as it gets.
Yeah,
with the Nest Ball, could go get your attacker of choice, whether it's the Drifloon or
Screamtail seems pretty good here.
Screamtail, target something down on the bench.
Yeah, I like the Screamtail angle here. Could also go for like a Drifloon, KO the active. The one thing that's unfortunate about the Screamtail is the Fan Rotom in the active can just knock out a Screamtail if it's doing any significant damage. But I think that's probably fine. I mean, you're kind of expecting your Screamtails to go down turn over turn with Guardy.
But if you get the Screamtail, like, what are you targeting? A Hoot Hoot?
I think a Hoot Hoot's a pretty reasonable. I mean, you're taking the first prize.
That's crazy, is the Guardian. Against Raging Bolt?
Yeah.
You sure?
Right. So, like, I think you're okay with that, to be honest. Just deny the engine a little bit.
Yeah, it seems fine.
You could go for 160 on the Latias and build up a KO over multiple turns as another viable option. I think going just for the Hoot Hoot's fine, though.
We got Psychic Embrace for 2 onto the Monkey Dory, and then Monkey Dory retreats into Screamtail, and then a few more Psychic Embrace, and we're going to get that Screamtail powered up. The Screamtail's got an attack. Roaring Scream does 20 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each damage counter on this Pokemon. Psychic Embrace on the Gardevoir actually places damage counters with the Psychic Embrace ability, which accelerates Psychic from the discard pile, so that's 4 energy on the Screamtail, 80 damage, leaving the Screamtail with just 10 hit points remaining. And a Roaring Scream will do 160 damage where?
think it's going to be a Hoot Hoot. Yep.
Yeah, I like that.
Yep, just got to be the Hoot Hoot. Take the prize, disrupt the engine just that little bit. And Bailey's hand is not looking too good right now. You do have the grass energies. You have the attack for sure, but I don't see a Sada out in the hand.
Gosh. And this deck is playing the Lily's Clefairy, dude.
Of course, man. Of course.
So you've got like the easiest, breeziest knockouts on the Raging Bolt that you've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, you could knock it out with a Guardy. You could knock it out with a low energy Drifloon. Yeah, you can knock it out with the Clefairy. It's so many options.
Yeah, Guardy is a really good card. I mean, it makes sense. You get the Gardevoir into play. That card is like freakishly powerful. But the board state. That's Guardy used to draw cards, man. Look at this board. The board is just Guardy. That's all that is on this board.
Dude, it's fine. Every deck that isn't playing Noctowl draws the same way. Besides Dragapult.
Research.
Yeah, besides Dragapult. So, now granted, we did see that not work out very well for our Archaludon friends in the first 3 rounds.
No, it did not, right. And they were trying to do even less.
Yeah. But Guardy can do more. So there's that. So we'll see. We'll see how it works out. I don't know. I think if you get set up this quickly with Guardy, you're probably pretty good. It's the games where you miss the setup altogether. You know, that Lugia style, where if you can get the turn 2, you're probably cooking.
It's true.
So at this point, Ben doesn't even need to totally even worry about the, the disruption element with Iono, which was so critical to previous Gardevoir builds. It's just price trade, you know?
Oh, yeah. No, you don't even need to. Iono to low, you're not drawing out of it. So now you could just promote single prize attackers, and you can take big knockouts with them. So that's what's good about it. Now, Bailey does have the stadium, the jamming tower, so tools are not effective. And then the fan rotom able to take that knockout, tying it up 5-5 prizes.
Yeah, the attack with fan rotom totally makes sense. And we had talked earlier about how fan rotom is such a great addition to the Raging Bolt strategy. It gives you that easy to use one prize attacker. And we see that in full effect here, where and now the Fan Rotom is pressuring any of the Pokemon that Gardevoir puts at low HP, but the only Pokemon that can really take a hit in Gardevoir's arsenal is Gardevoir, which you don't really want in the active, because then it's at risk of being knocked out by a Raging Bolt. Double Dory, though. That's brutal.
That's crazy, dude. It's crazy. Oh, man, I'm so excited that this Gardevoir deck is doing well. This is so nuts.
It does have Pheasantipity in hand, too. That's another form of draw. Not quite as good as the Curlia in some ways, but very easy to use, you know. So, pretty nice option to have there.
Yeah, Pheasantipity coming down into play. Been weighing that decision carefully. I mean, you have to make some some careful decisions about which Pokemon you're gonna actually fill your bench up with. I've seen modern Gardevoir decks play up to 3 Monkey Dory. They can just play a lot of those things.
Yeah, especially with all the Night Stretchers you're playing too. It's
yeah
really easy to get those Dark Energy flowing. And there's another rare Candy Guardy, I believe.
Flip the script, so Ben's gonna get to draw 3 more cards. There's Badoo and a pair of Poffin.
Ben actually could do a pretty interesting play where
there's another rare Candy Guardy.
Monkey Dories twice and uses Badoo to knock out the active.
That would be nuts.
That's pretty good. Although that locks his bench out of like Screamtail or Drifloon without a knockout being taken. That's probably fine though.
Yeah, that's interesting. But do you even need to do it? I would rather just take out the Hoot Hoot. I think I like this line.
Yeah.
Just kind of take out all the Hooters, make it so that your opponent is not going to be able to Jewel Seeker, right? Jewel Seeker is the most dangerous thing that they can do. Force your opponent to have a 2-prizer active eventually, right?
Right. Well, one thing you could do too is you can accelerate 60 onto play, or even just 40, and move the 40 onto the Rotom. You have to accelerate 2 onto the Guardy to retreat it, so that's 40 damage right there. 40 on the Rotom means you can knock it out with Monkey Dory next turn.
I like that.
And then you can Scream Tail the Hoot Hoot. Takes 1 and a future prize, 1 and insurance of a future prize, plus knock out the engine even further, and you still have a 1 prizer in the active.
There we go. Psychic Embrace. Getting those energy on the Guardy so it can retreat. And then Ben option to go a third on the Guardy.
I think this is so we can get full value out of the monkeys.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know if it's totally necessary to get the full value out of the monkeys, but I don't think this 1 energy being on a Guardy is really going to harm Ben.
No, probably not, right? And then Psychic Embrace 4 energy onto the Scream Tail, and there he is, just swimming in the energy. Out. Thanks, Ben. What a. Is that just? Is this where is it an energy blanket?
And the one thing I don't necessarily, if you're not putting 160 damage in play, I don't know if it's totally necessary to put all 4 onto the Scream Tail. Just saving an energy here or there makes you more flexible to retreat the other Guardy, for example.
Yeah.
It probably doesn't matter, but it's just one of those minor optimizations that you can make to stay more flexible on future turns.
I agree. It always feels bad, especially with 2 Guardy in play. It's like those energy could just go anywhere. It's not like there's any ability lock going on in Bailey's
You're not in a
deck,
rush
right?
to get them out.
Yeah. So I do agree with Riley there. It's nice to. You generally speaking just want to keep your options open as long as you possibly can in the Pokemon TCG. Like, why close off where those energy need to go, right? Like, what if Bailey were to, I don't know, boss up the other Gardevoir and Ben doesn't have the 2 energy in the discard pile to be able to retreat it, right? It's just like little things like that.
Or like boss and sob stall it, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Right, and you would think to yourself, well, you know, maybe the Wellspring Ogerpon in Raging Bolt that's crazy. You'd never see that. We actually already saw that on stream once today.
Exactly. So you never know.
You never know.
You do see a Cornerstone Ogerpon discarded off that Ultra Ball, so
that's something.
the whole squad, honestly.
Yeah, why not?
Do you think the Fire Ogerpon feels left out?
I do think that he feels left out. Yes,
That's really sad.
being the worst one of the quad. Are there 4?
There are 4. Yeah.
Being the worst one.
But I must correct you. Ogerpon is female.
Oh right.
Yeah.
What did I say?
You just called Fire Ogerpon a him.
I called him a him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Jesse's corrected me on that once too. Sorry, I didn't play the DLC. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. All right, the fire one's she's the worst of the bunch. Yes.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Well, now we're standing against women.
Well, it's the worst of the bunch of women. I mean, the other women are succeeding way more than her.
It's true. All right, so here we go. Getting that Crispin play, followed by a Prime Catcher. Not needing Noctowl to do that, and taking the knockout on one of the benched Gardevoir EX. The thing is, I just can't imagine Bailey will have the opportunity to get too many more gusts off, which means that Ben always has the option to take a 1-for-2 prize exchange on his end. And actually, he has the Rotom like fully set up right now to take a knockout on it. So we'll see what he decides to go for. To be honest, I would have liked the Gardevoir EX to maybe come into the active, accelerate 1, and retreat it.
Yeah. I like get that second energy off, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then you have more damage to work with for Monkey Dory as well.
That's a big knockout there for Bailey. Going down to 3 prizes remaining. Technically in the lead in this game, but Ben with an impeccable board state really just has to go 2-4.
There's that Clefairy.
Or 4-6, excuse me, whichever. To finish this game off, yes, the Clefairy, definitely an option. And there's Lily's Clefairy.
Hey,
Wahoo.
Ben could take a 3-prize turn just by moving 1 counter off the Scream Tail and then KOing the Raging Bolt. And it looks like he's doing that while also adding a counter catcher technology to KO the energy in play. So, yeah, I think if you're Bailey here, this is a really tough situation to come back from.
Yeah, the Fairy Zone on Clefairy EX
Ooh.
is such a crazy ability. The weakness of each of your opponent's dragon Pokemon in play is now Psychic. Pokemon making the decision to remove all of Dragon's weaknesses in their Dragon reboot, right? We had the Dragon Drought, the Great Dragon Drought of the early 2020s, where they just stopped printing dragons for the beginning of the Sword and Shield block. They had stopped since Sun and Moon. Sun and Moon, they were weak to Fairy types. They canceled Fairy type Pokemon with the release of the Sword and Shield block, and then brought them back. They brought not fairies. Sorry, no, fairies are canceled forever and also dead, and also never coming back to the Pokemon TCG.
Well, never say never.
Never. And then, well, that's why they make them all psychic now, and they give Pokemon like Lily's Clefairy EX the Fairy Zone ability, which effectively brings them back. In a way, I don't know. Makes it so the Dragon Pokemon are weak to Fairies Pokemon again, except you can make it so that any Psychic Pokemon is swinging for Fairy weakness, basically. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, the fairy type was short-lived. Didn't last very long in the grand scheme of Pokemon TCG.
2 blocks. Yeah, 2 blocks. That's it.
Unfortunate for the fairy types.
Imagine an entire type existing only during the Sun and Moon and the Scarlet and Violet block. Like that'd be, or not the Sun and Moon. Imagine an entire type only existing during the Sword and Shield and the Scarlet and Violet block. Like that's like a blip in the radar in the history of the Pokemon TCG.
Very crazy.
Yeah. So really, fairies might as well not even exist when you think about it.
True. It's like they never even existed.
I know, the fairy Pokemon cards, they just...
Yeah, completely wiped from the public consciousness, except for their sole survivor, Lily's Clefairy EX.
So true.
Carrying the baton for all their friends. Bailey getting that superior energy retrieval. I mean, even if they take a 2-prize knockout this turn, seems like just the writing's on the wall.
Yeah, Ben's got just a single prize left to take. Bailey's got 3. Bailey can't win this turn. There's no way. Unless Bailey goes Gus the Gardevoir, bench. No, because there's Halucha doesn't even take the knockout on the Screamtail, does it?
No,
it does. Yeah.
No, Screamtail's
90 hit points,
healed by 10 hit points as
oh,
well.
Oh, you're right.
So
you're
now
right.
It's at 70.
Crazy. That wouldn't even do it. All right. Yeah. So no way. There's no way for Bailey to take.
Yeah,
Judge. That's
Judge
a cool card.
For a little bit of disruption. I like disruption here. The thing is, if you're attacking with Ogerpon without a Bravery Charm, all Ben needs to do is accelerate a couple energy into play and swing with a Gardevoir.
Right, so what's the point?
Yeah, Clefairy honestly could swing for a knockout too. Clefairy does have that Full Moon Rondo attack.
So true.
For hit up to 220 damage.
Yeah, it's just doing 220 on board right now.
Yeah, even after the knockout, it's doing 220 because Bailey does have 6 bench Pokemon in play.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, that's just game if you promote that. Or promote this, accelerate onto it, move the 20 off, and swing. Yeah, just valiant effort by Bailey. But Ben had an amazing setup in this game 1 and was able to carry that through for a clean win.
Riley. Gardevoir on stream.
I know.
Doing it.
I know, man. Yeah, it's not the secret box variant that I was rooting for, but hey, if you're going to get the Blender turn 1, that's pretty nice. Yeah, comboed with that Night Stretcher as well to get the second Ralts into play. Pretty much everything went exactly the way Ben wanted it to this game. And I'll tell you what, if Guardy can draw like that a couple games in a row, it's natural to see how you get up at 501.
Crazy, dude. I mean, okay, this game was exceptional. Turn 1 Blender, turn 2 Rare Candy Gardevoir, top deck the Gardevoir, had the Rare Candy, didn't have Rare Candy Guardy, top deck Gardevoir, oh, isn't that convenient, Rare Candy Gardevoir, and then just proceeded to announce the exact attack that he wanted to announce every turn until the game concluded, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, sure, if that's the kind of Guardy gameplay you're rocking with, then you will probably win most games in this current standard format. But, like, Guardy is a stage 2 deck, and there's no, like, way to keep the thing moving the way that it used to move. Curlio was such a big part of the engine, refinement, drawing cards. Now you're just playing research?
You just got to think of it as a different deck. It's not the exact same deck that it was anymore, right? It's a different thing.
That's for sure, Riley, because the deck that it used to be was really good.
Yeah, well, it's not that same deck anymore. That doesn't mean it's not good at all. You know, it has a lot of really great innate traits that we'd already talked about at this point. And it's just really a matter of figuring out that setup. And the thing is, right, the decks that are putting on the most pressure early are these like Tera decks and Raging Bolt, which are playing acceleration supporters. So your hand isn't really being disrupted. You can keep researching turn after turn. And then the decks that are disrupting you are primarily going to be Dragapult, for example.
Yeah, that's true.
And Dragapult is actually very, very weak to Gardevoir with the Clefairy.
The Clefairy is... Yeah, the Gardevoir deck is really good at utilizing Clefairy. I mean, that's for sure, right? And Clefairy is very strong in this format. Turns out when you give a Pokemon no weakness and some really good attacks, those kinds of Pokemon will end up being very good, as we've seen. We've got Raging Bolt, we've got Dragapult EX. In the format prior, we had Regidrago V-Star. We've also had Goodra V-Star in formats prior. I mean, Giratina V-Star. There's been lots of really powerful dragons over the course of the last few years. And now all of a sudden we've got a Pokemon that can just make them all weak to the same type.
Yeah, and honestly, with access to that Clefairy, because Gardevoir has so many different psychic attackers, it's not just that Clefairy. You can use a Bravely Charm Clefairy, which isn't knocked out in one hit by a Dragapult. You can use a Gardevoir EX, which isn't knocked out in one hit. You can Bravely Charm like a Mew EX, for example, and copy the Dragapult and still be immune to an immediate response. Without that tool disruption, the Bravely Charms also go a long way.
Yeah, it's crazy because Gardevoir being capped at 190 damage for 3, that's good damage output for sure, right? And this Pokemon recovers from all special conditions. I don't know that is ever. I don't know that that's ever come into play.
I've never seen it matter.
Special conditions in 2025. Be serious.
And it's like, would it be poison, I guess?
Poison would be the only one. Burn, nobody uses burn, dude. Come on. Poison, all right, there's the new poison stuff. Brute Bond. Sometimes you guys end up poisoned. Sometimes. Nobody ever ends up burned. Come on.
Yeah, I don't really totally get it with that effect. But, hey, it's a little something, something.
It is a little something, something. But anyways, Gardevoir itself as an attacker has continued to improve as an attacker over the course of the time that Gardevoir's been legal, you know.
Well, I feel like Monkey Dory was a big game changer for Gardevoir.
Oh my God, yes, because it turned that 190 into 220, right?
Not only that, but it also, typically you're accelerating 2 to 3 energy to a Gardevoir to attack with it, so it makes it so your Gardevoir still is over that 300 HP threshold and not being stuck at like 270, for example, when you accelerate 2, which is a big difference. So the accessibility, of 270 versus 310 is just massive.
Exactly. Yeah. Monkey Dory really kind of unlocked the potential of Gardevoir. And now, Gardevoir has Lily's Clefairy EX, which you can just drop into play. And they're like, oh, okay, well now Gardevoir can one-shot any dragon Pokemon.
Yep.
That's nuts.
Yep. With 310 hit points. So we'll see how Bailey can come back from this Game 1 loss. And my word is that a fan wrote him. Looks like we're going to fan call, Andrew.
Riley, I did not see this coming. Another fan call. Crazy. I think that card's pretty good, man.
What do you think Bailey's looking for off this fan call?
I'm thinking that we're going to get a couple of hoot-hoots. We're not fan calling yet, right? No. It's just,
not quite yet.
An Ultra Ball is being played. But off the fan call, probably going to want a couple hoot-hoot and one Noctowl. That's going to be my grand guess. But first, Squawkabilly. We're going to squawk, and then we're going to seize. In that order, squawking and seizing. First turn of the game, you can discard your hand, draw 6 new cards, and Raging Bolt doesn't mind that. Get some energy into the discard pile, which jives with Sada's Vitality. Ben's got the Badoo in the active spot. It's got free retreat, and I think a pair of Ralts on the bench. Is that the art rare Ralts?
It is, yeah. And I will say, the Squawkabilly is a very large liability in the Gardevoir matchup because you can snipe it.
Just with
Clean.
a
Yep.
uncharmed Screamtail, 160.
Yep, exactly. So that is a pretty big liability. Bailey deciding that they really value that turn 1 attack option more than they value like a more slow and steady approach without that Squawk and Seize option available to them. Now, for example, if they had Latias in deck, they could have retreated off this Raging Bolt, gone for the Assault landing on that Fan Rotom and taken a knockout on the Badoo. There is Stadium in play, but deciding they want to go for that Raging Bolt attack. Maybe Latias is prized. I didn't take a good look at that deck when we were searching it.
I've got some information from one of our moderators, Lance. I'm very excited to go over after this game, so stay tuned for after this match if you're interested in the meta breakdown. I've got those numbers and that information for you all. We'll be reviewing it after this game, after this set, I should say. So, yeah, huge shout out to Lance, our moderator here on Tricky Jim, for helping put that information together for us.
Yes, huge shout out to Lance. That is a not insignificant amount of work to get that put together.
No, Lance had to go digging through deck lists of the paper variety to do that. So
yeah, no computer automation.
No,
making that happen. So thank you, Lance. Thank you, Lance. Everybody thank Lance in the chat.
Thank you, Lance.
That said, Bailey, grabbing that Crispin, not quite as good as Asada's Vitality, but close. Being able to accelerate an energy onto that Raging Bolt, get that turn 1 attack, and knock out Badoo before Badoo becomes a problem.
Turn 1 attack? This turn 2, dude. For sure, right?
No, this is their first turn.
This is still turn 1? Dang, dude. I focused on something else for 1 second. We're still on the same turn.
Yeah.
We're still squawking in season and doing all that.
Yeah,
you're
man,
right.
doesn't have a Gardevoir in play.
Dang, you're so right. This is still turn 1. That's crazy. This turn's been going on forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Couldn't be Gardevoir. Gardevoir just plays a supporter and attacks
Which is so
out.
funny because it's like not at all how Gardevoir used to be.
No, Gardevoir used to be to like stall your opponent out in time deck. Now it is anything but that now. It's almost impossible to waste time playing Gardevoir these days. The deck doesn't do anything.
And now, just now, finally, we're getting to that fan call. But because we have so many Hoot Hoots already in play, it's primarily Noctowls being grabbed off of it. So your prediction was wrong, Andrew.
That's crazy. Well, you know, that was a long time ago that I made that prediction, Riley.
That's fair.
You were asking me to make that prediction before the board looked like this. I mean, look at this. This is crazy. There's just a lot going on.
I'm just saying the Noctowl Ditto is pretty different than Hoot Hoot Noctowl prediction on your end. But that's all right. We'll forgive. As Bailey takes that knockout, discarding from the active Raging Bolt to get rid of that Badoo.
Blammo, turn 1. Big knockout. 4 energy in play, turn 1, whilst playing Crispin is quite impressive.
And I think Ben just top decked the rare candy with an Ultra Ball in hand.
You got to be kidding me, dude.
There's no energy in the discard, I don't think. So
no, but he'll hit his blender off of
crazy.
whatever this supporter is for sure.
That's true. I mean, with a Fez as well.
Yeah, this is like a rare candy Guardy research for sure. Because he Ultra Balled away research. He's got a supporter in hand.
Yep.
It's probably research.
It's probably research. Yep. I'm thinking we're gonna draw a blender here. A dark energy would be good. A Scrumtail would be good.
Yeah, this is 100% where we rip the blender. Yeah.
Yeah. And either a Clefairy or a Screamtail to round it all out.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. All right, Riley. Do you think this Raging Bolt is going down this turn?
Well, the thing is with the Clefairy, you really only need 2 energy available to you if you just want to use the Clefairy, which would take a knockout.
All right.
So
Iono over the research, sacking 1 card to disrupt his opponent's hand.
That seems fine. You're not really discarding anything out the research because it was Iono at 0.
Uh-huh.
The thing is, though, it looks like just 1 energy in that hand.
Yeah, no, I'm not seeing the...
He could Ultra Ball, though, for the Pheasantipity.
Right. Ultra Ball for Fez. Hit the blender.
Well, this is the thing. Like, you only need 1 more energy, 1 psychic energy off this Fez, and like a Nest Ball, for example, and you have Clefairy for knockout.
All right, Ultra Ball for the Fez. The Blender's in the deck. You're saying there's a chance. It's possible, dude. It's possible. The dreams, our memes can be dreams, and our dreams can become reality. Let's go.
Words of wisdom, Andrew.
Here's the Pheasantipiter right here.
One nice thing about that Iono from Ben as well, even though he sacked one of his own cards, is that Bailey did ban call for 2 Noctowls and a Ditto. So Bailey probably doesn't have a new Noctowl available in their hand to begin chaining together those combos.
All right, we got the Fez, we got the Mew, we got Night Stretcher.
Got a Curlia.
Yeah, Ben's the Guardy Whisperer, dude. And then for 6 cards he gets to see?
Oh.
You gotta be kidding me, dude.
Another 3. 1 out to Clefairy does it.
Buddy and a Screamtail is all I got. All right, so I think he's got enough.
Screamtail for 2 knocks out Hoot Hoot.
It does. So that's what I was saying. He's got enough to knock out the Hoot Hoot. All right, so the Raging Bolt is not going down.
That's okay. I thought the Raging Bolt was a little ambitious, but honestly, taking any knockout this turn is pretty good.
Yeah, it's turn 2 with the Guardy. Turn 2. It's saying. Guardy. This Guardy is setting up faster than it did pre-rotation. Yeah, man. That's nuts.
Okay, so yep, there's that 20 damage on the Monkey Dory. Or no, Attach Retreat, sorry, on that Monkey Dory. 40 damage onto the Screamtail and a Hoot Hoot going down. Bailey knows it. Got their hand on that Hoot Hoot.
Oh, yeah.
And here we go. Yeah. Ben is totally in this game.
100%. I mean, there are 2 prize Pokemon on the bench, but none of them are in the active, and that's kind of the way the Guardy likes to operate.
And comparatively speaking, Raging Bolt's a lot worse at gusting.
Oh, yeah.
It has Prime Catcher, but otherwise it usually needs to use its supporter for acceleration almost every single turn, which prevents you from playing Boss's Orders too frequently. So here we go. Got Sada in hand. Got the 2 Raging Bolts available, so maximizing that Sada value. We got a knockout. Would really love to see Prime Catcher this turn.
Who are you taking out if you do find Prime Catcher? Who are you taking out, Riley?
Oh gosh, I think you probably still want the Guardy, because then in theory you could knock out another one, and Ben's probably not getting up a third. The thing is though, like, this is probably the best turn to knock out a Guardy, because Ben has very few energy in play. His Screamtail actually isn't that much of a threat right now.
Right.
So I think Guardy is the right choice this turn. And ideally, his setup is still a little stunted, and you can gust 1 more Guardy the following turn. Or the Curlia, or whatever. I think trying to chase down like the Fez and the Mew is not totally worth it, especially because we know that Ben is playing a very heavy count of Night Stretcher.
Right. All right, so an Earthen Vessel from Bailey. We saw the Jewel Seeker there. And Prime Catcher is in hand. Teal Dance. Nets 1 card. Is it Prime Catcher? Yes, Prime Catcher is in hand.
Prime Catcher is in hand, yep.
Yep.
Ideally,
probably
just
going
switch
for the
between
Guardy.
the bolts.
Yep.
Looks good.
Do you think we're going to see a full bolt switch, or is he just going to point to the 2 bolts and say, eh?
It's always the debate, isn't it?
Yeah.
When it comes
I'm not
to
the type to do that. I'm a full switch kind of guy.
Yeah.
I'm a full switch kind of. Yeah, for sure.
Here we go. 5 energy need to be discarded. And getting all the energy off those Ogre Pawns and leaving 1 each on the Raging Bolts. I think that's reasonable with this current board state.
And Bailey's going to go down to just 3 prizes remaining. All right. Huge Bellowing Thunder for the knockouts. 350 damage. Ben's got a Curlia and a Screamtail and a Mew and a Fez. I mean, can draw some cards. This is the kind of the new age Guardy engine that we have. It's the basic engine. It's kind of just playing at the same level as everyone else now, right? So I've got to have Mew and Fez in play just like anybody else in order to draw cards, and that's fine. So Ben is going to need to find a Gardevoir, or is taking just a single prize with Screamtail. Not necessarily where you want to be, though it would be the only Hoot that Bailey has in play, so not terrible. But with those 2 prize liabilities on the bench and Bailey only having 3 prizes left and there only being 12 minutes left in the round, it's like a certain point where if this game starts to get sketchy, then it could get into tie territory. You actually, if you're Ben, you do not want to tie this round at all, because then if Ben were to tie this round and then lose next round, then Ben is out of top 8, right?
Yeah, a tie really isn't that much better than a loss in this situation for Ben. I think Bailey would be okay with a tie.
Yeah, right, because that's a win and in regardless next round, right? Yep. And especially when you got your back up against the wall against the Guardy deck, coming out with a tie feels good. But if you're Ben and you're up game 1, you come out with a tie, that feels horrendous.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing for Ben is he's being down these couple prizes. It puts him in a little bit of an awkward spot, and he doesn't have the energy still in play to do anything more than knock out a Hoot. Still, even after drawing off the Mew and the Pheasantipity, only has that dark energy for the Monkey Dory. No more Psychics in the discard.
Well, that's because he's about to find the Blendini right here, dude.
Perhaps, yes.
I know.
He's drawn so many non-blender cards.
I know, dude. I'm the script writer. Here comes the Blendini, dude.
All
Ben's the main character this weekend. Here's the Blendini, right here.
Top card.
5 big ones.
Yeah, Blender would be a huge difference maker here. Lily's Clefairy would also be a pretty impactful pickup. And there it is.
I literally told you, bro.
Yeah, you are. Well, this brings into question whether or not this event's scripted, Andrew. Because you did reference a script when he said that.
I know, dude. Sorry, I pre-watched, bro. I pre-watched this event. Yeah.
So, all right, here we go. Counter Catcher, the Noctowl. Trying to maybe stick that for a turn. Good KO Hoot. Getting some more energy. We'll see what Ben puts together. Earth and Vessling for the couple more energy is interesting if he's planning to blender. Does he have the blender? Dude, I don't think he has the blender.
I thought he had the blender, dude.
Fraudulent script confirmed.
Dang it, dude. I just wanted him to have the blender.
All right. Well,
I thought I saw the flash of pink.
Yeah, that might have just been a Psychic Energy or a Gardevoir.
I think it's just the red table.
or maybe the table is red and kind of confounds our judgment.
Yeah. All right, no Blendini. That's fine.
No Blendini.
Ben going to go to 4 prizes remaining, though.
Man. Bailey now needs to find a way to get this Noctowl out of the active and then subsequently knock out the Screamtail. If Ben is given further free turns, that's where it starts to get concerning for Bailey. Bailey did take that first knockout, but Gardevoir only needs an inch to take a mile. So you're grabbing off that nest ball. Another teal mask. To me, that says that Pheasantipity is maybe prized. So I imagine you'd want just the further draw options at this point in the game.
Energy retrieval. Going to grab some energies back. We're going to see a couple more teal dances coming in. Look at all those Ogerpon. Look at them dancing.
Crispin is an interesting option. It allows you to retreat the Noctowl while still getting an attachment onto the Raging Bolt for that Bellowing Thunder. Go down to 2 prizes.
And then the game is just, can Bailey finish off a 2-prizer to win?
Opting for the Sawdust. So this is fine too. You accelerate to both Raging Bolts, draw a few more cards, just to manually attach to the active.
Yeah.
That works out just as well.
I think Bailey's in a really strong position here now that I'm kind of thinking about it, because he only needs to knock out a Screamtail on the active this turn, go down to 2 prizes remaining. Doesn't need to sack hardly any energy in order to do that, right?
Yeah, and I would have even liked to see just the Ogerpon energy go down and have both your Raging Bolts at 2 each. It makes it so the knockout of a Raging Bolt hits a little harder, but it prevents like creative gusting sorts of plays from being as effective against you, which I think is realistically Ben's out to win. See what he can put together here.
Yeah, only 7 minutes left. That's crazy. Okay, so I mean, Bailey seems very favored at this position. Just has to find a boss, really. I mean, Mew's only got 180 hit points.
Yeah, it doesn't really have an obvious way to get a boss, to be fair.
No, there's no hoot, right? But if Ben's not like disrupting this turn, then that you're just kind of saying that he doesn't have it.
Yeah.
And he might not. It's not a guarantee.
If I'm Ben, I really want to disrupt for sure. Try and get that Iono off. Bring Bailey down to 2 cards in hand. Maybe like swing for not a knockout on this Raging Bolt and finish off with Monkey Dory. There's the blunder.
Found the blender.
Unfortunately, he's pretty much already at the bottom of his deck and has seen many of his energy cards.
Yeah, there's the blender. And leaving Bailey with his hand. So if Bailey has the technology to be able to
Gusting is not easy.
gust. Yeah, no, because the Prime Catcher's get down.
Yeah, the
right?
Prime Catcher is used.
And the Prime Catcher is the easiest way to gust is the Raging Bolt deck because you can draw and still draw into your gust.
Right,
Whereas
exactly.
boss, you kind of just have to have it, right? Like you could teal dance. I mean, you could teal dance into it. That's not nothing.
So if I'm Ben here, the unfortunate thing is Ben can't KO the active with a single prizer unless he gets the Bravery Charm Drifloon. Because he can't get Clefairy Screamtail, for example, as a combo.
Right.
And he really wants to get a single prizer in the active, I feel like. Could confuse.
Confusion. Yeah, this Raging Bolt's got a retreat cost of like 3. He's huge. So
Yeah.
you stick him with the Monkey Dory Confusion. You do your 60 damage, and then you figure it out from there.
Okay, we do have the Drifloon.
Okay, Drifloon.
So Drifloon for 180 actually can be enough. Ben could accelerate 3 to the active. Or does he have another Dark Energy? I don't think he does. Either way, though, you could accelerate to the Guardy, retreat it, attack with Drifloon for 180, and then Monkey Dory to knock out the Raging Bolt. And then the following turn, you can knock out any 2 prizer.
Ben counter-catchered and used restart for 1. Didn't find anything useful there. He's looking for a key card. I think looking for the charm, right?
Yeah, the charm would be ideal, I think. Oh, here we go. Second monkey. So this sets up the KO this turn, which is way better for Ben.
Okay.
So accelerate 3 onto the Guardy, retreat it, go into the Drifloon with 3 energy of its own.
Yeah.
Spread the 60 with the monkeys, 180, knockout.
That's it. That's a knockout. That's 240 damage.
Yep.
Right there.
And then Ben is, after that point, all Ben really needs is either a boss if Bailey tries to promote the Noctowl, or a Clefairy. And they have it. Here we go. Get that 60 on there. And knockout. And I don't see Bailey having the pieces to take a knockout and gust.
No, that was huge. And Ben chasing down the energy, taking out
Yeah, the counter catcher was really nice.
Taking out the energy was good. Now going to 2-2 prizes. Okay, Ben seems like he's in a pretty good spot. His deck's very thin. That is the thing about the blunders. You get to kind of say, well, no, I'm not drawing a lot of cards here, but now my deck is small and I just pitched all the cards I don't want to see off the top of the deck.
Yeah, in much the same way as Battle Compressor, formats past, being able to just get rid of the junk that you don't want to draw at the end of the game is still a useful effect.
It is, yeah, for sure. So it looks like Ultra Ball is going to grab Latias.
Yeah, and again, I feel like the Pheasantipede is prized here, so
It must be, right? Or
not
else you
having
would go
access
for
to
it.
that is just preventing Bailey from being able to piece together these combos. I like this, having the Noctowl attack this turn, forcing Ben to have one more Gust.
Yeah. Yo, what's Noctowl do? Like 70 or something?
Yeah, some like mediocre amount of damage. 60, even less. But that's enough.
Crispin enabling that play. That's not a play we used to see. That was cool. All right.
Ben needs is a counter catcher or a boss's orders here. I believe he does play one boss's orders. Doing a quick count of the deck.
All right, his deck's very thin at this point. Can draw the deck out. Probably with Fez. I'd have to imagine
he
it's at
could
least
also-
close, right?
If he has access to Screamtail, he could potentially Screamtail with Monkey Dories. And looks like that's what he's looking at.
Yep.
So Latias is pretty vulnerable to that Screamtail.
And he's moving now, so I think he's got it.
Yep. I think he was just double checking that he had enough energy to be able to get enough damage into play.
Because you have to do the 160 plus the... with
Brave
the
Charm's
charm.
perfect. Yep,
Oh, it's
that'll do it.
over.
Oh, that is not an energy card.
I'm going to put my Night Stretcher onto my Screamtail.
4,
5,
6.
6,
That's
7,
enough.
6. It's dead.
There we go.
GG's.
2-0 with Ben. Pulling it back. Lily's Clefairy was prized as well, so didn't have access to that key card. Very nice showing from Ben.
Absolutely. Ben just punched his ticket to top 8 with Gardevoir. Goodness. 6-0-1. We are going to have a Gardevoir guaranteed in top 8 of the Full Grip Games Journey Together 3K. I did not have that on my bingo card here, Riley. I literally didn't. We made our predictions.
Both of us negged it.
Yep, both of us. My very first question this morning, would we see a Gardevoir in top 8? We both said no.
Well,
Well,
so it goes. I was not as big of a hater as you were.
I was vehemently a hater for sure. Yes,
Yeah.
I know. That's crazy. All right, Gardevoir is in. Ben Morse is in. No, Ben Morse has been putting a lot of work in Gym Leader Challenge lately, but I always think that's so fun to see the Gym Leader Challenge players do well in Standard. That is cool. So a testament to how much Ben has grown over the course of the last couple years playing Gym Leader Challenge as a player. And how much potential he has as a player as well. If he wants to play more Standard, I mean, I think that he's got really good fundamentals. He knows how to play the game. He routes well. He's got good deck building instincts now from playing lots of Gym Leader Challenge. So cool to see him do so well here today and get to top 8 of the event with Gardevoir. Not something that a lot of people expected to see. Certainly not myself. And who would have thought that? Gardevoir, I felt like a deck is maybe a deck that like a lot of people were sick of seeing, but now we see people rooting for Gardevoir because it's the underdog and people love the underdog.
It lost so many of its critical pieces with the Curlia, primarily with the Curlia, and being able to see it rally under those circumstances. I mean, how can you not love it?
Right. Exactly. I like seeing Gardevoir like this. I think the things that made me mad, the things that made me not like Gardevoir, or the fact that the turns just took forever.
Yeah.
Right? Never ending, right? So like now that that's not a thing, then I enjoy Gardevoir now that it's not just like taking an eternity to play out every single turn.
Yeah, this Curlia has definitely added a lot of gameplay time to each turn. Not quite as bad as it was like in its heyday before the first rotation that Gardevoir experienced, where like you had the baby Gardevoir and the Curlias, all of them drawing cards. You had like fog crystals and were searching your deck constantly. A little better last year, even further better with this rotation.
All right, folks, I promised you data, and data I have. Let's see what we've got. Okay, thank you again to Lance for putting this all together for us. Here we are. Okay, looks like Lance went through the effort not just of counting out like what the meta was, but of also Lance made us a table. I mean, incredible work here, Lance.
Folks, we got to give Lance a round of applause for this one. So helpful and appreciated.
I know. Look at this. I mean, I'm not saying that we're creating graphics on the level of TPCI, but we're basically TPCI when you think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, when you think about it, it's basically the same thing. So we've got the Full Grip Games Journey Together 3K. It looks like Tera Box was the most played deck. There are 30 Tera Box players here, 18% of the meta. Yeah, that's a healthy amount. And also, I think, like, in line with what we might have predicted.
Yeah.
Raging Bolt is the second most played deck, tied with Dragapult. So those are your top three. You've got your Tera Box, Raging Bolt, Dragapult.
I mean, really, Archaludon is in the
Right
same
there as
space,
well.
too. One less player than the Raging Bolt and the Dragapult. And we saw that certainly reflected in those first couple rounds where we had 3 Archaludon games in a row on stream here. Goldengo kind of surprises me as the next one on the list. We have not seen a single Goldengo in stream games today.
We did see a wall deck. There are 6 Brave wall players and 6 Brave Guardy players. And we have seen one wall deck doing pretty well. And we have seen Ben just punch his ticket to top 8. So I think I've got more data too. So let me see.
Yeah, so we're looking at that other. We're thinking of things like Zoroark. We're thinking of things like Terapagos, straight Terapagos. And the other in this case is any deck that had less than the 6 players representing it. So 5 or fewer is that other category. We had a couple decks that were right at that 5 threshold as well. And we can take a look at here in a second.
Oh, yeah. Check this out. My desktop not even messy today. That's crazy.
All relative.
I know you guys wanted to see. There we go. We did have a Brave Mamoswine player here today. 3 of them. 3 Brave Mamoswine souls.
Hydreigon, pretty cool. 2 Hydreigon warriors.
Yep. Terapagos, I wonder if that's like Terapagos Bouffalont.
Yeah, or maybe just the like Sanjay's deck would qualify.
Maybe, yeah. One Zard player. Dang, Zard low-key fell off.
You added that to the graphic, dude.
Yeah, Zard low-key fell off. Eevee box 4. So I feel like we saw a healthy amount of Flareons early on.
Yeah.
Considering there's only 4 of them here.
Yeah, to be honest, I expected that to be a little more represented than it was.
Yeah.
Which kind of brings into question my call of potentially 2 of them making top 8. But we stand by our choices here. So we'll see how that works out. 4 Hops players.
Yep.
4 Brave Hops players.
You got any takeaways from this this meta breakdown here, Riley, or any takes on what we're seeing here on the Journey Together release weekend event?
Yeah, I mean, what I see is that Journey Together, Clefairy was the star in terms of new cards coming out of this set. And otherwise, it's mostly the old favorites just adjusting to the rotation, right?
Yeah.
Like Noctowl focused decks, the Raging Bolt, which was already a favorite in the pre-rotation format, just adjusting its build. Dragapult, already a favorite, super common in the pre-rotation format, and same with Archaludon, same with Goldengo. A lot of old favorites. Some of that might also just be with how new this format is, how new these cards are. You know, people are looking at things they have on their tables. They got their Archaludons, they got their Dragapults, they got their Raging Bolts. They can piece together decks. And Zoroark, by comparison, might be a little less accessible.
It's a combination of factors, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like, on one hand, you know, this is release weekend event, so like, yeah, you could pre-order it and you could get all of the new cards and play with them if you wanted to. But then you're also spending money on cards that are like unproven and necessarily not looking great in Japan, and that's kind of been like the narrative that's been circling around the Pokemon community is that these new owners Pokemon decks aren't like all that great.
Yeah.
That's kind of been the narrative that I've been hearing and seeing online. So then when it comes to the first post-rotation event, it's that it's like no one's really motivated to kind of go out on a limb and try and prove the meta wrong by like winning with an owner's Pokemon deck. People are like, I'm just gonna play the decks that
are good,
that are definitely good and also easier to get.
Yeah, and this again, it calls back to kind of my personal problem with these owners Pokemon decks is they're so self-contained.
Yeah, and
you basically have a branching path from Pokemon's perspective. You can either make them like mediocre or really, really good.
Right.
You know, and if they're really, really good, it feels like Pokemon just printed the whole deck for you.
Yep.
And if they're mediocre, then it's underwhelming and it just kind of feels bad experience. And like, I guess I'd prefer the mediocre over Pokemon just like printing like, this is the best deck type of thing.
Oh, for sure.
And this is exactly the 60 cards you play because we printed it that way.
Right.
Kind of anxious that the Rockets deck may end up to be something like that.
They'll do it for one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll do it for one of the owners. It's
not Ethan.
No, it's not Ethan. And it's not Ethan. And it doesn't look to be any of the other owners so far. But Team Rocket, it could be the Rockets, guys.
Really, that's about all that's left. There's Misty.
All right. It could be Misty. Yeah, what if Misty has a broken deck? I don't know. But the Misty cards don't look that crazy yet from what I've seen. So it might just be the Rocket stuff. But yeah, everything is very self-contained. I do like it more when the gimmicks don't... I like it more when the gimmicks don't restrain your creativity in that way. That was something that was cool about the GX era and those Pokemon is that you could just kind of play them all together. That's something that's cool about the Tera box deck that exists right now is that you gotta just play all these Teras
exactly
together.
What I was thinking of.
You can play all the Teras together, right? It doesn't even matter if they're not really supposed to go together. They kind of do all go together because they just have the Tera thing ties them together, and that's it, right?
Yeah, and you have generic energy acceleration, so you find a couple overlapping energy types, and you're able to construct a deck off of that. So like, yeah, the Tera box is more interesting to me. The Raging Bolt is more interesting to me. Like finding those synergies, discovering how to fit the pieces together. It's just implicitly, I think, going to be a more interesting gameplay experience than like here is the 5 Pokemon that fit together. Here's the trainers you play with them, and here's how it works. And they don't necessarily have to do that, but the way they designed the trainers Pokemon this go around, they just very much key into each other.
Ooh, all right. Let's see. Do we have looks like we may have our round number 8 is getting set right this very moment, Riley.
All right.
Wow.
I'm excited to see it, folks.
Our final Swiss round. These two players are going to be competing for a coveted spot in top 8.
A lot of money on the line here.
It's true. $3,000 cash going to these top 8 finishers. That's no joke. That's a lot of money for sure.
All right, so
I'm gonna ask Natalie for prize breakdown specifically. So I'll. Looks like they're both 502.
Yep, just winning in for both of these players.
That's Mike Gibbs on the right.
Yep, that's Mike Gibbs on the right, and on the left we have Wyatt York. And both these players are 502, competing for a top 8 spot. Which is where that prizing is really going to be felt.
I saw him walking around earlier, and I was like, I swear that looks like Mike Gibbs. But all the time that I spent interacting with Mike Gibbs was during COVID, where he was wearing a mask. So, like, I didn't really... Because he was traveling out. He won one of our events, right?
He did.
I haven't seen him maskless very often. So this is the first... I was like, I'm pretty sure it's Mike Gibbs, but I don't really know.
Yeah, I didn't totally recognize him either.
Yeah.
But hey, Mike Gibbs, veteran of the full grip multi-$1,000 tournament stream here. We'll see what he's rocking in this winning in.
Yeah, Mike is he was one of our Gym Leader Challenge champions. Winning with the grass deck.
I think he did pretty well in the standard one that same weekend too.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So I remember he had a pretty hot run that event. It's not quite as hot as Grant Manley's, but still pretty good.
for sure. Anybody, that's something that we'll be looking out for tomorrow. Anybody who top 8s both days, you're kind of goated, honestly. To me,
yeah. Versatility, man.
Yeah, to me, if you can top 8 standard, then top 8 gym leader challenge, you're nuts. That to me is more impressive than winning one or the other, showing your versatility as a player. All right, so we've got our overlay sets. Round 8's ready to go. Both these players 5-0-2. Let's get down to the table. Get some hype going in the chat for our last Swiss round. Wyatt York versus Mike Gibbs. Let's go.
Okay, folks, here we are in the final Swiss round of the Full Grip 3K. We have Mike Gibbs on the right and Wyatt York on the left, competing for a top 8 spot in this tournament. Andrew, I know both these players are raring to try and secure that spot for themselves, so I'm expecting a really competitive match here.
I am hoping that that's what we are going to see. And, yep, we got some good cards that have been revealed so far. That's a Pheasantipity EX and a Teal Mask Ogrepon. Not revealing a lot. I feel like either of these cards can go in just about anything. We've got a Fire Energy and a Psychic Energy that I see in Mike's hand, so maybe it's a Dragapult deck, but it's a really bad start from Mike.
Ooh, that is not good on Mike's end, starting with just a Fire Energy and a pass on that Pheasantipity. We'll see what Wyatt's playing. Looks like another Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt stocks are high right now in the tournament hall.
Heck yeah, dude. I predicted 2 bolts in top 8, so
we'll see. We'll see.
I'm rooting for Bolt, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you got to keep true to your word.
I know, dude.
And frankly, if there's a deck that's going to be well suited to taking a quick KO on a Pheasantipity that's stuck active, I mean, you got to say Raging Bolt's one of them.
100%.
And discarding a Sada, too, off the Earthen Vessel, I mean, what does that imply?
Implies that you're loaded.
Implies that either you're loaded or your hand like really sucks.
Yeah. Or your hand's loaded. One of the two.
So we'll figure out which one of those two it is here in a second after this Teal Dance. Pal Pad to hand. And that's kind of nice. Get that Sada back in the deck. And here we go. Ultra Ball. Now the thing is, without getting another Raging Bolt down and getting a double Excel, you're not going to be taking the knockout here unless you can get like another Teal Mask in play, for example. Gonna need a couple things. Here to take the turn 1 knockout. Unfortunate that Wyatt didn't have like immediate access to the Raging Bolt to start that train. But is that double Ultra Ball in hand? That would be really nice. I think it might be. Yeah, there's that second Ultra Ball. Wyatt going for probably a Squawkabilly here. Could be good. Eyeing up Latias for a free retreat as well.
Riley, I'm going to be honest, man. I don't know that there's anything more intimidating final Swiss round than being up against a fully blinged out Raging Bolt deck.
Oh, I don't know. I feel like the Raging Bolts I fear the most are the ones that are lower rarities.
No. I'm fearing the high rarity one for sure.
Interesting.
Yeah. There's something about the aura of a max rarity Raging Bolt deck is you just know they're committed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like they're committed to the Raging Bolt lifestyle, you know? People that are committed to the Raging Bolt lifestyle, I feel like that's the scariest thing.
I don't know if I fully agree, but here we go. I think get that that Night Stretcher to grab that Squawkabilly as well. Why all he needs is a Fighting Energy, and he has this game 1 in the bag. Earthen Vessel gets him there too.
Is there fighting in the discard? No.
No, also probably should have just grabbed that off that Night Stretcher.
Is that a wait? Is that a Tusk?
Yeah, some folks do play that Tusk to put on 1 prize pressure.
No, this is not a 1 prize guy, dude. This is a great Tusk.
It's a great Tusk, yeah.
This is big, great Tusk.
Oh,
dude.
wow.
I was going to say, there's no way you've got an explanation for...
No, unfortunately,
for
I don't.
Grand Tusk over here. Yes, that is the shiny one that has the Great Bash attack. 260 damage.
Okay, Wall's answer.
Not affected by any effects on your opponent's active Pokemon. It goes through walls. Yes. It's the tech for walls.
It does mill you every turn.
Yes. It looks like Wyatt whiffed, so it's just going to be the
wow.
Burst Roar.
Wow, that's unfortunate. I kind of had...
Does Mike actually have a supporter, though?
you have to imagine
there is an
something.
Iono in the hand. There's an Iono. All right, and an Arven. So actually things to do, but...
I guess just debating whether the Iono or the Arven is better. Arven guarantees a Buddy Buddy Poffin, but Iono potentially draws you more. Because your hand otherwise is kind of stinky.
You know what we said, Riley. Listen, man. None of the cards you want are in your hand. They gotta be right there.
Yeah.
They gotta be right here. On the other side of the Iono, these next 6 are gonna be flames.
And this is one of those situations where you have to weigh the odds. Like, the Arven gives you that guaranteed Buddy Buddy, but does it give you enough?
Look at that. No. And here we ripped a Nest Ball and a Buddy Buddy.
And I believe another Arven, too.
Way better.
Yeah, it's just a way stronger board state. And it's, obviously, we can say that in hindsight, but I think you just got to chase more. Like, you have to have more available to you than just that Buddy Buddy Poffin.
And this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. Mike is a really good player. I really like the way that he sees the game and the way that he routes his matches. And here, just, you saw him weighing the Arven and the Iono, and he's like, I don't want to have to risk it, but I actually do have to risk it, right? Yep. And it's like, and you saw him take that beat to just think about it, and he's like, yep, got to do it. And it buffed out, right? And the odds were that it was going to buff out because he didn't have any of the cards that he needed, but he was about to take a little bit of a risk, but the payoff is so high now that his board is so much stronger than it would have been had he just Arvened for 2 Dreepy, right?
Yeah, and even has access to the Badoo, so it's pretty likely that Wyatt has the ability to knock this Badoo out, but it prevents Wyatt from getting really fancy with his setup this turn while you're still focusing on setting up your own board. And basically, I mean, at this point, it's like Wyatt went first and Mike went second. Here we go, though. Accelerating with that Teal Dance. What can Wyatt put together? Does need to have a fighting energy to take this knockout, or another grass to switch into an Ogerpon.
And no items because of that Badoo Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, it might have even been correct to depending on his hand, to just manually attach that second energy to your Ogerpon instead of accelerating it to the second one, because then you can always knock out the Badoo with the Ogerpon. We'll see, though. I think his hand has a lot of items in it. Oh, Judge. Okay.
Judge.
So off this Judge, you do need to hit a fighting energy. Otherwise, you whiffed another attack.
Oh, yeah, dude. If Wyatt whiffs this fighting energy, that's brutal. And the Teal Dance has already been used. The dance has already been danced. Dang. Yeah. This would be a big whiff. I mean, if Mike is able to get out of this turn unscathed, then I'm really liking Mike's chances in this game.
And Wyatt doesn't even have any Hoot Hoots in play. Whiffed the Fan Rotom that turn 1.
Is Wyatt playing Noctowl?
We saw a Fan Rotom in his prior hand.
And there's a Hoot Hoot there. All right, so yes, okay. So just going hootless.
Yeah, he went really aggressive to try and get that turn 1 knockout, and then had to Burst Roar, which is just really set him behind pace, I think.
All right, I guess you could do things this way.
Ogerpon's like such a bad attacker here, though. So taking that knockout, but if Mike's able to start swinging, he's in a pretty okay spot here, I think. We'll see what he does.
I'm thinking we're going to flip the script, Riley.
Well, yeah, I think we're going to flip the script for sure. But what does that lead into? Where does that end this turn?
I'm thinking Mike's going to evolve one of these into a Dracloak.
I'm thinking Dracloak for sure.
And then I'm thinking a Recon Directive.
Yeah, probably Recon Directive. Look at 2 cards.
Yep. Dang.
Would do.
Bunch of called shots here. I'm crazy.
You're so good at this, man.
I know, dude.
Yeah. There's that Arven. So off a Judge, got a pretty large hand all said and
That's crazy.
done.
What Fez does to a guy's hand.
Yeah, what Fez does. Get that other buddy down. Does Mike play the Dusknoir line? I don't know if we've seen any pieces yet. I want to say he doesn't. His deck's right out of frame here. Okay.
We're stamping.
I think that was supposed to be an Arvin. That was a Buddy Buddy Poffin that he just played. So
Oh. Did he Buddy Buddy Poffin for the...
he has Arvin in hand. He's probably just saying out loud that he's going to play that Arvin.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there we are. All right. Solved. Did you fail the Buddy Buddy Poffin?
I think you have to fail the Buddy Buddy Poffin at that point.
Yeah.
So, got Nest Ball, though, if you want another basic Pokemon.
If he gets a Pokemon with 70 hit points or less, I'm kind of dead.
Oh,
yeah. Whoopsies.
Whoops. Yep. Wrong order. So it goes. I don't think it tremendously changes his route. And
Doesn't matter.
Maybe he wanted to thin the Nest Ball. Who knows?
Maybe.
Maybe. There's not a lot of basics left if he's not playing that Dusknoir line. Not a lot of basics left to grab. Be a good turn to just get like another Dracloak into play, attach an energy. And yeah, just the 10 damage does matter as well on the Ogerpon, more than it does on the Raging Bolt.
Oh, the 10 damage on the Ogerpon definitely matters. Unfair stamp. Let's go. Mike,
and this does put Wyatt to 2.
That's right.
With item lock.
That's right. I think Mike just content to say, you know what? I don't even care if I attack with Dragapult this turn. It ain't an attack with Dragapult kind of turn. There's no energy in play. It's just not happening, right?
And without the Sparkling Crystal,
No.
you need to Crispin to be able to do that. That was not a viable play this turn.
No, not happening. But that's okay. You know, we're just going to Badoo and chill.
And more and more, this seems to be the route the Dragapult decks are moving is,
yeah,
I'm going to take some time, Badoo probably twice.
That's why they play 2, dude.
That's why they play 2. Makes sense to me.
That's why they play 2.
Makes sense to me. We're going to Badoo probably twice, build up my Dragapults in the background, and then come forth for some game-winning Phantom Dives. Mike's still extending that turn with that Ultra Ball. Probably getting one more Dracloak, and dare I say, I think he might Recon Directive.
I'm thinking we're going to see one more Recon Directive. I mean, this is perfect.
This is great. Yeah, this is an amazing setup for Mike.
Oh, yeah. 3 Dracloak on turn 3, I guess. But a really weak turn 1, keep in mind. We just went Fez Pass. So, I mean, like, this game really turned around quick for Mike. Mike opened with the Fez Pass. I mean, things were looking really rough. Could have lost, right, if Wyatt had just been able to kind of piece together the turn 1 attack, which doesn't happen as much as it used to because of the lack of Radiant Greninja.
Yeah.
And I do like the little animation that Mike gave the Badoo there. That was great. So thank you, Mike, for that. Love a little flare. Goes a long way.
There's that fighting energy that Wyatt wished he had a turn prior. What's unfortunate about this Ogerpon being knocked out too is that's 3 energy and an Ogerpon off the board. So Mike has to, Wyatt, sorry, has to contemplate whether he wants to retreat it or just attack. Yeah. So Mike has a pretty clear play this turn. Evolve, attach, and attack. But I think first we're going to see some Recon Directives, maybe a Flip the Script in there.
Dude, look at all these cards that Mike can draw.
I know.
This is crazy. That's 6 cards right there.
6 cards added to hand and looking at even more than that.
Yeah,
You're looking at 12.
Looking at 12 cards.
So
crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that's more than a research.
And then he's got a supportive return.
Yeah, it's almost 2 researches worth of cards, followed up by whatever supporter you want. Presumably, you'll have one after seeing this many cards.
Yeah, I suspect that Mike is going to pull off whatever play he wants to pull off this turn. I
think so.
I have this sneaking suspicion that that's the way that things are about to go.
Now, with this slower Dragapult variant against Raging Bolt in particular,
is this Slowpolt? Is this officially Slowpolt?
I think this is the full Slowpolt. There's no Dusknoir line in this deck. It's just, and it's got the unfair stamp. Just attach and attack with Dragapult.
Yeah.
So the weakness of this is you are kind of forced into hitting Crispin to get subsequent Dragapult attacks, because this is one of the matchups where you actually can't take a hit. So that is one risk in this matchup. That's not to say that Mike can't pull it off. It just means he's having more questions asked of him turn to turn after this first Dragapult starts swinging.
Right, he's going to need to, and we see, I mean, an impeccable setup, though. So if, like, there was ever a setup to where you could actually pull off, you know, back-to-back attacks with Dragapult, this would be the setup, I guess. But you're pretty much saying, yes, Mike, you have to hit a Crispin next turn. If say this Dragapult gets vanquished, which is highly likely, then you're going to have to play Crispin as your supporter next turn, period.
It's not yet guaranteed, though. Wyatt does still need one more energy in play, which obviously 1 is the lowest possible number. That's not 0, so it's pretty low-hanging fruit there, but he is coming off a pretty low hand size. I can't see. Oh, he does have the energy actually right in hand, so yeah, Wyatt guaranteed to get this knockout this coming turn with the 4 energy he has on the bench, plus the energy attachment from hand. No Sada needed.
Ooh, the Blood Moon making its way down.
Blood Moon seems like a pretty valuable attacker here, being able to swing for 1 energy to knock out this forthcoming Raging Bolt. Potentially Iono again, down to a low hand size. Yeah, that seems pretty good.
Okay, that's a Phantom Dive for knockout. Mike's going to place some of the extra damage counters, kind of fix the math where he wants. Phantom Dive, 200 to the active. Place 6 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon in any way you like. We've got 4 to the Bolt, 1 to each of Pheasantipity and Teal Mask Ogerpon. Bolt gets the promotion. Mike Gibbs ties it up at 4-4 prizes temporarily. But Wyatt has got most of the energy he needs in play in order to take a clean one-hit knockout on this Dragapult EX with his Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt requires 5 energy in play with that Bellowing Thunder attack. You discard any amount of basic energy from your Pokemon, and the attack does 70 damage for each card you discarded in this way. So it can do up to 350 damage, which would lay waste to the Dragapult with only 320 hit points. And right now, Wyatt has 4 energy in play. That would take him down to 2 prizes remaining. And let's put some pressure on Mike. But with 2 prizes remaining, Mike could play a hand disruption card and pair it with a Blood Moon. Blood Moon does actually answer the that Raging Bolt. Its Blood Moon attack can do 240 damage. Raging Bolt has 240 hit points. So that math is mathing, and you can see why Mike was insistent on putting that Blood Moon down on the bench that last turn.
Yeah, the challenge is really Wyatt's goal here is to set up his next attacker, to have something ready to deal with either the Blood Moon or some other attacker that Mike is using. Whereas Mike is hoping that Wyatt misses some of those things and he can disrupt with Iono, comboed with that Blood Moon to buy a turn, basically, and get himself back into the game fully. And with all the draw that Wyatt has on board, you have to imagine that he's likely to hit some sort of alternative attacker. I think that's a Sada he just drew, potentially. No, a Noctowl, which could be a Sada. Sada Nestball, for example. Earthen Vessel being eyed up. Yeah, I think Wyatt understands that he just needs to have his next attacker ready to go. So that way he reduces the impact of anticipated Iono as much as possible. Ultra Ball is a great pick to move in that direction. And discarding that Rotom, potentially Grass Energy, fighting, sure.
Yeah, backup Bolt. You're going to need that to close out the game. This matchup does seem a little bit sketchy for Mike's Slowpolt deck.
Yeah.
I mean, gosh, Raging Bolt just taking these clean one-hit KOs at every Dragapult that opposes it is it's nasty. I mean, it is really tough to deal with. I mean, Mike is working at like building up these stage 2 Pokemon, evolving them twice, right? First into Dracloak, then into Dragapult, attaching multiple energy. And meanwhile, Wyatt's just got a board full of basics, and it's just like piling energy on with Sawdust Vitality and Teal Dance, and can just blast these things to smithereens. And I'm really anxious to see if Mike has got something cooked up to be able to respond to this board state.
And just look at how many energy Wyatt has in play, too. Even discarding the 5, he'll have a healthy amount left. Probably just a Sada or Crispin away from taking that subsequent knockout.
Riley, do you mean to tell me that all of these blinged out energy in play is not intimidating? I'm saying, dude, this is the scariest thing you could see right here.
Maybe.
Blinged out Bolt player doing the blinged out Bolt thing. This is frightening. This nightmare fuel, dude. Nightmare fuel. You whiff top 8, and at night, all you see is blinged out energy getting discarded, dude. You lay awake in your bed sweating. Oh no, it's blinged out Raging Bolt. Ah!
Okay. Well, it's on Mike now to figure out the route to deal with all these blinged out energy. He does have Counter Catcher in hand. Could Counter Catcher that 2 energy Raging Bolt. If he could pair that with an Iono, that would be his clearest route to victory here. See that attached for turn. Now, one thing, how many outs does he play to move this Blood Moon as well the following turn? Because it has a hefty retreat cost on it, doesn't it? 3, I believe.
Oh, Blood Moon's huge, dude. You're not moving this guy. Yeah, that's fine. That's just part of the deal. The Iono, that's the key piece you wanted to see. There is a Pheasantipity over there. That's pretty bad.
And a Mew.
Yeah. Not great, right? So then, realistically, I don't think the Mike really has a route. If it's just Iono swing with Blood Moon, right?
Well, Wyatt has burned through many of his Sadas to this point.
Okay.
So I think the hope is that Wyatt doesn't have the acceleration required to build back up.
So Wyatt has a tall 2 energy in play, but we'll get to see like a handful of cards.
Yeah. You'll be able to refill up to 3 with Mew and then draw 3 more with Fez. No Noctowl access, mind you.
None, right.
So you need 3 more energy, and that's a retrieval plus 1 more, or 2 retrievals, or a superior retrieval. Those are his outs.
All right, going to see a few recon directives here. Mike taking a look at the top 2 cards of the deck, put 1 at the bottom, 1 at the hand. Gets to do that 3 times, 1 for each of those. Dracloak on the bench. And then Blood Moon Ursaluna, one of the biggest, baddest basics in the format. It's got 260 HP and the seasoned skill ability, which says Blood Moon used by this Pokemon's attacks. Used by this Pokemon costs 1 colorless less for each prize card your opponent has taken. And since Wyatt has taken 4 prizes, that means Blood Moon only costs 1 energy to do 240 damage.
And here's where my concern is: if the Blood Moon doesn't have a way to get back out of the active, and it's stuck there for a turn potentially, then what Wyatt could even do is just like Burst Roar, draw some cards, get back, recover for a turn, and still be in roughly the same spot.
Vessel, okay, gets to thin the deck all the way down. Yeah, dude, I'm thinking it's lights out.
Yeah, having access to those energies.
And that's just it. Teal Dance, attach fighting game, right?
I think he's still, because you only need 4 for the Blood Moon. So yeah, that is just enough.
Skadoosh, and there it goes. Yep. Raging Bolt EX taking the dub with Bellowing Thunder for massive 280 damage, and Wyatt wins game 1 of round 8.
Yeah, pretty dominant showing, honestly. Mike, he had ways to play back into the game, but felt like Wyatt just was the one in the driver's seat in control over the course of the game, even through Badoo, even through Unfair Stamp.
Yeah.
Just wasn't working out the way Mike needed it to.
No, yeah, it is not seeming like a very easy matchup. Without the Dusknoir there, you don't really have any sort of way to cheat your opponent's board state. You can't remove Hoots that they don't want removed from play. Maybe if you play the Hawlucha, you could do that once. But
yeah,
is
Mike
even
playing the Hawlucha?
I don't know. It seems like Mike's playing a very no funny business list is kind of what it seems like to me.
Right. And arguably, Hawlucha is funny business. So
Yeah, I guess hard to say if Hawlucha is funny business or not, but yeah, I think Mike's list is looking extremely no funny business. Does get a mulligan.
that Lucha is really good, though. It's I hope he plays it.
I feel like the Hawlucha is just a staple in Dragapult without Radiant Alakazam.
Yeah.
I don't
losing
really-
Radiant Alakazam like kind of forced you to need some sort of damage manipulation.
Yeah.
And Lucha is that. Lets you do cool stuff like hit the Fez and then Lucha it for a knockout the following turn.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a dual function of putting up. Well.
Well, that's like the worst possible place for the Hawlucha to be. It is in the list, though, confirmed.
Confirmed Luchador is present. Yes. Not where you want him. But yeah, the Hawlucha has got like this dual function of not only being able to bring 210 hit point Pokemon down to Dragapult's 200 damage Phantom Dive, but also bringing the 70 hit point basics that your opponent might put on their bench down to 60 hit points so that Dragapult's Phantom Dive can pick them off with the 6 damage counters that you get to place with the attack. So just a very good include in this deck.
So I guess Mike's hope here is that the Hawlucha gets knocked out, maybe, on the following turn.
Yeah.
So that way he can Night Stretcher for it back.
So true.
Yeah. It's kind of an awkward spot otherwise. So I think he does want to be able to leverage that Hawlucha play. And here we go.
Squawk the
Prime catcher down. That's
All
nice.
right.
Some very aggressive squawking going on. In both
Multiple
these games.
jamming tower in this list.
Yeah, jamming tower probably not influencing this game too much one way or the other. Seems like Mike's only real tools are the rescue board.
For sure, just something to note if Wyatt ends up making top 8. There's multiple jamming tower in that list.
Yeah.
And a great tusk. EX. All right, Fan Rotom. We've got Fan Call. Going to go get a couple Hoot Hoot and a Noctowl. Strong start, turn 1, going first from Wyatt.
Yeah, you got to be a little careful because you started this, I believe this is the Slither Wing in the active. You have the multiple Hoot Hoots and the Fan Rotom in play. You have the Squawk ability in play. I mean, you can easily bench lock yourself in this situation. Even if you do play Area Zero's Underdepths, you have to make sure that you bench your Ogerpon before anything else.
Mike kind of understanding the stakes here, and you can see Mike playing quickly, not really doing deck searches. You ain't got time for deck searches, dude. You got 23 minutes left in this round. You got to win 2 games. Like, quit playing. Yep. It's
Very rapid place.
Oh,
pace
yes.
by Mike here.
Yeah, dude, you got to hustle. You got to
Look
hustle.
at those hand movements.
Oh, for sure. Yep. You got to make some very quick decisions. Got to route out this game in your mind, kind of all at once right here, and figure out where everything's going with haste. Yes, Iono.
Okay,
And then
get rid
we'll
of that
finish the shuffle after the Iono, and then send that hand to the bottom of the deck. Both players going to get a fresh hand of 6. And with the energy on the bench Dreepy, there's no, TM Evo or anything happening here. That's just, buddy. I mean, so has another option to go get more, but there's no like Duskulls or anything to get. So like, what is it?
And bear in mind, TM Evo is also out of play just by virtue of that jamming tower.
So true.
Yeah, Mike is forced at this point into attaching to that Dreepy. I don't even think he plays the stadium out.
You don't think he's got a stadium in that deck?
I don't think so.
That's crazy.
Maybe an Artisan? Maybe
so. Yes, but Wyatt's bench is very...
It's very clogged right now. Yeah.
Very clogged.
And he needs to bench the Ogerpon.
That has to be the bench,
to
right?
get access to Jewel Seeker.
Right.
And I guess with Jewel Seeker, you probably have to get an Area 0 so you can actually play the game because this board is not very good.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It had to be Ogerpon, not only for Jewel Seeker, but also for Area 0.
Yeah,
Like...
no, it always had to be Ogerpon as the first thing that hits the bench here.
Yeah.
It's a really awkward board. The combination of support Pokemon plus the Slitherwing is just not really what you want to be seeing in this situation.
Yeah, this is an ugly board.
It's an ugly board.
It's an ugly board. We'll call it how we see it. Yeah, this is not exactly what you want. There ain't no Raging Bolts around yet. The stadium's not out yet. Your main attacker has not showed up to work yet. But here we go.
Right,
Area 0 under depths with the nest ball. Main attacker showing up. Not too late. Nope, not yet. It's a lot of yes. More supports.
All right. Well, at some point in this game, I think there will be a Raging Bolt that hits this board, but not quite yet. Just want to activate that Skyliner ability to get that free retreat. And this does, give Wyatt some flexibility. He does have that Raging Bolt in hand as well, so.
Sada for 1. Oh, 2, because the Slitherwing. Yeah.
Yep, that Slitherwing might be the attacker of choice this turn. The one thing with the Slitherwing is it damages itself pretty heavily, so Dragapult can obviously take advantage of that.
That's right, Riley. It does do that. 90 to itself. That is a hefty cost.
Yeah, so imagine that, like with a Badoo maybe as a follow-up for Mike, and then going in with the Dragapult after that. You could see some stuff going down. We'll see. I mean, the fact that Wyatt prioritized getting the Latias, to me, suggests that he's trying to get the Slitherwing out of the active. Yeah, going in with the Fan Rotom, I think, is excellent here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Taking that quick knockout. Hawlucha going down, now accessible via Night Stretcher. If Mike ever down the line wants to be making any clever Hawlucha plays, which, for example, on that Latias EX, he could hit it for 200 and then Hawlucha it on a subsequent turn.
Yeah, Wyatt taking the lead. Counter catcher, bringing up Noctowl.
I think we have the unfair stamp as well. Noctowl is the easiest thing to trap because it's not affected by Skyliner.
Ah, yes. That makes sense. Right, so if you are going for item lock this turn, and Mike is going for item lock this turn, you just he knows that they don't call this slow pulp for nothing, okay? Like we are not even, we don't have any thoughts of going where Candy Dragapult swing here.
Yeah, and I think just getting that extra energy attachment down, if he's able to buy a turn or two, is such a big difference maker, because that lets him attack with multiple Dragapults instead of having to rely on that Blood Moon, which has more HP. It does more damage pressure kind of across the board. It just seems like the route that Mike's looking for here. Grabbing that Fez as well. More draw power. I think we're going to see some flip the scripts. I think we might see some recon directives. All the good stuff. And there's the Jock.
Let's go. Yo, let's bust out the Jock jams, dude.
Yeah, Jock. Jock to me is like an iconic pre-release card. Super good in pre-release formats.
Yo, yeah.
But making its way into these Dragapult decks, because it's another out to get a couple of your evolutions into play.
Right. We used to have Lance. Don't have Lance anymore.
And Lance is rotated, so this is kind of the next best thing in terms of getting those Dracloaks out more rapidly. And frankly, I mean, 2 Dracloaks is pretty good.
Yep.
Can attach an energy.
They draw cards. They evolve into your main attacker.
Which is pretty good, yeah.
The EXP share tech, I like that.
Okay, I was wondering if he played the EXP share, because I was thinking, like, you kind of need that kind of
effect.
That extra energy. You need that extra energy at some point in a lot of games, and EXP share provides that, especially with the lack of tool disruption. And that's just a pass. Why has to pass?
Whoo! Okay.
That's exactly what Mike needs. Oh, but I feel like if it goes to game 3, his deck just isn't the one that's well suited to winning a quick game 3.
Dude, and neither of these players want a tie. A tie kicks them both.
Mike is really pushing it, though. He's trying. He's trying to move as fast as he can.
He's hustling.
Make those choices quickly. Move quickly. Moving with purpose.
Yes, for sure.
What we called it. Has that Vessel, could get more energy into play. Has Dragapults in hand if he wants to start attacking.
And there's no Fez on Wyatt's board. No Fez, no Mew.
No Fez, no Mew.
So, I mean, if he could do something... no, he doesn't have bench space for, like, Hawlucha. I was going to say, if he could clear the Hoothoot, too, like, that'd be That'd be crazy.
Well, actually, Andrew, he does have the bench space because Area Zero Underdepths is in play, and if he evolves into Dragapult,
so true.
Dragapult is a Tera Pokemon. It's a Tera that stays its original type, but it is a Tera Pokemon.
I oft forget that Dragapult is a Tera Pokemon. It doesn't look very Tera-like.
Yeah, so you could even do some like fun creative plays where if Wyatt bumps his own Area Zero with a Jamming Tower, you could knock off the Hawlucha again and potentially access it a second time if you have the Night Stretchers. You could also get rid of your own liabilities like that Pheasantipity if you find they're no longer required.
Yeah, Mike could definitely not Arvin for Ultra Ball and Counter Catcher. I know he's thinking a
little fast and loose here.
Yeah, he's working a little. Yeah, you're cooking on full heat for sure.
But I like what I'm seeing. You know, Wyatt's still at 5 prizes too, so there's a world where Mike forces him to go through 3 different Dragapults.
Yeah, this is the strategy that you want is the Slowpoke deck, right? You want to go Unfair Stamp, you want the Item Lock, actually prevent your opponent from doing something. Counter Catcher, who are we bringing up?
I think Latias could be an interesting pull-up, or Orgrippon as well. Yeah, just one of those 210s.
Yeah.
So that way you can hit him for 200.
Right.
And then you have that Hawlucha play set up for the following turn.
It's nice.
And you can dump the rest of the counters onto the Raging Bolt, so that way it's ready to knock out too.
Yeah, and this EXP share on the Benchtra Cloak, it's huge. I mean, this is everything that this deck wants. It's a game changer. Yeah. Being able to pass that energy back says, okay, I don't have to play Crispin next turn. I can actually just pass an energy back with the EXP share and then play from there. But, ooh, Sada off the top. There is something. There's nothing. There's no energy in that discard pile. Oof. And he can't even retreat the energy off the active because he's got Skyliner.
Oh my gosh.
Play.
I mean, if Wyatt just totally whiffs an attack here, I think that's basically it. And
I do think so.
Yep, scooping his cards. Oh, wow. What a rush that game 2 was. Game 3, I'm feeling excited. We had a very, very exciting game 2 with Mike putting that Unfair Stamp to work. Wyatt lacking the energy, and thanks to the Skyliner ability, could not even retreat the energy to access Professor Sada. Mike developing an excellent route to win that game.
Yeah, that was crazy. And you're really getting to see the vision of this slower Dragapult deck. The reason that they're playing the Unfair Stamp and the reason why, you know, Mike is just kind of going all in on the board state, saying like, I'll sack as much time as I need to in order to build the perfect board. And you know, I'll item lock a couple of times, and I'll set my opponent's hand to virtually nothing, and just be as disruptive as possible down the stretch, and try to win the game that way. It's a stressful way to go about a tournament, Riley, trying to make every single game a comeback game.
It is. But I mean, if there's ever a card that's well suited to do that, Dragapult is amongst the best.
It's true.
So here we go. Van Rotem in the active against that Dreepy.
About 13 minutes left on the clock.
I think if both players move rapidly, we might actually have enough time to finish, even with Slowpoke.
And neither of these players wants to tie. So really, tying benefits nobody. So I suspect we'll see some quick play. I agree. And you can see that with Mike just keeping up the same tempo he just had this previous game. Doing a very quick check of some core essential Pokemon and moving on to the next Buddy Poffin. Double Buddy. Double Poffin.
Yeah, not even really a deck check. I think he's just prepping the second Poffin. So, okay, very quick scan. Do I have Unfair Stamp type of stuff?
That's the kind of stuff you're checking.
And that's probably about it. That's all I would be checking in this moment. Is do I have
100%.
Unfair Stamp?
Do I have Unfair Stamp? That's the only thing I want to see. Yep.
Do I have a Dragapult in deck?
Yeah, like literally. People talk about checking for Dragapult. I'm gonna be honest, Riley. Like, if Dragapult ain't in the deck, you're losing. So what's the point of checking?
That's so true, man. So true. Yeah. Well, it is worth checking though, because you don't want to end up in the situation where you like don't have a search card at the moment you're looking for a Dragapult, and you're just like recon. Like, why am I not hitting it? You don't want to end up in that situation because that's just a heartbreaker. You'd rather just know and scoop at that moment.
That's true.
So okay. Wyatt going in. We'll see if he squawks for a third game in a row or if he just opts to fan call and go for a less aggressive play. Fan Call, of course. Probably the most used ability that we've seen over the course of this tournament.
Oh, it's not even close.
I mean, maybe
That or
Recon
Teal Dance.
Directive.
I mean, the fact that you get to Teal Dance multiple times a game.
Yeah, same with Recon Directive. But
Yeah.
I mean, the fan calls are so prevalent.
Probably Teal Dance.
Yeah, maybe Teal Dance, especially with all the Tera boxes. But by number of games it's appeared in, Fan Call wins.
Fan Call, for sure. Yeah, there's been a lot of Jewel Seeker, too.
Yeah, it's the kind of equivalent of Fan Call and the Juice Seeker. So.
All right, Sada, for just one.
Okay. Not amazing. Not amazing. Does open the door to potentially take a knockout on the Dreepy if he has the fighting energy and a Latias.
Mm-hmm.
She discards the fighting energy. Maybe going for a Squawk. We'll see. Eyeing up the... I think that's the Teal Mask that he's eyeing up right now. Yep. Trying to accelerate more energy into play. I don't know if this is one of those situations where you just take the risk with the Teal Dance, or maybe he has the out in hand still to take the knockout. Sometimes it's hard to tell with the blink cards, too.
Another Sada, but has already played one.
Hoots coming into play.
Pair Hooters.
This might be a pass. This might be a pass. Oh.
Energy and...
Pass. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So I did get one extra energy into play, but did not knock out the Dreepy.
That's big. I mean, honestly, like any prize that you can deny in this position from Mike, I mean, just gives you more time. And that's what Dragapult's thing is, you just need more time constantly. You know, Mike getting the turn, kind of the free turn to play Jacques here, get the 2 Dracloak online, start using Recon Directive, start evolving these Dreepy up into Dragapult, you know, being able to go into item lock this turn and send Badoo up. It's all very good stuff. This is exactly what Mike wants to be doing. I mean, Wyatt's board is looking incredible as well. I mean, there's Fan Rotom in the active. You got a Raging Bolt with 2 energy on it. You didn't have to Squawk this game. That's a huge dub for the Raging Bolt deck. You really don't want to have to put the Squawk ability in play if you don't have to. We were just talking last game. Wyatt's board was looking a little scuffed. I mean, there was like, it was all support, no beef, dude. There was no beef.
Yeah, and that
it was all
honestly
side dishes.
Contributed to his struggle
I know.
as the game went on.
Yeah, it was all salad, no main course. But here, yeah, we got a healthy portion of supports and a healthy portion of attack. I'm liking what I'm seeing on Wyatt's board this game.
And here we go. Mike taking advantage of Latias as well to preserve the energy attachment. Another way to sneak an energy into play is to not have to retreat it. And there we go. Badoo. Badoo feels pretty strong here. Get that 10 on the Rotom, which sets it up for a Phantom Dive knockout if you so desire. And obviously it locks Wyatt out of his items, which are oh so precious to Raging Bolt.
God, Latias is crazy in the Dragapult. I'm so used to seeing them play like the rescue boards and stuff. But Latias,
well, he plays both.
He plays both. Latias allows the Blood Moon to pivot in and out of the active, which I think is quite good.
Yes, good call. Good call. We were talking about the Blood Moon earlier, and this is Mike's response to that question.
It's like, how do you move it, right? Because it can't attack back-to-back turns.
Yeah, and it is just it's another way to pivot out of the active. It's
another way to get a turn 1 item lock.
Yeah, it's a more accessible way to get out of the active compared to rescue board as well, because you have more item-based search for Pokemon than you do tool search with the Arven.
Yep.
And did Wyatt Jewel Seeker for a Stadium? Looks like no.
Do you think you kind of like to see just a Assault Landing, right?
Well, he's bossing the Latias.
Oh, this feels aggressive.
I feel like it's actually too aggressive.
I feel like this could lose him the game.
Yeah, because now Mike has access to Badoo.
Oh, yeah.
Still, if he wants. He could even just go for like unfair stamp.
No energy in play.
No energy in play.
It's exactly what he wants.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No Fez on board as well. So even if Mike takes a knockout, like there's no immediate draw. Yeah, I think Mike's in a pretty good spot if he can play rapidly enough.
Yeah.
Which he sure is trying.
I really don't like that gust there from Wyatt. I feel like that's way too aggro. And sets you up for a potential punish, because all Mike has to do is go unfair stamp, swing. You don't have a Fez in play or anything like that. Like, it'd be very easy for Mike to take advantage of this board.
Yeah, especially if he gets a Halucha this turn, for
Halucha,
example.
ping the Hoot.
Halucha, unfair stamp, swing with Dragapult would
Nuts.
be an amazing turn here.
Yeah, it's going to be really hectic to deal with. I mean, this whole thing can get flipped on Wyatt's head very easily.
Yeah, going in with those recon directives. Mainly looking for a Dragapult. That's the number one thing Mike's going to want here. It did already use a supporter, so I don't know if he'll have access to that unfair stamp this turn or not. Honestly, even just like Halucha to knock out the Hoot, regardless of the unfair stamp, seems pretty good. Just deny that engine further. Wyatt's board is very weak right now.
Yeah, with just one Hoot on the bench, I mean, that is just such a perilous, board state against a deck like Dragapult. So that can.
Here we go. There's
EXP share, the drag.
Can't use the Halucha right now because there is no Area 0 Underdepths, and he does have 5 Pokemon on the bench.
Still, though.
But that's fine.
Is there no hand disruption happening?
I don't think so. He Arvined just to get the pieces
Ooh.
earlier this turn.
Is the Ace Pack not available this game, you don't think?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know. I didn't see it on the deck search.
Things could get really crazy here then.
Yeah, but even then, I feel like Mike has such a good setup.
I mean, the EXP share, I feel like, makes this feel a lot better for Mike, right? Like, you can afford to go down to 2. You just have to not lose.
Exactly.
Like, they can go to 2. That's fine.
The only prize that matters is that last one.
That's so true, Riley. That's so true.
So, and that's really the philosophy of this deck.
Yeah.
And so we see why going now.
I was gonna say, yeah, Mike would not have put 10 damage on that knockdown.
That really make sense,
I wasn't.
no.
Yeah, no. Okay, so he just pointed and it was misread by Wyatt. Okay.
All good here. That can easily be corrected. If you're Wyatt off this Jewel Seeker, what do you want? Probably more Pokemon in play.
I want a backup attacker.
Yeah, I mean, you could get like a Fez and a Raging Bolt. You get a Teal Mask. Get a Mew.
Mew's coolers. Looking
Fez
like
seems
maybe
a little
Fez.
better to me, but there wasn't a knockout last turn, so Fez doesn't draw cards yet.
It's true.
So maybe it's just not worth it. Teal Mask seems fine as well. Teal Mask and Mew seem about even-ish.
You're trying to ramp from 0 energy to 5, so I like the Teal Mask grab here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you do need 2 Teal Masks.
You do. So, like, the Teal Mask just makes sense. You got Sada. There's... Whoa! Not to the Noctowl, buddy.
I don't think he would have even wanted to do that, so...
Whoa, that is not an ancient Noctowl.
Man, this is getting intense. This is getting really intense.
It is, especially as time is creeping down. I mean, there's only 3 minutes left in this game. It is about to go to turns.
Mike does have a watch. I wonder if he knows like precisely how much time. Because if I'm Wyatt, Mike has a watch, and that might inform. For example, if you make that extra recon directive versus just attack, Because if you can get out of your turn before that time is called, you'll get another turn in time. So we'll see. We'll see. Very heavily damaged Pokemon on Wyatt's board. Does have to discard a lot of energy to take the knockout. He'll have 1 on board after all this is said and done. Attach that active. Fez on bench. Gosh, this might even be a situation where it's reasonable to like counter catcher Fez and not knock it out. And not knock anything out. Like set it all up for a 6 prize turn. I could see that for Mike.
Here we go. Bellowing Thunder. 5 energy sacked.
1 left on board.
350 damage. Wyatt goes down to 2 prizes remaining, minute and a half left. EXP share procs, Fire Energy pass back, 2 prizes to 6. This is the environment that Dragapult thrives in.
So Mike can win in 2 turns. So he doesn't necessarily have to rush to try and finish this turn before time is called.
No.
He just has to route what is the least likely way that I lose. Because
Right.
if he gets 2 attacks plus a gust off, Mike will win this game. He needs that gust, and he needs it this turn, though, to make that work.
And an issue could be, I mean, if Mike is depending on there being damage piled up on the board, if this area 0 stays, and then Wyatt is able to counter it, he could remove a win con, right?
Potentially. I think Mike's realistic route to win is going to be probably gust one of those Pokemon on the bench, do 200 to it, and spread a lot of damage all over the board, while also doing like an Iono or Unfair Stamp. That to me is like the clearest route to win. And I think it'd be pretty hard to clear enough of your damage off to actually make the difference in that situation, but it's possible.
Few recons, and you could tell that like Mike kind of understands this is probably his last turn here of regulation, right? So
you also could even just go for the Hawlucha play now, knock out the Fez and that Raging Bolt, remove a Sada target, disrupt, and that's another way to go about it. I think regardless, like,
and that is time.
Hitting this Fez is part of the equation, unless, is he considering Badoo?
That is time.
It looked like he was considering Badoo, but maybe they're just making some motions over there.
Mike's got a lot to think about here. I mean, time is called. He's turned 0. He's got a huge hand. Hasn't played a supporter yet. So yeah, and it's always like this, right? Like as you're playing in a very high stress match like this, you're kind of like rush to get to the time called, and then time's called,
and you can slow down,
and then it's like there's like this kind of calm that takes over the table. Like, okay, now I only need to play as fast as the judges need me to play.
Okay, so we do see him going for the counter catcher on the Fez. I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
What does Mike do from here? Iono.
It's a good card.
I think the question is, like, was it better to Hawlucha first and just try and take all those prizes and remove the damage from the board, or was it better to try and hit for not a knockout and then clean it all up the next turn?
Yep.
I think that's what Mike was trying to grapple with too here.
Ultra Ball.
Like either way, Mike wins in 2 attacks, and it's just a matter of, does Wyatt have a way to respond?
Here's the Hawlucha.
It's interesting.
Yeah, there's no Noctowl in play. I mean, this is as good as it gets, folks. This is as good as standard Pokemon gets right here. I am on the edge of my seat. This is fantastic.
And if I'm Wyatt here, to deny this play, you either need to just get the knockout right now, or you need to hit your Jamming Tower to clear off your damage.
Yeah, Jamming Tower would be crazy. I think I see a Sada in Wyatt's hand. So guaranteed draw there.
Yeah, and if he does play a Sada, so a Sada it gets 2 energy on board. He does need to attach an energy to the
1 if the bolt goes down, right?
1 if the bolt goes down, but I don't think Mike is taking a knockout. With that, given that he didn't Hawlucha first, that to me signals that he's not taking the knockout this turn.
Things are going to get really stressful if he's not taking that knockout on the bolt.
Yeah, but I think if you're taking the knockout on the bolt, you had to do the Hawlucha first and go for, like, take all those prizes at once and just hope that your opponent is dead drawing after that.
So is he putting the bolt to 10 remaining?
I guess he's aiming for Hawlucha on, like, the Fez and the bolt, looks like.
Yeah, and trying to deny Fez, right? As little draw as possible,
But here's an Earthen Vessel Sada off of the. Oh my God, is that
and
it?
Earthen Vessel. Yeah, so the Earthen Vessel allows him to
Because there's
retreat
4
the
energy. That's
active.
it. No, it's
No,
not
you need
it.
5.
Need 5.
So you have to retreat the active. So that's and that's your attachment
It's
for turn.
so close though, and this is like obscenely close to being it.
Yeah, you can Teal Dance. So Sada gets you to 3, ignoring the Fez retreat. So you need 2 Teal Dances, and then the retreat energy.
Yeah.
So 6 total energy.
If Wyatt draws into like another grass off of this
Or a retrieval.
or retrieval, it seems like this is shoo-in. This is nuts. If you're Mike, you hate to see this.
And you can kind of see that in his body language too.
I know.
He's very anxious about what's going to happen here. What's the draw? I see an energy.
Another vessel. And there's
I
still
think
juice in
that's
the
it.
tank.
I think that's it. He has the grass in hand. He can accelerate 3 grass now, I believe.
Yup.
And then attach to the Fez to retreat it. And
That's
is enough.
it. Crazy. And he's just
Just showing
saying
the
like
energy.
1, 2, 3, retreat.
Oh, whoa.
Whoa, there we go.
Scuffed
That
handshake
is
there.
it. Wyatt will advance to top 8 with a record of 6-0-1, toppling Mike Gibbs in round 8 of Swiss. Well played by both players. Congratulations to Wyatt on winning that final Swiss round. A stressful one. Both players 5-0-2, winning in the top 8. And now Wyatt's going to have a chance to compete to win it all with his Raging Bolt deck, while Mike is going to have to wait and try again tomorrow.
That was well played. Well played all around.
It was, Riley. It was very well played. I agree.
It was super fun, for us at least, to watch that go down. A very intense final game to round off our Swiss here. I'm sure we'll hear more about the rest of the top 8 standings here in just a moment. But in the meantime, Andrew, Raging Bolt did show up.
It did show up. Raging Bolt. I think Raging Bolt's got a decent shot to be able to win it all. I just got the prize breakdown from Natalie. She told me that the prize breakdown's on the website. I could have looked it up myself. Sorry, Natalie. It's $1,000 to first place, $700 to second place, $350 to each of the top 4 finishers, and $150 to everyone else. So obviously, you're gonna want to be chasing that grand prize of a grand. I'm calling Raging Bolt. I think Raging Bolt's going to win. That's my.
I mean,
my
after
prediction
seeing
right now.
these couple of Raging Bolts on stream, they were very impressive. Very, very impressive. And I just keep going back to it. The fan Rotom option to eliminate Badoos, to eliminate evolving basics without using a Raging Bolt is so good. So, yeah, there's a lot of potential, I think, for Raging Bolt in this top cut.
Yeah, and just want to take a quick second to, huge thanks to Swizzard Tim for those bits and everybody who subbed on Twitch throughout the day, and for all the viewership as well. Really appreciate the support. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you for the support. Thank you for being here, and for making this tournament just so much more fun to watch with all you guys here. So I really appreciate that, and we are just really getting started. That is the Swiss portion of today's event, but we've still got a top 8 playoff coming up, where each player will get to compete for that grand prize of $1,000. But before we get to that, I'm going to take a quick break so that we can go figure out what the top 8 is, so that then we can talk to all of you about it. That's what we're going to do. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Make sure to check out fullgripgames.com for all the best Pokemon trading card game singles and sealed product. We'll be back right after this. All right, folks. My better half has run away to go look for the deck lists for our top 8 finishers, of which I have their names and decks. And we are very much getting started on top 8 like right this very second. So I'm going to very quickly show you that graphic design and production are my passion, because take a look at this. Wow. Yes, here we are. A graphic that is way too big. There's no way. I didn't just drop that into OBS and say that here we are. Okay, here we go. Very professional.
Very high budget. Top 8. Boom. Full grip games. Journey together. $3,000 cash. Doubleheader. Weekend. Ta-da! Here's your top 8. Very first seed, Ben Morse with Gardevoir. Nick Greco. Number 2 seed, Golden Go. Wyatt with Raging Bolts. The 3rd seed, Sanjay. Terapagos. Courtney. Terabox. Matthew Fox. Terabox. Devin. Terabox. And a Flareon EX rounding out the rest of top 8. But looks as if these players are getting started right now. So we're going to head on over to the tournament table and see what these guys have in store for us for our top 8 match. I think we've got a Golden Go versus, let's see, Golden Go versus Terabox. That's what we got. Devin versus Nick. And what I was told is that is this the senior who wanted to play with the Masters? Is that what we got going on right now?
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, stepping up into the Masters playground and making top 8. Not a bad start.
No, I'd say so. Okay, and I got to get the overlay set up, Riley, because we are underway. This is top 8 underway. I'm gonna be honest, Riley. I don't even know how much time these players have. I think it's probably 75 minutes if I had to guess, but like I don't really know.
We can confirm that. In the meantime, got another fan call, folks. Another fan call. Our favorite here. We also do have access to the lists for these players right now, so Andrew and I will be able to speak intelligently to any tech cards or options that these players will have. Yeah, going right underway and passing over to the Goldengo on the right-hand side with the Dunsparce as well. Very exciting.
All right, feeling a little unprepared here getting into the top 8 match, Riley. Not going to lie, I don't even know these players' full names, their records, any of that. So, yeah, the overlay's not up because it's not updated, folks. Listen, I'm working on it over here, okay?
Well, we got Devin on the left, and on the right, we have Nick Greco. And so Devin, again, that senior player who played in the Masters division, and he is playing the Parabox archetype. And Nick on the right is playing Goldengo, a deck that folks had mentioned in the chat earlier as one that we're super excited to see as a one-hit KO archetype. And got that Dunsparce line in there, including Dunsparce EX to help deal with those walls. So super excited to see this match get underway. Can the Terabox outpace the Goldengo and beat them to that 2-2-2 prize race? Or will Goldengo's more substantial HP allow it to avoid the knockouts from these Tera Pokemon? And that's the question we're going to be asking here today, folks. So Nick getting that turn 1 TM evolution into a Goldengo. Not the best start, missing that Buddy Buddy Poffin, having to Ultra Ball for his first Gimme Ghoul. But does get a Goldengo into play. And just taking a look at Devin's list here, I don't know if he even has a clear route to KO a Goldengo. So what we might see is, and Devin actually just has to immediately go for the Assault Landing. Doesn't seem to have much at all available to him. Forget evolving into the Noctowls too, because he does not have a Tera Pokemon in play. So, I mean, Nick's got to be licking his chops a little bit here. There's no pressure from Devin's side of the board right now. He has a Goldengo active. He has time to potentially draw with Pheasantipity, get some of those Buddy Buddy Poffins, get more Gimme Ghouls into play, and potentially rocket ahead in the prize race in this first game of top 8. We'll see if Devin can top deck an out to a Tera Pokemon, a Nest Ball or an Ultra Ball. Would be really helpful in this moment. Does Nick actually, I don't know if he has the metal energy that he needs. He has 2 other energies, which are a piece of the puzzle. He's got the Rigid Band. But yeah, I think he just has access to that lightning and water energy So it's going to have to be a pass, and Devin gets a little bit of a get out of jail free card. Allowed a little more time to set up, and also a chance to hit into this Goldengo, which I think is super, super valuable given Devin's lower damage ceiling, not being able to reach up to that 260 without the Pikachu consistently. Granted, Pikachu is a good option, and it does hit even through the Rigid Band on that Goldengo. And oh wow, hitting the immediate Sparkling Crystal. Devin looked like he had a somewhat underwhelming board, but actually he's going to be able to immediately knock out this Goldengo, put Nick down to just a Pheasantipity in play, and I think he's probably favored just to win the game from there, right? And I think Devin realizes it. You can see it in his body language. He is excited with how this turn is playing out.
Oh, yeah, let's go. All right, finally got the overlay all updated. So thank you all so much for your patience as we get the top 8 of the 3K going. But Devin has no intention on waiting for me to get my overlay finished. You can see he's taken half the game prizes already with just 3 prizes remaining. Huge KO with the Pikachu EX there. Topaz Bolt, 300 damage, hitting straight through that Rigid Band with no cares in the world. And the Sparkling Crystal enabling the attack. That is a fantastic start to this top 8. Devin, a senior player, choosing to play up with the Masters today, and really showcasing his mettle as a Pokemon TCG player, competing with the best players in the building, and carving his way out all the way to top 8. And now, I mean, showing what his deck is made of, a 6-1-1 record so far, and starting things off in a dominant fashion.
Yeah, and if we were looking at a 50-minute best of 3 and I'm Nick here, I might be considering scooping, but with the extra time afforded by top 8, it's probably okay to play it out and see where things go. Pikachu does have a hefty cost of discarding all the energy every time it attacks, so in theory it could start whiffing eventually, especially when paired with Disruption. Realizing now how I missed the Pikachu on Devin's list as well. It's written up like outside the Pokemon box because he has so many different Pokemon in this Tera box deck.
Maybe one day I'll be able to hire a producer, but we're not even remotely close to that. So sorry, guys, it's got to be me.
That's okay, Andrew. That's okay.
We're doing our best out of here, folks. So appreciate your patience while we get it all squared away. But yes, it is looking like Nick's gonna have to take a turn off attacking. Has Pheasantipity, which is a liability. I mean, can get knocked out, right? Is able to Arven, Scott, Buddy Poffin. I think maybe no TM Evo, just an energy to the Fez and pass.
And Nick actually only plays 1 TM Evo, so he used it on that first turn with his Dunsparce, and now has no immediate way to get those evolutions. Granted, the Goldengos are about equally vulnerable as having 2 Gimmighouls, so Devin, I don't think he's too concerned either way about whether there's an Evo or not. Grabbing that Noctowl as well, gonna allow him to potentially just power up his Pikachu EX one more time, take another big knockout, or potentially exploring an alternative attacker to knock out Pheasantipity.
Dude, going to 1 prize remaining here is so nuts.
I know, yeah, and the thing is with the Pikachu too, the Goldengo deck doesn't really have a good way around it besides trying to use Monkey Dory. But the thing with Monkey Dory and the Goldengo deck is you don't have ways to put damage on your own board. Right, so you're waiting for your opponent to hit you, which if they're knocking you out in 1 hit with a Pikachu, they're not going to be hitting you for not enough damage to allow you to use that Monkey Dory. So you're forced to 2-hit KO the Pikachu. It's really brutal, honestly, in this matchup. Overlooking the Pikachu early. Now I'm looking into the nitty gritty of it. It seems like a really challenging card for Goldengo to deal with. It's a deck that tries to just hit the active for big 1-hit KO damage.
Yeah, Pikachu's Resolute Heart ability really just kind of throws a wrench in everything Goldengo wants to do, because Goldengo just wants to take 1-hit KOs on 2 prize Pokemon every turn. Resolute Heart makes it so that that's not possible, right? If the Pokemon's at full HP, would be knocked out by damage from an attack. It's not knocked out. Remaining HP becomes 10 instead. Kind of forces a 2-hit KO Pikachu EX is 200 HP, would make it a pretty easy Pokemon to knock out, but just not the case with that Resolute Heart ability. Again, keep in mind there is no canceling Cologne or effect like it in standard format right now, post-rotation. So we just have to deal with that.
And the consequences
Yes.
thereof. Yeah. And looking at Nick's hand, I don't see the route here. He has the Cypher Maniacs, which can let him combo with the Night Stretcher he has in hand to draw 2 exact cards off his Goldengo, Iono being one of them. Guess he's saying, if I survive this turn, then I'll Iono you to 1. Question is, can he even survive this turn, or will Devin just continue to lay on the punishment with his combination of Tera Pokemon fueled by that Noctowl EX, or sorry, that Noctowl Jewel Seeker?
Cypher Maniac into Flip the Script, or has Flip the Script already happened?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
Flip
think
Script
he does
already
have
happened.
a Night Stretcher in hand. Oh gosh, if he doesn't,
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Not just pass. No,
Oh.
no, dude. Not continuous tumble, dude. Do it.
I mean, if you can get 1 heads on this continuous tumble, I guess that's like not
It's
that
a
different.
tails.
Oh. Oh wow, yeah. And Devin hitting the Noctowl here, you just got to imagine he has some sort of out, like that switch.
Switch
you can
energy
use with a
retrieval.
Fan Rotom.
Oh, Fan Rotom. Boom.
There you
Game.
go. That was a brutal game 1 for Nick. Hopefully he's able to claw his way back into these games 2 and 3 here. But Devin showing he's got what it takes to thrive in Masters. Just very clear routing with this Tera Box deck. Clearly knows his stuff, knows the matchups, and how to successfully navigate these complicated games.
Yeah, dude, that was crazy. I mean, we're not even like 15 minutes in to the game 1 of top 8 already over. Devin up game 1 and looking confident with his deck. I mean, huge props to Devin for showing up, competing with the Masters today, and doing an amazing job piloting this Tera Box deck. Tera Box not necessarily the easiest deck to route in Standard right now either. When you have the option to choose whatever cards you want out of your deck almost every turn with the Noctowl engine, I mean, there's a lot of choices, a lot of different routes each game can take. So that's an incredible accomplishment already, just being here in top 8 out of 160 players. So excited to see how Devin's run is going to continue to evolve from here.
And Nick having that mulligan, unfortunately, on his first hand, just giving Devin more resources to allow him to piece together those kinds of combos he was seeing in the first game. And I think this is one of the weaknesses of Goldengo too, is Goldengo does very little disruption, and a deck like Tera Box really appreciates just being able to build up resources over time in its hand, preserve them after Noctowls, have Noctowls in hands off Fan Rotoms for future turns. Nick is only rocking 1 single Iono as his entire disruption package, plus a Pal Pad. Pretty unlikely that he'll be able to hit it exactly at the moments he needs to prevent Devin from doing what he wants. And Fan Rotom start, really can't ask for much more than that.
No,
honestly.
yeah. Nick going to choose to go second, but we'll see what Devin's able to do. Turn 1 going first. Fan Rotom start about as good as it gets. Going to see a fan call. Search the deck for 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less. Put them into the hand. I suspect we're going to see a couple of Hoot Hoots, maybe a Noctowl. And that is exactly what we see.
A couple of Hoot Hoots, literally, and a Noctowl. Yep. That's generally how it goes with these turn 1 fan calls. It's a pretty reliable setup, guarantees that you keep a Hoot Hoot on board, even with a Gust, and have access to that Noctowl for the following turn. Really, there's not much more that Devin even needs to do this turn.
No, I mean,
Bench
like,
that Pikachu.
yeah, that's the Tera Box, right? You get a Tera Pokemon into play, you get your Hooters down, pass. That's the perfect turn 1, right?
in theory, you can have aggressive turn ones with this deck, but in practice, it's not particularly easy to do that without evolving your Noctowls. So, yeah, this is a pretty immaculate setup from Devin. He has that Noctowl in hand to set up his combos for next turn, has the Tera in play. Nick does have a better start this game. He has access to that Buddy Buddy Poffin, so we'll be able to get 2 Gimme Ghouls down, if nothing else, which is already better than he was able to do in that first game. What else can he piece together here?
This is crazy. Keep in mind, Nick does not have a loss so far in the tournament. 6-0-2. So, I mean, like, it's crazy.
And with how many Tera boxes we had, I wouldn't be surprised if Nick has played 1 or even 2 over the course of his rounds here today. So he has to have some sort of route in this matchup. And I think first step in doing that is almost certainly going to be getting 2 Gimme Ghouls evolved up into Goldengos right off the start of the game.
Yep, and here we go. TM Evolution. Going to target both those Gimme Ghoul on the bench and evolve them straight into Goldengo. Who's going to be able to start making some magic happen next turn with the coin bonus ability to draw some cards, maybe even make it rain on Devin with a big attack that can one-hit KO things, but not Pikachu. I am curious to see, is there any way to deal with Pikachu, you know? Because the Pikachu just seems like...
Oh, Crispin already, too.
Yeah, Pikachu just seems like this guy is going to be able to go for 6, like, every game.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. So, what is
Devin, dude?
Yeah, Devin just has it all. Has the Noctowl, plus the Crispin already in hand.
Holy smokes. This is crazy.
Yeah, I guess the out for Nick is just that Devin runs out of resources, basically. He does not play a Super Rod, I don't believe, so... And that Pikachu does have that discard energy cost, so after 2 Topaz Bolts, it might be hard to pull off a third one. That's how I see it, at least.
And bam, there we go. Dude, Devin is playing so fast, too.
Yeah.
He's just
crazy
cooking
fast
through this deck. Just, yep. He's seeing all the plays. He knows exactly what he needs to do. Not wasting any time deliberating, you know. Just,
why bother?
Just Pikachu, Topaz Bolt, bam. That's knockout. 2 prizes. Your go, bud. Yep.
All right, so Nick does have access to quite a bit of draw this turn. Starting to get that Dunsparce down. Has Superior Energy Retrieval in hand. Not a lot of energy in the discard pile. I mean, frankly, you don't need to hit this Pikachu for more than 50 damage with Goldango. You're 2-hit KOing it regardless, so all you need is the metal, and you can use those energies already in hand to discard for 50, 100.
Gosh, this Pikachu Resolute Heart ability is just...
It's so good.
It's so nuts. The fact that Goldengo can't even, like, counter tempo here with the knockout is just so insane.
Yeah, the Pikachu Resolute Heart is crazy good. It's crazy good. And most decks don't have an obvious way to deal with it. There's a lot of decks that are playing like the one-off Monkey Dory in case damage lands on the board. Like
right.
The slow Dragapult does that, for example. But, I mean, if Pikachu's one-hit KOing these Goldengos, there won't be damage on the board.
There won't be damage on the board.
So you won't be able to creatively get around that Pikachu EX here.
Yeah, Raging Bolt can play Slitherwing, which poisons and does one-hit KO damage with weakness. So you've got that. I mean, there's certain decks have an answer.
I think Slitherwing burns, doesn't it?
Is it burn? Yeah, my bad. All right. You know how I laughed and said nobody's getting burned in the Pokemon TCG? I guess, okay, foes of Slitherwing are getting burned. Sure, whatever. Okay, sure.
Well, Pikachu is a pretty big foe of Slitherwing. I mean, it's basically the entire reason you would play it in your deck for Raging Bolt. Here we go. Get 150 damage on that Pikachu. One more. Make it rain energy. Will KO it on a subsequent turn. But first, Nick is going to have to bear the brunt of another Crispin already in hand for Devin. This might be a quick top 8 match.
Bro, dude. What in the world, man? This is crazy.
Oh, wow. So, with this Topaz Bolt, Devin is potentially going to be down their Lightning and their Metal, which could make them susceptible to Iono if Nick has access to his one-of Iono. Not a guarantee on this coming turn.
Yeah, I would have to find it first. And it's not like there's a great way to search it out.
No, yeah, you pretty much would have to stack it on top with a Cypher Maniacs on a previous turn.
On a previous turn, you couldn't even play it that turn.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, we got another Jewel Seeker.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Goldango is not putting up his best showing here in this particular matchup. It just seems so challenging to overcome. And Devin also preemptively benching that Pheasantipity. So in the event that he gets Iono'd and his Pikachu gets knocked out, he has that draw on board. Not benching a Tera Pokemon quite yet. Oh, there we go. I was going to say, a Tera Pokemon would be really nice to have so you don't have to discard after your Pikachu gets knocked out. But Devin's ahead of me on this stuff. Devin knows what's going on.
Yeah, Devin looking like a Tera Box wizard right here, dude.
Yeah, this is pretty much exactly the game plan Tera Box wants to see as well, right? Just go 2-4-6, however you got to do it. Whether that means by playing Pikachu over and over again, or coming up with creative plays with Wellspring. I mean, Pikachu has taken almost every single prize this year. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, Devin looks like he'd been doing this all day. I'll be honest.
I mean, there's definitely odds that he has.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Yeah.
So here we go, Nick. Down to the wire here. It's final Goldango.
Bro, it is 6-2 prizes.
And? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so let's look at this. Nick has to Iono here, I think.
For sure.
So if he has to Iono here, then Energy Search Pro actually isn't that useful, besides thinning your deck.
Right.
But it does thin your deck pretty substantially. He can get the Dunsparce. And coin bonus first, and then Dunsparce to maximize your deck thinning.
Oh, yeah.
The thing is, one of the weird quirks about Iono and Goldango, and part of why you don't play many of them, is then you need to, after you Iono, hit the energies.
Then you got to go find them again, right? So
Yeah.
that's why we see Nick having no problem discarding the energy, because it's like, okay, well, energy retrieval will get them back better.
Yeah, it's still kind of an awkward spot to be in, though.
And time to start drawing. Here we go. Flip the script. Draw 3. Looking for Iono.
That's not Iono yet.
Nope. Here's a Goldango.
We get to draw another 6 cards between these Goldangos and the Dunsparce to hit the Iono. Does play the singular copy.
Coin bonus. That's 1. Don't see it.
Using that benched coin bonus first, so that way he has access to the prime coin bonus in the event that he whiffs. Or sorry, in the event that he hits the Iono, rather, and needs to use coin bonus after Iono.
And then here's our last resort. Runaway draw. No,
Oh.
sir.
That is a heartbreaker. So, I mean, Nick will take this knockout. You just have to imagine, though, that Devin's already cooking a response.
Look at it. Look at that hand, dude. Look at that.
Got a
hand.
massive hand. Still got a Hoot on bench. Oh, this is brutal. I mean, in the event that he whiffs a knockout, maybe there's a chance. But I don't see that being the most likely outcome here.
No way, dog. My dude Devin's got this game on lock.
Devin does seem locked in right now.
Oh, for sure.
Here we go. Energy retrieval. Doesn't really terribly matter which ones you get back. Probably a couple medals, I would say.
Okay, metal to Goldango.
And I guess use Cypher and stack Iono. Right?
100%. Yeah.
I think he also had a Buddy Buddy Poppin in hand, so I needed to play that first so he doesn't shuffle his deck if he wants to get those Dunsparce into play, but that's fine. Got Iono on top. And if he manages to survive the turn, then Devin's going down to 2.
Yeah, things start escalating quickly here in top 8s. Top 8 gets $150 each. But if you make it to top 4, it's $350, so over double your top 8 pricing. And then if you make it to the finals, you're good for $700 at the very least, which would double your top 4 pricing. And if you win the whole thing, you get $1,000. So certainly want to make it out of that top 8. Been playing all day, over 10 hours. Making it to that $350 mark would be great, but really the finals is where you want to be for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. The prizes scale very quickly in these upper echelons of the tournament as we see Nick take that knockout.
All right, I'm feeling like Devin is excited here. What do you think, Riley?
Devin has given me excited vibes this whole time.
Oh, yeah.
So
he's like, can I use this? All right, I'm going to use it. The Levincia, dude.
Oh, no.
The Levincia.
Oh, it just discards it.
Just discards it. It's a free. It's like a propagate execute, dude.
That's right.
Yeah, the free discard. Pro plays right there.
Now, if it was really like a propagate execute, it would come back to hand again.
It's so true. All right. We got water. We got grass. What's next, Devin? Tell me.
Yeah, I mean, to take a knockout on the active, you pretty much need the Pikachu from Devin's perspective. So could go for like an energy switch type of play.
There's a Clefairy. There's a Mew.
Can you reach with Clefairy?
There's a Psychic Energy on the Clefairy.
Oh, you can with a bot. You can boss the Fez and KO that with Clefairy.
Holy smokes, dude. Here we go. There's Pikachu.
All right, that's 7, 8, 9.
Nest
more
Ball.
Pokemon.
This is so sick. This is so nasty.
That's 10 bench Pokemon.
Oh my god.
Boss the Fez.
Boss the
and
Fez.
That's it.
And that's it.
Wow.
Devin wins. Oh
Devin.
my god. Oh my goodness. Chatters, we just witnessed a thrashing. Yes.
I mean, look at the difference in body language. Devin
crazy,
is feeling
dude.
amazing. Nick is feeling less than amazing. But huge props to Devin.
Yeah,
I mean, top 4.
Incredible accomplishment by Nick. I mean, Nick should be very proud of himself for sure. I mean, a great run. Unfortunate that we didn't get to see the best of Nick's Goldengo deck here on display in top 8. That's how it goes sometimes. Riley, I think we've both experienced a top 8 where the top 8 games were not a summation of the tournament we played.
That's right.
Yes,
that's right.
So we've been there. It sucks, but that's just the way it is. So unfortunate for Nick, but Devin, wow. Punching his ticket to top 4. Looks like he knows exactly what he's doing with the Tera box deck. He's locked in. He's playing clean. He's seeing the lines happen like multiple turns ahead. I gotta say, Devin looks like he's in strong contention for this event now. And moving on to top 4, yeah, he's one step closer to taking it all home.
I mean, he's one of 4 people who has a chance to win from this point. So odds are pretty good just from the numeric perspective.
That's right.
And yeah, super clean routing with his Tera box deck, showing us how to use that Pikachu turn after turn to knock out those high HP stage 1 Pokemon. Yeah, really impressive stuff by Devin.
All right, folks, we are back and ready for an exciting top 4 match. We've got Sanjay versus Nicholas.
That's right. It's the battle of the Noctowl decks, but not the Tera box, either of them. We have Sanjay with his Terapagos focus deck and Nicholas rocking the Flareon EX deck. Which of the two is the prevailing Noctowl-based archetype, and how will they fare in this coming match? I think it's time to find out.
I think so, Riley. I think so. Stoked to get into this top 4. Let's get some hype going in the chat. Thank you all so much for watching with us today. It has been a thrilling day of Pokemon TCG action, and the best is still yet to come. Sanjay just finished a real nail-biter against Courtney. Apparently they were in like turn 5 of time, like after time in game 3 of the set. Like, absolutely crazy finish there for Sanjay. Barely able to squeak it out, and now having to go from, a hectic top 8 like that, and then you're right back in the mix for top 4. You still have a lot of work ahead of you. That's the kind of stuff that makes a great Pokemon player, being able to just get out of a really tough series like that, come back and continue performing in the next round. So Sanjay's been at it all day. Gonna be up against the only 6-2 to squeak into cuts. That is Nicholas Legg, who's playing that Flareon deck that we got to witness earlier. Really cool. And both these players got pretty unique take on the Terapagos, or a unique take on the Noctowl engine, right? Because Sanjay is not even playing Teal Mask Ogerpon. It is just a Terapagos Crispin Noctowl deck, and then Nicholas is obviously playing Flareon, so it's like got a really cool thing going on as well.
Yeah, both these players got those unique strategies, different from the Tera box that we expected to dominate. And I think it's time to just dive right in once these players are fully set up.
Yep, they'll have 75 minutes on the clock. The loser here is walking away with $350. Top 4 finishers get $350. But if you make your way to the finals, that's a guaranteed $700 and a chance to play for the grand prize of $1,000.
All right. Both players have their starters. I think it's about time for that timer to start ticking, Andrew.
Let's
go.
This
top 4 to get underway. I see a fan Rotom, potentially one of the most influential Pokemon in this format, with that fan call ability, which we see Nicholas activating at the very start of his first turn of this first game in top 4.
And Nicholas playing first. We've got a fan call going on. Probably going to get a couple of Hoot Hoot, maybe a Noctowl.
They seem like the likely candidates.
That's what I'm thinking, dude. That is absolutely what I'm thinking.
And yep, and Eevee is, I think, the unique thing that you can grab here.
Oh, that is cool, huh?
And, it has another Hoot Hoot in hand. Attachment to the Eevee. I mean, that's pretty good. Turn 1, to be honest.
That's real strong.
Yeah, starting that fan road, I'm actually coming in pretty clutch. Doesn't look like Nicholas rather had a ton of search outs. Just had to get all those EVs immediately.
Now, it's something kind of interesting about this matchup. I mean, does Sanjay have an easy way to deal 270 damage?
Well, let's take a look here. So his attackers that he has access to, he has Terapagos, of course. He has Lily's Clefairy and Mew-EX. He has the Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon, Latias, Cornerstone, and Blood Moon. So Mew-EX actually could copy Cornelian for a knockout. That's 280 against that 270.
I guess so.
That is 3 energy, so it's going to take more than 1 turn to power up, or an energy switch off of an existing attachment. So not exactly like a free knockout there. Certainly not as straightforward as the Pikachu that we see the Tera box play.
Exactly, and Sanjay's not playing Pikachu, so not just like an easy crystal boom knockout, right?
Yeah, and granted, if Nicholas has a full bench, Clefairy actually can do 280.
Okay.
So if Nicholas has 5 Pokemon on bench and Sanjay has 8, that does get up to that 280. That's 3 additional Pokemon from the 220, thanks to Area 0. So Nicholas will also have to stay at 4 to play around that.
I wonder if he knows that or has done the math. I mean, I'm curious if he's come up against that situation yet today. It's not like necessarily the Pokemon that you're thinking about, taking the knockout against you when you're up against a Tera deck.
Yeah, the Clefairy can definitely sneak up on you with the amount of damage it does. And only for 2 energy as well, easily powered up by that Crispin. So we'll have to see. I mean, I imagine, again, Nicholas has probably seen these sort of Tera box strategies. So he's probably played against a Clefairy or 2 over the course of the rounds. I don't know if they've been a factor in his rounds so far, but you have to imagine he's at least encountered Clefairy in his run. Sanjay going for a fan call of his own. If I had to guess, Andrew, it'd probably be some combination of Hoot Hoots and Noctowls being added to his hand here.
That's what I'm thinking, Riley. Fan call really good at getting Hoot Hoot and Noctowl into play. Noctowl really good at getting whatever you want out of the deck and into your hand. So that's the name of the game here. And we see Sanjay checking his energy, making sure that he's aware of, the energy lines, the Pokemon lines, kind of figuring that all out. 75 minutes for a best of 3 is a good amount of time to complete the best of 3. So got a little bit of extra wiggle room to do some more thorough deck checking in the top cut of a tournament than you might have during Swiss rounds where it's only 50 minutes.
Yeah, so Sanjay doing that thorough deck search, and you pretty much have the luxury to do that all 3 games in these top cut scenarios, so might as well take advantage of that from Sanjay's perspective. Now, if he's able to get the Rotom in the active, he could get a turn 1 knockout on the opposing fan Rotom with the Assault landing attack. And that would require something like a Latias, for
Jet
example,
Energy plays.
or Jet Energy.
Yeah,
he does play the 1 Jet. Not exactly easy to have it available to with single copy of a special energy. Yeah, that's a pass. Okay, so ball's in Nicholas's court to start the prize exchange. Could potentially get that Flareon attack off, that burning charge, knock out a Hoot Hoot, and power up a Flareon on the bench, for example. That sounds like a pretty good turn to me. And we do see the 5th Pokemon hit the field. So maybe he's not aware. And even the 6th.
And the 6th Pokemon.
So, yeah, Sanjay has a pretty clear route to take a quick knockout with Clefairy here, which is pretty dangerous for Nicholas.
Yeah, Sanjay can't stream the Clefairy. That's just a one-off. So, if the Clefairy
he does play 2 Night Stretchers and 2 Psychic Energies, so you could Crispin to it twice in a row.
How many Energy Switch are in there?
Well, you can Crispin.
I guess you can Crispin.
Crispin fully powers it up. You can free retreat with Latias.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
And get back into the Clefairy. And so you can do it twice in a row with the resources that are in this list. Is it the most likely? I feel like there's ways to get it. Yeah. So what is Nicholas going for here? I mean, ultimately, his goal is to Burning Charge this turn. Start powering up his bench Pokemon and getting energy into play so he can Carnelian on future turns to knock out Terrapagos or Clefairy in 1 hit. To do that, Terra Orb would be useful. That's no way to get that Flareon immediately. You could, I believe Nicholas played Prime Catcher as well when we saw him earlier. And we used that Prime Catcher getting added to hand. So actually it looks like Nicholas even going more on the offensive here, grabbing the Crispin. We could see a crazy play where he Crispins to a Flareon, gets 3 energy, and Carnelians on turn 2 to knock out a Terrapagos before it even has the chance to be used. I think that's what we're going to see, Andrew.
Yeah, here it comes, dude. It's that's fully loaded Eevee. It's got all the different primary colors on it, man.
That's right. It's got all of the original evolution types. It's the way I like to think of Carnelian.
Yeah, that's right. The Flareon, the Vaporeon, and the Jolteon all represented there. The energy types for Flareon's attack. Yo, with the Prime Catcher, the turtle's dead. The turtle's roasted. Holy smokes,
what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. That was the play. And so, yeah, it's a very strong opener for Nicholas. Now, the one thing is the Carnelian doesn't let you attack on subsequent turns, so it does let Nicholas surge ahead, but will he be able to attack even on his next turn? Because he needs to find...
Does he play a switch?
Either multiple switches or, like, a switch retreat. Or
Guy's got 2 Hooters.
He does have Hoots left. He does play 2 Switch and a Rescue Board. So, yeah, Noctowl is an instant out to get back into that Flareon and continue using Carnelian, potentially for another knockout onto something like that Wellspring Mask or just something like another Terapagos. He is very vulnerable, though. A Clefairy would do numbers here. Clefairy knocking that out, no more energy on board. That would be terrifying.
Yeah. So here is the Noctowl Jewel Seeker. And we're gonna seek out some trainers. Nest Ball. Sanjay knows we gotta get a Nest Ball. All right, gotta get a different Pokemon. Because this Wellspring Mask is only here to fulfill the Tera requirement for the Noctowl. That is the only reason that Pokemon is in play. So Nest Ball is the first grab, and then Vessel looks like it might be the next one. And then Nest Ball is going to get played, and then who's coming out? Fez, because we need to draw more cards.
Yeah, drawing cards is good.
I agree, Riley. Psychic Energy to the discard pile with Earthen Vessel. And Sanjay going to grab 2 more energy out of the deck. And then, Riley, I suspect that we're going to flip the script.
I think so. Yeah, it's a classic tried and true combo that we've seen over the course of the day today, is the flip the script combined with the Jewel Seeker to draw a bunch of cards and then use Jewel Seeker to fill in the gaps.
Yeah.
And really, I think Sanjay, he has a bunch of different options to respond here, right? He could just go for a Clefairy knockout. He has that route available to him. He could do something like use the Wellspring Mask in combination with like you could Sob even just for 40. He could Fan Rotom for 70. I'm thinking as well, if you get the 3 energy on the Wellspring, you can do 200 and then hit the bench as well. A lot of interesting routes available to Sanjay here. Here we go, though. Flip the script.
I'm getting word from Natalie that Wyatt has already won game 1 of our other side of the top 4. Yep.
Yeah, Devin's getting his own treatment turned back on him with
Dude.
some quick games.
Devin needs to rally. Yes. But, I don't know. I predicted Raging Bolt to win the whole thing, so I'm kind of on Raging Bolt team right now.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Do you have the fan favorite in Devin or the prediction of Raging Bolt?
Raging Bolt. I'm going with my prediction.
Yeah, I think that's valid. Stay true to your word.
All right, so another Jewel Seeker, 2 more trainers. We've got Crispin and Nest Ball. Sanjay's trying to figure out, all right, can I piece this together? Is it possible to get this combo going where I am able to, you see him really kind of like, trying to mull this over. Like, Can I do it? I know I'm close, right? Like, I maybe have like 1 piece.
I mean,
missing.
if he can get the Clefairy out, he already has Crispin. He just needs to have enough
Doesn't have
Pokemon.
a pivot or enough Pokemon.
Yeah. His gears are spinning.
I think he's a little short.
Latias would fulfill both of those requirements if he's able to get another Pokemon into play. So he might have to go, and maybe this is what he's doing.
Another Jewel Seeker and then get 2 more.
2 Nest Balls, yeah. I'm kind of surprised he needed all of that to put it together.
There's a lot of
well, he has a
energy
pivot,
in
though.
there.
He has the Jet energy.
Oh, he does have the Jet, yeah.
So you could go with that. Unless there's no Psychics in deck, in which
Psychics
case
in the discard pile right there.
there's 2 Psychics in his deck. So if the other Psychic is unavailable, though, for whatever reason, either it's prized or in his hand already, then you can't attach it with Crispin.
Bro, that's a 3rd Jewel Seeker, man.
This is really interesting. So Sanjay is pretty much burning through all his Jewel Seeker outs. He does play a 4/4 Noctowl, but all of his who's in play are used up as after this. And granted, he's taking a knockout on Nicholas's only threat.
Yeah.
So if he's able to do that and Nicholas can't respond, maybe that's worth it. But if Nicholas can somehow conjure up a response to this, that could leave Sanjay in a kind of awkward position, or at least more vulnerable to cards like Iono in the late game.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, this Clefairy is about to go crazy, dude. I'm not going to lie. Clefairy has that tack, kind of like Lightning Rondo, kind of like Burning Rondo, kind of like Aqua Rondo or whatever the water one was. Yeah, it's
It's a Rondo style attack. Okay, it does 20 damage plus 20 more damage for each bench Pokemon in play. Full Moon Rondo, dude. It's even got the Rondo name.
Yeah, dude.
Full Moon Rondo, 20 damage plus 20 more damage for each bench Pokemon in play. And that Full Moon Rondo gonna Full Moon this Flareon right there. Boom.
Swing the arm. And what's really scary here is if Nicholas can't respond to this by taking an actual knockout, then it's actually pretty likely that the Clefairy can take a subsequent Full Moon Rondo one-hit KO.
Yeah, if you're Nicholas, you got to be super bummed out about how that last turn went. You're like, dude,
so.
I cooked so hard. I got the turn 2 Flareon Prime Catcher, your only Tera in play, and then you drew 1,000,000 cards. You Jewel Seekered 3 times. You got hand-selected 6 trainers out of your deck.
Yeah, and to be
It's
honest,
messed up, dude.
I feel like the Crispin was just a little bit of a reach. Like, it might have been just more simple and more clear game plan to Burning Charge the Hoot Hoot.
I agree.
Just get rid of the Hoot Hoot,
Right.
remove that Jewel Seeker out, force Sanjay to still have that kind of combo if he wants to get a KO, and then you're threatening Carnelian with 2 different Flareons instead of 1.
Right.
But now because he didn't get that energy accelerated, he's just so on the back foot and has to even research. I mean, that basically feels like it, to be honest. He does play the Glass Trumpet, but I don't think there's an energy switch in his list, so I don't think there's a way to get a second energy onto this Flareon, which means that Clefairy gets to have a field day. Not the Pokemon you would necessarily expect to be a multi-prize taking behemoth.
You know what, Riley? I'm just happy that we got a new card from Journey Together on the screen.
That's
okay?
right. And it's a trainer's Pokemon.
It's a trainer's Pokemon, man. I'm just excited that we've got a trainer's Pokemon from Journey Together in the top 4 of this event, taking command of the game. And you know what? It's pretty much just a Raikou V.
I know. Raikou V rotated and Raikou V reappeared.
The
same
it's
day.
Still good. Yeah.
So tried and true strategy, especially with that Area 0.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go with the Gravity Mountain, though. So that could make it a little harder for Sanjay to take a follow-up knockout. Yeah, I feel like what sucks for Nicholas is he's still a ways away from knocking out this Clefairy. So he passes this turn, let's say. Clefairy takes some knockout somewhere. And then you have to Crispin to KO it back. That doesn't feel good.
No, it doesn't really.
We'll see what he cooks.
And we got another Jewel Seeker coming down from Nicholas. And he played Research as the supporter for turn. So supporter's been played. And now gets to search out 2 more trainers from the deck. But we do know that, Sanjay's got his hand, but doesn't have any more knocked out things going on right now. So you would like to think from Nicholas' side of the board that this is crazy. Double Trumpet. Okay.
Yeah, you really needed that Trumpet before you evolved your Flareon, though.
Right.
Is it going to put this on a Noctowl? That's not...
Fire Water to the benched Eevee.
Okay, so doing 1 energy from each Trumpet onto the Eevee. Oh, he could, though. He could now evolve that Eevee.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, so okay, here we go. Cooking up the response with that double Trumpet.
Kind of nuts.
Yeah,
because that Eevee could just evolve.
It can. Yeah, it can. It's been in play. Does have another Flareon. Final Flareon in his deck.
Okay.
Just needs to switch out to Burning Charge. Now, Burning Charge is still a little risky, right? Because Sanjay can take a knockout if he gets Area 0 Underdepths and fills his bench to 8.
Again, I know, but there's no more Noctowl to help make that happen. Nest balls have been burned. Pokemon have been sent to the discard pile. I don't think it's happening.
If there's a chance of surviving, it's now. But Nicholas does have to pass anyway.
I think this is fine. Just 2 Flareon on the bench, both a Crispin away from attacking.
Okay, there's the Turo to reset.
And Sanjay is just going to Turo and probably swing with Clefairy.
It feels like a really, really good turn to Iono here for Nicholas. If he can pull it off.
Water to the Ogerpon. Okay, what are we doing here with the water on the Ogerpon?
Well, the Ogerpon can do 200, right? So Torrential Pump will do 200 to the active and spread damage to the bench if you so desire. You also can keep the energy on it if you would like. So that sets up some fun math with like Rotom Assault Landing, right? You do 70 and then 200 to go onto an odd prize exchange sort of thing.
Right.
Also creates a little insurance. For example, if Nicholas benches a Hoothoot here, you can knock it out with a Torrential Pump and then set up a future knockout for yourself. And here we go. Crispin on the active. Did he only search 1 energy? Yeah, that's a shame. So I guess he's not using the bonus attachment from the Crispin, just regular old attachment.
Needs the lightning, dude. It just needs the lightning.
Yep, needs the lightning. Doesn't really have an obvious way to get it out of the deck. Ready to Iono next turn. And to be fair, Sanjay doesn't have an obvious response to knock out the Flareon here. This deck really feels like it desperately wants at least 1 burning charge to go off, though, to make the flow of the game
All right,
work.
dude. All right. Briar, counter catcher.
Oof. Yeah, Briar
counter catcher is win, dude.
Briar would go crazy.
I see Briar in the hand. There's Noctowl. Is that not just okay?
Well, you don't have an attacker.
Oh, you got to get the 3 energy on the thing. That's right. Yeah. All right. I'm a little ahead of myself.
You still don't even take a knockout with, because you do how much to the bench? You do
100 and then 120 to the bench.
It's 120 to the bench.
Oh,
I thought it was less to the bench. No, you're right. 120 to the bench. Yeah, so Briar would actually be game here.
Well, there needs to be 3 energy on the Wellspring.
Yeah, and you can't really get that with Briar being played.
Yeah.
You can Trumpet E-Switch. Sanjay does play 1 energy switch.
Right, Trumpet, E-Switch, Prime Catcher. I mean, it's possible. Sanjay can win. It's possible.
It's a lot, yeah. But you can take 2 prizes on the 1.
I mean, he's kind of moving like he's got something, though, so I don't know.
Could also...
Because he needed the Terapagos for the Trumpet, so that's probably where that piece is coming in.
You also could, if you're going for the counter catcher with Terapagos, just fill your bench and KO the Pheasant.
Right.
And we see the Trumpet.
Bro.
See the attach. We have free retreat on the Mew. We have the counter catcher.
Counter catcher Fez. Okay. Briar. Game.
And Briar. That's it.
Dude. Nuts.
Very nice.
Wow.
Very clean routing by Sanjay.
Yup. Terapagos, Briar. And that's the reason he's playing the Terapagos focus deck, is that this is just the best card at using Briar in the format.
Yeah. Just the straightforward way to power Terapagos up with that glass trumpet makes it synergize so much more seamlessly with Briar than the Crispin-based Teras.
Yes. Because you got the trumpet.
Exactly.
So you can play a different supporter. You don't have to just Crispin every single turn. You still play Crispin, but you don't have to. You're not locked into needing to use Crispin in order to attack every turn. I mean, and we see that is the common thread. Both these players are utilizing trumpet in their decks.
Yeah. And Briar.
And Briar. Yeah. So that is a common thread with both of these players and their Tera box lists. And I think something worth noting. I mean, having the flexibility to item-based energy acceleration is really good, man.
Yeah, it always has been.
Uh-huh.
I think this really ultimately it boiled down to Nicholas being over aggressive on that second turn, going for that Crispin play.
I agree. Yeah.
I think his whole route would have been so much cleaner if he didn't bench to 5, just stayed at 4 bench.
Yep.
And knocked out the Hoothoot. So would love to see Nicholas play a little bit more conservatively with his resources in this game. Take advantage of that birding charge. And not play into Sanjay's preferred tempo. I think
right. Now I'm wondering if we're gonna see, does Nicholas learn anything? Does he limit his bench here in game number 2? Let's check it out.
Fez start makes it a little harder to limit your bench.
That is true. That is true.
Buddy Poffin, and I'm imagining that a fan Rotom is in our near future. Here we go.
You know what, Riley? I'm thinking that there's going to be a fan call.
I think so. There's probably some combination of EVs, Hoothoots, and Noctowls going to hand.
Here we go. Turn 1, fan Rotom, fan call. Let's go search out some colorless Pokemon with 100 hit points or less, shall we? 3 of them, to be precise.
I think so, yeah.
And there is the enemy, if you're Nicholas. Lily's Clefairy EX, right there. Yeah, that was the card that that really made things tough.
It is. It is.
But can Nicholas... Is it worth it for Nicholas to try and limit his bench? I mean, can he even do that with the engine that he plays?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like he's trying.
I don't think he's trying. I think he's just going wide again.
Yeah. It's tough, man. It's tough. I just feel like the Terapagos deck fills its bench so easily and
right.
pretty quickly you can get those rondos off. And frankly, with the Fez in the active and a full bench, I mean, Sanjay's just one Crispin away from taking a knockout on Fez on turn 1.
Yeah. That's true. That's true, and there's probably 4 Crispin in this deck if I had to guess. So
there's only 2 actually.
2 Crispin?
Sanjay plays
Trumpet.
2.
Yeah, it's mostly Trumpet.
Sanjay plays 2 Crispin. You can search him out with the Noctowls.
That's right.
So not necessarily going for it on the first turn. Bear in mind, Terapagos also can't attack on your first turn.
Right.
So your primary attacker, you have to wait anyway. So
Ultra Ball in hand.
And that could be a fan Rotom right there.
Yep. Sets the whole deck up. Ultra Ball, Bravery Charm, Psychic Energy. Probably going to be a fan Rotom. That's what I'm thinking. Fan Call. 3 Pokemon.
3 Pokemon.
Colorless type.
Can't even mix them up with the EVs.
Nope. 100 hit points or less. Yep. Here we go.
All right. I'm guessing probably 2 Hoothoots and a Noctowl.
Yeah, but first, we do a little prize checking.
As a treat.
Yes, for sure. You got the luxury. You won game 1. You're not stressed about time. Not that most players are in a 75-minute best of 3, but...
I mean, honestly, with how dominant that game was, too, it feels like the matchup plays out pretty well for the Terapagos deck, so... if anything, going to a game 3 with less time probably favors Sanjay is what he's feeling.
Yeah, I definitely think Sanjay has to be feeling good about that. And he's got not a great opening hand, but he does have the... all you need is a Tera and an out to a fan Rotom, and you can pop off and start going, right? And he does have that. He's got the Wellspring Mask, Ogrepon in hand. He's got, the Ultra Ball to go get the fan Rotom, and that's the bare minimum, but it is all you need in order to get moving. And then you're just using Jewel Seeker to go get whatever you want out of the deck.
Yeah, so just deciding what kind of plan he's going for over the course of this game, checking for his one-offs, like that energy switch, and detailing what prizes he has in his notes there. There we go, Hoot. Usual suspect, second Hoot. Is it a third Hoot or is it a Noctowl? That is the age-old debate.
Noctowl's already in hand, so yeah, we're saying
why not? Third Hoot.
Sure, 3 Hoot.
Bench is nearly full at this point, so you want to make sure that last slot goes to a Tera Pokemon. He does have Wellspring in hand.
Yep.
If nothing else, to fulfill that requirement.
Yep, so I'm thinking that the Wellspring... I could bench the Wellspring just so that he doesn't get caught slipping without a Tera Pokemon in play. I mean, with no energy down, I don't think Nicholas is getting I don't think there's any way for Nicholas to actually take a knockout on a benched Wellspring this turn. But it would be possible for Nicholas to play an Iono and then for Sanjay to like not draw a Tera and then be in kind of a weird spot. So
yeah,
no, just gonna pass. I think
yeah,
that's
the thing
fine.
is, if you Ionos, you probably draw into an out to Terapagos, which is
100%.
your preferred Tera.
Yeah.
So I understand the decision to hold on to benching.
Right, or you top deck a Nest Ball. It's like if you don't have to put the Ogerpon in play, you know, don't necessarily need to do that yet. That's fine.
I don't need to mess with the formula here.
Mm-hmm.
Opts not to attach any energy from his hand. I believe there was at least one. Saving that for a future turn. Could have like halfway powered up that Clefairy. Again, Clefairy's probably not going down either.
I mean, yeah, curious about the non-energy attachment to Clefairy. It's interesting.
We'll see. We'll see what Nicholas goes for here. If he wanted to get the knockout, it would have to involve Glass Trumpet.
Yeah. He could go Crispin, Glass Trumpet. That would take a knockout.
Or Double Trumpet Attach would also fulfill that. That feels like a lot. Feels like a lot.
It does feel like a lot, but I'm not going to underestimate this deck, dude. You can get whatever you want. Look, he's going for it. He thinks he's got it.
I don't know if he's going for that full knockout, to be honest. He could just be going for like a Burning Charge here. It's pretty good still.
That's true.
There's really no, I don't know. We'll see what Sanjay's plan is for that Psychic Energy in the future here.
Vessel, discard Fire.
Get another Fire Energy and accelerate both of them with that Trumpet onto his 2 EVs. That's pretty good.
Dude, the other side of the bracket. We're on to game 3. Devin.
Lightning fast games.
With the win in game 2. Holy smokes. We've got the fastest Tera Box player in the West versus Raging Bolts.
Impressively fast games.
Yes.
Over there. We're only 25 or 30 minutes into our top 8. And
I know, right?
2 games deep.
Oh, yeah. You'd love to see it, honestly. That means that we're going to be watching the slow side of the bracket, which is awesome because that's the way you want it to be happening.
That's preferable.
That is preferable so that you don't have to watch me do graphic design on stream like you may have seen about an hour ago. Or may not have,
and if you haven't, you never will.
Yes, if you didn't see it, that means you're watching on YouTube later, and I've cropped that part out.
So here's something. Oh, man, he is going for the Crispin play to immediately knock out the Clefairy. Since it is the Clefairy, I do respect it a little more. I think having a Prime Catcher for Terapagos when Clefairy was the one-hit KO threat wasn't worth it. But being a little more aggressive for specifically Clefairy does actually seem worth it here.
Yeah, cook this Clefairy, dude. I'm into this play. This rules. Yeah. Get that Flareon in play. Let's Carnelian.
Now, there was potentially opportunity to Ultra Ball and get us the second half of the Trumpet off onto the other Eevee. Nicholas opted to keep both energy in hand and the Ultra Ball. I believe he has an Ultra Ball in hand at least.
All right, Sanjay, your go. Down 2 prizes, fully loaded. Flareon EX in the active spot. Has to bench the Ogerpon so that he can use Jewel Seeker. And here's where it begins. You know, Sanjay was like, oh yeah, let me get 3 Hoo-Hoo down. I'll probably use all 3 Jewel Seekers here.
I mean, he did use all 3 in one turn just this past game. Going for a potential research play.
Yeah, this hand that he's got right now is just not doing anything, right? So like,
so just need to see as many cards as possible. Potentially the logic there. Iono could be pretty powerful. Nicholas has used both of his Hoot-Hoots, and he has just that active Flareon that can't attack on the following turn.
Right.
So Iono could be pretty good here. But research is ultimately what's going to get you the most cards to stay in the game.
Riley, is this the best Flareon? Oh, no, there's the Flareon from Plasma.
The
Plasma
Flareon
Freeze.
from Plasma was pretty good, but it was primarily good like after. I feel like its heyday was really expanded with Vespiquen.
Oh, for sure.
And even then, like it was kind of like the side.
I don't think that Sanjay drew the gas off this research. I'm kind of taking a look. Like, there's no Noctowl, there's no Ultra Ball, yeah, dude, this hand reeks.
Imagine if Nicholas gets that Prime Catcher onto the Clefairy here.
If it's Prime Catcher, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, this hand is like a research pass kind of hand.
Yup. It is a research pass kind of hand. Amazing. Well, Nicholas does need some switch out. Prime Catcher would be preferable, so we could knock out the Clefairy again.
Right.
But really anything is acceptable. Switch is fine too, and just Burning Charge. What is he cooking here? Gravity Mountain? Yeah, sure. Get rid of that Stadium.
Yep.
Just one more piece Sanjay has to find. And pass. Okay. Well.
Wow.
Not punished.
Holy moly. Just the pass. Yeah, that's what happens. You use all your Noctowl, can't draw with Fezandipity. Back to you. Yes, Carnelian makes it so that the Flareon cannot attack during your next turn. But Sanjay's hand, just as bad as it was last turn, I'm gonna be honest. There's still not a Noctowl in it, so it's still really bad.
Well, he could attach and attack. Well, the Rotom is stuck active, though. Just boss the Fez. Okay. Can he do anything to it?
He's got Prime Catcher, like, and he's got the Stadium, but really nothing else. I mean, it's just like 3 energy and a Prime Catcher.
I don't understand.
And there's a research. There's a research.
I guess he's deciding how he wants to route this with the research in hand.
But he can't research because he bossed.
Yeah, you're right.
So why the heck did he boss the Fez?
Yeah.
Why did he boss his Fez? What is he cooking?
I'm actually pretty confused about the Fez boss.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, dude. Oh, is he trying to saw block it? But he's locked in the ag. He doesn't have a retreat.
Maybe trying to saw block something else with Prime Catcher, but then why boss? Well, like, what was the point of the boss?
What was the point of the boss, Riley?
I don't know, actually. There's one less card in deck.
And a good one.
Well, yes, I guess we're going to saw block the Noctowl.
All right, but the Nicholas's deck does play Prime Catcher, and does it play a copy of Switch too?
Plays 2 copies of Switch and Prime Catcher, but he didn't have them last turn, right? If he had them last turn, he would have used them.
Right?
So might be able to buy a turn here. The boss still unnecessary as part of this route, but you know, we're working our way through it.
It's fine. There's a Tera.
Okay.
And more saw blocking. Doesn't want to research. Confused. Yeah, actually, I'm not exactly sure what's going on here, but that's okay.
I guess he doesn't just doesn't want to burn those resources. He does have another Stadium in hand, for example.
Crispin.
Okay, Crispin. Yeah, we like the Crispin. We like the Crispin. Maybe going for the second attack on the Wellspring now.
That could be big, right? Take 2 prizes, knock out both Noctowl or something.
Worth it, though? I don't know. You have 2 Flareons that can just knock you out. Because okay, so let's wrap this out. He takes the knockout on double Noctowl, goes down to 4. Nicholas promotes a Flareon and Carnelians, and then he's just 1 energy attachment away.
He's got 2 Flareons, so it doesn't matter, right? Yeah. Right, with the 2 Flareon built up, it feels like you have to deal with one of the Flareon.
But how? This doesn't do enough damage.
More sobbing. That's okay. We're gonna figure that out at a later day. You know.
I mean, eventually Nicholas is gonna draw an out.
There's a research. Oh yeah. 2 Switch and a Prime in deck. We're full sending.
You get really punished if Nicholas draws a Switch off this research. I feel.
Yeah, we just go to game 3.
Yeah, well, I guess that's always an option. Always an option when you've won game 1.
Yep.
So there's that research.
We find a Switch or Prime here every time. In fact, I'm livid if I don't find a Switch or a Prime here. There's 3 outs in my deck. Yeah, give me the out, dude.
I don't think you found one.
Man, I'm so mad looking at this hand if I didn't find one. Let's look at the face expression. No, any clues? No.
Oh, no, he does.
He had it. Yeah, dude.
Just holding on for a second. I'm like a little confused what's going on.
He found it, dude.
Here we go. Carnelian for knockout. That Crispin was a total waste.
Yep.
Crispin joining the ranks of the boss in the discard pile.
Yep.
Yeah, not exactly sure the route here for Sanjay at this point with the double Flareon. I guess you can hope. You can maybe go for like Iono here if you have it. No, I don't think you do.
We saw blocking, dude. I think he's just trying to saw block. He doesn't know his list. I mean, maybe he's just trying to saw block this entire game.
Is there a night stretch?
Because like if you're counter catching the Fez, then you're saying like
Well, you can knock out the Fez, the Full Moon Rondo, but then you just
then you just insta lose, right? So that's what I'm saying. He has to be going for saw block, right?
I guess.
It's the only reason you'd bring the Fez up.
I guess. I'm like, there's really no harm in playing this out, though. I mean, there's 37 minutes. Like, maybe you come up with some really awesome way to win this game.
I'm thinking like, okay, if you saw block, you could buy some time. But like at max, you know what? If you cook up some crazy Briar play, you're still not taking 6 prizes in a turn, and your guy's eventually going to get knocked out. So I just don't. Maybe you saw block and try to like, but there's no damage on board. So how do you use a Monkey
your
Dory?
max is like 5 prizes in a turn.
Mm-hmm.
If you KO a 2-prizer and then snipe a 2-prizer, that would be like a really elaborate set of turns to make that possible. I don't think it's like even physically possible, really.
No.
Because you'd have to soften up the Fez and then hit the Flareon twice with Sob to weaken it enough.
Yeah, I'm content to just sit here and watch him cook. So,
I think he's really just trying to burn through the clock.
Yeah,
at this point,
I think so.
I don't think he necessarily thinks he can win this game, but if he can get rid of a few minutes here or there with Sob, then that's like a personal win.
Yeah.
I don't know if he realizes quite how much time is left in the timer.
It's a lot.
Yeah, so it would have to be a pretty wild game 3 for the time to really end up mattering here.
Yeah, Nicholas is about to do something like switch game. All right, let's see.
Granted, I don't think Nicholas has it out in hand right now, so
not yet.
But he has the water energy to put onto the second Flareon, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, I think that probably seals it up. There's Prime Catcher in the deck. Yeah, that probably feels pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, you'll win eventually as Nicholas here.
Yeah.
It's just how long is eventually? Can't be too long, right?
No, and with 2 fully loaded Flareon, it just seems inevitable. No Pikachu EX to contend with in Sanjay's deck.
If you could kick like a Hoot down, that'd be really good.
Yeah.
Does have a bench slot open right now.
There's the second water.
Yes.
Iono. I mean, so actually, could play Iono. I don't think it's worth it.
He could have, if Hoot's in deck, he could have Ultra Balled. I don't know if he realizes Area 0 is expanding his bench right now. Dang, 3 Tera Orb. That's a lot of Tera Orbs. I don't think I realized. Oh, there it is.
Catcher game. Yep.
All right. Well, he got 3 turns on Sob twice.
Yeah.
So good amount of stalling, but I mean, I don't think it really impacted the amount of time left on the clock to a significant enough margin that it'll impact Game 3's outcome.
Nope. Still looking at the clock. Still says well over 30 minutes. Yeah, I think that this is going to come down to a Game 3, and it will, Riley. This is the final game of top 4. The other side of the bracket is also on their final game of top 4. So this event is starting to reach its climax, Riley. Its conclusion is near.
That's right. That's right. Our finalists are circling the drain here. Who will emerge on top of the Full Grip Games 3K tournament? It's seeming likely, well, it's guaranteed that some Noctowl is making the finals, no matter who wins what side of the bracket. There's going to be 2 decks playing Noctowls in the finals. But actually, there's 4 different Noctowl decks.
But they all have Noctowl.
In the top 4. 4 different decks, though. 4 different decks. That's kind of cool.
It is kind of cool. It is. All right, Riley. Let's bet on this. Who you got here? Game 3. Who's advancing?
I feel like Sanjay's deck just feels a little stronger in the matchup to me when it's operating. It feels extraneous almost to have not hit a Noctowl at the duration of time that he did.
Yeah.
I feel like if his deck is operating the way it's supposed to, he is a favorite.
That's true. I want Flareon to win, though, so I'm going Flareon.
Yeah, I want Flareon to win, too, just because it's sick.
Flareon's sick. Yeah. Sanjay's really good, though, so, like, if Sanjay wins, then, like, that's totally cool, too. Yeah, like, Sanjay, like, really knows what he's doing with Pokemon cards. I can tell. I've watched him play, some of our League Cups and stuff. Like,
and this is a really solid deck, too.
Oh, for sure.
A lot of folks were taking that Tord style Tera box that Tord and friends had played over in Champions League. But Sanjay said, no, Noctowl is actually really, really good with this Terapagos card that it was printed with.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense, I guess. But is this another dud?
And
for
who
Sanjay?
is going first? Sanjay up first.
Starting the Terapagos, Jet Energy.
I don't see a fan Rotom, dude. No fan?
No fan?
No fan?
No fan call. That's
Oh my god, dude. Back it up. No fan call. What the heck? How am I supposed to play the game if I can't call my fans?
I feel like we've seen these decks so consistently hitting the fan call that it's almost shocking to not have access to it on turn 1.
I haven't seen a Tera Box deck miss the turn 1 fan call all day.
Yeah, I think that's true. We've seen the Raging Bolts miss it, but not the Tera Box.
Not the Tera Boxes, dude.
So that is a bummer for sure.
Meanwhile, Nicholas over here be like, all right, I got the fan Rotom. Yeah, I got the buddy puffin. Yeah, I got all the pieces I need right here. Let's get this party started.
Yeah. Yeah, this is an unfortunate start for Sanjay.
Oh, and this whole bench is getting filled out.
Oh, Sanjay's head in
I
his
know,
hands
dude.
right now.
You can see, like, bro.
Oh, that is heartbreaking.
Nah, dude, that's just
Unless
his
you're
locked
Nicholas.
That's his locked in face, bro. That's his locked in.
That's
Yeah,
true.
that's
That's
how I
true.
lock in when I'm playing too. I get it. Yeah, that's my locked in look too.
I feel like I only lock in like that if I'm like upset about the situation and I need to like extra lock in. You know what I'm saying?
I get that, but I lock in like that even if it's like just
Yeah.
any
You do.
situation.
You do.
All right, research turn 1 as well.
Has yet to use the fan call, so can kind
Saving
of
it for after.
pick and choose exactly what he wants from what he's missing.
Yep. Already got an Eevee. Already got a Hoot.
Already got 2 EVs.
Yep.
So guaranteed to evolve into a Flareon on the next turn. Would love to see an attachment down onto this non-EX EV, I think, to kind of diversify the threats.
Yo, energy in the discard pile. What if it's like Trumpet? What if it's Trumpet, Switch, Flareon, turn 1,
Burning Charge.
Burning Charge?
Why not?
Yeah.
I don't think that's happening with this hand.
No, probably not. But it could.
I don't think it can now that he's drawn the hand.
Oh,
but
yeah, but it
happened
could have.
when we were in the process of getting
Yes,
here.
right.
Yes. The theory was there. Go with fan call. I'm guessing probably 2 Hoots and a Noctowl would be pretty good. Or a Hoot and 2 Noctowls would be pretty good. Thinning the fan Rotom by adding it to hand. Okay. Yeah. Nicholas does play a thinner Hoot line than Sanjay. Only plays the 3/3, so is a little more susceptible to having it prized and not having access to 3 Hoots any given game. That might have been the case here. Regardless, benching that Hoot, fan Rotom in hand, so that way it's not in your deck anymore. Whiffing the attachment, unfortunately.
Yeah, greedily discarded the water energy. I mean, not greedily, but it's for the Trumpet, right? And Sanjay saying, "Oy, it's a nest ball.
That's a Hoot.
Would have liked to see that last turn."
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's tough. It's tough when you frame it that way.
And this is where I would have used to get my fan rotom.
If I had
If I
one.
had one, yeah.
I think he does get a he does get a knockout on the fan rotom here with the Unified Beatdown. So doing a 90 damage onto the fan rotom. Clean KO. And if Nicholas doesn't have a response, he could start to claw his way back into this game. And granted, his board
Nicholas got a response, bro. He got a knockdown that in.
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to work through it from Sanjay's perspective. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, Nestball gonna get the Mew, I guess.
Okay, Mew. He's an interesting choice here.
It is. I think he wants a pivot. Is what he's thinking.
Yeah, or maybe he has an opportunity to draw cards with Mew. Maybe not this turn, but next turn.
I think he wants a little bit of both. Like, he wants a little bit of draw. I think he wants a little bit of a pivot, so that, like, it's hypothetically possible for him to KO with Clefairy next turn if the worst happens.
Yeah. If I'm Nicholas here, I would really love to KO that lone Hoot Hoot.
I mean, nuts for sure.
Be a little difficult to do, but not impossible. Oh yeah, we do get to see a couple cards drawn off this Mew. So, and is that a Hoot Hoot off the cards drawn? That's very nice.
Hoot Hoot and a Noctowl.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe you could go search whatever you want with a Noctowl.
And here's the thing with these engines is because you're getting 2 trainers for that Noctowl, it's pretty easy to surge back into the game.
Oh yeah.
And he has the opportunity even to maybe go for like a Prime Catcher. KO the Eevee is an option.
Just draw more cards. I like get more Hoot Hoot into play.
And you could do both.
Yeah. Yeah, getting a Fez. Sanjay is not out of this. I mean, this is like a solid turn.
No, I feel like Nicholas needed a stronger turn to really, if he wanted to really put Sanjay out of it. And to be fair, it's like your first turn with an evolving deck. It's not particularly likely that you're going to like punt your opponent out of the game on that first turn. But yeah, the Terapagos deck is really good at recovering quickly, I think.
I mean, for sure. Right? Like your turtles, they get powered up in one turn. It is quite easy. And as soon as you get some Hoot Hoot into play, and that's exactly what Sanjay's trying to do, right? Here's more Hoot Hoot. Okay, cool. He's playing a 4-4 Noctowl line. Like, he's going to draw into the Noctowls. Just needs to get some Hoot Hoot online, fill the bench, go wide. You know, Terapagos and Clefairy are going to be able to clean the rest of this up. We've got, you know, Poffin in hand, Ultra Ball in hand. I mean, that's about as good as it gets. Fez and Mew on board. Like, this is very good. Sanjay taking the lead. First prize taken. And now it's up to Nicholas to cook up a response. I mean, Sanjay's board kind of went from 0 to hero there this last turn.
Yeah, this is a great board now. You'd be hard pressed to guess that his board started off with Terapagos, and 1 Hoot Hoot.
Right.
With no Noctowls in hand.
All right, so Nicholas now has Ultra Ball, and his hand's not looking stellar. Get rid of Briar and one other card.
And Nicholas does not play a Pow Pad, so that means that Briar is no longer a factor in this game.
All right, chatters, who do you think won the other side of top 4? Who do you think, chatters? Let us know. Is it Wyatt, the Raging Bull player, or Devin, the Tera Box God? It is Devin. Devin will be advancing to the finals with Tera Box. Raging Bolt losing out in top 4.
Impressive stuff. Impressive stuff.
For sure.
After losing game 1 as well, rallying it back.
Oh, yeah.
2-0. Oh, wow. Here we go. The Glass Trumpet Crispin combo. Fully power up a Flareon in 1 turn. Take that quick knockout. Nicholas has a low bench size as well, so if he doesn't bench anything else, he is actually not at risk of being full moon rondoed for a knockout. So both players really navigating this pretty savvily in the end.
Mm-hmm. Right, yeah. With Nicholas's bench limited, like, this is pretty stellar. This is fantastic.
Yeah, pun intended on the Tera type.
Yo, with the stadium bump?
I'm saying.
Whoo-wee. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, now Sanjay has to pick which of his support Pokemon have to leave. Looks like the Wellspring doesn't make the cut. And here we go, Carnelian for 2 prizes. Nicholas surging ahead in the prize trade.
Boom, just like that.
Just like that.
And now we have got Nicholas taking the lead, up 2 prizes. Limited his bench, cannot get return KO'd by that Lily's Clefairy EX.
This is a really interesting game.
Yeah, and like, what in the world does Sanjay do here? Like, there is no 2-prizer to take out on the bench. There's no way to keep pace.
Should have kept the Sob.
Oh, man, this is tough, right?
Yeah.
This is tough. There is a way to take 2 prizes. I guess you'd have to use, like, Teal Mask, not Teal Mask, but Wellspring Mask Ogerpon.
Yeah, I mean, he discarded the Wellspring, though.
Yeah.
I feel like if that was his route, he should have kept it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go. Fez is into
2 energy in a stadium.
In a stadium. Okay, so depending on what Sanjay goes for, I think we'll probably spell out what his turn is looking like. Eyeing up the Crispin. He can attack with Mew with a Crispin, Energy Switch, Glass Trumpet. And Mew can take that knockout.
Crispin, Trumpet. Yeah, are we going to see a Mew copy Carnelian?
We might. He needs the Energy Switch as well.
God, that would be nuts.
He also needs the energy in deck to support this. He needs to have the 2. Imagine he's already checked that.
If Sanjay uses Mew to copy Carnelian right now, he deserves the win.
Well, he can if he gets another Noctowl out, which looks like that's what he's eyeing up.
Yeah, man, I'm not gonna lie. This play is nuts.
Yeah. So Nicholas would then need to respond by basically doing the same thing he just did with a Trumpet, Terra Orb, Crispin.
Right.
And if he does that, Nicholas probably wins. If he can't respond, then it's anybody's game.
All right, I see Trumpet in hand, Crispin in hand.
Yeah, so really just needs the Noctowl to get that energy switch, I believe. What's really nice about Nicholas's board as well is there's no 2-prizers besides the Flareon in play.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't even do something like more straightforward, like Gust to Pesandipity.
Right.
Okay, here we go. There's the Noctowl.
Area 0 Underdepths, Buddy Buddy Poffin. Hoot Hoot down. And this is crazy too. And the fact that the Mew doesn't like lose the energy or anything.
Yeah, I mean, Flareon doesn't.
Nope. Crispin. 2 energy on the Mew. At this point, you're Nicholas. You can start sweating a little bit.
Yeah, so Nicholas does have a pretty low hand size.
I kind of know what's coming, man. Oh, dude. Trumpet.
There you go. Get those energy on board.
Crazy. Energy switch.
Oh, he has it in hand already.
Dude, lights out.
That's super good. And as Nicholas, you basically need to respond to this Mew.
Oh, heck yeah. Genome hacking, Carnelian, 280 damage. Sanjay taking the 1-hit knockout. Oh, my God. Finding a way to knock out that Flareon EX. Can't go Lily's Clefairy EX. Bench is too small. I got a backup plan. Mew EX energy switch. That'll do it.
There's a lightning.
Oh, no, it's like that.
Oh, I think this might be it.
Yes, he's gassed out.
He had to use all his gas last turn to get that Carnelian off. Unfortunately, did not hit the pieces he needed to keep it going. And now Sanjay has access. After that really rough start on his first turn, whiffing the fan call.
I know.
Is now successfully able to chain attacks turn after turn.
I know.
And the cool thing is he'll have that Mew on the bench even. So if Nicholas does something crazy and gets a Flareon out, Sanjay will be able to respond to that with his benched Mew.
I know. I really like watching Sanjay play. I do. He's a really talented player from the games that I've seen him play here at the League Cups and now at this 3K event. I mean, and the thing is, it's not like he just plays one deck over and over. I've seen him play a bunch of different decks, and he plays them all with the same kind of precision and the same kind of thoughtfulness. Except for maybe that one play we saw with the boss earlier. I didn't really know what he was doing there, but other than that, like he plays, he plays with a lot of conviction, and it's very fun to watch him play.
Absolutely. There we go, knocking out that only EV in play. I think this might be it. Of course, game doesn't actually end. Sanjay still has a few prize cards left to take, but Nicholas doesn't really have a way to get another Flareon out, and could probably just be bullied out the rest of the game at this point.
No, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a scoop. At this point, you've had a long day, played a lot of Pokemon.
Gotta see the top deck though.
Yeah, dude, that top deck ain't doing it for me.
There
I'm
it
pulled.
is.
Yep. GG's, and Sanjay is going to be advancing to the finals, the Full Grip Games Journey Together, $3,000 cash release weekend event. Let's go. Let's get some hype going for these players. Huge congratulations to Nicholas on a job well done. Great play from Nicholas. Really exciting to get to see him pilot that Flareon deck. I mean, what a cool concept, and to see him do so well with it. Apparently Nick drove up from Georgia, so really appreciate Nicholas making the trip. Your finals has been decided, folks. Your finals is going to be Sanjay with Terapagos versus Devin with the Tera box. So that is the top cuts that the finals that we are going to be watching here in just a few moments. Riley, how you feeling about that finals?
I mean, in some ways they're similar decks, in some ways they're very different. Utilizing that Noctowl engine to surge ahead in the prize race and be really fast and aggressive. Both decks are doing it really well. I'll be interested to see all the plays that Sanjay's cooked up for the Tera box matchup, because it feels like he's really been thoughtful with his deck building about how he's going to handle all these big players in the metagame. Tera box, of course, being the #1 most played deck in this metagame right now. So you have to imagine Sanjay has a really robust game plan. Whereas Devin, I feel like we'll have to figure it out a little bit. He might not have played Sanjay's deck before. There are only 3 people, or I think, that were playing this Terapagos deck in the whole tournament.
Now, how does the Terapagos deck deal with like a Pikachu EX though? Like, I mean, obviously Sanjay must have handled some Pikachu EX throughout the day, right? Yeah. Like, you're bound to encounter that. The Tera box deck is the most played deck in the room. I mean, 18%, 30 players showing up with Tera box. So how do we deal with Pikachu?
It doesn't seem like you have an obvious answer, though I'm open to be proven wrong. Sanjay does have the Cornerstone in his deck, which is something he could throw into the active that Pikachu can't hit. So that's one option. You also could 2-hit KO it if damage somehow ends up on your board.
Sanjay plays the Monkey Dory, right? Yeah.
You can Monkey Dory. But there's no instant answer.
Yeah,
he doesn't have an instant accessible answer. And Devin is more than likely not going to make plays that give Sanjay access to that Monkey Dory.
Right.
So I think Pikachu is probably going to be the big roadblock. His goal will likely be to gust around it. He does have access to that Prime Catcher since he doesn't have to play the Sparkling Crystal. So we can gust around it. Though we did see Devin successfully chain those Pikachus very well in his top 8 game.
I'm really excited to watch this finals between Devin and Sanjay, because they both have like a very kind of a very fast-paced way of playing. They both have a very methodical way of thinking about the game. and they both play with a lot of confidence and conviction. So like that's the kind of like I'm really excited to watch that because I feel like the final's not even going to take very long because they're probably especially not if Devin has anything to say about it because that dude plays at senior pace.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen seniors play, bro? Sometimes like they play like they grew up playing the game, and which they did, but for me, I started playing when I was like 21 years old, so I kind of learned how to. The wires in my brain were already formed by the time I started picking up the Pokémon TCG.
My wires weren't built around Pokemon TCG.
No, but when you watch like seniors and juniors play, dude, like their brains are getting wired around the Pokemon cards. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, some seriously intense pace of play over in the senior division, and Devin being a ambassador for the senior division here.
Devin is 13 years old, dude.
I know.
13 years old.
13 years old and making a showing.
13 years old. Yeah, that's hype.
A big showing here.
Dude, that's so cool. That is so cool. Devin versus Sanjay in the finals. Take a look at the... Here we go. There's our finalists.
Yeah, no graphic design anymore, folks.
Let's freaking go, dude. Yes. Excellent. Sanjay staying on the same side of the table. Love this for my graphic overlay. Sanjay 8-1-1. What did
I think Devin would be the same.
Yeah, Devin came in at Devin also 8-1-1.
And yeah, we're just diving right in. No need to wait. So Sanjay doing a little bit of a marathon here. Yeah, he had the longest lasting top 8 game, the longest lasting top 4 game, thrown right into his subsequent games. It's a lot of Pokemon with very little time for rest.
All right, Riley, you're 13 years old. You win $1,000 cash. What do you do with it?
It's a good question. Probably spend a little bit on video games if I had to guess. And I don't know. I was a little bit frugal as a kid. Like maybe I would have saved.
You were frugal as a kid?
Yeah, I would have saved it probably.
Saved it?
Yeah,
bro. Nah, man.
Put it into the market. As I should have done. I should have got the Bitcoin when I was 13.
13. Man, I would have spent all my money on skateboard decks and stuff and shoes. That's what I was buying at that time when I was 13. It was all about skateboarding. I would have bought some video games for sure and stuff like that, but it would have definitely been gone straight into skateboarding. I was 13.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah. 13? Yeah. That's what that would have been. I wasn't addicted to MapleStory yet, I don't think so. Yeah, the Nexon cash would have gone crazy by the time I was 15, I was addicted to MapleStory for sure.
Yeah,
so
I might have already been on MapleStory at 13.
Yeah,
that would have been dangerous.
Oh yeah, dude, the Nexon cash, I would have loaded up. Yeah,
my character would have been swagged out.
Oh, so. Swagged to the teeth, dude. Yes.
All right, here we go. Just about to start. Finals here at the Full Grip $3,000 tournament release weekend for Journey Together. And here we go. Devin starting that Fan Rotom. And Sanjay does have an out to Fan Rotom this time with that Nest Ball. So after quick deck search, I imagine we'll either see the Fan Rotom come out or he already has one in hand.
There we go. Nothing like a turn 1 Fan Rotom when you're playing a Noctowl deck. Fan Rotom going to be able to use Fan Call, search out 3 Pokemon with 100 hit points or less that are of the colorless variety, which is exactly what you want if you're playing the Noctowl deck. Searches out the entire Noctowl line and allows you to use that Jewel Seeker ability to search out whatever you want from your deck. And really, thinking about the impact of the Noctowl engine on the format right now, it's not terribly unlike what Shady Dealings felt like, during the time that Inteleon was
everything
Yeah.
in standard. I mean, you go turn 1 Sobble, keep calling, 3 more Sobble, and boom, I Drizzile, I Shady Dealings, boom, I Drizzile, I Shady Dealings, and then...
Notably, no scoop up net this go around,
Yeah.
which really contributed to the chaos.
Scoop Up Net really did contribute to the chaos, dude.
But on the flip side, Noctowl is stronger than Drizzile. It's it's got Inteleon's power level with just the 2 trainers. So there's pros and cons, of course.
For sure.
And you have the Fan Rotom, which is a more powerful version of Keep Calling, because not only can you get the evolutions, but it's an ability and not an attack. So, the trade-off, of course, being that you need the Tera Pokemon in play to utilize it, but the Tera Pokemon are just so generically good right now that they fit in pretty well. And to be honest, just having access to the Noctowl makes them even better. I feel like this was always kind of the inevitable end game with the Noctowl engine, reprinting this super powerful consistency engine. We lose a lot of consistency with the rotation. It feels like this was an inevitability.
Oh, right. And Noctowl's kind of just put the entire format on its back right now, right? And just saying, like, all right, without me, you guys are playing like it's... honestly, that's how I used to play Pokemon cards, okay? We used to just play Professor's Research and draw whatever our 7 cards were, and that was it.
And we saw how well that worked for the Archaludons that we saw over the course of the day.
Well, when you're fighting against decks that can tutor whatever they want out of the deck, yes, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, just looking at the top 8 in retrospect, 6 of the top 8 decks played a Noctowl engine between the Raging Bolts, the Tera Boxes, Terapagos, and the Flareon deck. The only exceptions to that being the Gardevoir and the Goldengo, both of which lost in top 8 as well. There's a lot to be said for consistency engines.
Yeah, Ben did text me. I have Ben Morse's Gardevoir list, so he'll be posting that, I'm sure. So if you're curious about Ben Morse's Gardevoir list, his Twitter handle is at Morse Makes, M-O-R-S-E Makes. And he said that his Gardevoir deck worked phenomenally all day, didn't brick at all, except for both games of top 8. So we've got turn 1 retreat into Ditto, and Ditto's got the transformative start ability, which is going to allow... And wait, hold up.
Oh, my word. Is this happening?
Wait, no, bro. He's just putting the Pikachu active because it can't get 1-hit KO'd.
Maybe.
Yeah. That's got to be it, dude.
I didn't get a good look at his hand because I never considered this as a possibility.
No.
Okay.
Pikachu can't get 1-hit KO. That's good, right?
But now you're just one Jewel Seeker away from an instant knockout. You don't even need to have like a Crispin this following turn. You can just attach Crystal, knockout.
No, Devin just knows, like, Pikachu is that guy, okay? And I am just going to attack with Pikachu
over and over again.
as often as I can this entire game.
Yeah, well, that's a pretty viable strategy, as we saw in the top 8.
Well, heck yeah, dude.
So, more than I would have expected when I first saw the Pikachu and first tried Pikachu-based decks, but... yeah, just able to very consistently accelerate with the Crispin engine and the Sparkling Crystal, bringing your cost down to 2. So good. What's nice for Sanjay here is if he wants to, he has the opportunity to hit this Pikachu before it starts hitting him and even out the prize situation a little bit more. You could also just KO the Latias.
Yeah, these mirrors. This is actually a really cool finals. I'm excited to watch it because I feel like there's going to be a lot to take away from watching these two players duke it out, and figuring out like what routes are the ones that are going to help you gain an advantage when both of you have access to your entire deck with Noctowl every single turn. When you can just like select exactly what you want out of your deck every turn. Like what are going to be the key pieces that allow you to take a step ahead of your opponent? What are going to be the moves that allow you to deny your opponent a knockout here or force your opponent into a compromising situation there?
And Sanjay answering some of those questions, deciding that the Cornerstone Mask is not worth it, despite the fact that Pikachu has to go around it. And it can actually, could 2-hit KO the Pikachu in response, which is not terrible. But deciding how he's on maybe the Prime Catcher in his hand, or just whacking into the Pikachu for not a knockout.
Right, I mean, Pikachu is just a 2-hit KO regardless, right? So
yeah,
you could soften it up. You could Wellspring it later. You could, this is cool. You're just going Prime Catcher, Fan Rotom, take out a Hoot-Hoot, right? And Iono.
Interesting.
Prime Catcher down, though.
That does cost your Prime Catcher. So knocking out the Hoot-Hoot, of course, targets down the engine, which is always nice. And Devin doesn't have like a lower to the ground attacker to deal with. Well, I guess he has his own Fan Rotom.
Oh, yeah.
So the Fan Rotom wars are really interesting, too.
Yeah, we could have a fan off, dude.
Yeah, I think we might have a fan off over here.
Fezandipity EX, just slamming the Fez down.
It's like they both benefit from each other's stadium, too.
Oh, yeah. Like the Area Zero is just out now.
Yep. Like, nobody has the way to bump it.
No, it's just out. Yeah. Area Zero has been established, and it's staying.
It's staying. Yes, it is staying. Very much so.
There we go. Assault landing. 70 damage. Sanjay taking the first knockout of the finals. How will Devin respond?
Now, Devin could still, in theory, take a 2-prize knockout with Pikachu this turn.
Oh, yeah.
So he's just a Sparkling Crystal and a Boss away. I even see, I think, the Lightning in hand. So pretty accessible KO here for Devin. Would be hard to get a second turn in a row of that. And what Sanjay could do is he could hit the Pikachu with Fan Rotom. So maybe that's what Sanjay's trying to build up here, is forcing these kind of awkward situations. We'll see. Latias giving itself a retreat. So broken. Always has that pivot option. Mention that. Ooh, Wellspring Mask is kind of an interesting option here too. You could take 2 prizes without gusting. Would need to get the Teal Dance off to make that work, alongside the Energy Switch.
Yo, dance off.
It's kind of what we're working with here, is a little bit of a dance off between these two Noctile decks. And Crispin making the whole world turn, it feels like.
Dude. Yeah, this card is such a major player in Standard right now. It's crazy. I mean, it was kind of in some decks. There were the first deck that I felt like really leaned into the Crispin deck was that Thorns Dragapult deck. And it was like, wow, we're just playing tons of Crispin. That's just what we're doing here, huh? And just like drawing with your cloak, I guess. But now it's like, oh my god, every deck is just playing Crispin in like a million different kinds of energy. Just powering up whoever every turn, like, sure.
Yeah, it does create a lot of interesting combinations, and like, what is the right, how far can you stretch it, right? Like, how many different energy can you play? How many different attackers are actually viable to include in a deck? And folks like Devin are saying, there's no real ceiling to this. We'll just play however many we want.
Oh, yeah. Prime Catcher Crystal.
Well, you can't Prime Catcher and Crystal.
Or not Prime, Counter Catcher Crystal. Sorry.
That would be truly incredible.
Yeah.
Prime Catcher and Crystal.
Counter Catcher Crystal. Gonna be the Fez.
I think Fez makes sense. Take that knockout.
Cook that bird, dude.
Cook that bird. Deny that Fez draw. And down to 4 prizes for Devin. Sanjay still in that awkward position where he has to 2-hit KO the Pikachu.
Yep.
If he wants to KO it at all. Could gust around it, but you'd have to do that 3 times. Or twice with like a Briar counter catcher type of situation would work.
And we're going to bring that Fez right back with the Night Stretcher.
Very nice.
And flipped the script. Draw 3 cards.
Here's a Crispin. Speak of the double.
Yes, but what is the route, though, Riley? What is the route? Turtle does not deal with Pikachu. Not even close.
I mean, I feel like the route, frankly, is going to be Gust. Like, Gust once with Boss, and a second time using Briar counter catcher.
Yeah, and Sanjay's already used the Prime catcher. Isn't like Briar Prime kind of like a win?
But you have Briar counter catcher still.
You have Briar countercatcher. That's true. That's true. All right, so long as you're losing, which you plan to be, right?
Well, it's like if you're ahead, then
Yeah.
you can just 2-hit KO the Pikachu at that point.
Right.
So I think this is probably fine for Sanjay. Taking that one prize does matter for him because he has that Briar access, which is a differentiator with this Terapagos focus deck versus the more traditional Tera box.
It looks like off this Jewel Seeker, he's looking for Energy Switch and Boss.
Yep, so exactly like I'm saying, Boss this turn, get the Briar next turn, and that's game. It is just game.
And things move fast.
Yeah, Briar being able to skip that prize is such a big deal for this Terapagos deck. Allows him to do things like take a Hoot Hoot prize and still have a 2-turn clock.
Right. That first Hoot Hoot knockout still helping him play into the prize race because of the fact that he plans on using Briar to close the game out. Just a little bit tricky. He's got to work around the Pikachu. My guys are going to get fried by Topaz Bolt every single turn. I get it. But so long as you go, all right, Fan Rotom, take one prize first, and then we go Terapagos, Unified Beatdown Boss, that's 2 more, down to 3, and then finally Countercatcher, Briar, and then that's the game. You just got to save enough Noctowl to make it happen. Have the board stability. Fez is here. I mean, Sanjay could certainly pull it off.
Yeah, so Devin, I think, really wants to maybe Energy Switch attached to the Pikachu and then hit Sanjay with an Iono.
That would be great, yeah.
Disrupt the hand a little bit. I feel like that would be powerful. Yeah, it's like you really want to bump the stadium, honestly, but you can't in this situation.
And here is the Energy Switch, so yeah. Just like you said, doesn't have to play Crispin this turn. It's kind of opened up his possibilities.
Yeah, with the Crystal, you only need one non-E-switch attachment, so the Crystal really is just so powerful in this
with
Tera
Pikachu
box archetype.
Yeah, and with Pikachu, just nuts. I mean, you take an attack that's like kind of unusable and make it like really, really usable. Like 3 energy on Pikachu is kind of hard to reach for. But 2, that's a different story.
So true, Andrew. So true.
Yeah.
Get that Mew down. At this point, you're not concerned about the prize liabilities. You just want to have as many consistency cards as possible every single turn. Makes sense to get that Mew. I'd love to get a Night Stretcher potentially to get that Pheasantipity back into play as well. Turo.
No hand disruption.
So no hand disruption here. No hand disruption. Not really removing any Hoot Hoots from play. Just taking that 2 prize KO. So Sanjay's route here is he needs Attach, Trumpet, Catcher, Briar.
Countercatcher already there.
You can grab 2 pieces guaranteed with 1 Noctowl.
Yep.
So he either needs a second Noctowl or 2 pieces in hand.
I think Sanjay's got it like all in his hand already.
I mean, if he has it all in hand, he just has it like that.
I think he's got it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's looking like it.
Devin, of course, going to play his heart out all the way to the bitter end. He doesn't know if Sanjay has it in hand or not. He might not even know what combo Sanjay's eyeing up yet.
No, yeah. He's just out here grinding.
And if you're not aware of the Briar Countercatcher play, then you're feeling really good as Devin, actually. But because that Countercatcher Briar combo exists, that's how Sanjay is going to be able to piece together potentially this win.
And we've already seen Sanjay steal 1 win with Briar. So far, that is the draw of this Terapagos deck. I mean, with less decks really manipulating the prize exchange with like Dusknoir, it's really just the Dragapult decks that you got to worry about kind of manipulating the prize race. Everybody else can kind of play exactly into your game plan.
Okay, here we go. Countercatcher. Does he have the rest of the pieces? I don't see energy in hand.
No, there's not. And he's already fezzed. No, he hasn't.
Okay, so he needs to draw one more piece.
There's energy.
And that should be enough, so
And
long as
another
Briar and
Noctowl.
Trumpet is
Easy.
in deck.
Yeah, 2 Noctowl off the draw. Trumpet. Briar.
Yep,
Just
that's
like
it.
that. Crazy, dude.
So powerful.
Just crazy.
Yeah. Failing that second energy. And there we go. Devin scooping it up, realizing the situation that he's in.
Dude. I mean, I feel like that was like the vision of what the Terapagos deck was supposed to be doing when it was like first released.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like saucing people up, Briar, taking pointed knockouts, all that. And now it's right here happening post rotation. Now is the time.
Yeah, it feels like Terapagos wasn't really given the time of day by a lot of folks as we entered this post rotation format. But Sanjay's saying, hey, when Pokemon prints a deck for you, usually it's pretty good.
Yeah.
And here we go. Unless it's an owner's Pokemon.
Right. All right. So Sanjay kind of showing like, all right, so long as I initiate the prize trade, it doesn't matter which Pokemon I initiate or how many prizes I take when I initiate the prize trade. If I initiate it, Devin's gonna go 2, 4, 6. Or gonna pause on that final turn before he takes his game-winning knockout. I'll be at 3. I can win with Briar. He's gonna inevitably have some 2-prize Pokemon on the bench that I could take out for 3 prizes. It's really easy with Terapagos. Unified Beatdown is just gonna ramp to that number. Both of us play Area 0 under depths. Both of us are gonna have full benches, just filled with EX Pokemon. And that just seems like a very convincing route. The Pikachu just doesn't matter so long as you can power up a Terapagos and gust around it on the key turn. I mean, that was a perfect execution of what Sanjay's strategy wants to be, right?
Yeah, and it's the if is the key word in some ways, but with the consistency that you have with the Noctowl, it's actually not that crazy complicated to continue to hit the gust turn after turn.
Oh yeah. Now, I think if both players have their strategies kind of like doing exactly what needs to happen, it seems like Sanjay is just probably going to be able to win. But you got to sit down and you got to play. So anything could happen. You got to draw a random hand of 7 cards at the beginning of the game, and the hand might not give you exactly what you need. So let's see what Devin's got for us.
Starting the Ditto,
in this game.
Immaculate.
Yeah.
Pick out whatever basic he wants from his deck thanks to that Ditto ability. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Fan Rotom followed by a Fan Call.
Either Fan Rotom or, if he's got an out to Fan Rotom, maybe you get Pikachu to put in the active spot, right? Because we saw that Sanjay foresaw that taking the first knockout was so important that he wasted his Prime Catcher on it, right? Because Devin did throw up the Pikachu, which was correct, to try and deny that prize race. But now with the Fan Rotom active and Sanjay starting a Mew, it's possible for Sanjay to really easily initiate the prize trade.
Well, here's the thing, though. Sanjay, you can't attack with Terapagos on the first turn going second.
Yeah.
So he has to use Fan Rotom.
Yeah.
But hitting like a Fan Rotom Gust combo, I guess you have the Fan Rotom in the active and the Mew to pivot. So Devin would need to get this Mew out of Fan Rotom out of the active for protection. Actually discards the Pikachu as well. Is that what we're seeing, or is that like off to the side? I think he discarded the Pikachu.
Devin's going with a different strat, dude.
Yeah, I think this time he's looking to maybe wipe the Sobbles.
Oh yeah.
Or sorry, not the Sobbles. The Sobbles are the last time this came around. The Hoot Hoots. Trying to wipe the Hoot Hoots off the face of the planet.
Yeah, I think Devin's trying to get a Radiant Greninja going, and then it's going to knock out the Sobbles.
Basically that, yeah. Oh my goodness. And Sanjay actually just has it all in hand. Full bench of 5. Doesn't need to fan call. And restarts into Area 0.
It's just all Pokemon.
Does he have a Noctowl?
Nope.
He has that crazy set of Pokemon in hand, but lacks the Noctowl to actually make it all work.
It's fine. He's got Mew. He's got Area 0, so he could actually draw 3 with Mew next turn. It doesn't really matter. He's just trying to decide who to promote. But Devin is probably going for Hoot wipe right now, right?
Yeah, this is a really good opportunity for Devin to do that. He has the 2 energy on the Wellspring already as well, so you can go for the boss.
Yep.
Which would be pretty ferocious here. Already has the Noctowl too.
Ferocious is a really good word to describe what we're about to see. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's eyeing it up. Got the boss.
Oh, yeah, this could be
Nest
nasty.
Ball for Latias.
Yeah.
Has energy in hand.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty much exactly as you would have written it up.
Uh-huh.
Devin sees the line. Knows exactly what his game plan is.
Oh, yeah, he's like, that whole Pikachu thing, that sucked. We're doing this time.
Well, he can always get the Pikachu back. He can if he wants to with the Night Stretcher he has in hand. If anything, discarding the Pikachu is more versatile than discarding the Night Stretcher, for example, because the Night Stretcher can become whatever you want. So here we go. No Sobbles in play. Sanjay has kind of Sobbles. Hoot Hoots. No Hoot Hoots in play. We did the comparison a little too heavy-handedly, I think. The no Hoot Hoots left in play for Sanjay, and not a lot going on in his hand either. He can attach. Sure, Clefairy gets an attachment. Why not? Here we go. Oh, the Noctowl off of the restart is heartbreaking here. And I don't think Sanjay's going to be able to attack this turn. Another Hoot Hoot comes down. And another Hoot Hoot comes down. These Hoot Hoots have got to be fearing for their lives at this moment. But I think it's pretty unlikely that Devin gets another Hoot Hoot elimination situation. I think Sanjay's begging him not to. The nice thing is, with the 1 energy on the Clefairy, Sanjay does have the ability to KO this Wellspring Mask, regardless of the Hoot Hoot situation on the bench.
Right. And if all else fails, just mainly attach to the guys. we'll eventually get somewhere. Everybody attacks for 2.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So the Clefairy is pretty threatening right now, and also doesn't require you to have a full bench, which is a risk, or at least a more full bench than 5 Pokemon. Whereas Terapagos would struggle to take a knockout if Devin does do another Wellspring Mask situation.
Think we're just gonna see a Sob here?
Sob isn't that good here. I feel like, especially into a Monkey Dory.
True.
Where you put the damage right onto the board.
Yeah.
But we're seeing a Crispin Crystal
off of the Jewel Seeker that he had to Turo for, so not gonna be utilizing the Crispin this turn.
Yeah, he could. I guess he could Sob with that crystal. It feels like kind of a waste of the crystal to do that.
I think it's fine. Because what is his way out is a Prime. That means the crystal's not getting taken out.
Yeah.
So that seems fine.
Yeah, and I guess your next KO is. Yeah, I guess I just don't know what your follow-up KO is with the Wellspring.
I don't know. There's an Ultra Ball. I mean, this hand is on Sanjay's side. This hand is like Ultra Ball Prime, right? Do you Ultra Ball for Noctowl and then Prime something? You Ultra Ball for. Do you Ultra Ball for Noctowl, get Prime Boss, and then.
He has Prime in hand.
Yeah. So get Boss and then Prime to switch, and then put Clefairy back out and Boss the Wellspring and knock it out.
Well, I think Sanjay plays a regular switch too, doesn't he? Or no? It doesn't look like it, actually. Because regular switch would be really nice here, just to KO the Wellspring Mask.
Does Sanjay play one?
No, doesn't look like it.
All right, so we got a Noctowl. Noctowl going to use that Jewel Seeker ability.
The thing is, I just don't think this Wellspring's that much of a threat.
No, at this point, no. It doesn't even... Yeah. We'll see. Going to actually draw with Mew first before making the decision. I like that on the Jewel Seeker. Jewel Seeker now getting to search for 2 trainer cards. Turo, yep, picking up the Monkey Door, and Turo basically is the switch card.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So then,
And Palpad as well.
yeah. So what I was talking about, yeah, just you want to knock out the crystal for sure. Just get the thing in the discard pile, make it so you don't have to deal with it for the rest of the game. Tie the game up 4-4, and then, I mean, once you clear that crystal, you're kind of right. Yeah, Devin's attaching the crystal to the to the Ogre Pond there does kind of mean like Pikachu is going to be really hard to power up for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it just reduces your threat potential for the entire rest of the game. If you had like an Earthen Vessel out, that would have been, I think, preferable in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he didn't have another. Oh, he only plays the one Vessel, and I think he already used it on turn 1. So, yeah, didn't have a Vessel out, didn't have an energy in hand. Kind of forced into this situation where Crystal was the only way he could attack. Was the Sob even worth it, though? That's kind of my question. Like, did it actually even progress your board state at all?
No, yeah, probably not.
That's kind of how I feel. Here we go. Full Moon Rondo for the knockout. Clefairy showing his stripes yet again.
Dare I say, is Clefairy the best card from Journey Together?
I don't think that's a controversial take, to be honest.
Yeah.
Super good.
Yeah, it
Super
seems
good.
pretty evident, yes.
Just a reliable attack at Full Moon Rondo. Plus the areas you are under depths as an option.
Both finals decks are playing it.
Here we go. Devin going for his own Clefairy. So I guess Clefairy is his big knockout out now for Devin.
Well, and that's the thing is like, okay, so Devin actually wins this game by just going knockout game. And since Sanjay is at 4 prizes, he's chilling.
Yeah, so maybe it's fine.
I think it's fine, dude.
Such an interesting set. This whole set has been very interesting to me.
Yeah, I think Devin's chilling.
Yeah, and I guess the Prime or the Sparkling Crystal did force Sanjay to play Turos for turn or Prime.
Yeah.
So like burned a valuable resource. Still would have been fine if he just kept it, but this is fairly reasonable. Even go for like a large Ogre Pond maybe next turn to take a knockout. The Sanjay down 4-2. Needs to find some sort of response to Devin's board here. Devin does have one switch in his deck, so he does have an out to a Saw block, which is one of the ways that we've seen Sanjay try to play out from these situations.
And here is the Sauber.
Yeah, and I think seeing that the Turo scenario was down, this is Sanjay's route.
Yeah, right. I mean, because the Briar is not a thing. You can't just anticipate that with 2 hoo-hoo outs that Devin's not going to have a response, right? If you just go knock out Clefairy. So you got to try and figure out something a little bit more outside the box. You know, can we stick our opponent in a different kind of way?
It does take quite a few turns as well to build up to an eventual, because the route here for Sanjay, right, is going to be Sob for multiple turns and then Briar plus Torrential Pump to get 3 prizes on the active and 1 more on the bench for 4.
Yeah.
That's the route. That takes a minimum of 4 Sobs.
Yeah, you're going to have to Sob block for like multiple turns, right?
Takes 4 Sobs on a Mew EX to do that. I guess you could do 3 Sobs on a Mew EX and then like Gust a Noctowl.
And like Latias can attack. Yeah, like if you stick to Latias,
all 3 of them can attack.
Yeah, Fez can attack. Right. And you're asking for like 4 turns against Pokemon that can attack. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But those are that is the win con though, is Mew, Fez, Latias sobbing them down and going for that multi-prize turn.
Right. Yep, Boss Trumpet. selection off of Noctowl's Jewel Seeker. And we'll see which Pokemon he wants to try and sob active.
I think the Mew is tempting.
Latias.
Latias is fine too. Latias. How much does Eon Blade do on that Latias?
200.
Yes, it's a little short of the Wellspring Mask. So that's probably the preferable choice of the bunch.
Trumpet, 2 energy onto the Noctowl.
So here we go. We're gonna it's gonna take 6 sobs to get this to get this Latias low enough that you can then Briar KO it. So the sit shot at the top. That's crazy. So there we go. Devin taking home the win in game number 2. We're going to game 3.
We are, and that's really all we can ask for after watching Pokemon for 12 hours is that we get a great set in the finals, back and forth games, some great gameplay all around. So I'm excited that this is going to a game 3, and we're going to get to watch these players play one more time. I mean, Devin, we saw how nimbly Devin was able to kind of think about this series and be like, okay, that whatever I just did there in game 1 didn't work, didn't get flustered, was like, yep, we're going with plan B. And plan B worked great.
Yeah.
So, he's probably feeling pretty stoked about that. And I'm curious to see what kind of route he ends up going for. I mean, he's got to be hyper aware of the fact that Sanjay has that Briar move there at the end. Is Sanjay choosing to go first, right? Because it seems like both these players are kind of choosing to go first.
I think first is preferable for both players.
So then if Sanjay is choosing to go first, then, how does Devin route his game from that angle where Sanjay's going first? Can he initiate the prize trade? Does Devin actually play Briar in his deck? Is that a possibility?
He does not.
Okay, so Briar not really a thing to catch up on the prize trade for Devin's deck. So Devin's going to have to play more defensively then early on. As taking the single prize, I guess could do something. Maybe, because maybe you could do something later with Wellspring Mask, but
maybe.
Yeah, it's be interesting to see. I mean, obviously, the situation where Devin went first, that was able to work out. Turn 2, Torrential Pump, that was quite good. But now back to going second. What do you do about that?
Yeah, Devin's deck is a little more effective at getting turn 1 attacks compared to Sanjay's on average.
Yeah.
He does play 3 Crispin as opposed to Sanjay's 2, and he has the heavier energy switch count with the 2 energy switch and the Teal Mask Ogre Pawns to accelerate the energy. So a couple different outs to get a turn 1 attack for Devin. You could do that going second. Or throw Pikachu into the active and hope that Sanjay doesn't hit that Prime Catcher or Boss to gust around it.
Here we go. Mew v. Mew. Sanjay going first. Top decks. The fan wrote him, and there it is.
Slams it down, too.
Star of the day. Every single game, except for that one game where Sanjay didn't get it, but every other game.
Definitely every game on stream, someone has fan call.
Yes. So, turn 1 fan call. Probably going to search out some kind of combination of Hoot Hoot and Noctowl, if I had to guess. And Sanjay also taking a good look at the prize cards. Make sure he's got an idea of what he's missing as he starts this game. Every game in the Pokemon TCG, you start out by setting 6 cards from your deck to the side. And one of those cards, sometimes 2 or even 3, you won't get to play with for the entire game because you take prizes as you take knockouts. So players like to check them and see what cards they are working without. Which is exactly what Sanjay is doing here. And with 39 minutes on the clock, he's got plenty of time to do so.
Yeah, plenty of time for these players. No doubt we will see a conclusive finish to this finals with probably a significant amount of time to spare, to be honest. These decks move pretty quickly after this first turn.
And both players just really operate with a lot of conviction.
Which I appreciate.
Oh, I definitely. As a viewer and a commentator, I appreciate it for sure. It's really nice to commentate over players who look like they know, what direction the game is going and what plays need to be made. So These two have certainly been a pleasure to watch, and are piloting these decks at a very high level, and it's just a treat to experience.
Totally agree, Andrew. So, speaking of treats, that fan call is a treat for those Noctowl engines, and I'm guessing it's going to be a combination of Hoot Hoots and Noctowls going to Sanjay's hand. There we go. All set up for the next turn. Got the research in hand as well.
Oh yeah, is that Briar though? Oh yeah.
Sanjay does play a Palpad.
Okay.
So it's okay to lose the Briar early if you need to.
Yeah. Yeah, so the Briar and a pair of research in the hand, so we'll be able to get an explosive start going next turn. And we'll have to see what Devin's got cooked up in his hand in order to respond.
I think I see some colorless Pokemon in his hand. Potentially some Hoot Hoots of his own that he could take advantage of in future turns.
Does he have his own fan rotom? There's the Terapagos down, Turtle down, double Hoot Hoots.
Double Turtle.
Double Turtle.
Let's go.
And you know, why not? It is a turtle deck after all. And what do we got, Devin? Show us the money.
All right. Oh, boom, boom, boom.
Three Hoots.
Hoot Hoots. What else is he rocking in this hand?
And a Nest Ball.
Nest Ball that can get you Tera Pokemon to activate your Tera abilities. It could get you the Fan Rotom if you still feel the need to search things out. Though honestly, with this good of a setup, you might not need it.
Right. It's kind of like if you want to be able to go get the Noctowl, sure, but like...
And it looks like he is opting to get it.
Yep. Reasonable.
So, searching out a couple Noctowls, probably. Could, I guess, get a fourth Hoot Hoot into play.
And Iono.
Okay. Sanjay did have a pretty decent follow-up hand for next turn.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's just drawing him deeper into his deck, which was his whole plan with the research anyway, so...
Yeah, but this hand stinks, dude.
Well... Palpad.
There's Fez, but like, if he's not taking a knockout, like, Sanjay is not operating out of that hand. Like, to do anything. like anything.
So for Devin here, Sob could be good this turn.
Oh, yeah.
I like
it
Sob
looks like
this
he's
turn.
Considering it, for sure.
I like Sob this turn.
Yeah.
I also like, regardless of whether or not Devin drew Area 0, I like not providing it this turn and
oh, yeah.
just forcing Sanjay to have more cards.
That's 3 full art Noctowl right there.
Let's go. I feel like we've seen a lot of the alt art Noctowl.
Oh,
today.
yeah. It's a good looking card.
It is a good
I like it a lot.
Got the water energy too. Let's go.
We're sobbing.
We're sobbing. That does put 20 damage on the board. That could, in theory, be monkeyed at some point. We have yet to see that really matter in this matchup.
No. Most importantly, it makes... Oh, Jet.
Jet energy. That's a switch out.
Yes, but it doesn't matter because his hand is beat.
Well, it could get this Mew out of the active.
No, this hand is stanky, dude. Yeah, these 6 cards are horrendous. Now, we've seen Sanjay play out of a hand that's bad before.
That was contingent on at least one Hoot Hoot staying. So if Devin is able to get like a boss energy switch knockout double Hoot Hoot.
We got triple Noctowl at hand. He can do whatever he wants, man.
That's what I'm saying, man. I mean, you could even just Crystal Boss attach, knock out double Hoot. Seems pretty good to me.
All right, dude. I got some beef with the Pokemon Company printing this card Fan Rotom. Like, what gives, man?
Yeah, well, Fan Rotom is pretty good.
It's ridiculous. Look at this. You just go like, oh, yeah, well, I'm going to just fan call for 3 Noctowl, and then I'm just going to tutor 6 cards out of my deck. This is crazy.
I mean, you're going to save most of those probably.
But you could. You could. We did see Sanjay play 3 Jewel Seeker on turn 2.
We did.
And look how fast Devin's going, bro. Like, Devin can taste the $1,000, dude.
Devin's
He can taste it. He can taste it.
Oh, this is so hard for Sanjay here. Even with the Pheasantipity draw, putting together all the pieces he needs to do 210 damage to this Wellspring Mask is such a challenge without having any Hoot Hoots in play.
Hoot, dude. Yeah, Devin, he can He can feel the $1,000. That's right there, dude. The dub.
He can, yeah. And with another Noctowl play, it'd be pretty straightforward, I think, to get like another boss double knockout going, for example, with the Wellspring Mask. And from there, you're basically locked up. So let's see what Sanjay can put together here.
Got a huge props to Devin for kind of like seeing how that game 1 went and just like changing trajectory on the series entirely, like all together.
Sanjay deciding what 5th Pokemon he wants in play, landing on the Hoot Hoot, which seems pretty reasonable. I wouldn't have hated Clefairy if it was in deck, because if you draw into Crispin, the Clefairy actually could take a knockout here. But Clefairy not looking like a viable option at this point, since your bench is locked without that Area 0 Underdepths. As for 3, is the script going to be flipped? Or is Devin going to be looking like the favorite? Oh my gosh. Is there much anything going on in this hand?
There's Ultra Ball. I mean, but like
Ultra Ball's not really an out to anything
yet.
No,
nothing. Yeah.
And Sanjay or Devin can just eliminate another Hoot Hoot.
Like if it's just one Hoot Hoot on the bench, it's dead.
Yeah. And he could even do something creative like boss the Teal or bench Teal Mask, Energy Switch attach, boss the Fan Rotom, knockout Fan and Hoot Hoot. And that would just be,
dude.
I think that would be lights.
Dude. Watching these decks kind of just like go at it with like Crispin and Noctowl every single turn is kind of insane.
What's crazy, did Sanjay have the Clefairy in deck? Because he did hit the Crispin and that would have been knockout. He opted to get that Hoot Hoot. I couldn't tell, and I still can't tell if that Clefairy is in deck or not. But that would have been a simpler out.
I mean, couldn't he taken a knockout on this thing with Terapagos?
No, not with.
If he finds an Area 0,
he needs an Area 0 and more Pokemon.
Yeah.
And I don't think he has really either of those things. He has an Ultra Ball. Are you gonna Terapagos this for 150? That doesn't feel great.
All right, so loading up the turtles.
What?
Unified Beatdown only doing 150 damage here, so.
Yeah, that math doesn't really super favorably work out for you.
Oh yeah, this not great.
I think Sanjay like has to go for his own Wellspring Mask to finish this off.
Plus
take a KO on the bench at this point. Take the 3 prizes and then Briar for 3 more.
All right, Noctowl going to be able to use Jewel Seeker, 2 more trainers out of the deck. I'm thinking Crispin's one of them. What do you think?
I don't know, because if you're Devin, you might also be tempted to get your second boss and go for that Energy Switch play and take 2 prizes on the Hoot Hoot and the Fan Rotom.
All right, and here is the Area 0 Underdepths. You could also just pivot into like a Clefairy and take 2.
You could do that.
I like that play. And I think that's what we're going to see. Yep. I think this just makes a lot of sense. Just keep marching towards that final thing. You know, Sanjay being at 6, you being at 2. There's almost no way to mess this up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really tough. I mean, Briar doesn't save you here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. Like, let me see you Briar out of this one, dude.
Dude, Clefairy's so good. Clefairy's so good. Access to Area 0 is like a game changer for these Rondo attacks.
I know, right? Free retreat with Latias. Double counting. Make sure we're good. Clear. Knockout. Full Moon Rondo. Devin marching on. 2 prizes between him and the grand prize of $1,000. The title of Journey Together Release Weekend Champion.
From seniors, 13 years old, playing Tera Box and really giving a masterclass on how to pilot this deck. Devin clearly seeing the routes, finding optimal plays every turn. Very, very impressed by his run here at the Full Grip 3K.
Oh yeah, and like Sanjay is like a sponsored Worlds competitor in the Masters division. I mean, like very good player, you know. And Devin is just like, dude, what a wizard, man! Look at that dude. That kid is stunting right now.
He is stunted. He is stunted. So for Sanjay, and you can get a knockout with some more bench Pokemon. Or you could even use that Blood Moon to take a knockout here. I think for Sanjay, you almost like have to Briar this and hope your Terapagos doesn't get knocked out and then Briar again. Is that crazy? That seems like what's necessary. See,
I gotta say, Devin's Clefairy is more powerful than Sanjay's. He's got the full art.
Yeah, the Lily's art Clefairy with Lily like hanging out with it. It's very nice.
Kind of like the ghost of Lily's past in the background or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Bravery Charm Blood Moon.
Okay.
Pretty good.
This is, I think, Plan Z, dude. When all else fails.
Yeah.
When everything else has gone to crap, and we're at the end of the line, and there's no other hope. All my other options have been exhausted.
So, okay, here's a potential route for you. If we can get a Wellspring Mask powered up with a Briar as well the following turn, we could, and the Ursaluna lives, we could gust the damaged Wellspring Mask, Briar, and do the Torrential Pump for 4 prizes. That is not completely off the table, but you would basically need to attach to the Wellspring this turn to do that. And I don't know if that's possible without a Glass Trumpet.
These Tera Box mirrors are crazy, dude.
Yeah.
They're just like absolutely annihilating each other back and forth with unlimited access to their deck. It does seem very, pop-off favored. Like whoever gets like the pop-off and really kind of like really gets the first very serious pop-off seems favored, right?
Yeah. Now Devin is down to 2 cards, and he has burned 2 of his Noctowls, and the third one was in hand, so it's on the bottom of the deck right now. Devin, of course, does play a 4/4 line, so could even draw into it without shuffling the deck, but looking unlikely.
That's a 2-prize take for Sanjay. It's not over till it's over. This is a 310 hit point bear doing 240 damage. Oh,
but his own bear.
Devin's got his own bear. Restart for 2. Crispin and Energy Switch have been found.
Honestly, a Torrential Pump isn't bad here just to get off of Briar.
Right.
Because that's your lose con, really, is to Briar. Okay. I think that's what he's going for, too, with the Water Take.
And just clear the Hoot Hoot?
I think so, yeah. Just wipe the Hoot Hoot off the board.
And he had the Energy Switch, so safe to go for the extra card draw with the Teal Dance. Like that. A slight optimization there just to see an extra card.
And this also softens up the Blood Moon and leaves it active.
It's true, right.
Sanjay does have the Jet Energy. Or he did have the Jet Energy. I think he Iona'd it, actually. But he has outs to switch it, potentially. And at this point, I mean, one more Torrential Pump just wins the game.
That's right. One more prize wins the game.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be the active, though. You can snipe through the active and hit the bench, Fan Rotom, or Noctowl.
All right. There's no Noctowl for Sanjay, no Briar for Sanjay. Just a bear And a turtle. That's it.
A bear, a turtle, and a dream.
Yes. And Wilkin and a Pheasantipity EX.
So Devin does have no energy on board right now, but he has a Blood Moon on the bench. And so if Sanjay takes a multi-prize knockout, that Blood Moon just attacks for 1 energy, which pretty much wins the game on any of Sanjay's attackers. He only plays 1 Bravery Charm, and it is on that softened up Blood Moon. So anything in Sanjay's deck will go down at this point to the Blood Moon. That's singular Buddy Buddy Poffin. Get the final Hoot Hoot out of the deck. I'm trying to think if there is a creative route at this point. I think he really definitely needed to survive a turn. I think that's without question. And the fact that he's off of Briar now feels so rough for Sanjay.
Yeah, and Devin's got the Mew in play, so that's like kind of the card that is continuing to draw him cards, right?
Yep.
I mean, because Sanjay's got the hand advantage now. He's got the hand advantage. Devin's hand is very small. So if there was a route for Sanjay to start taking control of the game, be it with a saw block or something like that, this would be the time to do it. Mew is the only draw power that Devin has in play, and it's very easy for your 3-card hand to get clogged up.
Yeah. You could sob this active Wellspring Mask. That's an option. You could maybe do something cool with Monkey Dory. There's a lot of damage on the board now that you can take advantage of.
If Sanjay wiggles his way out of this one, dude, I'm going to be so impressed.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much contingent on Devin not hitting another Noctowl.
Yes.
For that to be possible.
For sure.
So 1 more Crispin will just win the game here if this Wellspring stays on the board.
How many Energy Switch did Devin play?
Plays 2, and I think he used 1 of them so far. So he has 1 more.
Yeah, so even a draw supporter could get him there.
See, boss. Okay, so
start
now we're
walking
just
the Latias.
Looking for a Turo. Looking for the 1-off switch.
There's no Latias on Sanjay's side of the board.
Oh.
Right?
I guess just hoping to leave that active. Or no, it can't, because the Latias affects itself. It's the most mind-blowing part of the Latias to me, that it works on itself.
Yeah, and Sanjay's bench is full, so there's no Latias. This thing
maybe miscalculated there.
So then what is happening here?
Could Prime Catcher.
Because I was assuming it was a retreat into Sob and Lock.
You're just not familiar with the boss into Prime Catcher game.
Yeah, you see Sanjay's kind of like, oh man, I overcooked. Frick.
Yeah, I mean, you can try and sob the Mew, but the problem is the Mew can copy Torrential Pump.
Why does Sanjay keep doing this, bro?
I don't know.
Sanjay has been playing like immaculately all day, but
except for specifically Boss's orders.
Boss's orders, his brain fries, and he just starts doing whatever the heck he wants. He blacks out every time he goes to play Boss's orders, and he comes to, and he's like, "Wait, why? Who?"
Oh, yeah, that's tough. Okay, yeah, get rid of that Briar. That's literally useless. Cannot play that card anymore.
Yeah. The boss's orders into, wait, I don't have Latias. Okay, Prime, bring up somebody else.
Yeah, that's tough.
That is a tough one. It'd be crazy if it didn't just happen 30 minutes ago, but like again, long day.
Yeah, and Sanjay also got the least amount of rest between these rounds of any player.
He did. He's been going back to back, and top 8, top 4 finals. Every round he's been the last one.
Okay, here we go. They got the
Noctowl's here.
Switch, and Crispin does it. Here we go. Switch Crispin. There we go. Devin going to get the 2 energy, switch into Wellspring, and KO one of the Pokemon on Sanjay's bench. And Devin, the 13-year-old senior, is the champion of your Full Grip 3K Journey Together Release Weekend Tournament.
Let's go, folks. That's your champion right there. An amazing finals. Incredible play by both players. Huge congratulations to both Sanjay and Devin. It really was an awesome experience getting to watch these players pilot these Tera Box decks on such a high level. Very proud of both players, and huge thank you to everybody who's watched so far. Huge thank you to the judging staff, AJ, and everybody from round 3. Huge thank you to everybody who helped this event run smoothly. Everybody at Full Grip Games as well, all the staff and employees who have made this this first event a huge success. We had 160 players competing in this $3,000 cash event, and Devin taking it all home. The 13-year-old winning $1,000 cash, the grand prize. Sanjay still taking home $700. I mean, second place, really good finish, $700. Can't complain. I mean, that is a very solid run for Sanjay. But you know, Devin's got to be over the moon stoked about this. So huge congratulations to Devin. And you can see him going over there, celebrating with a friend. You know, congrats to Devin. Amazing accomplishment.
That was really cool stuff, man. That was a really fun finals.
That was a really fun day, honestly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, dude. We got to watch a lot of really great Pokemon today. You know what, folks? I'm gonna grab Devin real quick and see if we can get him up here for a player interview before we call it for the day. So hang tight. We'll be right back with a Victor's interview featuring Devin, and then you know, I'll sign us out, and it'll be off till tomorrow for the Journey Together Gym Leader Challenge event. So hang tight, folks. We'll be right back with Devin to hear a word from your 3K champion. All right, folks, I am here with your 3K champion, Devin. Congratulations. How you feeling, Devin?
It's pretty nice because, like, I've never won, like, a regional, so this is the closest thing to that I've done, so it feels pretty nice.
Well, heck yeah, dude. I think you definitely showed that you deserved it, and I had heard that you'd gotten close to winning a regional a couple times. Is that true?
Yeah, I have 2 finalists, and then a few top 4s, but yeah, I've always wanted to win a regional. Yeah, this was pretty good, and then obviously the 1K is awesome.
That's amazing. Now, how long have you been working on this deck, and how did you end up coming to the conclusion to play the Tera Box deck?
So, after EOIC, where I played Lugia, I didn't do that well. So and also it was rotating, so I need to find a new deck. So I kind of like looked through at like the top 16 of the Fukuoka Champions League, and I looked through all the decks. And I'm like, I should probably play one of these. And then I tested like pretty much all of them, and then Tera Box has like the best matchup spread of them all, like by far. I think, like, you can beat pretty much every deck if you like know how to play against them, and if you draw well, or draw decent at least, then yeah. So it pretty much has the most versatile matchup spread, and that's the reason I played it.
Yeah, and it looked like you really knew what you were doing with the deck. Was there any matchup that you felt like gave you trouble throughout the day, or any match that was particularly tough? I think you only lost one match all day, right?
Yeah. So I actually lost my round 1.
No way.
It was to the Mirror. I kind of got my redemption in the finals because it's like somewhat the Mirror.
Yeah.
And then a pretty somewhat tough matchup is like Archaludon, especially if they rigid band, because then you can't one-shot them at all. So I'm glad I didn't run any Rigid Band Archaludon, but other than that, you pretty much, like, even, like, regular Archaludon, Poison Archaludon, you're fine into all of those decks. So, I mean, that's the only thing, Rigid Band Archaludon.
Now, how long have you been playing the Pokemon TCG? 13 years old here. You've already got a bunch of great accomplishments under your belt in the seniors division. How long have you been playing Pokemon cards, and how'd you get into it?
So I started in, like, during Team Up, so 2019.
Wow, okay.
And it's my two brothers. They went to a local card shop, and the professor taught them how to play, and then they taught me how to play. And then I went to that store, and I played the locals, and I learned about challenges and cups and all that. But until, like that, back then it was all casual.
Mm-hmm.
And then I kind of took a break during COVID. In 2023, I went to Baltimore in 2023. That was my first regional.
Okay.
And I got top 16 with Palkia, and then I was like, oh,
Nice.
That's sick. I got 2 booster boxes. I was so happy.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
So then I kind of spiraled. I went to Toronto, and then I kept going, and I just kept getting better results, better as a player, and then, yeah.
That's awesome. And obviously you got family that kind of supports you and encourages you in the hobby. So that's really wonderful. Do you have anybody that you'd like to shout out? Anybody that helped you out that you'd like to thank?
Yeah, so shout out my mom and dad most of all for helping me go to these events. Shout out my whole testing group for helping me make the list. Shout out to Towards Metafy group, that's where I got the deck list. Shout out Luke Giffen for staying the whole night to watch my games. And yeah, that's about it.
Awesome, man. Well, huge congratulations, Devin. We're all rooting for you, and we're very proud to see you play the deck so well, and it really was a treat to get to watch you play all day. So really, really excited for you, and such a great accomplishment, and wishing you luck and the rest of your ventures going forward. Are you thinking that you're going to be qualifying or trying to qualify for the World Championships this year?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not trying to brag, but I have over 1,000 points, so I think I'm already qualified.
This dude's locked in.
But yeah, I'm trying to just get some better placements. I'll be at Milwaukee, Atlanta, and NAIC, and then Worlds.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, congratulations again. Huge accomplishment here, toppling 160 players to emerge victorious in a very competitive field. So great job. We're going to be back tomorrow with the Gym Leader Challenge $1,000 cash event, and we hope to see you all there. Thank you so much for watching today. And again, make sure to check out fullgripgames.com to support all the content that I make here on Tricky Gym. Y'all take it easy and have a great day. I'll see you tomorrow.